In the Fourth Era, the holy flame of the Light Church incinerated all darkness upon the Earth's surface. Deep beneath the ground, a mere 12-meter-long skeletal dragon named Mylreyth yearned to forget its past existence in eternal slumber. This tranquility was shattered by the intrusion of 200 terrified, dog-headed refugees, bearing tidings of the Purification Legion's impending assault. The dragon's might reignited, and the skeletal remains stirred. As the holy light threatened to pierce the final sanctuary, this reluctant undead sovereign resolved to unleash a calamity of the undead in response to the so-called light. Chapter 1. The Undead Skeletal Dragon. As a diminutive skeletal dragon measuring nearly 12 meters in length, Mylreyth had always maintained a low profile. It had been 2 years since he tragically perished in an airplane accident and unexpectedly traversed into this world. During this prolonged duration, he had quietly concealed himself in some corner of the underground realm, leading a life devoid of conflict, only venturing to a nearby subterranean space every 6 months to satiate his hunger. His daily existence comprised either languorous slumber or immersion in the study of necromantic spells derived from the memories of skeletal dragons. This monotonous yet serene life was rather agreeable to him. Awakening to conduct research and resuming slumber when fatigued was infinitely preferable to the drudgery of a 9-to-6 routine. However, on what seemed to be an ordinary day, everything changed. Run, the light nights are upon us. Over 200 dog-headed beings, engulfed in terror, scurried chaotically through the caverns, desperately fleeing deeper into the abyss. They were oblivious to their surroundings, consumed solely by the instinct to escape. In their frantic haste, they failed to notice the multitude of scattered bones that littered the caves they traversed. Some of these remains lay shattered, while others retained their intact forms, silently narrating the tragic tales of their former existence. The cacophony of their footsteps and cries intertwined, creating a discordant clamor that reverberated through the stillness of the caverns, rendering it all the more jarring. This uproar disturbed Mylreyth from his slumber, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. His dreams were abruptly interrupted, and a surge of fury welled up inside. Within the vast cavern of his skull, a burst of green radiance ignited, akin to a flame set ablaze. This luminescence emanated from the depths of his very soul, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. The moment this soul fire ignited, it acted like a lit fuse, swiftly triggering a series of reactions. Waves of soul flames surged forth like a roaring tide, rapidly enveloping every corner of Mylreyth's 12-meter-long skeletal form. These ethereal flames danced upon the skeletal structure, as if bestowing renewed life and vigor upon this ancient frame. Wherever they traversed, the once dull bones began to shimmer, emitting a faint green glow, transforming the skeletal dragon into a resplendent work of art. As the skeletal dragon became illuminated by the soul flames, an intangible force surged through the cavern like a tidal wave. This power bore an unparalleled majesty and oppressive weight, instilling fear in all who sensed it. With the descent of this dragon's might, the previously tranquil air within the cavern turned tempestuous. A fierce wind howled, carrying with it a plethora of dust and the putrid odors unique to the underworld, forming a formidable storm. This tempest wreaked havoc throughout the cavern, toppling everything in its path. At the center of this storm, Mylreyth, his form ablaze with soul flames, rose slowly to his feet. His colossal skeleton appeared particularly fearsome in the firelight, each bone radiating an ancient and enigmatic aura. As he stood, the surrounding storm seemed to be drawn toward him, surging forward in a violent rush. Who dares to disturb the great Mylreyth? I shall rend you to shreds and grind your bones to dust. Enraged, Mylreyth swung his massive claw like a hammer, crashing it against the cavern wall. With a resounding boom, the solid rock was shattered, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The force of this strike was astounding, shaking the entire cavern to its core, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The thunderous roar echoed through the cavern, lingering like the wails of hellish spirits. The 200 dog-headed beings, frantically fleeing for their lives, were paralyzed with terror at the sight of the fearsome skeletal dragon before them. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their legs gave way, causing them to kneel upon the ground. These dog-headed creatures felt an instinctive dread and reverence rising from the depths of their bloodlines, an emotion so potent that they could not resist it. They could only emit whimpering sounds, akin to pleas for mercy, or expressions of submission to Mylreyth. This instinctive submission was no mere coincidence. It was an innate reaction of the dog-headed race when faced with dragons. Though they confronted not a true dragon, but rather a skeletal dragon resurrected from the remains of a great dragon. The inherent fear and reverence remained deeply imprinted in their souls. Observing the cluster of over 200 dog-headed beings prostrating themselves in submission, Mylreyth's 12-meter-long skeletal form advanced a few strides towards them. Dog-headed beings, from whence do you flee? Never mind. An additional 200 skeletons of dog-headed creatures will suffice. Just what I need, a few more miners. Without a trace of hesitation or compassion, Mylreyth, like a ferocious beast, unflinchingly raised his sharp claws and struck the earth with tremendous force. As his claw descended, the ground trembled beneath the impact. In that instant, a surge of green soul flames erupted from Mylreyth's claw, akin to a volcanic eruption, rushing forth like a torrent, sweeping outward at astonishing speed. Wherever this soul fire spread, the once lifeless ground ignited, instantly transforming into a verdant expanse. The lifeless skeletons that had previously collapsed upon the earth trembled violently as they were touched by the soul fire, as though infused with newfound vitality. Within the hollow eye sockets of these skeletons, two flickering green flames ignited, as if their souls had been rekindled by this ethereal fire. A cacophony of crackling echoed, as if the very fabric of reality were being torn asunder. This sound resembled a summons from death, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. In the next moment, grotesque and terrifying skeletal forms began to rise from the earth. Constructed of white bone, their hollow eye sockets burned with green flames, revealing a loathing for life and a thirst for slaughter. These skeletal beings wielded bone swords that glinted with a chilling light, capable of severing the threads of life with ease. They moved swiftly and nimbly, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, rapidly encircling all the dog-headed beings. Chapter 2, The Light Knights. 84 first-tier skeletal swordsmen surrounded the dog-headed beings, leaving them with no avenue for escape. Confronted by the ferocious first-tier skeletal swordsmen, all the dog-headed beings quivered in terror, huddling together on their knees, desperately attempting to distance themselves from these ruthless adversaries. Ignoring the palpable fear of the dog-headed beings, Mylreyth effortlessly extended his fiery dragon claw, precisely seizing one of the strongest among them. He drew the dog-headed creature closer, gazing down upon it with an air of dominance, and in a deep, commanding voice inquired, "Tell me, from whence do you dog-headed beings hail?" Trembling under Mylreyth's imposing presence, the creature clutched a worn axe, which, in the face of such overwhelming power, seemed utterly futile. As it quaked before the 12-meter-long skeletal dragon, engulfed in ethereal flames, its heart was laden with dread. "O great Lord Bone Dragon," the dog-headed being stammered. "We were pursued by the Knights of Light, and inadvertently stumbled into your domain. We bear no ill will. We merely seek a safe haven." The mention of the Knights of Light ignited a furious blaze within Mylreyth's soul. His memories were vivid. The realm above, illuminated by sunlight, had long been subjugated by the Church of Light. They scorned all darkness, ruthlessly exterminating non-human races, especially the undead, whom they loathed with an intense fervor. Whenever a mere low-tier skeletal soldier was detected, a throng of first- and second-tier Knights of Light would descend upon it. In dire circumstances, they would scour the earth, determined to eradicate every last trace of the undead. This was the fate even for ordinary low-tier skeletal soldiers. For one such as him, a second-tier bone dragon, the arrival of a legendary fourth-tier Knight of Light in pursuit would not be surprising. Once brimming with arrogance and confidence, Mylreyth hastily subdued the brilliance of his soul flames, retreating into the shadows. "I ask you, how many Knights of Light pursue you, and what is their strength?" Mylreyth was eager to gather intelligence on this group of knights. How many were there? What was the strongest among them? Could they pose a threat? The dog-headed leader, eager to placate, replied, "O great Lord Bone Dragon, only 100 ordinary Knights of Light pursue us, with just a handful of first-tier knights." Having surveyed the scene, he recognized the overwhelming power of this bone dragon lord. The number of first-tier skeletal swordsmen far exceeded that of the pursuing Knights of Light. In a confrontation, the bone dragon lord was assured victory. Hearing that there were but a few first-tier Knights of Light, with the rest being mere fodder, Mylreyth's confidence soared. Faced with second dash, third dash, or even fourth-tier Knights of Light, he would naturally tread carefully, for defiance could lead to swift demise. Yet against a group of knights incapable of besting his skeletal swordsmen, he was determined to strike with ferocity. Otherwise, news of the undead realm and the presence of a bone dragon could reach the surface, prompting a relentless pursuit by numerous Knights of Light. Silencing them was imperative. A mere rabble, indeed. Just what I need. A supply of skeletal swordsmen. Slay them all to fill my ranks. Dog-headed being, I command you to lead your kin into battle. Should you fight valiantly, I shall grant you the privilege of servitude afterward. With a mere gesture, Mylreyth issued a promise. Transforming the dog-headed beings into skeletal forms was a trivial task for him. However, dog-headed skeletons, feeble as they were, held little combat value aside from menial labor. As he required expendable troops, he resolved to grant them a fleeting chance at existence. Upon hearing the prospect of serving the bone dragon, the morale of the 200 dog-headed beings surged. A dog with an owner, especially one as formidable as a dragon, possessed vastly superior combat prowess compared to one without. They prostrated themselves, bowing their heads, exclaiming, "We are willing to fight for the bone dragon, to vanquish the Knights of Light. For the glory of the great dragon, let us slay." After uttering words of allegiance, the dog-headed leader brandished his axe, charging forth down the path cleared by the skeletal swordsmen. Seeing their leader advance, the remaining dog-headed beings followed suit, echoing his battle cries. Their collective roars reverberated within the confines of the cave, reminiscent of 1,000 dog-headed beings charging forth. The cacophony emboldened the courage of the over 200 dog-headed beings, propelling them forward with vigor. As the dog-headed beings surged ahead, Mylreyth, the skeletal dragon, emitted an intangible wave of soul energy. "Gather, follow closely behind the dog-headed beings." He commanded the 84 skeletal swordsmen with the unique soul resonance of the undead. Upon receiving Mylreyth's directive, the 84 skeletal swordsmen simultaneously raised their swords, swiftly assembling into formation. In less than 10 breaths, they formed a cohesive military unit, marching in perfect unison. 84 skeletal swordsmen stood aligned, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with green fire. In the darkness, they appeared as a procession of ghostly flames, moving in synchronized harmony. Mylreyth cautiously trailed behind the ranks of skeletal swordsmen, occasionally lifting his dragon head to survey the unfolding situation. As a notably prudent bone dragon, he harbored no desire to confront the Church of Light. The reasoning was simple. The Church was formidable, capable of dispatching dozens of legendary fourth-tier beings with ease. A second-tier bone dragon like him would be reduced to mere fragments by a casual third-tier Knight of Light. With the odds favoring the enemy, he was reluctant to engage. Yet now, the Knights had encroached upon his territory. Even if he attempted to flee, should the Knights detect the presence of the undead within his domain, it would take no more than 3 days for a horde of third-tier knights and priests to invade his realm, relentlessly pursuing him. The Knights of Light possessed tracking abilities that eclipsed those of dogs by 100-fold. Even the faintest trace of presence would lead them to a relentless hunt, pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Thus, this battle was unavoidable. Failure to eliminate this wave of knights would spell his doom. Even if he survived, he would inevitably find himself perpetually hunted, akin to a lost dog, by the relentless forces of the Church of Light. Chapter 3: The Grand Confrontation. In a cavern 4 kilometers away, a multitude of radiant knights stood guard over 3 radiant priests. Under the command of 6 elite radiant knights, they formed a formidable military formation and advanced resolutely forward, adorned with luminous magic stones capable of storing sunlight. Their chests emitted a golden radiance that illuminated the cavern for hundreds of meters in both directions. The dazzling armor, handsome visages, and the fierce determination to sacrifice everything for the sake of justice radiated an undeniable aura of righteousness and light. However, their sense of justice and illumination was exclusively reserved for humanity. As for non-human races such as dwarves, goblins, elves, and ogres, their fate was to be eradicated. They were staunch believers in the light, yet harbored extreme racial prejudice. Non-humans, kill. Those allied with non-humans, kill. Followers of darkness, kill. Detractors of the light, kill. Through this doctrine of death, the Radiant Church ascended from weakness to strength, ultimately subjugating every corner illuminated by sunlight. Nowadays, even the subterranean realms, untouched by sunlight, had become their new target. This 100-strong battalion was merely an advance force tasked with gathering intelligence about the underground world. Behind them lay millions of soldiers from the Radiant Church, poised to invade the subterranean realm and obliterate all darkness. Centurion, the situation is dire. A significant number of goblins are charging towards us, spoke a 10-year veteran of the Radiant Knights, his voice low as he addressed his centurion. The sound indicated that this was the tribe of goblins decimated during their march, yet inexplicably, their morale seemed inexplicably buoyed, charging at them with newfound courage. The centurion also felt something was amiss. Typically, a defeated goblin tribe would struggle to muster the will to fight again. The only way to reignite their spirit would be if the fabled dragon kin, whom they revered, were rallying behind them. Otherwise, given the inherently timid nature of goblins, even tenfold courage would not compel them to confront 100 radiant knights. The centurion, sensing the anomaly, issued a command. "Relay my orders. Form ranks to face the enemy." The radiant knights swiftly moved forward, drawing their shining swords. The 6 first-tier elite radiant knights took position at the forefront, wielding their gleaming blades, while the 3 radiant priests prepared to cast healing spells to aid the radiant knights. The cacophony of goblin cries intensified as over 200 goblins emerged from the shadows, their unified howls echoing as if 1,000 goblins surged forth. 3 minutes later, they charged from around the corner, a tide of goblins rushing towards the formation of radiant knights. The centurion observed as the goblins closed the distance to less than 100 paces. He barked an order. "First 3 ranks, kneel. Crossbowmen, fire." The front 3 ranks of radiant knights immediately crouched down, while the 4th rank of crossbowmen unleashed a volley of bolts. The sound of taut bowstrings filled the air as a rain of arrows descended upon the goblin horde. The piercing screams of goblins echoed as they fell, the front ranks collapsing like wheat before the scythe. The gruesome casualties diminished the goblins' charge and sapped their morale. Yet, the radiant knights' crossbow fire showed no signs of abating. As one rank of crossbowmen fired their bolts, they quickly reloaded, and the ranks behind them followed suit in a synchronized dance of shooting and reloading. The 5 ranks of crossbowmen operated like a finely tuned machine, unleashing a barrage of bolts every 2 seconds. Within 30 seconds, hundreds of goblins lay lifeless. The horrifying efficiency of the slaughter capable of instilling dread in any disordered mob. The relentless casualties shattered the goblin ranks, sending them fleeing in disarray. But they barely managed to retreat 20 meters before encountering 84 towering skeletal swordsmen, advancing in perfect unison. Without a hint of hesitation, the skeletal warriors raised their swords and struck down the fleeing goblins. The swiftest of the goblins were dispatched in an instant, leaving the remaining goblins in utter confusion. They looked ahead at the inexorable advance of the skeletal swordsmen and then back at the radiant knights pressing behind them. Truly, they were trapped between a dragon and a tiger, with no escape in sight. In their despair, the surviving goblins turned their gazes toward the rear of the skeletal army, where a magnificent skeletal dragon head, illuminated by ethereal flames, surveyed them with a piercing gaze. "Go to the sides of the cavern and stay there. Those who dare to challenge my army shall perish," commanded the skeletal dragon. Over 100 surviving goblins, overwhelmed with relief, hurriedly obeyed, scrambling to the sides of the cavern, no longer obstructing the advance of the skeletal army. With a thunderous sound, the 84 skeletal swordsmen marched forward, their skeletal feet thudding against the ground with every step, creating an oppressive atmosphere that bore down on the radiant knights. The centurion gazed upon the approaching undead army, resembling the most exquisite of machines, and his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. "It is time for the knights to honor their allegiance to the radiant lord. Raise your swords and charge. Glory shines upon us." One by one, the radiant knights cast aside their crossbows, drawing their swords to form a tight formation, advancing alongside the front ranks. The centurion mandated that all crossbowmen abandon their weapons, for arrows were nearly ineffective against the undead. Unless a bolt struck true to extinguish the soul flame, it would either pass harmlessly through the gaps in the skeletal frames or inflict minimal damage. It was far better to wield swords and cleave through the undead in direct confrontation. Chapter 4: The annihilation of the Radiant Knights. The 2 elite armies collided with a resounding crash within the narrow confines of the cavern. Swords clashed as they engaged in close combat, leaving no room for evasion. A skeletal swordsman severed the head of a Radiant Knight, while a first-tier Radiant Knight plunged his radiant sword into the skull of a skeletal warrior, extinguishing its soul flame. In less than 10 breaths, over 20 ordinary Radiant Knights and 3 first-tier Radiant Knights fell to the onslaught of the 84 first-tier skeletal swordsmen. Blood stained the ground as the Radiant Knights retreated, being slaughtered like livestock by the skeletal warriors. From the rear, observing the massacre of his Radiant Knights, Mylreyth decided it was time to reveal himself. Through the unique perspective of the departed, he beheld 3 luminous orbs of life swiftly fleeing from the ranks of the Light Knights. Should they succeed in escaping and relay the information regarding the numerous extraordinary undead present, this battle would have been fought in vain. A deafening dragon's roar erupted, reverberating like thunder within the confines of the cavern. The 12-meter-long Mylreyth suddenly unfurled his membranous wings, and beat them downwards with great force. His enormous dragon form soared high above the advancing skeletal swordsman, crashing violently into the ranks of the light swordsmen. With a sweeping motion of his colossal claws, 5 light knights were severed in half, their blood staining Mylreyth's bony frame. With a swift turn, his razor-sharp tail swept through the ranks of the light knights, sending 8 of them hurtling against the cavern wall, where they coughed up blood and faced imminent death. The bone dragon. The centurion of the light knights gazed in shock at the rampaging bone dragon on the battlefield, utterly astounded. Ever since their holy see, under the dominion of the light sovereign, had swept through every corner that sunlight could touch, this formidable race of dragons had been nearly exterminated. To prevent the slain dragons from rising as bone dragons, their remains had been turned to ash. Consequently, the dragon lineage had not been seen for over a century, and bone dragons were exceedingly rare. The last appearance of a bone dragon was 300 years ago, during the time when their holy see faced off against the myriad races, when 3 legendary liches summoned a demigod-level undead bone dragon from the realm of the dead. Historical records vividly describe that demigod undead bone dragon as a walking calamity, stretching over a kilometer in length. Wherever its wings cast shadow, the world would plunge into darkness. The earth would rot, trees would wither, and all life would perish. The corpses of the deceased would rise again in the darkness, becoming the sworn enemies of the living. That demigod undead bone dragon had shattered the ranks of the Holy CS army, and even the combined efforts of 8 demigod archbishops had failed to halt its advance. To repel that demigod undead bone dragon, their leader had paid a heavy price, deploying a clone and joining forces with 8 archbishops, ultimately banishing it back to the realm of the dead. Moreover, the undead bone dragons possess remarkable potential for growth. They inherently inherit the legacy and memories of their former dragon selves, possessing boundless knowledge. Given sufficient time and the near-infinite lifespan of the undead, they can grow without limit, posing a significant threat to the Holy See. Knights of Light, shrouded in brilliance, follow me and fight for the light. The centurion of the light knights was driven to madness. He must buy time for the 3 fleeing priests to escape and ensure the message of the bone dragon reached the surface. Otherwise, once this bone dragon matured, it would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Holy See. He brandished his knightly longsword, striking fiercely at Mylreyth. Mylreyth regarded the attacking centurion with respect. His maw, ablaze with green soul flames, opened wide, exhaling a scorching breath of bone fire, instantly engulfing the centurion. The searing heat, reaching thousands of degrees, reduced the centurion's body to ash. The once resplendent armor, forged from steel, melted into molten iron flowing upon the earth. With the centurion turned to dust, Mylreyth swung his dragon head to the left. The green flames swiftly enveloped a dozen light knights, turning them all into fiery ashes. After completely clearing the front lines of light knights, Mylreyth's massive form surged forward. With every sweep of his claws, every lash of his tail, and every breath of bone fire, the casualties among the light knights mounted. In a matter of moments, a path was carved through the cavern, littered with the bodies and screams of countless light knights. At that moment, numerous skeletal swordsmen surged forward, mercilessly slaughtering the fallen or struggling light knights. Halt! Mylreyth paid no heed to the light knights he had cut through, rapidly advancing towards the fleeing priests. The 3 light priests, in a state of panic, fled in disarray, their ears ringing with the cries of anguish behind them, aware that their comrades faced dire peril. Initially, upon engagement, they keenly discerned that they were up against a horde of first-tier skeletal swordsmen. With only 9 extraordinary individuals among them, they were no match for such foes. To avoid total annihilation, they resolved to retreat without hesitation, intent on relaying the news of the undead back to the surface, summoning the archbishops to eradicate the undead and avenge their fallen comrades. However, a terrifying realization struck them. Over 100 light knights had been decimated in less than 100 breaths by the suddenly appearing bone dragon. As they beheld the 3 fleeing priests ahead, Mylreyth's face broke into a wicked grin. He vigorously flapped his wings, soaring high into the air, covering dozens of meters before landing directly in front of the 3 light priests. Let me see, I have caught 3 lackeys of the light. What compels you to willingly step towards your demise? With the tide of war turning in his favor, the anguished cries of the light knights from the rear grew fewer, until silence blanketed the battlefield. His skeletal swordsmen had eradicated every last one of the light knights. Yet, despite the victory, this heralded the onset of an unending war that would unfold within his domain. Chapter 5. Cultivation and Development. The Holy See. having lost over 100 light knights and not receiving any messages from them for an extended period, soon realized the grim fate that had befallen their brethren in the underground world and would undoubtedly dispatch a more formidable army to his territory. After one wave was defeated, another would follow. Even if Mylreyth's bones were 10 times harder than steel, facing an unceasing tide of ever-strengthening forces from the Holy See would grind him to dust. At this juncture, he had two choices: to flee or confront the relentless army of the Holy See head-on. In other words, his tranquil and joyful existence had been shattered. What lay ahead was an unending survival crisis. Most importantly, he could not escape. He had resided here for several years, and the aura of the bone dragon had permeated the surroundings. Any third-tier light priest could effortlessly detect his presence. Should the news of the bone dragon reach the surface, they would not send mere waves of low-tier soldiers and knights. Instead, legendary archbishops would come in force. Even if he ran 3,000 miles, they would easily track him down and reduce him to ashes. The three priests gazed defiantly at the towering bone dragon before them, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve and hatred. The forces of light and darkness had long been mortal enemies, with the undead within the darkness being the most formidable adversaries. Among the undead, bone dragons ranked among the most formidable foes. They firmly believed that even should they perish now, the Holy See would ensure their vengeance. Bone dragon, do not be complacent. The million-strong army of the Holy See will soon invade the underground world, and you will surely be reduced to bone fragments. We will await you in the realm of the light god, watching as your soul is reduced to ash. The foremost priest raised his light staff, proclaiming the righteous path. The two remaining bright priests were also prepared for death, their faces devoid of any trace of fear. Witnessing the three religious zealots before him, unafraid even of death, Mylreyth felt a profound trepidation towards the bright church on the ground. The mere thought of such fanatical zealots, numbering in the millions or even billions, sent shivers down his spine. Humph! This time, it is you who have been defeated while I emerge victorious. Your corpses shall become my undead warriors, driving swords into the hearts of your comrades. With that, a mocking smile graced Mylreyth's dragon visage. The three priests were momentarily stunned, then filled with rage, preparing to unleash their divine light spells in a bid to perish alongside the bone dragon. Before they could cast their spells, Mylreyth's dragon claw struck out fiercely, slamming them against the cave wall. Blood stained his claws, and as he gazed at the three bright priests, now powerless and crumpled on the ground, he stomped down hard. The sound of three sharp cracks echoed as the light in the priest's eyes swiftly faded. Undead resurrection. Mylreyth struck the ground with his palm, and green flames of the undead rapidly spread outward, enveloping the bodies of the three bright priests. The green flames blazed fiercely. At that moment, the flesh of the priests began to wither and shrink, the essence of their blood and meat swiftly converging into their bones. In no time, their flesh turned to ash and vanished, and three skeletal mages emerged in the place once occupied by the bright priests. Keeping pace, Mylreyth glanced at the three skeletal mages wielding staffs and casually remarked. Afterward, he turned to head towards the battlefield. At this moment, skeletal swordsmen were methodically delivering the final blows, thrusting their bone swords into the hearts of each bright knight. Occasionally, the mournful cries of the still-living bright knights echoed through the bloody battlefield, which intoxicated Mylreyth. It was regrettable about the souls of the three priests. Had he absorbed them, they would have undoubtedly accelerated his growth. However, these priests were connected to the divine, and their souls belonged to the gods. Extracting them would draw the attention of the bright sovereign. Thus, they would be wasted. Fortunately, he still possessed the souls of over 100 bright knights, which could also be considered a substantial fortune. With a swipe of his claw against the earth, undead resurrection occurred. The green flames of the souls spread rapidly around Mylreyth. The countless bodies of bright knights, goblins, and the essence of their flesh began to be absorbed by the bones, rendering them sturdier. Soon, as the flesh turned to ash, the skulls of human and goblin skeletons ignited with green flames. The sound of bones grinding echoed throughout the cave. A multitude of knight skeletons and goblin skeletons rose from the ground, filling the cave with their presence. Soul summoning. In a soft murmur, the green flames began to envelop each soul from all directions. Originally invisible, the souls became visible in the air as the green flames clung to them. Accompanied by piercing screams, numerous souls were drawn towards Mylreyth by the green flames. He opened his gaping maw, swallowing one soul after another. The souls were crushed, burned, and ultimately transformed into pure soul energy that he absorbed. In no time, all the green flames disappeared, and Mylreyth let out a soft belch. Behind him, over 100 goblins, cowering against the walls in fear, observed the terrifying scene ahead, their dread intensifying. They curled their bodies tightly, hoping to avoid attracting the attention of Mylreyth. Casting a glance at the terrified goblins, Mylreyth had no intention of slaying them or turning them into goblin skeletons. Despite his cruel and bloodthirsty nature as a bone dragon, he remained true to his word. He would not kill them if he said he wouldn't. Follow me. He instructed the goblins before leading his skeletal army through the cave toward the direction from which the Bright Knights had come. Not far from his resting place lay a vast underground expanse. This area contained water, subterranean plants, and various dark creatures such as gnomes, dark dwarves, and ogres. Previously, he had been indifferent towards them, merely using them as a source of bones and occasionally slaying a few to create skeletal soldiers. However, circumstances had changed. With the army of the Bright Church encroaching, he desperately needed living beings as cannon fodder. He could not engage the Bright Church with his undead army, as that would provoke their full wrath. Instead, using ordinary living dark creatures to combat the Bright Church would attract minimal attention, allowing him more room to develop. Now, survival was paramount. He could no longer afford to be passive, but must instead cultivate and prepare to contend with the Bright Church. Otherwise, his demise would be inevitable. Within the expansive underground space, with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers, countless trees twisted in their growth, some displaying green hues, others black, and still others red. From a distance, they exuded an aura of danger. The forest was teeming with animals, and numerous intelligent beings thrived within. The source of life in this underground realm was a river of magma flowing through the uppermost layer, encased in crystal-like walls. The light emitted by the magma provided the essential life force for the entire subterranean world. Chapter 6: Subjugating the Ogres. The fiery glow of the magma illuminated the entire world, with a heavenly river of magma suspended high in the sky, a miraculous sight to behold. Amidst the radiant glow, countless undead surged forth from the southern cavern of the underground space. Mylreyth stepped out of the cave, gazing at the magma river above with a look of astonishment. Ancient dragon lore records that in times long past, the underground world did not exist. However, with the turmoil on the continent, countless defeated races, in a desperate bid to avoid extinction, excavated underground passages and retreated thousands, even hundreds of thousands of meters below, evading the pursuit of their enemies. They carved through rock and soil, creating the underground spaces. They channeled magma to flow above these spaces, bringing light to cultivate crops. Through one epoch after another, innumerable failures sought refuge underground, and the number of underground spaces continued to grow. To this day, no one knows precisely how many underground spaces exist or which races inhabit them. The underground is three-dimensional, akin to towering skyscrapers, containing countless spaces. Once, a demigod calculated that the area of the underground spaces in the western continent alone surpassed the habitable area of the entire continent. Due to its vastness, it was named the Underground World, implying a realm as expansive as a world. The Bright Church's ambition to invade the underground world and eradicate all non-human intelligent life is a delusion. With countless epochs of accumulation, the underground world is intricate and teeming with myriad powers, with countless gods, both righteous and wicked. Even the Bright Sovereign would find himself at a loss, requiring a fierce confrontation, let alone the mere Bright Church. I still have ample time. Mylreyth mused silently, having identified a path for development. He unfurled his membranous dragon wings and flapped them vigorously, releasing wisps of undead flames from his being. In an instant, Mylreyth soared from the ground. The gale howled past his skull, and the earth rapidly diminished before him. A distant forest emerged on the horizon. After half a day, within the ogre tribe, towering 3 meters tall, the naked ogres wielded large wooden clubs, tending to a cauldron filled with a murky stew. It contained insects, wood shavings, leaves, roots, and 3 slain goblins. 23 ogres drooled as they gazed into the pot. In the subterranean world, where food was scarce, they had never known a full meal since birth, living each day either in hunger or in pursuit of sustenance. Today, capturing 3 goblins was a stroke of fortune, promising a feast. Amidst the ogre's eager glances, the meat in the pot finally reached readiness. The strongest ogre rushed to the front, eagerly clutching his stone bowl. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the atmosphere. The ogres, recognizing the familiar sound, panicked and abandoned their meal, hastily fleeing into the forest. Having lost several kin to the skeletal dragon, they understood all too well that confronting it in an open area would spell doom. They would easily fall prey to the dragon-esque grasp, their bones transformed into unlife, and their souls consumed. Run, run, everyone hide well. The ogre chief, filled with concern, dashed into the forest, not harboring any thoughts of resistance. As a mere first-tier ogre warrior, he knew he stood no chance against the second-tier skeletal dragon. His predecessor had met a similar fate, refusing to yield and perishing at the dragon's hand, his soul devoured. In the face of the skeletal dragon, fleeing was the only option. It emerged every 6 months, capturing only a few ogres, roughly correlating to the number of their offspring. Thus, he needed only to outrun his kin. High above, watching the frantic ogres rushing into the forest, the dragon bellowed, "My warriors, encircle them." In that thunderous roar, 100 first-tier skeletal swordsmen, 93 ordinary skeletal knights, and 200 goblin skeletons surged forth like a tide from all directions. The ogres, witnessing the multitude of undead skeletons closing in, instinctively gathered around their chief. In no time, over 20 ogres found themselves encircled by nearly 400 undead. With a thunderous crash, the 12-meter-long skeletal dragon landed heavily on the ground, stirring up fierce winds. Observing the 20-odd ogres completely surrounded by his skeletal army, Mylreyth strode forth, addressing the ogre chief coldly, "Submit or perish." Without further ado, he presented the ogre chief with 2 choices: to surrender and become his subordinate, or to be slain and transformed into a skeletal minion. Towering at 4 meters, the skeletal dragon dwarfed the 3-meter-tall ogres. The ogre chief gazed up at the dragon, its green flames flickering ominously, filling him with dread. Realizing the dragon did not intend to annihilate him, but rather sought to reclaim him and his tribe, he promptly knelt. "Honorable skeletal dragon, we are willing to serve as your warriors, fighting for your glory." Witnessing their chief's submission, the remaining ogres quickly followed suit, kneeling in allegiance. The chief's perceptiveness considerably lightened Mylreyth's mood. This subterranean realm was vast, spanning over 100 kilometers in diameter and nearly 10,000 square kilometers in total area. Within such an expanse, low-tier dark creatures like goblins, kobolds, and gremlins constituted the overwhelming majority. In contrast, powerful dark beings like ogres were exceedingly rare. This predicament arose from the limited resources available in the subterranean environment, where, despite the illumination from magma allowing some flora to survive, it could not compare with the sunlight above ground. Only the weak dark creatures, such as kobolds, goblins, and gremlins, could barely sustain themselves by consuming leaves and grasses. Ogres, as large eaters, found survival challenging. A 3-meter-tall ogre weighed around a ton and required 20 pounds of food daily. The barren subterranean realm struggled to support them. Fortunately, they were omnivorous, having learned to consume roots, bark, leaves, and insects, supplemented by the occasional hunt for goblins and kobolds to nourish themselves. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Chapter 7. Unifying the subterranean realm. After reclaiming the ogre tribe, Mylreyth's forces grew stronger with 7 juvenile ogres, 15 formidable adult ogres, and a first-tier ogre warrior, continuing their advance through the underground. Along the way, the weaker dark creatures, including kobold tribes, goblin tribes, and gremlin tribes, were swiftly consumed by this burgeoning army. Faced with the formidable skeletal dragon, the kobolds, goblins, and gremlins knelt in submission with increasing urgency. In truth, apart from the undead, all dark beings held a tradition of yielding to dragons. Among them, kobolds, goblins, and gremlins actively sought the protection of dragons. Although they were not ruled by a living dragon, the skeletal dragon was still a dragon, as long as it did not transform them into undead. They were willing to comply. 8 days later, the mighty army of dark creatures surged to 3,000, sweeping through the subterranean realm under Mylreyth's command, eliminating all opposing forces. By the 15th day, 9,000 square kilometers of the 10,000 square kilometers of subterranean territory had been claimed by Mylreyth. His legion of dark creatures had grown to 5,000. Ultimately, only the dark dwarves remained unyielded. Upon their 5-meter-tall fortress, over 300 dark dwarves observed the vast, encroaching army of dark creatures, along with the rapidly swelling undead legion of 2,000 behind them, their expressions grave. "Chief, we cannot possibly win. Perhaps we should surrender," suggested a first-tier dwarf warrior to the tribal leader. "We would be utterly outmatched. 7,000 against 300, even 10 for 1 would lead to our demise. Not to mention the hundreds of first-tier skeletal swordsmen among the undead. Our total of extraordinary dwarves stands at merely 3. We stand no chance. Surrender? Do you wish to offer a few of our kin as tribute to be consumed by that dragon? It has existed for over a century, emerging every 6 months, devouring 1 or 2 of our kin at a time, and sometimes as many as 7 or 8. Our dwindling numbers are a direct result of this dragon. We have suffered its wrath for far too long, as it regularly claims a portion of our population. Each time, the total lost exceeds 200, amounting to 400 annually. Over a century, that totals 40,000 souls. The skeletal swordsman's legion is built upon this very loss. How could we possibly surrender to our enemy? The dwarves had always been known for their steadfast resolve and unwavering principles. To think this group of dwarves would dare to resist, they truly fear not death, sighed Mylreyth. Dwarves are undeniably valuable. They can mine, forge equipment, and possess commendable combat prowess. Unfortunately, they are notoriously stubborn, making it exceedingly difficult for them to surrender. After all, both he and his predecessor regarded this underground realm as their own breeding ground, regularly slaughtering various creatures for sustenance, while simultaneously amassing a collection of skeletal swordsmen. A century of enmity means that if these dwarves were to surrender, they would cease to be dwarves. Very well, even skeletal dwarves can forge iron. My warriors, slay them. Mylreyth commanded with a menacing air from the forefront of his army. A throng of kobolds, goblins, and gremlins, upon hearing the decree of the bone dragon monarch, began to charge forward with fervent cries. Having reclaimed 4 ogre tribes, their combined forces surged to a formidable total of 103 ogres, who raised their massive clubs and advanced with great strides. The 5-meter-high city walls posed little challenge for the ogres, whose towering height reached 3 meters. With a reach and a leap, they could easily scale the walls. The chieftain of the dark dwarves, witnessing the relentless advance of 5,000 dark creatures towards their fortress, promptly organized a defense. 100 dwarven crossbowmen began to unleash their bolts. Sparse crossbow arrows rained down upon the advancing horde of dark creatures, occasionally striking one and eliciting agonized cries. However, the dwarven archers were far too few. Compared to the 5,000 dark creatures, their numbers were 50 times smaller. After merely 3 volleys, the dense mass of dark creatures had already reached the base of the city walls. Kobolds, goblins, and gremlins began to pile earth, while others set up ladders. The ogres gathered together to form a battalion, stepping forward to the base of the walls, where the first 3 rows of ogres squatted down, serving as makeshift ladders for their comrades behind. Those ogres, stepping upon their fellow kin, found themselves level with the city walls. They swung their massive wooden clubs, reducing one dwarf after another to a pulpy mess. The dwarves fought valiantly, wielding hammers, crossbows, and great swords to strike at the dark creatures. Yet, their numbers were too few, and the height of the walls too low. In no time, a multitude of dark creatures had surged onto the walls, predominantly comprised of ogres. The combat prowess of goblins, gremlins, and kobolds was woefully inadequate. A single charge from the dwarves could easily send them tumbling from the walls. At the forefront of the 2,000-strong undead army, Mylreyth observed the chaotic melee atop the walls between the dark creatures and the dwarves, filled with regret. Such a promising group of blacksmiths, soon to be transformed into mere skeletons, would undoubtedly diminish the efficiency of his forces and compromise the quality of their equipment. Skeleton swordsmen, ascend the walls and eliminate all dwarves. 90 skeleton swordsmen bowed their heads simultaneously, then surged forward with the undead army. A vast throng of skeletons, armed with an array of bone swords, bone daggers, and bone bows, charged forward. Mylreyth had little fondness for resurrecting skeletons from mere bones. Skeletons revived from bones were exceedingly fragile, shattering with the slightest movement and possessing combat abilities inferior even to that of rabbits. Such a revival would be a sheer waste of his magical energy. In contrast, skeletons resurrected from corpses exhibited significantly greater resilience, their bones absorbing the energies of flesh and blood, rendering them far sturdier. Their combat capabilities would retain half of their former vitality. Should he inscribe runes for gathering necromantic energy upon their skulls, they could gradually evolve into splendid subordinates. Chapter 8. The Surrendering Dark Dwarf's Chieftain. We cannot withstand this any longer. The enemy is overwhelming. If we do not surrender now, our entire clan shall be obliterated. One of the last 3 extraordinary dark dwarves shouted angrily at the still-fighting chieftain, though they bore a deep-seated enmity towards the bone dragon. No grudge could surpass the fear of total annihilation. Should this continue, their faction of dark dwarves would face extinction. The chieftain of the dark dwarves turned to the first-tier dwarf warrior, Musi, who was calling for surrender, and calmly replied, "A dwarf without honor is merely a corpse wandering the earth. Living is worse than death. If you wish to surrender, I shall not impede you. However, should you desire me to command our kin to surrender, It shall only be upon my death, or their voluntary will." With that, the chieftain fiercely swung his great sword, beheading an ogre, the blood staining him crimson and rendering him particularly fearsome. A first-tier ogre warrior, witnessing the slaughter of his kin by the chieftain, was immediately consumed with rage. Towering at 4 meters, he seized a massive 3-meter-long club and charged ferociously. The immense club, wielding over 5 tons of force, came crashing down. The dark, dwarven chieftain, sword in hand, leaped to evade the violent strike. The colossal club smashed into the ground of the city wall, sending shockwaves that knocked 3 or 4 kobolds and goblins off their feet. The first-tier ogre warrior, having missed his target, grew even more enraged. He disregarded his allies, trampling 4 or 5 kobolds, goblins, and gremlins, and charged once more at the dark dwarven chieftain. The chieftain swiftly retreated, using the cover of dark creatures to exhaust the ogre warrior's strength. Just as the two sides became embroiled in conflict, the boundless undead army also surged onto the walls. 90 first-tier skeleton swordsmen leaped up to the 5-meter-high walls. Grouped into triads, they formed a tight formation, ruthlessly slaughtering the dwarves atop the walls. In a mere 10 breaths, over 150 dwarves fell beneath their bone swords. The anguished cries of the dwarves echoed in unison. Witnessing this scene, the dwarven chieftain's eyes burned with fury. Without hesitation, he charged towards the skeleton swordsman. Facing the oncoming chieftain, a trio of skeleton swordsmen braced themselves. The foremost skeleton swordsman blocked the chieftain's swing with his sword. At that moment, the other 2 skeleton swordsmen struck, one sword slicing through the chieftain's throat while the other plunged into his heart. Blood gushed forth from the chieftain's body, staining the bricks beneath him. With his demise, all dwarves atop the wall were slain. Countless dark creatures raised their weapons in triumphant cheer. Victorious yet famished, they seized the dwarven corpses and began to devour them. They were starved. For days, they had been subjugated by the bone dragon and thrust into battle, surviving on roots, leaves, and insects. Now, confronted with such a bounty of dwarven corpses, they could no longer restrain themselves. As the dark creatures prepared to feast upon the dwarven remains, Mylreyth was instantly incensed. Without hesitation, he commanded his undead, "All who consume dwarven corpses shall be slain." The 90 skeleton swordsmen atop the walls, upon hearing their master's command, unhesitatingly raised their bone swords against those dark creatures feasting upon the dwarven remains. In an instant, a gruesome spectacle ensued. Over 600 dark creatures were ruthlessly cut down. It must be noted that in the conflict against the dwarves, the losses for the dark creatures had only amounted to 400. After all, in this battle, they held an overwhelming numerical advantage, complemented by the participation of 90 first-tier skeleton swordsmen, which established an absolute dominance over the dark dwarves. In the present day, the dark creatures, having merely consumed the corpses of the dwarves, have already slain 600 of their kind, surpassing even the losses incurred during the war. The horrifying slaughter instilled profound fear within all the dark beings present. They hastily fled from the remains of the dwarves, no longer daring to feast upon their bodies. Observing the panicked retreat of the dark creatures, Mylreyth showed little concern for the loss of 600 of their ranks. It is well known that dark creatures proliferate vigorously when food is abundant. Take the dog-headed men, goblins, and gremlins for example. They reproduce twice a year, yielding 3 to 4 offspring each time. By the time a year passes, excluding those who perish due to unforeseen circumstances, typically 2 offspring reach maturity. This implies that, given sufficient time, their numbers can double within a year, with prolificacy being their most striking feature. Naturally, more formidable dark creatures, such as ogres, reproduce at a slower pace. Yet, even they can give birth once a year and reach adulthood in 2 years. This rapid reproductive rate serves as their greatest asset in contending with dwarves, elves, and humans. Had they remained in their primitive, unproductive state, they would have long been annihilated by the dwarves, elves, and humans. Having delivered a resounding admonition to the dark creatures regarding the consequences of disobedience, Mylreyth ascended to the city walls and struck the floor tiles with a mighty hand. Green soul flames radiated from him, swiftly spreading outward, on both the upper and lower sides of the walls. Whether it be the remains of dwarves or those of dog-headed men, goblins, gremlins, or ogres, the flesh and blood began to wither rapidly. A substantial amount of blood essence surged, fortifying the skeletal structures of these corpses, rendering them increasingly resilient. In no time, the flesh that had been drained of all essence disintegrated into fine ash. One by one, skeletal figures ignited their soul flames, rising from the earth. As they stood, some wielded bone swords, others bone daggers, and yet others bone bows, soon becoming fully armed. The number of the undead legion officially surpassed 3,000, growing ever more formidable. Among them, 2 first-tier dwarf warriors were transformed into skeletal swordsmen, bringing his skeletal swordsman battalion to a total of 92. Once all the corpses present were converted into the undead, a dense array of soul flames suddenly surged into the sky, revealing invisible souls ensnared within the flames. The mournful wails of these souls reverberated deeply, shaking every living being in attendance. Mylreyth opened his cavernous maw, drawing countless souls toward him. One after another, the souls were devoured, causing the flames upon his body to blaze even more vigorously. In a short span, over 1,000 souls were consumed, becoming nourishment for his growth. Chapter 9. The terrifying legacy of the dragon. As Mylreyth felt the rapid expansion of his soul, a sense of dissatisfaction washed over him. The energy required for the growth of the dragon lineage is exceedingly vast, often tenfold that of beings of the same rank. Even as a skeletal dragon, this remains true. To ascend to the 3rd tier, he must devour a staggering 100,000 souls. Currently, he is still short by over 70,000 souls to reach the threshold of becoming a 3rd-tier skeletal dragon, a daunting predicament indeed. Mylreyth approached a 1st-tier dwarf warrior, who knelt in surrender before him, and whispered, "I have heard that you are willing to submit to me." The 1st-tier dwarf warrior, Mylreyth, did not hesitate to bow his head, proclaiming, "Great Lord of the skeletal dragons, I am willing to lead the remaining dark dwarves in surrendering to you, to become your most loyal warriors. As long as you can guarantee our survival, we are willing to offer all." The adult dark dwarves have largely perished, and even the females have seen a significant decline. Now, their clan is on the brink of extinction, with merely 30 unadulted dwarves and 20 adult females remaining. Observing the trembling dark dwarves before him, Mylreyth smiled and said, "You shall not regret your choice today, for the dark dwarves will witness a renaissance under your guidance. You and the dark creatures that submit to me are fortunate, as the war between light and darkness is on the verge of reaching its most intense phase. The Lord of Light has cast his gaze upon the underworld. In the name of survival, I shall no longer withhold the dragon's legacy from my mind. You shall usher in the revival of your race." Mylreyth was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Any dark creature aware of the legacies knows that each dragon's inheritance is an immense treasury, a colossal repository of knowledge accumulated over countless generations. Even a fragment of this knowledge could elevate a race to prominence. The dragons, in order to maintain their superiority in the world, typically refrain from disseminating the knowledge contained within their legacies. They seldom utilize it themselves, for their astute minds inform them that passive growth is far more stable than reliance on inherited knowledge. Once such knowledge is shared, short-lived species could advance at an alarming rate, potentially attaining the power to confront dragons within mere decades. For dragons, decades often amount to little more than a brief slumber. Therefore, most dragons choose to conceal their legacies, occasionally bestowing lesser knowledge upon dark creatures of a lower tier who submit to them. "Your Majesty, if what you say is true, my dark dwarves shall become your sharpest blade, clearing all obstacles that lie ahead. The underworld shall welcome its sovereign." After reclaiming this dark dwarf tribe, Mylreyth commanded all dark creatures and dwarves to exit the city and establish a camp. He led the undead into the lowly castle. In the castle's small square, Mylreyth lay prostrate upon the ground. The flames of the dragon's skull flickered dimly. The techniques of divine kingdom construction, the 4-element construction method. The construction of demiplane warships, the dragon's romance manual, the guide to tasting various races, and the tome of the undead. Gazing at the densely packed knowledge within the legacy, Mylreyth found himself momentarily overwhelmed. In the annals of the legacy of the dragons, the knowledge contained is vast, encompassing both the wisdom of this world and that from realms beyond. Upon attaining semi-divine status, members of the dragon clan often embark on journeys through the void. Occasionally, when passing through certain worlds, they are eager to engage in discourse with their kin and leave a trace of their bloodline. In such instances, a dragon within a world possesses not only the accumulated knowledge passed down among the dragons of that realm, but also invaluable insights from other worlds. After reviewing thousands of precious legacies, Mylreyth directly sought knowledge within the legacy memories that would allow him to absorb the soul energy and physical energy of his followers, thereby aiding the growth of dragons, with the undead designated to facilitate this process. Perhaps due to the multitude of requests from Mylreyth, the legacy memories remained unresponsive for 5 breaths. It was only after 20 breaths that a reaction was elicited. The soul and flesh absorption imprinting array glimmered with a crimson hue. "My descendants, this knowledge must never be disseminated, lest our dragon clan faces dire consequences. In times of crisis, utilizing it for oneself is acceptable. Observing the soul and flesh absorption imprinting array illuminated in blood-red light alongside the warnings from his ancestral dragons. Mylreyth chose to disregard the caution and decided to employ it, with the forces of the Holy Light Church pressing upon him. He had little choice but to act. He could not command his undead legion to engage, for that would provoke the legendary Archbishop of the Holy Light Church, who would reduce him to mere bone dust. In a desperate bid for survival, he inscribed the array into his soul, managing to utilize it despite the circumstances. Furthermore, within the legacy memories, he procured a manual on cultivating wood worms from the subterranean realm. This knowledge was an accidental byproduct of a green dragon's research, capable of breeding a type of wood-eating worm that grows large, fat, and oily. Chapter 10. The Holy Light Church on the Surface. In the sunlit expanse of the Holy Light Cathedral, which stretches 10 kilometers, the Pope of the Holy Light Church scrutinized reports detailing the war in the subterranean world from the 5 corners of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. His brow furrowed deeply. The subterranean world was excessively vast, with its underground spaces numbering countless. The area of a single realm's subterranean space far exceeded that of the entire continent. It is noteworthy that the continent they inhabit spans over 100 million square kilometers. The underground world beneath 1/5 of the continent's land exceeds 100 million square kilometers in area. Despite the formidable strength of the Holy Light Church, they found themselves somewhat helpless against such a sprawling subterranean domain. Over the course of 2 years, the Holy Light Church dispatched 1 million troops from each of the 5 realms to subjugate the subterranean world. However, within just 2 years, each realm suffered losses exceeding 80,000 troops. The occupied subterranean spaces were exceedingly limited, amounting to merely over 100,000 square kilometers, resulting in a significant loss. This was an unavoidable situation. When the Holy Light Church unified the continent and advanced overseas, they transformed all territories bathed in sunlight into their dominion. During this process, countless nations, races, and powers fled into the subterranean world. Among them, the elite combatants of those nations, races, and powers mostly sought refuge underground, retaining their vigor. Legends were numerous, and the ranks of extraordinary beings below legend were vast. Furthermore, in previous eras, any nation, race, or faction with a modicum of intelligence would venture into the subterranean realm when feasible, excavating their own subterranean spaces as a contingency. Today, those who were once adversaries of the Holy Light Church had largely banded together. Although they had not formed a united front to assault the surface due to mutual distrust, they had collectively resisted the advances of the Holy Light Church. During the course of the war, the Holy Light Church not only uncovered the Dragon Clan, but also discovered that the Elven Empire, Dwarven Empire, and Orc Empire had largely reconstructed their domains underground. They also encountered a plethora of undead beings inhabiting the depths, a ceaseless tide of adversaries. It appeared that the war between light and darkness would endure for a considerable time. Yet, I firmly believe that light shall triumph over darkness. This is the destined fate of our world. Upon a pristine stone table lay a report inscribed on parchment. The exploration team 134 from the northernmost region was obliterated, suspected to have encountered an indigenous attack. The Holy Light Pope recommended prioritizing the conquest of weaker subterranean spaces, setting aside those with formidable extraordinary beings. By cultivating these subterranean spaces for agriculture, they could stockpile provisions to support future military campaigns. The adage holds true: once the army mobilizes, gold flows. The intricacies of the subterranean world render logistics exceedingly challenging. To deploy a large army into the depths, the foremost concern must be the supply of food and resources. Thus, the current strategy of the Holy Light Church is to target the softer fruits first, capturing more vulnerable subterranean spaces to accumulate supplies for their forces. As for the more powerful subterranean realms, they would be addressed later. However, the conquest has not proceeded smoothly. Each time they occupy a subterranean space, they face assaults from adjacent powers, making the endeavor arduous. Nonetheless, despite the challenges, this war must be fought. Moreover, the casualties incurred in the current offensive against the subterranean world are not particularly grievous for the Holy Light Church. The vast expanse of the continent, spanning over 100 million square kilometers, sustains a population nearing 1 billion, with the birth rate alone exceeding 20 million annually. The losses of fewer than 500,000 troops over 2 years across the 5 realms remain well within the capacity of the Holy Light Church to bear. Even if those losses were to escalate tenfold, they would still be manageable. The immense population and the expansive territory provide the Holy Light Church with substantial military potential. Unbeknownst to Mylreyth, the Holy Light Church did not place undue concern over the loss of the 100-member Light Knights. Instead, upon realizing the communication with that detachment had ceased, they set aside that segment of the subterranean region and shifted their focus to attacking smaller, nearer subterranean spaces. 200 kilometers above the subterranean realm governed by Mylreyth, in a space of merely 50 square kilometers, over 100 kobolds were frantically fleeing. 100 Light Knights, mounted on the warhorses they had painstakingly transported to the depths, relentlessly pursued the kobolds. Swords flashed like lightning, and the kobolds fell like wheat under the scythe. This subterranean space was exceedingly barren. The magma river above, with a diameter of less than 1 meter, provided only a feeble illumination to this realm. Consequently, vegetation was sparse, consisting mainly of small shrubs and scant grass. The fauna was equally meager, with fewer than 10 rabbits per square kilometer, a testament to the scarcity of sustenance. Fortunately, this band of kobolds could consume grass, roots, and bark, enabling their survival in such a desolate environment. Captain, this kobold tribe has been completely annihilated, with fewer than 5 kobolds escaping. The 10 Light Knights captain, slightly vexed, reported to the 100 Knights commander, "However, this area is exceedingly poor. We must transport forage for our warhorses from the surface, which incurs substantial costs." In this realm, situated 30,000 meters above the ground, logistical transportation proves to be exceedingly challenging. 100 pounds of provisions transported to the subterranean depths often dwindles to a mere 50 pounds, incurring substantial costs. There is an urgent need for the underground space to supply sustenance for their troops. Thus, emissaries are dispatched to contact the esteemed bishop above, requesting the bishop to send a cadre of mages and farmers to cultivate crops in this underground domain. They do not seek a vast harvest, merely enough to sustain their 100-strong contingent. By the way, what news of the 100 Knights equipped with high-energy replenishment potions who ventured below for reconnaissance? The team leader replied, "My lord, they have fulfilled their mission and, before their sacrifice, reported intelligence regarding 3 new subterranean realms. Beneath us lies a vast underground expanse of 200 square kilometers, alongside 2 additional areas spanning 70 to 80 square kilometers. The indigenous inhabitants of these 2 regions are exceedingly weak. Our Holy Light Church need only deploy a few hundred troops to easily conquer them." Chapter 11. Cultivation of the Great White Woodworm. The subterranean world, while intricate, adheres to certain patterns. The deeper one descends, the more abundant the magma becomes, often correlating with larger underground spaces and a greater diversity of life. Conversely, areas closer to the surface, where magma is sparse, tend to be smaller and host fewer forms of life, resulting in weaker dominion over those spaces. To conquer the underground world, the Holy Light Church must first secure the smaller, surface-adjacent underground realms, utilizing them as way stations and agricultural bases. Only after ensuring adequate logistics can they dispatch a more formidable army into the deeper and more powerful underground territories. In the subterranean expanse of Mylreyth's domain, over 4,000 dark beings surged into the forest surrounding the dark dwarf castle like a relentless tide. They felled towering trees, segmenting them before dragging the timber to the castle's fore. A multitude of skeletons, positioned at the castle's entrance, wielded chisels to reduce the timber to sawdust. Amidst the cacophony of impact, vast quantities of wood were swiftly transformed into mounds of shavings. Within the castle, Mylreyth gazed upon the countless writhing great white wood worms in a stone basin, a thrill of excitement illuminating the skeletal visage of his dragon. These creatures would become the sustenance producers for his future subordinates. Their presence would ensure the steady growth of his dark dominion. Indeed, as the adage goes, in a world as vast as this, sustenance reigns supreme. For living beings, edible resources are of paramount importance, signifying life and the prosperity of their kin. Observing the lively activity of the great white wood worms, Mylreyth discerned no issues. From his skeletal dragon's domain, he retrieved a 1-meter-high vessel. Woodworm propagation technique. He murmured softly. An array of magical sigils flickered within his essence, and an abundance of magical energy coalesced before him, transmuting into a crimson liquid through the intricate interplay of the sigils. This blood-red liquid filled the vessel, and shortly thereafter, it brimmed to the top. Mylreyth carefully poured a drop into the stone basin. The moment the drop left the vessel, it transformed into a scarlet mist that enveloped the thousands of worms within the basin. Upon contact with the crimson vapor, the great white wood worms began to writhe frantically. Males and females entwined rapidly, creating an enchanting spectacle. Half a day later, all the male worms had perished, leaving behind only a delicate skin after their essence had been extracted. Following the demise of the males, the females commenced laying eggs. They produced an astonishing number of eggs, each roughly the size of a grain of rice. Within just 2 hours, the females too became mere husks, lifeless and spent. Gazing at the basin filled with 500,000 blood-tinged eggs, Mylreyth nodded in satisfaction. The woodworm propagation technique is fundamentally simple. It sacrifices the lives of male and female woodworms to yield a plethora of eggs. These eggs will hatch within 7 days, and the newly emerged great white woodworms will possess a mere 2-month lifespan. During this brief existence, they will exhibit extraordinary digestive abilities, toxin conversion capabilities, and an insatiable hunger. Provided with ample sawdust, they will grow rapidly, reaching a weight of 1 pound in just 2 months, a succulent delicacy previously unimagined by the dark beings. Of course, this remarkable digestive ability and toxin conversion comes at the cost of their lifespan. Naturally occurring great white woodworms have a lifespan of 2 years, yet now they are confined to just 2 months. However, this limitation is not a drawback for Mylreyth. Rather, it is an advantage. It is well known that dark beings are rather dim-witted, often incapable of meticulous agricultural practices, let alone calculating precise timelines of 2 months. They tend to consume seedlings before they mature. In light of this, Mylreyth need only instruct all dark beings to consume only those great white woodworms that lie dead upon the sawdust, with severe consequences for any transgressors. By employing skeletons for oversight, a degree of cultivation should be attainable. Subsequently, Mylreyth dispatched 300 skeletal dwarfs, armed with pickaxes, to excavate circular stone chambers within the rocky walls behind the dark dwarf castle. As the worm-rearing chambers were being constructed, Mylreyth remained industrious. He mandated that every dark being must deliver 30 pounds of wood to the front of the dwarf castle each day. Any who defied this order would face death. As for the sustenance of the dark beings, Mylreyth was unconcerned. This motley crew was easy to nourish, subsisting on leaves, bark, roots, and insects, sufficient to sustain them for 2 months. Should any fail to survive the 2 months, they would be deemed inferior specimens, and their demise would not trouble him. 7 days later, the ogre Wilmu, wielding a colossal club, ventured into the forest. Towering at 3 meters, he effortlessly snapped off a branch weighing 40 to 50 pounds from a low-hanging tree. Yawning, he made his way toward the castle. Upon reaching the castle's entrance, numerous skeletons stood beside tables, while dark beings laden with wood queued to deliver their loads. Each skeleton, equipped with the metabolizable stamps crafted by Mylreyth, conducted the collection process. A dog-headed creature approached, carrying over 30 pounds of wood, which it presented. The skeleton placed the wood on a scale, noting that the 30-plus pounds outweighed the 30 pounds of stone on the opposite side. Grasping the stamp, the skeleton pressed it against the chest of the dog-headed being. The mark inscribed by this stamp would only last for 1 day before fading. Mylreyth commanded all skeletons that any dark being without the stamp on their chest was to be executed. This straightforward and brutal command proved highly effective among the dark beings. Upon witnessing several lazy goblins, whose stamps had vanished due to failure to deliver wood, being slain and their bodies dragged away, souls consumed by the skeleton soldiers, compliance was ensured. All the dark creatures became unusually diligent, eagerly engaging in the task of chopping wood. More often than not, they delivered the wood by morning, not daring to procrastinate in the slightest. Within the span of 7 days, over 1,000 dog-headed skeletons and 300 dwarf skeletons had excavated 50 spacious stone dwellings. Each stone dwelling boasted an area of 200 square meters, comprising 2 levels. The first level, the largest, covered 150 square meters and had no exits. Access was solely via ladders. The second level, encompassing 50 square meters, featured 10 openings the size of a human head, designed for the disposal of wood shavings from the first level. Chapter 12. Abundant food 2 months later. Mylreyth beheld an array of beast skin bags filled with plump, juicy, and oily dead da by moochongs, each weighing approximately 1 pound. His spirits were notably elevated. Throughout these 2 months, the da by moochongs that had hatched thrived on an ample supply of wood shavings, growing robustly. Of the 500,000 eggs laid, excluding those that perished along the way, at least 400,000 da by moochongs matured. Each da by moochong weighed a pound, so collectively, they amounted to 400,000 pounds of nutritionally rich, fatty meat. One alone could sustain a dark creature for an entire day, ensuring they were well-fed and gained weight. However, for gluttons like ogres, 1 da by moochong would be insufficient. They would require at least 5, and to truly satiate their hunger, a minimum of 10. He commanded the 4,000 skeletons to string these by moochongs on branches and roast them by the lava to dry them out for storage. Over the course of 2 months, he mandated that all dark creatures must deliver 30 pounds of wood daily. No less, only more. The first month had been manageable. As the wood around the dark dwarf castle was relatively abundant, the dark creatures only needed to exert themselves slightly, often accomplishing their tasks within an hour or 2. However, as the surrounding wood was nearly depleted, the dark creatures had to venture farther afield to gather sufficient supplies. Coupled with their lack of adequate food, they toiled on empty stomachs. A significant number of dark creatures perished from exhaustion or starvation during these 2 months. Mylreyth found himself powerless to remedy their plight. He could not afford to let the breeding of by moochongs cease, for that would perpetuate their hunger. The notion of allowing all dark creatures to roam freely in the subterranean world to hunt for survival never crossed his mind. After all, he was a bone dragon, a quintessential undead, and a sworn enemy of the living. Any sentient being would instinctively distance themselves from him. He feared that should he release all dark creatures, they would flee at the first opportunity. For these 2 months, he had his subordinate undead creatures supervise the dark creatures to ensure they did not escape. Even so, he had to deal with the escape of 500 or 600 dark creatures. Without their demise, how else could his undead army have swelled to 4,000? The corpses of those who starved, perished, or fled contributed to the growth of his undead forces by an additional 1,000. Now, the number of dark creatures under his command dwindled to around 3,000, a substantial decrease from the original 5,000, nearly having their ranks. Mylreyth felt no remorse regarding this. As an undead being, his benevolence was evident. He had not exterminated all the dark creatures to transform them into skeletons, which was a testament to his compassion. Every undead lich who witnessed his actions would recognize him as a remarkably kind bone dragon. It was indeed a rarity for an undead not to annihilate all living beings and instead nurture them. He issued a decree, from this day forth, 30 pounds of wood would be exchanged for 1 by moochong. Orders were dispatched to the 100 undead responsible for wood collection. He also employed ordinary by moochongs with breeding potions to produce 500,000 by moochong eggs, allowing the skeletons to continue their breeding efforts. Afterward, Mylreyth let out a tremendous yawn. During these 2 months, he had to keep a vigilant eye on the breeding by moochongs to prevent any issues, and he had not enjoyed a proper sleep in quite some time. Now that everything had fallen into place, he could finally slumber for a while and digest the thousands of souls he had consumed. The 12-meter-long body of the bone dragon soared high into the sky, leaving trails of sparks like embers in its wake. Behind the dark dwarf castle, 500 meters above ground, lay a vast cavern. This was a new lair excavated by the skeleton swordsman from Mylreyth. With a thunderous boom, the cavern floor stirred with dust as Mylreyth landed. 92 skeleton swordsmen knelt before their master, demonstrating their loyalty. Without uttering a word, Mylreyth's massive claws traversed the expanse of the ground. Amidst the tumult, he reached the deepest part of the cave and settled upon the ground. As the soul flames dimmed into silence, he succumbed to slumber. As Mylreyth descended into sleep, the 92 skeleton swordsmen also collapsed, entering a state of rest. With a multitude of undead now slumbering, the necromantic energy inscribed within the skulls of the 92 skeleton swordsmen began to activate, drawing upon the necromantic energy of the subterranean realm, allowing the skeleton swordsmen to grow. However, at this pace, it would take 500 years to reach the second tier. In front of the dark dwarf castle, on the open ground, countless gaunt dark creatures trudged numbly, shouldering logs as they approached the skeleton awaiting the wood. A skeleton soldier placed the wood brought by a gaunt dog-headed creature onto a scale. At 33 pounds, the wood evidently outweighed the 30-pound stone weight. Seeing the wood tip the balance, the dog-headed creature sighed in relief, muttering internally, "When will this terrifying ordeal end? A third of my kin are on the brink of starvation. If this continues, we will face extinction." With this thought, he contemplated fleeing. Yet, recalling the more than 500 dark creatures that had been ruthlessly slaughtered for attempting to escape, he resignedly lowered his head. Survival was already precarious. Fleeing would surely lead to his demise. The number of undead skeletons had increased to the point where they outnumbered the dark creatures. All routes of escape had been sealed by the undead skeletons, rendering any chance of flight impossible. He could only accept his tragic fate. The dog-headed creature straightened its emaciated chest, hoping the skeleton's life mark would be clearly stamped. However, after 5 breaths, the skeleton had yet to press its seal upon his chest. Confused, The dog-headed creature glanced at the wood-collecting skeleton. Without a word, the undead skeleton retrieved a plump, oily dub by Mu Chong from a nearby bag and tossed it to the dog-headed creature. Dumbfounded, the creature caught the 1-pound dub by Mu Chong, rich with oil and emanating a tantalizing aroma. Its mind struggled to comprehend, but its primal hunger and instincts were far quicker than its thoughts. Faced with the delectable dub by Mu Chong, its starved body wasted no time. It opened its mouth wide and voraciously devoured it. Chapter 13. Loyalty soars with one bite. The flesh burst, releasing a mixture of oils and sweet juices that splattered onto its hands. It gulped down the morsel desperately, as if it had never been satisfied in its entire life. In less than 3 seconds, a pound of large white woodworms was entirely consumed by him. After finishing, he fervently licked the juice of the woodworms that had spilled onto his hands, body, and the earth beneath his feet. The dog-headed man, Yi, swore by the deity of his kind that he had never tasted such exquisite food in his life, let alone an entire pound that had finally satiated his hunger. With his belly full, the thought of fleeing completely vanished from Yi Ye's mind. Here, he could feast to his heart's content, indulging in meat. An opportunity he might not encounter again in 10 lifetimes. Why run? At this moment, he was consumed by a singular desire, to gather more wood to exchange with the skeletal undead for more succulent, juicy, and oily large white woodworms. The aroma of these woodworms stirred excitement among all the dark creatures present. They gazed in astonishment at Yi, who had traded 30 pounds of wood for a whole pound of large white woodworms, devouring them with greasiness dripping from his mouth. The oily, protein-rich woodworms deeply stimulated their long-starved stomachs, which had been twitching in hunger. The pangs of hunger propelled them forward, and chaos erupted. As the scene grew tumultuous, numerous undead beings drew their weapons, their soul fires igniting with excitement and beginning to burn fiercely. Their overlord had commanded them that any dark creature that disrupted order could be slain, with half of their souls surrendered. Countless undead were filled with murderous intent, drenching the minds of all dark beings present like a cold lake poured over them. They instantly sobered up, standing still in fear of provoking the emotionless, undead skeletons. The skeletal beings, devoid of feelings, were perpetually filled with boundless bloodlust towards these dark creatures. Had it not been for the restraint of the bone dragon, cohabitation between the two parties would have been utterly impossible. The rules set by the ancient dragon for the undead skeletons were clear. Any life that defied the order must be killed. Fleeing was punishable by death. Disorganized lines would meet the same fate. Insufficient daily wood would lead to slaughter, and approaching the subterranean passage would also be fatal. In short, there was no room for negotiation with the skeletons. Their sole purpose was to kill. The dark creatures obediently formed lines, though their insides simmered with impatience. They watched as their fellow dark beings exchanged wood for large white woodworms, devouring them voraciously. The protein, fat, and faintly bloody aroma drove their stomachs into a frenzy, nearly driving them mad with hunger. The ogre, Wyermu, a first-tier extraordinary being, was growing increasingly agitated as he stomped his feet. Burdened by 200 pounds of wood on his shoulders, he was on the verge of starving. His kin ahead paid no mind to their leader's imminent starvation, each one trading wood for the succulent, juicy, oily large white woodworms, eagerly swallowing them whole. Then they all fled as if haunted by the undead, racing into the woods to gather more wood in exchange for more of the delectable woodworms to satiate their hunger. After 300 breaths, the impatient Wyermu finally approached the skeletal undead in charge of collecting wood. He eagerly placed his 200 pounds of wood on one side of the scale. The skeleton glanced at the scale, which tilted dramatically under the weight of his 200 pounds of wood compared to the 30 pounds of stone weights on the other side. From its satchel, the skeleton retrieved a large white woodworm and offered it to the ogre chieftain. Mylreyth, to ensure the skeletons performed their duties, had implanted them with the simplest of commands. The skeletal beings were instructed that for every pile of wood collected that outweighed the stone weights on the scale, they would offer one large white woodworm in return. The exact weight of the wood, whether 30 or 300 pounds, was of no concern to Mylreyth. The limited intelligence of the skeletons prevented them from handling such complex tasks, thus necessitating a one-size-fits-all approach. Wyermu gazed at his 200 pounds of wood and then at the large white woodworm in his hand. Turning to the other skeletal beings responsible for collecting wood, he noted that the amount of wood on their side of the scale was not even half of his. Yet, both sides received one large white woodworm. His mind struggled to comprehend the disparity, but with a modicum of wisdom, he sensed that he had been shortchanged, and significantly so. Eagerly, he tossed the succulent, juicy, oily woodworm into his mouth. The woodworm, bursting with juice and oil, was so delicious that it nearly brought tears to Wyermu's eyes. Despite his enjoyment, he quickly recognized the issue and told his kin behind him, "Everyone, split your wood into piles of over 30 pounds. We can only exchange one large white woodworm for every 30 or more pounds of wood, or else we will suffer losses." After speaking, he selected a stone weighing roughly the same as the skeleton's weights, instructing his kin to measure it before exchanging their wood for woodworms. With a hint of intelligence, he understood that reasoning with the undead was futile. Stubbornness would likely lead to their demise. Upon hearing their leader's command, though the ogres were starved, they obediently complied, chopping their wood into 30-plus-pound pieces and continuing to exchange for food. As time passed, the subterranean realm of Mylreyth, spanning 10,000 square kilometers, blossomed with newfound vitality. 3,000 dark creatures transformed from their previous emaciated states into vibrant beings. Well-fed and nourished, their enthusiasm for gathering wood surged. They rushed into the forest at breakneck speed, chopping branches and dead wood tirelessly throughout the day. In less than 2 months, they had felled and collected trees across hundreds of square kilometers. The reason for this collection? In merely 10 days, the eager dark creatures had completely exchanged the 40,000 pounds of large white woodworms held by the skeletons. Upon realizing that the skeletons only accepted wood without providing woodworms, they began stockpiling wood, preparing for the next harvest of large white woodworms to exchange at the earliest opportunity. Outside the dark dwarven castle, dense clusters of huts divided into 5 factions occupied their respective territories: dog-headed men, goblins, gremlins, ogres, and dark dwarves, all reveling in daily feasts and drinks. Living in utmost comfort, their combined numbers numbered only around 3,000. The 40,000 pounds of meat obtained from the skeletons could sustain each dark being with a pound of meat daily for over 4 months. With ample food, they found the strength to construct homes. Chapter 14: Numerous pregnant dark beings. Due to their limited construction skills, they only managed to build huts. Yet these were 10 times better than sleeping out in the open. Within the dog-headed men's hut, for first-tier dog-headed warriors of their clan gathered. As they sipped on woodworm soup, they discussed their affairs. It had been nearly 2 months. A new batch of large white woodworms was ready for exchange with wood. The mountains of wood we've cut in these 2 months can be our sustenance. This time, we must exchange swiftly, or we will run out later, declared the strongest first-tier dog-headed warrior and current clan leader, Dale, with excitement. The other 3 first-tier dog-headed warriors present nodded vigorously. These past 2 months had been the most comfortable of their lives, free from worries of food and drink, their bodies gaining over 10 pounds of flesh. The younger pups under their care were also well-fed and no longer resembling mere skin and bones. With their newfound bulk, their combat abilities had greatly increased. Due to the exceptionally favorable conditions of their existence, the majority of the female gnolls found themselves with offspring. Within a month, a multitude of pups would be born, leading to a rapid expansion of their clan. Such a splendid future was once beyond their wildest dreams. Throughout this process, their loyalty to the bone dragon surged dramatically. To encapsulate, they were willing to exert every effort to conquer the direction indicated by His Majesty the Bone Dragon, showing no inclination to retreat even if half of their kin perished in battle. After all, for them, as long as there was an ample supply of food, they could double their population within a year. The loss of half their number was negligible compared to the benefits bestowed upon them by the Bone Dragon. The 4 major races, gnolls, goblins, gremlins, and dark dwarves, were all exhilarated, with their loyalty to the bone dragon Mylreyth continuously rising throughout the month. A life free from hunger was an experience they had never encountered before. A daily diet of meat was a luxury only the nobility could enjoy among surface-dwelling humans. Ordinary serfs could barely fill their bellies with coarse black bread mixed with sawdust, often settling for just a fraction of fullness, a meager allowance granted by their noble lords. A daily provision of meat was almost exclusively the standard for warriors. In the depths of the dark cave, Mylreyth awakened from slumber, the green flames of his soul igniting fiercely within his skeletal head. As the flames blazed, they rapidly spread to every bone in his body. 92 first-tier skeleton swordsmen sensed their master's awakening and ignited their own soul flames, rising with swords in hand. Within mere breaths, the cave was filled with the green flames of the undead. Observing the 92 loyal skeleton swordsmen standing before him, Mylreyth felt immense satisfaction. The undead were among the most loyal of extraordinary beings. Once they recognized a master, betrayal was rare. Most undead executed their master's commands with unwavering loyalty, even unto death. In contrast to the living, who might betray as easily as they drank, he placed far greater trust in his loyal undead. To him, Dark creatures were merely tools and sustenance. Their deaths did not concern him. However, each loyal skeletal swordsman was precious to him, as they constituted a cadre of devoted warriors willing to shield him from harm. As 2 months elapsed, it was time for the dark creatures to be well-fed and restored to combat readiness. There was no such thing as free meat in his domain. Once they were nourished, they were to venture forth and secure more territory and souls for him. With 4 claws ablaze with soul fire striking the ground, Mylreyth swiftly made his way to the cave entrance. The 92 skeleton swordsmen formed an orderly line behind him. Upon reaching the entrance and gazing outward, he beheld 5 races occupying the surrounding area outside the dark dwarven fortress. Countless makeshift shelters stretched for miles. Within the besieged fortress, a throng of undead perpetually patrolled. Though most of these undead were the reanimated corpses of gnolls, goblins, and gremlins, upon their revival, their bones absorbed the essence of the entire body's blood, endowing them with half of their former combat capabilities, and they were fearlessly tenacious in battle. Relying on their fearlessness, they were by no means weaker in combat than they had been in life. After assessing his undead numbers, he counted 4,251, an imposing army indeed, sufficient to lay waste to cities. Within the dark dwarven fortress, there were 2,000, with the remaining 2,251 dispersed throughout the subterranean passages to prevent the dark creatures from escaping. In fact, even if Mylreyth were to open the pathways leading to the outside world, his dark creatures would not flee. The allure of a life filled with daily meat was irresistible. Even if he were to drive them away, they would be reluctant to leave. A deafening roar reverberated through the subterranean expanse, echoing forcefully in all directions. Mylreyth soared high above, displaying his presence to all within the underground realm. Countless undead, sensing their master's awakening, raised their weapons and let out a cacophony of roars. 3,000 dark creatures emerged from their shelters, filled with both fear and loyalty upon hearing the dragon's mighty roar. Upon gazing up at their bone dragon overlord, they knelt on one knee in homage. All extraordinary beings gathered in the castle hall. The words of authority reverberated in the air. With a magnificent spread of his dragon wings, Mylreyth glided toward the main hall of the fortress. 10 minutes later, within the castle hall, the 92 skeleton swordsmen stood in 2 neat rows, each gripping their swords with one hand. Their green soul flames blazed fiercely, embodying an insatiable thirst for the slaughter of life. 3 skeleton mages, clad in robes and wielding staffs, strode forward with the extraordinary beings of the gnolls, goblins, gremlins, and dark dwarves, making their way to the hall. "Great Bone Dragon, we come to pay our respects," the 3 skeleton mages declared, their tone imbued with wisdom. Behind them stood 4 first-tier gnoll warriors, 3 first-tier goblin warriors, 5 first-tier gremlin warriors, 2 first-tier ogre warriors, and the only first-tier dark dwarf warrior, totaling 15 extraordinary dark beings, who also knelt in loyalty. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formality." Upon the command of their sovereign, the 3 skeleton mages and the 15 extraordinary dark beings stood upright. Chapter 15, Preparing for War. Observing the assembly of intelligent beings before him, Mylreyth felt a twinge of discontent. His preference lay with the obedient skeleton swordsmen. Whatever tasks he assigned to the skeleton swordsmen, they performed without question, never inquiring why. Even if faced with certain death, the skeleton swordsmen would march forward without hesitation. Intelligence and emotions breed self-interest, and this holds true even for the undead. Thus, he favored the skeleton swordsman. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Church of Light, he would likely still be slumbering in the cave. Gradually enhancing his life level, he would emerge only once every 6 months to scavenge for sustenance in this subterranean realm. Why would he risk his life in battles when he could grow stronger merely by sleeping? Time held no meaning while he slumbered. A blink of an eye could span decades or centuries. Once invincible, he could then relish in tormenting his foes. To him, without the Church of Light, these beings were merely sustenance. Including the 3 skeleton mages, the mage's high intellect made him uneasy. If the likelihood of betrayal from an ordinary skeleton swordsman was 1, then the probability for a skeleton mage, due to their elevated intelligence, was at least 100. Should someone present them with something enticing and liberate them from his control, the skeleton mages would undoubtedly betray him. Skeleton swordsmen, in contrast, would remain loyally protective of their creator even if freed from control. It was precisely because of this trait of loyalty that he had taken to mass-producing skeleton swordsmen of the first tier, instead of creating first-tier skeletal archers, first-tier skeletal knights, and other undead skeletons. Within the vast repository of his dragon's ancestral memories, There has never been an instance of a skeletal swordsman betraying its creator. In contrast, various other types of skeletons have exhibited betrayal, albeit at a minuscule probability, perhaps 1 in 10,000. He certainly did not wish to awaken from his slumber only to find that his skeletons had been subverted, caught off guard, and swiftly dispatched. He harbored a profound aversion towards highly intelligent necromancers. I have never been one for superfluous words. Above the subterranean realm I govern. Within a vertical span of 10,000 meters lie 21 underground spaces, most of which range between 1,000 to 100 square kilometers in area. These diminutive underground domains can be easily conquered by your kind. As for the 2 spaces exceeding 1,000 square kilometers, I shall personally intervene. Your task henceforth is to conquer these underground territories and expand the land beneath my dragon's wings. He could not afford to wait for the forces of the Holy See to methodically encroach upon his subterranean dominion, ultimately threatening his core stronghold. To ensure the safety of his essential underground territory, he must seize control of the weaker subterranean spaces that lie above his core location. In doing so, he would not only extend his domain, gaining more land and reinforcements, but also establish a buffer zone against the impending assault from the Holy See. Moreover, should his development accelerate sufficiently, there may come a day when he could break through to the surface and wreak havoc above ground. Upon hearing the command from His Majesty the Bone Dragon, the 3 skeletal mages and 15 dark supers bowed down on one knee, proclaiming, "Your will directs our battle." Mylreyth waved his hand dismissively, indicating for them to rise. He was indifferent to their loyalty. All he desired were ample souls and their continued existence. After dismissing those with a substantial likelihood of betrayal, Mylreyth began to summon all of his skeletal minions. The 3 skeletal mages and 15 dark beings cautiously traversed the path formed by the skeletal swordsmen on either side. Even after 4 months, they remained largely unfamiliar with His Majesty the Bone Dragon, uncertain of his temperament and how to endear themselves to him. However, based on their experiences over the past 4 months, it was clear that His Majesty harbored considerable distrust towards them and exhibited extreme ruthlessness. A mere failure to obey commands, regardless of justification, resulted in a singular fate, death. The production of the Da by Muchong was limited to providing materials, with no involvement permitted. To this day, they only knew that the Da by Muchong fed on wood shavings, and nothing more. Even the 3 skeletal mages among them faced invisible exclusion, having been barred from even approaching the dark castle, standing outside the ranks of the undead army. Left with no alternative, these 3 skeletal mages resorted to resurrecting skeletons from the graves of various tribes, managing to amass a small army of over 100, establishing their own faction. Frankly, this situation left them somewhat perplexed. Yet they shared a common sentiment. His Majesty the Bone Dragon did not trust them. The first skeletal mage turned to the second and inquired, "How can we earn the Master's trust if he does not trust us?" The second skeletal mage shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain, but I do know that the Master requires an abundance of souls. If we contribute enough souls, we shall surely gain his trust." The third skeletal mage concurred. "As long as we offer enough souls, the Master will undoubtedly come to trust us. This war presents our opportunity." The 3 skeletal mages nodded in unison, resolved to fight valiantly in this conflict and offer more souls to their master. The war was poised to commence. The skeletal soldiers stationed at various passages began to converge upon the Dark Dwarf Castle, uniting with the undead army of the Dark Castle. In less than 3 days, all 4,000 fully armed skeletal soldiers had assembled. Among the 3,000 dark beings, 1,000 pregnant females remained, while the remaining 2,000 dark beings also gathered, ready to heed the ancient dragon Mylreyth's command. The 3 skeletal mages tirelessly resurrected the bones from the graves of various tribes, transforming them into their skeletal soldiers. Through their utmost efforts, they managed to create 600 skeletal warriors. However, these skeletal soldiers possessed notably fragile bones and lacked weaponry, rendering their combat capabilities inferior even to the average goblin. Their sole advantage lay in their fearless nature, as they would not flee even if annihilated. Nearly 7,000 troops gathered fervently. Such a formidable army, even on the surface, would comprise a significant force. Some small nations, with territories no larger than a city, would struggle to muster such strength. In the underground realm, this army was capable of overwhelming any space below 10,000 square kilometers. Engaging 100 ordinary 100 square kilometer underground spaces would pose no challenge. Chapter 16. Absolute domination. The vast expanse of the nearly 7,000 troops lined up outside the Dark Dwarf Castle appeared endless from afar. Among them, 4,000 were fully armed undead. Their skulls burned with green flames of soul fire, their robust frames wielding bone swords, bone daggers, and bone bows. Fully equipped, they retained combat prowess comparable to their living selves. To their left stood the chaotic army of dark beings, composed of goblins, dark dwarves, and gremlins. After 2 months of consuming meat, they had grown robust and spirited, easily surpassing their former selves in terms of combat ability. To the left of the undead army was another force of undead, comprising 600 skeletal beings painstakingly assembled by the 3 skeletal mages, whose combat effectiveness was negligible. Mylreyth stood tall upon the castle walls, surveying the boundless army before him, especially the elite contingent of 4,000 undead, his heart swelling with ambition. Without uttering a word, he unfurled his dragon wings, unleashing a powerful aura that reverberated through the heavens and earth, proclaiming, "Let us march forth and eradicate all who refuse to submit to me within the surrounding underground territories. I desire that within a vertical span of 10,000 meters, only my voice shall resonate." His thunderous declaration echoed throughout the realm. All warriors, both undead and dark beings, raised their weapons in unison, shouting in fervor. In an instant, the roar resounded across the geographic expanse, an invisible bloodlust soaring skyward. The feeble creatures inhabiting the surrounding lands trembled in fear beneath the chilling aura of impending slaughter. With a wave of his claw, the nearly 7,000 troops advanced with a thunderous march. 4 days later, above the skeletal dragon's underground territory, in a 2,000 square kilometer domain inhabited by the leopard-headed people, countless dark beings surged forth from a cavern, entering the underground space in a mighty throng. The sudden appearance of this vast army instantly provoked a fierce reaction from the leopard-headed tribe within. Chief, there's trouble. A horde of undead is attacking from outside. Their numbers are countless." A panicked leopard-headed being rushed into the stone dwelling of their chief, frantically exclaiming. The 3 first-tier leopard-headed warriors, who were seated by the fire enjoying roasted meat, stood in shock upon hearing such dire news. The tallest of them, a first-tier leopard-headed warrior, anxiously inquired, "How many undead are there?" The messenger leopard-headed being shook his head in dismay. The leader, uncertain of the exact number, only knew that it was vast, surpassing even the assembly of our leopard-head people. Without placing undue pressure on the messenger, the leopard-head leader addressed the 2 first-tier leopard-head warriors beside him. "The undead army should be approaching our location. Immediately gather all able-bodied tribesmen to prepare for battle." "Yes, leader," the 2 first-tier leopard-head warriors responded in unison, crossing their arms and nodding. They swiftly departed the chamber, racing to summon all members of the tribe. Concurrently, they dispatched a call to the surrounding 5 smaller leopard-head branch tribes within their subterranean realm. Time passed swiftly. The endless horde of the undead and dark races devoured vast stretches of forest, advancing with high morale through the low-lying woods. In their wake, they left no survivors, be they herbivores, carnivores, or even the meager insects, alongside some leopard heads. All were slaughtered and consumed. The subterranean realm inhabited by the leopard heads measured a mere 45 kilometers in diameter, encompassing an area of approximately 2,000 square kilometers. To establish dominion over this entire subterranean space, the 3 extraordinary beings of the leopard head tribe built their stronghold at the very center. Thus, their tribe stood only a scant 20 kilometers from the periphery of this subterranean domain. Such a short distance meant that the relentless undead army could reach them in merely a day's time. Meanwhile, the 2,000 dark creatures under the command of Mylreyth, after 2 months of feasting on meat, could traverse over 20 kilometers in just 2 days with ease. 2 days later, as the dark army continued its slow march while engaging in slaughter, they arrived at the heart of the subterranean realm. The leopard head tribe, having gathered a trembling force of 1,200 warriors, awaited anxiously. Beyond the rock-hewn walls, the boundless undead engulfed the land, while countless dark creatures voraciously devoured large white wood worms, advancing with weapons drawn and spirits high. Half an hour later, this massive army halted a kilometer from the city walls. Standing atop the walls, the leopard head leader gazed out at the vast, undulating sea of foes, his legs trembling at the sight of 92 first-tier skeletal swordsmen, 3 first-tier undead mages, and 15 first-tier extraordinary beings from the dark races before him. With only 3 extraordinary beings in their ranks, they stood no chance against such overwhelming numbers. Surrender seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, while resistance would surely lead to their annihilation. "Brothers, let us surrender. We cannot hope to win. Continued resistance will only spell our doom." The leader observed the opposing army, noting that alongside the undead, There were also living foes, suggesting a possibility for capitulation. If it were solely the undead, surrender would be unthinkable, as their insatiable thirst for slaughter would likely lead to the complete destruction of the tribe, with souls consumed and bodies reanimated by higher undead beings. Yet, the opposing undead army appeared to accept the surrender of the living. He scrutinized the dark creatures, noting their robust forms and seemingly prosperous lives. The two first-tier leopard-head warriors, having overheard their leader's words, exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. They too wished to avoid surrendering to the undead. But the reality offered them no choice. The enemy numbered nearly 7,000, while they had a mere 1,200. The leader, having resolved to surrender, stepped forth from the gates to confront the front lines of the undead army. O ruler of the undead army, if you can assure us that our leopard-head tribe will not be slaughtered or have our souls consumed upon surrendering, we are willing to serve as your warriors. His humble entreaty echoed through the air. The leopard-head warriors atop the walls bowed their heads in despair and fear. The 3 undead mages and 13 extraordinary dark beings, poised for a massacre, were taken aback by the sudden capitulation of the leopard-head tribe. They had anticipated a fierce resistance, a chance to showcase their prowess to the Bone Dragon Lord, yet their foes surrendered without a fight. Disappointed, they recognized their lack of authority to make decisions for the Bone Dragon Lord, having only recently come into existence or surrendered themselves. The vast ranks of the undead army parted, creating a substantial corridor. Hundreds of skeletal undead pushed a massive platform with bone wheels to the forefront of the army. Upon this platform, Mylreyth reclined on a skeletal throne, casting a glance at the surrendering leopard-head leader. Since you are willing to capitulate, lead your warriors to join my ranks. I shall provide for your army's logistical needs. The leopard-head leader, upon catching sight of the fearsome second-tier bone dragon, was momentarily stunned. The ruler of the opposing army was a pinnacle being among the undead, capable of vanquishing 10 of his kind. Fortuitously, he had surrendered quickly, otherwise, he and his tribe would have faced certain death. Hearing the command of the Bone Dragon Lord, he knelt swiftly. My lord, your command shall be fulfilled with all our might. I will summon my people to join your army. He then hastened back to the city walls. Moments later, the multitude of leopard heads, trembling with trepidation, emerged from the city gates, gathering before the walls. Observing the obedient leopard-head tribe, Mylreyth gestured forward with his dragon claws, causing an avalanche of large white wood worms to flood into the open area. The dragon race is gifted with a storage space within their stomachs that expands with their strength. As a second-tier bone dragon, his internal storage capacity exceeded 1,000 cubic meters. Each cubic meter could contain approximately 1,000 pounds of large white wood worms, amounting to a staggering total of 100 million pounds. Enough to sustain the army for several months. During the army's mobilization, he had already secured 40,000 pounds of large white wood worms into his storage space for the troops' rations. Over 10,000 large white wood worms piled high in the open space, their succulent and juicy appearance nearly causing the ever-hungry leopard heads to salivate uncontrollably. The enticing aroma almost drove them to madness. Had it not been for the terrifying presence of the bone dragon before them, they would have rushed forward in a frenzy. Shortly thereafter, 10 skeletal swordsmen and 100 skeletal beings laden with bags approached the front of the leopard-head army. The 10 skeletal swordsmen coldly commanded, "Form a line. Receive your rations." These 4 succinct words electrified the gathering leopard heads, igniting a frenzy as they surged forward, eager to claim their share of the meat. The chaotic scene stirred excitement among the undead, who eagerly pressed forward. 82 first-tier skeleton swordsmen, yet to be assigned any tasks, charged forth with fervor. Each skeletal sword, slicing through the air, struck mercilessly at the necks of the unruly leopard heads. Blood splattered as countless bodies collapsed to the ground, and within a mere 10 breaths, the earth was strewn with the fallen. The 200 leopard heads, taken entirely by surprise, were annihilated without a chance to react. The horrific slaughter sent the remaining leopard heads into a state of panic, compelling them to flee with all their might, abandoning any thought of advancing. Cold sweat dripped from the brows of 3 first-tier leopard-head warriors, who trembled in confusion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Why had His Majesty the Bone Dragon, who had accepted their surrender, turned upon their kin? Was it a deception? Yet, such an act seemed unnecessary. The 92 skeleton swordsmen alone could have easily eradicated their entire clan without a need for such an ordeal. In their fear, they suddenly recognized that once their kin had retreated 200 meters from the towering Da by Muchong Mountain, the undead army ceased its pursuit. Moreover, a line of leopard heads stood before the 10 skeleton swordsmen responsible for distributing meat, unharmed. Their minds, albeit clouded, quickly grasped the grim reality. Those who disobeyed orders faced dire consequences. Witnessing this scene, their hearts ached with regret. Had they known, they would have ensured their kin stood in orderly lines. Now, due to their disarray, over 200 of their kin lay dead for no reason. They dared not harbor hatred towards His Majesty the Bone Dragon, not merely due to his overwhelming strength, but because he generously provided sustenance. One particularly terrified leopard head, standing at the forefront of the queue, gazed apprehensively at the skeletal swordsman before him, trembling and rendered speechless. The skeleton swordsman, devoid of unnecessary dialogue, retrieved a grass-woven bag from another skeleton and, before the eyes of the leopard head, filled it with tinda by Muchong. 10 days' worth of rations. Fight for your lord, he declared, presenting the bag filled with tinda by Muchong to the leopard head. Staring at the horrifying undead, ablaze with eerie green soul flames, and then at the bag brimming with da by Muchong, the leopard head found himself utterly perplexed. What had transpired? Why did the undead slaughter their kin after their surrender, yet spare him and provide meat? With his mind in disarray, the leopard head stiffly accepted his 10-day ration and turned toward the city wall, his legs quaking. A multitude of undead gazed at him with eager eyes, waiting for him to act. Instinct urged him to comply, to return beneath the city wall without making any unnecessary movements. With over 200 additional undead warriors now in their ranks, Mylreyth felt satisfied. He paid little mind to the terror gripping the leopard heads. To him, disobedience meant certain death. He would not waste his breath endlessly educating these dark beings on the importance of adhering to rules. Such folly was beneath him. If one could teach dark creatures to follow rules, they would no longer be dark creatures. Furthermore, as a most fearsome undead, a bone dragon no less, his mercy in not annihilating them all was a testament to his benevolence. Those who joined his ranks yet failed to abide by the rules would meet their end. The skeleton swordsman responsible for meat distribution had clearly instructed the group to line up for rations, but upon their surrender, they had immediately disregarded orders and rushed forward in chaos. In such circumstances, if he did not strike hard and instill obedience through bloodshed, they would never heed his commands again. He intended to use blood to convey to all dark beings who surrendered that adherence to rules meant ample sustenance. Disobedience would result in only one outcome: death. Chapter 18. The ever-growing army. In the aftermath of the horrific slaughter, only about 1,000 leopard-head warriors remained. Faced with Mylreyth, who wielded both the stick of discipline and the carrot of sustenance, they no longer harbored thoughts of rebellion. The ruler they had now surrendered to embodied extreme violence, stringent rules, and boundless provisions, presenting an enticing prospect. Intelligent life forms are, in truth, exceedingly complex. If treated too generously with lax management, they become unmotivated, believing that following you leads to no future. Conversely, if treated too harshly with meager rewards, they are equally prone to rebellion, thinking they will gain little from your potential rise. Only by maintaining strict control while providing substantial rewards, wielding both the stick and the carrot, can one ensure obedience and loyalty. They perceive that stringent management signifies robust cohesion and the ability to muster strength for outward expansion, heralding a bright future. The leopard-heads, now aware of this reality, dared not breach the rules established by His Majesty the Bone Dragon. Such conditions in daily life would only be exacerbated on the battlefield. To flee would mean certain death. With a firm hand, Mylreyth granted each participating leopard head a daily ration of 1 pound of da by Muchong. This ample supply would satiate their hunger and promote their growth, making them stronger. After receiving their share of da by Muchong, the leopard heads harbored no notions of defiance. The rules, etched into their very souls alongside the terror of slaughter, would haunt them during subsequent battles. The enemy before them may have been fearsome, but the bone dragon behind them was far more terrifying. Advancing might not guarantee death, but retreating certainly would. The army, swelling to nearly 8,000, continued to advance with a thunderous momentum. Within the subterranean passages, a dense throng of dark beings gnawed on da by Muchong as they hastened towards the next underground domain. Meanwhile, a multitude of undead trailed behind them leisurely. In the vast underground realm of the bull-headed people, spanning over 3,000 square kilometers, for first-tier bull-headed warriors sat grimly at a round table within a castle hall. What shall we do? That bone dragon is rapidly expanding its territory. The subterranean realm ruled by the leopard heads below us has already fallen. The dark legion of the bone dragon is swiftly approaching us. The 4 first-tier bull-headed warriors felt utterly helpless. They were far too weak. Although they commanded 2,000 adult bullheads, their combat prowess on the ordinary battlefield was not insignificant. even against an army of 10,000 ordinary dark beings. They would not falter. After all, in terms of combat strength, a single bullhead could easily overpower 10 goblins or dog-headed beings, cutting through them with a single charge. However, their adversaries not only boasted vast numbers of ordinary troops, but also an outrageous number of extraordinary beings. According to the intelligence gathered by their scouts, there are as many as 18 extraordinary beings within the army of the Bone Dragon's dark creatures. In a direct confrontation, their fate would be sealed. The terrifying power of these extraordinary beings on the battlefield is indeed decisive. In a siege scenario, a mere 100 warriors could potentially hold back the enemy. However, if the opposing side has its own army surrounding them, they can continuously engage in one-on-one duels with the enemy's warriors, indulging in unrestrained slaughter. Under such circumstances, 300 to 400 warriors would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught. The 18 extraordinary beings could effortlessly decimate the entire Minotaur tribe. Surrender is the only option, for they stand no chance. The Bone Dragon treats its dark minions well, ensuring they have meat to eat each day. After speaking, one Minotaur warrior swallowed hard. In the underworld, resources are scarce. Although the subterranean territory they occupy spans over 3,000 square kilometers, it can only sustain about 3,000 Minotaurs. Any more would lead to starvation. As it stands, all tribe members can only manage to eat to 2/5 of their capacity daily, barely scraping by. The 3 Minotaur warriors, despite being full, only have meat to eat once or twice every 10 days. They yearn for a life abundant in meat. An endless army thunderously poured into the subterranean realm of the Minotaur tribe through a passage. Although the army of Mylreyth had not yet reached 10,000, it already numbered around 8,000, just 2,000 short of the threshold. A sense of boundlessness was beginning to take shape. 3 days later, outside the Minotaur castle, for first-tier Minotaur warriors and 2,000 Minotaur soldiers simultaneously knelt on one knee, surrendering to the Bone Dragon and pledging their loyalty. The subsequent process was identical. Over 20,000 large white woodworms piled up on the ground, distributed by the swordsman skeletons. As part of the dark races, the Minotaurs, lacking proper decorum, rushed in to seize the meat, reminiscent of the chaotic behavior of the leopard-headed tribe in the past. This time, the swordsman skeletons had learned their lesson. They waited until the Minotaurs advanced over 150 meters before launching a sudden attack. The ensuing carnage plunged the scene into chaos. The 4 Minotaur warriors attempted to resist, only to be pinned to the ground by the 18 dark extraordinary beings, unable to break free. With the resurrection of the undead, the green flames of ethereal souls rapidly spread like a flood. 600 Minotaur warriors, having disregarded the rules, transformed into corpses, their flesh rapidly withering as their essence was absorbed by their bones. As a gust of wind swept through, the essence-deprived flesh turned to ash and vanished. One by one, the Minotaur skeletons, now imbued with formidable hardness, ignited their green souls and stood upright with a crackling sound. In their hands, illuminated by the abundant flames of souls, bone knives, bone swords, and bone bows swiftly materialized, fully arming them. This incorporation into the undead army marked a significant increase in Mylreyth's forces, pushing the number of undead beyond 5,000 and greatly enhancing their combat strength. It is important to note that Minotaur skeletons are incomparable to those of the dog-headed, goblin, or gremlin variety. Each Minotaur skeleton stands 2 meters tall, with a robust physique, their combat prowess rivaling that of elite human soldiers, capable of confronting ordinary light knights head-on. As for the common dog-headed, goblin, or gremlin skeletons, 5 of them together would struggle to contend with a single elite human soldier, let alone when they form a military formation, where even a 10-to-1 exchange would be unlikely. Indeed, with their presence, my ordinary undead army has finally transformed from a disorganized assembly of feeble creatures. Observing the 600 towering warriors before him, Mylreyth nodded in satisfaction. The 4 first-tier Minotaur warriors, witnessing the horrifying scene, collapsed to their knees in despair. The remaining 1,400 or so Minotaurs hung their heads, trembling in fear. The horrific slaughter had left them in a state of shock. The green flames of souls continued to burn, resurrecting the 600 Minotaur corpses into skeletons, which then began to ascend toward the heavens in flames. One by one, the souls of the Minotaurs were ignited by the flames, and they desperately flailed their limbs, displaying the brutal manner of their deaths. Beholding this delectable feast of 600 Minotaur souls, Mylreyth opened his cavernous maw. An invisible force aimed solely at the souls rapidly emanated from it. The 600 Minotaur souls, uncontrollably drawn toward the gaping maw, flailed in a futile attempt to distance themselves from Mylreyth. However, their strength paled in comparison, rendering their efforts utterly ineffective. One after another, the Minotaur souls were consumed by Mylreyth's gaping mouth, their soul flames incinerating them into pure soul energy for him to absorb. 3 minutes later, Mylreyth closed his mouth and let out a soft belch. The quality of the Minotaur souls far surpassed that of dog-headed, goblin, or gremlin souls. Their substantial quantity was satisfying and flavorful, with one capable of equating to 5 dog-headed souls. If only there were more. Nevertheless, one must learn the principle of sustainable harvesting. If all the Minotaurs were to be exterminated now, there would be none left to consume in the future. After the horrific slaughter, all Minotaurs finally learned to adhere to the rules. With their heads bowed, they formed an orderly line, cautiously receiving the large white woodworms distributed by the skeleton swordsmen. Once they obtained their food, they swiftly distanced themselves from the undead army. Upon reaching a safe location, they immediately lit a bonfire, set up a large pot, and began to cook the large white woodworms. The sweet aroma made their stomachs churn with hunger. Having never experienced fullness, they yearned for the woodworms with insatiable desire. Once cooked, they devoured the worms eagerly, disregarding the scalding broth. This long-awaited satisfaction fostered a degree of loyalty toward Mylreyth. Now, they were filled with both dread and anticipation toward Mylreyth. The fear stemmed from his mercilessness toward those who disobeyed the rules, often resulting in the slaughter of hundreds of their kin. Their anticipation arose from the fact that, under the Bone Dragon's command, they could finally eat their fill, indulging in a daily meat diet. It is essential to note that such a privilege was typically reserved for extraordinary beings in the resource-deprived underworld. Common dark creatures like them subsisted on leaves, tree bark, grass roots, and a meager amount of edible grains, barely achieving half-satisfaction. In normal circumstances, they could only manage to eat to 2/5 of their capacity, their bodies emaciated to the point where their ribs were visible. The Bone Dragon maintained them by the standard of nurturing them to death, leaving them no thought of escape. To flee to another subterranean realm would inevitably lead to starvation, and they might never find a place where they could feast on meat daily. Within the towering Minotaur castle, the swordsman skeletons dismantled the gates and brought forth the throne platform bearing Mylreyth into the castle hall. Among those present were 1 extraordinary being from the dark dwarves, 2 extraordinary beings from the ogres, 4 extraordinary beings from the dog-headed tribe, 3 extraordinary beings from the goblins, 5 extraordinary beings from the gremlins, 3 extraordinary beings from the leopard-headed tribe, and 4 extraordinary beings from the Minotaurs, a total of 22 extraordinary beings from the dark races, who obediently followed behind the platform, not daring to utter a single word. Upon the throne atop the platform, Mylreyth rested his head upon his dragon claw, his heart indifferent to all the current achievements. For the dragon clan, the reclamation of the dark races is an exceedingly simple endeavor. As long as one possesses greater strength, the adversaries shall kneel even before the arrival of one's grand army. The platform that bears the throne is placed at the innermost part of the grand hall. At this moment, 22 extraordinary beings of the dark races simultaneously knelt on one knee, demonstrating their loyalty to their sovereign. "Arise, my warriors," spoke Mylreyth with a calm demeanor. The 22 extraordinary beings of the dark races obediently stood, their heads bowed, daring not to meet the gaze of the skeletal dragon sovereign upon the throne. Observing this assembly of once divided, now loyal extraordinary beings of the dark clan, Mylreyth tranquilly declared, "You are fortunate to have encountered this splendid era. Even more fortunate is your encounter with me, the skeletal dragon Mylreyth. I am a ruler both merciful and ruthless. The mercy lies in my promise to provide you with abundant meat, ensuring that you and your clan shall no longer suffer from hunger. The ruthlessness, however, resides in my intolerance for disobedient subordinates. The moment you stray from the rules, it signifies the demise of you or your kin. This conquest war, in my eyes, is already more than halfway concluded. The remaining small subterranean spaces shall be entrusted to your respective conquests. Each extraordinary being shall lead a portion of the Grand Army to conquer all subterranean spaces under 1,000 square kilometers surrounding you. Those who achieve military feats shall be granted unparalleled rewards. Furthermore, the division of territory shall align with the merits earned in this campaign. The subterranean space you conquer shall rightfully belong to you. For every square kilometer of subterranean space, I shall bestow upon you 1,000 by Muchone larvae each year." He had no intention of monopolizing all subterranean spaces. The management costs would be excessive, and he lacked the time for such endeavors. Instead, He would allow his undead legions to oversee all medium to large subterranean spaces exceeding 1,000 square kilometers. As for the smaller subterranean spaces below 1,000 square kilometers, he prepared to bestow them entirely, allowing the dark creatures to govern themselves. What he offered was the conquered subterranean spaces, with each square kilometer yielding 1,000 modified by Muchong larvae annually, capable of growing to a pound. Upon hearing such promises from the skeletal dragon sovereign, all the dark extraordinary beings at the scene were instantly electrified. The reclaimed subterranean spaces belonged to them, and each square kilometer of land provided 1,000 by Muchong larvae yearly, equivalent to 1,000 pounds of meat. The offspring under their care required only a modest amount of sustenance, approximately 100 pounds a year, meaning that a single square kilometer of land could sustain 10 clansmen. This represented a tenfold increase in population compared to when they previously ruled their subterranean territories. It implied that by merely seizing a geographical space of 100 square kilometers, they could effortlessly sustain 1,000 clansmen. Should fortune smile upon them with an acquisition of 500 to 600 square kilometers, sustaining 5,000 to 6,000 clansmen would become a dream fulfilled. The expansion of their clan was imminent. We shall pledge to you, our sovereign, the conquest of all surrounding small subterranean spaces. Chapter 20. Rapid unification. Over 4,000 dark race soldiers, upon receiving Mylreyth's command, swiftly divided into 22 factions, each led by one of the dark extraordinary beings, distributing the spoils according to their respective races. Subsequently, they excitedly charged into the subterranean passages beyond, racing towards one small subterranean space after another. Small subterranean spaces often lacked extraordinary beings, as the territory was too limited and resources excessively meager, typically housing only a few hundred dark creatures. Mylreyth, a dark dwarf, hastened towards a subterranean space with the 10 strongest adult dark dwarfs of his tribe. Initially, when faced with the skeletal dragon sovereign's recruitment, their clan chose to resist without hesitation, fueled by past grievances. In the ensuing war, they suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a few dozen survivors. Due to the dwindling number of warriors, the status of the dark dwarfs under the skeletal dragon sovereign's command was exceedingly low. To alter this predicament, Mylreyth resolved to leverage his identity as an extraordinary being of the dark dwarfs to conquer a small subterranean space of over 300 square kilometers, inhabited by more than 200 dark dwarfs. In truth, the dark dwarf clan once thrived under the dominion of the skeletal dragon, boasting numbers exceeding 1,000 and a territory of 4,000 square kilometers, nearly achieving unification over a vast subterranean expanse of 10,000 square kilometers. However, upon reaching their pinnacle, the second-tier skeletal dragon descended, and their forces crumbled, the extraordinary beings suffering near total casualties, retreating to their former fortress. In the following centuries, the skeletal dragon frequently invaded their fortress, capturing their kin to revive as skeletons. This deep-seated animosity led the clan leader and another extraordinary being to resist surrender. Surrendering would not only secure a chance for the dark dwarfs in the fortress to survive, but also afford him the opportunity to protect the dark dwarf tribe within the 300 square kilometer subterranean space through his extraordinary status. The subterranean world is merciless. In medium to large subterranean spaces, the surrounding small subterranean spaces are often established by branch tribes sent forth by various factions within the larger spaces. These branch tribes rely on the support of extraordinary beings from their kin in the larger subterranean spaces for survival. Should they lack such support, they risk being expelled or annihilated by other races in the larger subterranean domains. If he were to perish, the last extraordinary being of the dark dwarf clan in the surrounding medium to large subterranean spaces would also perish, sealing the fate of his kin with no escape. For every subterranean space within the entire subterranean world has a master and is often in contact with the extraordinary beings of larger subterranean spaces. Even if one successfully conquers a subterranean space, it is only a matter of time before the extraordinary beings of their kin from the larger subterranean spaces arrive to reclaim it. 6 days later, within the 300 square kilometer subterranean space, over 200 dark dwarfs joyously welcomed Mylreyth into their village and collectively elected him as their leader. Following the reclamation of this kin's subterranean space, Mylreyth was not satisfied. He sought to recruit more kin and expand the scale of the dark dwarfs. He dispatched 3 envoys to distant lands to contact those dark dwarfs under their clan's dominion in the medium to large subterranean spaces, informing them of his willingness to receive those dark dwarfs unable to sustain themselves within their subterranean territories. What Musi did was mirrored by the other 21 dark extraordinary beings. For all extraordinary beings of various races, the 3 medium subterranean spaces, including that of the skeletal dragon, had already been occupied by their branch tribes. Their presence now merely reinstated these territories under their direct command. Within half a month, good news swiftly reached Mylreyth. All the dark extraordinary beings under his command actively reclaimed all small subterranean spaces surrounding the 3 medium subterranean spaces. The total number of small subterranean spaces had exceeded 30, far surpassing Mylreyth's initial expectations. Originally, he had estimated the number of subterranean spaces to be merely over 20, yet it had now exceeded 30. Clearly, his reconnaissance fell short compared to these extraordinary beings who had long dominated the surrounding subterranean territories. Your Majesty, the Great Bone Dragon. All 34 nearby small subterranean spaces have been entirely claimed by your loyal warriors. In homage to your sovereignty, the extraordinary beings of various races have presented you with 1,000 corpses of fallen dark creatures. The skeletal mage, Feyers, raised his pristine hand, crossing his arms and bowing slightly in report. Perched upon the throne, Mylreyth felt the flames of his soul ignite fiercely as he fixed his gaze upon the skeletal mage. Feyers, 1,000 dark creature corpses, a significant number indeed. Typically, dark creatures, particularly those in dire need of resources, would not forsake the bodies of their kin. Even the relatively peaceful Tauren, upon the death of their brethren, would exchange the remains with other races for sustenance. More savage dark creatures, such as the gnolls, goblins, gremlins, and lizard folk, would consume the corpses of their own kind in their relentless struggle for survival. 1,000 corpses of dark races is no trivial matter. Logically, this conflict among the extraordinary beings to reclaim the small subterranean spaces they governed should not have resulted in significant casualties. How then did these corpses come to be? Mylreyth casually inquired. Skeletal mage Feyers, still with his arms crossed and bowing slightly, replied, Great Bone Dragon. These are the spoils acquired by the extraordinary beings of various races during their conquest of new small subterranean spaces. Casting a glance at the exceedingly respectful skeletal mage, whose soul flames burned brightly with an aura of wisdom, Mylreyth felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. It seemed this was akin to civil strife. According to the rules of the subterranean world, medium to large subterranean spaces are governed by branches of extraordinary powers residing within them. By encouraging the extraordinary beings of various races to expand outward, in some sense, it allowed them to regain their former dominions. How could there be casualties? The presence of 1,000 corpses likely indicated that his own dark extraordinary beings, in their quest for resources, had clashed over territory. He bore no resentment towards this, for he had yet to establish rules prohibiting such internecine conflict. As all nearby small subterranean spaces had been claimed, he decided to summon all dark extraordinary beings back. He would bestow upon them unparalleled rewards. Chapter 21. The Merciless Light Bishop. Just as Mylreyth swiftly conquered the subterranean space of the Bone Dragon, a mere 10 kilometers above, the forces of the Light Church on the surface had intensified their efforts in the subterranean realms. In the northern continent, the province of Kuur spans over 1 million square kilometers, boasting fertile land and a temperate, humid climate that sustains millions. Moreover, it is guarded by a legendary protector, with countless extraordinary beings of various ranks. In response to the Pope's orders to invade the subterranean world, the province of Kuur prepared vigorously, assembling 100,000 elite light knights, deploying them in 3 directions to assault the depths. To date, through relentless offensives, they had occupied over 100 small subterranean spaces under 1,000 square kilometers and 5 medium subterranean spaces exceeding 1,000 square kilometers. The interval from the surface to 20 kilometers below ground had been largely claimed. My bishop, our army's progress has been remarkably smooth. The dark creatures of the subterranean realms crumble before us. Often, a battalion of 100 light knights can decisively defeat the dark races of a medium subterranean space and seize control. The small subterranean spaces are even weaker, easily taken with a mere sweep of our forces. However, as our army descends deeper, our logistical demands have escalated significantly. I believe it prudent to halt our offensive and focus on consolidating the territories we have captured. Once these subterranean spaces can produce sufficient provisions for our army, we may resume our advance. The governor of Kuur crossed his arms in a gesture of concern. Little did he know how arduous the years had been. At the front, only a mere 100,000 light knights were engaged in combat. Compared to the province's population of millions, this was merely 1%. However, the labyrinthine nature of the subterranean pathways made traversal challenging, Reaching 20 kilometers below ground involved navigating thousands of kilometers. To support this contingent of 100,000 soldiers, he had mobilized over 1 million laborers, ensuring adequate supplies. The burden of feeding 110,000 mouths, especially those of laborers, was overwhelming, and the granaries of Kur were nearing their breaking point. In truth, he harbored resentment towards the bishop. The Light Church had over 100 provinces. Each could contribute a mere 100,000 troops. This meant that each province need only deploy 50,000 soldiers, and according to the Pope's directives, a gradual approach was advised, without overwhelming the front lines with forces. For instance, the neighboring province had only dispatched 10,000 soldiers, keeping the remaining 40,000 on the surface for rotation, thus minimizing strain. The front line's 10,000 troops required only 10,000 logistical support to transport supplies, creating a manageable burden. Yet, this zealous bishop had summoned double the forces, deploying a full 100,000 light knights, recklessly sending them into battle. As a result, Kur province boasted impressive achievements, but at a tremendous cost. Perhaps fortune favored them, as the subterranean spaces they attacked lacked significant or colossal spaces, and the dark races were relatively weak, which explained their conquests. However, the complex subterranean pathways remained treacherous. The 10,000 light knights at the front had already sustained 3,000 non-combat casualties. Some suffocated in the cramped tunnels. Others contracted diseases from peculiar subterranean environments, succumbing to illness. Still others perished from exposure to toxic regions. In summary, the causes of death were varied and bizarre. This was merely the toll among the elite light knights. The militia under his command faced even greater losses. The elite knights, led by extraordinary beings, had superior awareness of danger, yet they had still lost 3,000 men. The unprotected militia, lacking such guardians, suffered grievously from suffocation alone, with losses exceeding 10,000. When accounting for other miscellaneous casualties, the total reached 40,000. 5,000 casualties were indeed a devastating toll. The bishop, glancing at the governor of Kur, who sought to pause the military campaign for rest, shook his head and declared, "My extraordinary intuition warns me that a more terrifying force lurks below, preparing to resist the dawn of light. We have little time left. Relay my orders. Summon 50,000 more militia. This time, I intend to occupy all subterranean spaces from the surface down to 40 kilometers." Hearing such an outrageous command, the governor of Kur felt as if the sky had fallen. 50,000 more militia? Their province had only 10 million inhabitants. Adding the previous 100,000 militia meant 150,000 would be responsible for logistical support. The pressure was unbearable, and Kur province could hardly sustain it. "My bishop, this cannot proceed as such. If we continue down this path, the flock of our Lord will not endure." The light bishop dismissed the governor's concerns coldly, asserting, "I believe the flock of our Lord is willing to make sacrifices for his glory." The governor, who had been vociferously protesting, was escorted out of the light cathedral by 2 second-tier light knights. The legendary light bishop knelt before the pristine statue of the light sovereign. "Great Lord, I shall transform all lands illuminated by light, as well as those shrouded in darkness, into your dominion, allowing the radiance to illuminate all in the world." A stern decree was issued. Instantly, the entire Kur province bustled with activity. The noble lords, faced with the commands of the legendary Bishop of Light, were left with anger unvoiced. The serfs were their most vital assets. Having already lost 1 million, they were left severely weakened. Now, with an additional demand for 500,000, they would lose half of their able-bodied serfs. The magnitude of this loss left them gasping. Yet the overwhelming military might of the Church of Light instilled in them a paralyzing fear of rebellion. Their bishop in Kur province was indeed a legend, and they knew that their combined strength was insufficient to confront him. In desperation, they could only surrender the frail, the elderly, and the infirm among the serfs, retaining the robust ones for their own agricultural needs. Alas, this left a contingent of weak serfs, whose lack of physical strength rendered them ill-equipped for the harsh conditions underground, leading to inevitable casualties. Half a year later, the losses among the logistical militia were catastrophic, as the ranks swelled with the aged and the infirm. The casualties surged to 100,000, far exceeding the number of dark beings slain by the Knights of Light. The staggering toll forced the Church of Light's army to halt their advance. Upon witnessing the inadequacies of the subterranean troop supply, the Bishop of Light in Kur reluctantly ordered the army to encamp. They began cultivating the land in various underground spaces while also scouting deeper territories for intelligence. Chapter 22. The unyielding monopoly in the subterranean realm of Bone Dragon, within the grand hall of the Dark Dwarven Fortress. 22 dark, transcendent beings and 3 skeletal mages stood in quietude, their expressions remarkably uniform and tranquil. Over the course of several months, their sovereign, the Bone Dragon, had exerted his absolute power to occupy 3 medium-sized underground spaces and 34 small ones, claiming over 30,000 square kilometers of territory. This positioned them as a formidable mid-tier force in the underground realm, though still dwarfed by those colossal entities commanding over 100,000 square kilometers. Nevertheless, in this remote area, they reigned supreme. Situated at the northernmost edge of the continent, near the ocean, this region was considered peripheral. The underground powers here were rather feeble, with only a handful of large underground spaces to count. Rumor had it that a legendary ultra-large underground space existed beneath the molten red magma, perpetually shifting. It was said to be the legacy of the Second Elven Empire, guarded by powerful legendary beings and metallic dragons, generally indifferent to the presence of dark creatures. Within the expanse of 1 million square kilometers, extending 1,000 kilometers from the surface to the depths, their influence ranked within the top 10. Under normal circumstances, as long as they refrained from assaulting those larger underground territories, they could traverse freely. Great Bone Dragon, we, your loyal servants, have complied with your command and occupied all surrounding small underground spaces, awaiting your orders. A first-tier goblin priest, with arms crossed, slightly bowed and spoke. The Goblin clan, under the command of the Bone Dragon, was among the most formidable, boasting 5 transcendent beings. In their division of small underground spaces, they successfully occupied 7, collectively exceeding 3,000 square kilometers in area, comparable to a mid-sized underground space, and a rather robust one at that. With their strength, their status had ascended as well. From his throne, Mylreyth regarded the expectant gazes of the dark transcendent beings and skeletal mages below. Without further ado, he spoke with calm assurance. I am a dragon of my word, as well as one of fairness and justice. Your achievements will not be overlooked, and rewards shall not be embezzled. Henceforth, each of you shall retain control over your occupied small underground spaces, provided you heed my commands. I shall allocate great white woodworm larvae, which thrive on wood shavings, according to the area of your territories, 1,000 per square kilometer annually, without delay. From this moment, interclan assaults on each other's territories are forbidden. I grant you a year of respite. Within that time, each square kilometer of your land must yield 1 elite soldier from your clan. Failure to comply will result in execution. As his words echoed, 25 skeletal beings inscribed with small teleportation arrays stood behind each dark transcendent, including the mages. You shall return to your respective domains. I will convey orders through my soldiers. The 3 medium-sized underground spaces will be governed directly by me. The 25 dark transcendent beings, including the 3 skeletal mages, bowed their heads and replied in unison, Your Majesty. We shall obey. They then exited the Grand Hall. Upon leaving the fortress, they exchanged glances, pondering the promised rewards that seemed elusive. They dared not voice their inquiries, for the Bone Dragon's cruelty and strength were beyond their capacity to withstand. They feared that even a single word might cost them their lives. With uncertainty lingering, they parted ways, each returning to their occupied underground spaces. The 3 skeletal mages, without further ado, proceeded to a medium-sized underground space. The Bone Dragon had tasked them with organizing their skeletal minions to gather more timber. Within the hall, the green flame of soul fire blazed within the skull of Mylreyth. In his dragon claws, he held a great white woodworm larva, the soul fire flickering in tandem with his emotions. Unexpectedly, the soul flesh absorption inscription array could be inscribed directly into the essence of life. Beings transformed by this array would yield blood beads and soul beads upon consumption. Blood beads condense life energy, while soul beads encapsulate spiritual energy, roughly in equal proportions. Each day, half of the life energy produced and half of the spiritual energy would accumulate. Normally, well-fed beings could produce a blood bead and a soul bead monthly. However, this production was contingent upon continuous consumption of the special flesh. Cessation would halt the accumulation. This monopolistic trait feels eerily familiar, reminiscent of seed monopolization. It appears that the notion of monopoly is prevalent across various realms. The knowledge embedded in the dragon's inherited memories is indeed formidable. One must not underestimate the significance of blood beads and soul beads. The life energy condensed in blood beads can facilitate the rapid growth of living transcendent beings, enhancing their physical prowess. Soul beads, particularly treasured by the undead, can serve as substitutes for souls. According to the records in the inheritance memory, civilizations possessing this knowledge once flourished brilliantly, driven by an insatiable desire for expansion. For the middle and upper echelons of that race, more land translated to a greater population. And a larger populace meant more soul and blood beads. An abundance of these beads signified an increase in transcendent resources, rendering them ever more powerful. Under such circumstances, the yearning for expansion to acquire more territory became boundless. During the pinnacle of that civilization, it occupied tens of thousands of realms, with transcendent beings comparable to deities, numbering in the thousands, and among them, 12 possessed formidable divine powers that traversed the void. Had it not been for the multitude of offended factions that led to a siege by the myriad races of the void, this knowledge would not have fallen into the hands of their dragons. In truth, to ensure that this knowledge remained undisclosed, concerning the breeding of the Da Bai Mu Chong, aside from feeding them wood shavings, every other action was personally undertaken by him. To this day, even the sword-wielding skeletons are unable to witness his modifications to the Da Bai Mu Chong. This dragon is exceedingly cautious, fearing that such knowledge might leak out. Given that the growth cycle of dragons is exceedingly lengthy, often spanning hundreds of years, whereas ordinary intelligent beings with extraordinary talents, under ample resources, can often ascend to legendary status within mere decades, the disparity in lifespan and combat prowess is evident. Yet, their sheer numbers are formidable. Even ants can bring down an elephant, not to mention powerful transcendent beings. Chapter 23. The production of soul pearls and blood pearls in the subterranean realm of 600 square kilometers ruled by the ogre Wei Mu. A multitude of ogres stood in the open space outside their tribe, eagerly awaiting their chieftain. Their supplies were running low. After the war, His Majesty the Bone Dragon had only provided each ogre with 100 Da Bai Mu Chong, and since then, no more had been distributed. Their appetites were insatiable. Each could consume 10 in a day, and it was not uncommon for them to devour 15 if they felt particularly hungry. With such voracious consumption, their remaining Da Bai Mu Chong had dwindled perilously low. Even when combining their previous food reserves, each had an average of merely 50 left. If they indulged freely, they would scarcely last a week. Even if they rationed to 1 per day, they could only sustain themselves for a meager 50 days. In the face of the acute crisis of starvation, their loyalty and anticipation towards the Bone Dragon overshadowed their fears. As loyalty surged, they eagerly awaited their chieftain to present themselves before His Majesty the Bone Dragon and fulfill his promises. Wei Mu, the ogre chieftain, accompanied by his retinue of skeletal minions, entered the tribe amidst the expectant gazes of his kin. He plopped down upon the chieftain's throne and surveyed the 150 ogres before him, smiling as he inquired, "Have you completed the stone houses I instructed you to build? This is pivotal for our future sustenance." "Yes, chief, we have dug them all out." A particularly robust ogre stepped forward to respond. As ogres of the subterranean world, they might lack various skills, but they were undoubtedly adept at digging. In pursuit of sufficient provisions, they had excavated over 100 caverns within a rock wall, filling them with wood shavings to ensure the Da Bai Mu Chong could thrive. Seeing the confident response from his kin, Wei Mu, accompanied by a skeletal minion inscribed with a small teleportation array, made his way toward the rock wall. Behind the tribe, the stone wall was lined with dozens of inwardly concave caverns arranged in a haphazard manner, each filled with finely shredded wood. The skeletal minion approached each cavern, refraining from idle chatter, as the teleportation array inscribed within its skull whirred to life. A minuscule teleportation array, merely 10 centimeters in diameter, began to materialize in the air, its lines flickering in an uncertain manner, as if on the verge of collapse. Wei Mu and the surrounding ogres watched anxiously as the flickering array appeared precarious, giving off a sense of shoddy craftsmanship. Indeed, they were not mistaken. These miniature teleportation arrays were hastily constructed, capable of only limited transport over distances of several hundred kilometers, and came with a significant risk of failure. This design was the result of the cheapest teleportation knowledge selected from the legacy of Mylreyth. However, it was still a part of the dragon's inheritance, and despite its crude appearance, it managed to function adequately. One after another, Da Bai Mu Chong larvae fell from the air, accumulating into a small mound on the ground. The subterranean realm ruled by Wei Mu spanned 600 square kilometers, with a ratio of 1,000 larvae per square kilometer, leading to a staggering total of 600,000 Da Bai Mu Chong larvae, forming a mound towering 2 meters high. The multitude of larvae wiggled energetically across the ground, exhibiting a blood-red hue and an exceptionally distinct odor, markedly different from the previous Da Bai Mu Chong larvae. Yet, the ogres were unaware. They had never seen the living larvae, nor even the adult insects, only their remains. Excitedly, they approached the mound of Da Bai Mu Chong larvae, gingerly cradling handfuls and carefully placing them into the wood-shaving-lined, enclosed caverns. Time swiftly passed. 2 months later, before the densely packed caverns, a loyal skeletal guardian stood at the entrance, wielding a bone sword to protect the spaces within. The ravenous ogres, having gone many days without food, gnawed on roots and bark while salivating at the sight of the countless dabai muchon within the caverns. Each one, weighing a pound and plump with juicy richness, tempted the ogres to their limits. They yearned to extract the larvae and feast heartily. However, the skeletal guardian would not permit it. At the slightest motion to retrieve the larvae, the guardian would strike without hesitation. Yet, they could not retaliate. While the skeletal guardian was sturdy, it could never withstand a strike from the powerful ogres. A single blow from one of them could reduce it to mere fragments. But then what? The army of His Majesty the Bone Dragon would descend upon them. His Majesty is known for his zero tolerance towards disobedient subordinates. One misstep could lead to a singular execution, and if 100 made the same error, 100 would perish. If 1,000 erred, 1,000 would meet the same fate. Should they inadvertently damage the skeletal guardian, they would not only lose their source of larvae, but could expect the bone dragon to arrive and slaughter them all within the day. The horrific memories of past slaughters were etched into their very beings. Even the subdued ogres from the small subterranean realms had learned of the bone dragon's terror through their companions. He was indeed cold-blooded, merely for snatching food. Their kin had been slaughtered. A third of the ogres who had surrendered once had met their end due to such transgressions. Now, they treated the skeletal guardian with the utmost reverence. As time trickled by, Weimu paced anxiously before the caverns, waiting for the Da Bai Muchon within to naturally perish. The bone dragon had stated that the Da Bai Muchon would mature in 2 months. Today marked exactly 2 months, and he was counting the days with great anticipation. The ogres waited and waited. Finally, accompanied by a series of mournful cries, countless Da Bai Muchon larvae from the 100 caverns collapsed one by one, lifeless and still, their life essence rapidly dissipating. The skeletal guardian sensed the vanishing life force within the caverns and stepped aside. Witnessing this scene, over 100 ogres burst into tears of joy. They were finally liberated from gnawing on bark, roots, leaves, and grass. God knows how ravenous they had become. They, consumed by hunger, formed orderly lines and advanced swiftly. The repeated horrors of slaughter had ingrained in them a subconscious habit of queuing to receive their sustenance. One by one, the ogres swiftly captured hundreds of large Bai Muchons within the cave, devouring them voraciously. The sensation of their flesh bursting was a source of unparalleled joy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they gorged on the modified Bai Muchons, an invisible, sanguine energy was gradually consuming the life and soul energy generated by their bodies, coalescing into beads within their chests. Chapter 24. The terrifying resource. A month later, countless ogres once again gathered before the cave where the Bai Muchons were cultivated. They were somewhat bewildered, unsure of why the skeletal figure of the undead had summoned them, as it was not yet time for the meat to be distributed. The ogre Wilmu furrowed his brow. Observing the scene, he noted that while he had gained some weight, it paled in comparison to the rapid growth of flesh exhibited by his kin in the past. Something felt amiss. He distinctly remembered that each member of his tribe used to consume 10 gene of meat daily and, over the course of a month, would gain at least 30 gene. What had changed? Rather than gaining 30 gene, they had barely managed 10, appearing somewhat emaciated. Turning his gaze to the undead skeleton engulfed in green soul flames, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and sensed something was awry with his own body as well. Despite consuming hundreds of gene of meat daily, his strength was increasing at a rate more than half compared to the past, when he had feasted to his heart's content. There was something gravely wrong with this batch of Bai Muchons. Form a line and approach me. Those who do not comply shall face death. The undead skeleton spoke coldly. Over the course of a month, the ogre tribe ruled by Muse had rapidly expanded, having secured over 500,000 gene of meat. In the subterranean world, some factions were forced to expel excess populations due to limited food supplies and environmental strain. It is well known that dark creatures reproduce at an astonishing rate. Under ample sustenance, they can often double their numbers within a year. Such rapid proliferation led to significant concerns among the subterranean factions dominated by dark entities regarding their burgeoning populations. However, they could not slaughter their living kin, leaving them with no choice but to expel them, sending them to raid other subterranean realms for survival, either to perish in battle or to succeed. Amidst this situation, the once plentiful provision of meat was granted by the ogre Wilmu. The implications were clear. He relayed this information to over 20 medium-sized subterranean realms belonging to his ogre tribe, as well as to countless smaller factions beneath their dominion. Over the course of the month, More than 300 ogres sought refuge with him. In truth, this number was but a fraction of the many who had attempted to join him. The majority had perished along the way due to starvation. Yet, those 300 who had braved the hunger were undeniably formidable. If they could be well-fed and regain their strength, they would surely emerge as the elite among ogres. Presently, Wilmu commanded a force of over 460 ogres, with 400 of them being seasoned warriors, while the number of cubs remained a mere 60. Under the command of the undead skeleton, all the ogres obediently queued, for the skeletal figure held their rations in its grasp. In the eyes of the many ogres, the leader's status paled in comparison to that of this undead skeleton. After all, the importance of a full belly superseded everything else. An ogre approached the undead skeleton, his demeanor simple and unassuming. After indulging in daily feasts, even ogres had adopted a more benevolent appearance, shedding their former cruelty. "Crouch," commanded the undead skeleton. The towering ogre, standing at 3 meters, complied, bending down to meet the skeleton's gaze. A month prior, after the harvest of the Bai Mu Chongs, they had been ordered by the undead skeleton to be dried by the magma and sprinkled with salt. The tangy sweet flavor with a hint of salt had become their favorite. Now, all their provisions were stored within the cavern behind the undead skeleton. Every 10 days, the skeleton would distribute hundreds of Bai Mu Chongs to each ogre. Although the dried Bai Mu Chongs lacked the burst of flavor, once boiled, they remained delectable, rich with the fat they cherished. In the presence of the one responsible for their ample rations, the ogre dared not offend, complying with every command. After all, a life of consuming 10 jin of meat daily was a luxury he had never experienced before, a dream beyond reach. The undead skeleton placed its pristine skeletal hand upon the ogre's chest. As the extraction magic array activated, 2 beads, each the size of a fist, emerged from the ogre's chest. One bead was blood red, and the other pristine white. The crimson bead exuded a potent aura of life energy. At its appearance, all the ogres cast greedy glances. It was a manifestation of their instinct to consume when faced with a precious treasure that could elevate their very existence. Within mere seconds, Wilmu darted to the undead skeleton's side at an unprecedented speed. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he beheld the 2 fist-sized beads. The concentrated life energy instinctively told him that the red bead could facilitate rapid elevation of his life level, granting him greater strength and longevity. Upon witnessing the red bead, he immediately comprehended the immense gift that Lord Bone Dragon had spoken of, a ladder of evolution, an inexhaustible source of the extraordinary. Without further ado, the undead skeleton gestured for the ogre from whom the soul and blood beads had been extracted to depart. Without hesitation, it devoured the soul bead, transmitting the soul energy through its unique connection with its master, Mylreyth. Of course, it did not go without benefit. A tenth of the soul energy remained to assist its evolution towards becoming a skeletal swordsman. The blood-red bead was tossed to the ruler of this subterranean realm, the ogre warrior Wilmu. Eagerly accepting the fist-sized blood bead, Wilmu wasted no time in consuming it. The rich life energy surged from his stomach, flowing through his entire being. Unable to contain himself, he closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the ecstasy of evolution. After a considerable time, he finally opened his large ogre eyes, feeling unparalleled delight. He sensed that his rate of evolution was now 10-fold, even 100-fold faster than before. At that moment, his eyes glowed a vibrant red. He turned to gaze upon his more than 400 kin, his heart brimming with insatiable desire. If each kin could yield a blood bead, then those 400 would amount to over 400 beads, enabling him to ascend with astonishing speed and become even stronger. Chapter 25. Crisis approaches within the subterranean realm ruled by the ogre Wilmu. All that transpired existed within the dominion of Mylreyth. Dwarves, ogres, dog-headed men, goblins, gremlins, leopard-headed beings, bull-headed creatures. 22 extraordinary races were bestowed with the bounties granted by Mylreyth. Countless blood orbs, brimming with boundless life energy, drove the extraordinary beings of these dark races into a frenzy. This was an unprecedented indulgence. For every kin, there existed a corresponding extraordinary resource. It is crucial to recognize that their ascension to extraordinary status had previously depended solely on innate talent, achieved through arduous steps. Now, with their formidable talents augmented by an abundance of extraordinary resources, the results were unparalleled. Their strength surged at a rate 10-fold or even 100-fold, igniting their madness. In a cavern soaring hundreds of meters high, Mylreyth lay prostrate, his colossal skeletal dragon form ablaze with fierce soul flames. An endless flow of soul energy surged towards him. accompanied by the skeletal minions guarding various small subterranean spaces as they incessantly devoured soul orbs, akin to an unbridled deluge. In just a month, coupled with ample sustenance, the number of dark creatures under his command had skyrocketed. In the subterranean world, where starvation plagued many dark beings, the mere tidings of satiation from his minions lured countless others to his side. According to the information aggregated by his skeletal servants, the number of dark races under his command had reached approximately 30,000, experiencing a linear surge, with over 30,000 dark beings indulging in meat day after day. The resultant soul energy generated was immense, equating to the consumption of thousands of sentient souls. The vast soul energy caused the flames upon Mylreyth's form to blaze intensely, nearly reaching the ceiling of the cavern. His massive skeletal dragon body, bolstered by previously stored soul energy and the current influx, seemed to have reached its limits. Beginning a gradual growth, his bones thickened and his form elongated. The agonizing yet comforting sensations echoed within Mylreyth's essence. Evolution is both a painful and pleasurable journey. 13 meters, 14 meters, 15 meters. His skeletal dragon form rapidly expanded, soon reaching an astonishing 15 meters. Over the course of a century, he had consumed tens of thousands of souls, and by human standards, he had now devoured 40,000 souls, firmly elevating himself to the late second tier. With the consumption of just 60,000 more souls, he could breach into the third tier, becoming a formidable entity even in the underground world. After all, a skeletal dragon is still a dragon, and with its powerful physique combined with vast magical knowledge, it could easily contend with 10 of the same tier. Of course, the comparison of 10 equals assumes a lack of weaponry, for instance, impoverished dark legends. Should one encounter the likes of the luminous clergy, with their legendary armor, potent weapons, and enhanced artifacts, they could easily amplify their strength 2 or 3-fold. In such scenarios, even a dragon would struggle to confront more than 3 or 4 foes simultaneously. The dark beings under his command could provide him with the equivalent of 1,000 souls worth of soul energy each month. In a year, that amounts to 12,000. At this rate, within 5 years, he would attain the third tier. This was merely a conservative estimate. The flickering flames of Mylreyth's soul ignited as he rapidly calculated. He commanded 34 small subterranean spaces, collectively spanning approximately 15,000 square kilometers. Assuming 1,000 large white woodworms could thrive on a square kilometer, each capable of sustaining 3 dark creatures when full, that translates to 45,000 dark beings across 15,000 square kilometers. This figure only accounts for the small subterranean spaces. He also possessed 3 medium-sized subterranean realms, one of 10,000 square kilometers for the skeletal dragon, another of 2,000 square kilometers for the leopard-headed beings, and a third of 3,100 square kilometers for the bull-headed creatures, summing to around 15,000 more. Therefore, under optimal conditions, he could sustain up to 90,000 dark beings, thrice the current population under his dominion. Once the number of dark beings reached its zenith, the monthly soul energy he could harvest would equate to 3,000 souls. Over 12 months, that would accumulate to 36,000. In less than 2 years, he would break into the third tier. Furthermore, the million souls required for legend status, with his current growth rate, would likely not take more than 50 years. Indeed, development is the ultimate truth. Infinite knowledge begets infinite power. With the vast dragon heritage coursing through him, he would ascend to unimaginable heights of strength. Yet, this accelerated growth came at the cost of safety. The terrifying instincts inherent to dragons warned him that he now teetered on the precipice of heaven and hell. Should any formidable faction discover his current state, a swift and brutal response would surely follow, particularly the luminous clergy, upon learning of his rapid evolution and that of his dark minions, would be driven to eradicate him with fervor. The deployment of 10 legends would be a conservative estimate. A demigod's involvement would not surprise him. He found himself in a precarious situation, a true dilemma. Above, the luminous clergy sharpened their blades, while the surrounding dark forces were equally formidable. Most critically, deep within the molten depths of this subterranean domain, the Second Elven Empire would not permit his growth unchallenged. Superlarge subterranean spaces often spanned millions of square kilometers, housing the most significant resources of various races, typically guarded by at least one legend. According to the memories of his heritage, the superlarge subterranean realm ruled by the Second Elven Empire likely housed at least 2 elven legends, possibly 2 or 3 metallic dragons as well. In a direct confrontation, even the luminous clergy would have to exert considerable effort. After contemplating for half a day, Myers packed his belongings and, accompanied by his 92 loyal skeletal swordsmen, fled northward. In the northern expanse of his region lay an endless ocean. Although the depths of the sea were vast, their remoteness from the mainland resulted in a scarcity of subterranean spaces, providing the perfect sanctuary. Chapter 26. Dragon Heritage north of the luminous continent, 100,000 kilometers away, deep within the ocean's depths. After half a year of relentless flight away from the luminous continent, Myers paused in a nearly barren underground passage. In the pitch-black cavern, the green flames of his soul burned brightly, casting long-forgotten light upon the ancient darkness. Observing the lifeless land before him, Myers finally exhaled in relief. It was imperative to hasten the establishment of secret magical formations to conceal his presence. Over the course of 6 months, the 22 dark extraordinary beings under his command had rapidly expanded, now boasting a population of 100,000. The soul energy provided to me each month equates to the essence of over 3,000 souls, sufficient to establish and maintain the operation of my magical array. Without a moment's hesitation, Mylreyth promptly retrieved 10 rods crafted from mithril from his spatial realm. Within the depths of his inherited memories lies a magical legacy capable of concealing him from the scrutiny of demigod-level entities. The spell, known as Si Wang Yin Mi, was effortlessly replicated and inscribed. The Dragon Clan possesses an extraordinary ability, unlike wizards and sorcerers who must engage in continuous study to master more spells. They merely await the natural growth of their bodies to instinctively wield a vast array of magic. This innate magic is referred to as Tian Fu Mofa. The essence of such innate magic is derived from the Dragon Clan's ancestral memories. When a dragon faces no choice, the spells within their inherited memories will, over time, be inscribed into their souls, akin to a meticulous process of replication. For instance, the white dragon's frost ray, the black dragon's mire technique, and the red, green, and blue dragon's ancestral memories automatically align with spells most suited to them. In addition to the automatic matching of inherited memories, dragons can also selectively replicate spells from their ancestral knowledge. However, the strength of each sentient soul is finite, as is their capacity to bear magic, a limitation that applies even to the dragons. The spells matched by their ancestral memories are generally practical and occupy a minimal share of soul strength, making them most compatible with their physical forms. Conversely, spells that do not align well exert a greater strain on the soul. For example, under the same soul strength, compatible spells can often be inscribed in pairs, whereas incompatible ones may only allow for a single inscription, despite their similar potency. The process of replication involves etching spells into the dragon's soul, thereby bypassing the learning phase for immediate utilization. Mylreyth regarded his burning soul with unflinching calm. He had already inscribed within his essence 3 second-tier spells: Wang Ling Fu Su, Ling Hun Shui Ro, Shisho Ku Yin Fa Zhan, and Mu Chong, Qian Li Ji Fa Zhan. The first 2 spells, Wang Ling Fu Su and Ling Hun Shui Ro, Shisho Ku Yin Fa Zhan, are capable of growth, advancing alongside his increasing levels. In the future, he would only need to supplement their inscriptions following his ascension in life level. As for Mu Chong, Qian Li Ji Fa Zhan, it had reached its maximum potential. Observing the 3 spells flickering within his soul, alongside vast expanses of blankness, he recognized that his current soul strength was limited, allowing for the inscription of at most 17 additional second-tier spells or 3 third-tier spells. It typically required the strength of 5 second-tier spells to inscribe a single third-tier spell. Nevertheless, such inscriptions often prove to be of minimal efficacy, as the energy expenditure of third-tier spells can be tenfold or even 100-fold that of second-tier spells. Second-tier entities find it exceedingly challenging to muster such energy for casting. Si Wang Yin Mi, a formidable third-tier spell, can be cast through the soul like ordinary magic or inscribed onto mithril rods, transforming them into magical arrays powered by external energy sources for casting. Within the inherited memories, an intricate array of spells began to materialize under the unique energy of the dragon legacy, slowly etching itself into Mylreyth's soul. The excruciating pain compelled him to clench his teeth. Si Wang Yin Mi was a high-level spell meticulously selected from his ancestral knowledge, capable of withstanding the probing of 4th-tier legends at the 3rd-tier level. However, to maintain this concealment, Si Wang Yin Mi must be employed continuously, necessitating as many as 24 uses per day, once every hour, a feat far beyond the magical capacity of ordinary spellcasters. For typical mages, this spell holds little significance. As failure to cast, it would allow any legendary being with probing abilities to swiftly locate their position under their formidable, supernatural intuition. The suppression of higher-level beings over lower-level ones is exceedingly difficult to reverse. This holds true even for dragons. No second-tier dragon can sustain itself indefinitely. Even if magical energy can keep pace, the soul inevitably cannot. One can endure for a day, perhaps even a month. But extending this to a year would be beyond the endurance of any dragon. However, the current circumstances have shifted. Mylreyth is no longer merely a solitary dragon. He possesses 100,000 sentient beings continuously supplying him with soul energy. The half of the soul energy generated monthly by these 100,000 beings is sufficient to ensure the operation of 10 mithril rods inscribed with the spell long-dormant. Each of these 10 rods can activate the spell 10 times per hour, culminating in a total of 100 uses, rendering it exceedingly difficult for demigods to probe him. The price for this is 3,000 souls each month. Over a year, this amounts to 36,000 souls. Over a century, 360,000 souls. And over a millennium, a staggering 36 million souls. An alarming consumption that could bankrupt even the most powerful demonic lords of the abyss. For all demigods, should they truly possess such an abundance of souls annually, accumulating for 3,000 years would enable them to ascend to the pinnacle of divine power. For them, this magic equates to casting money endlessly into the depths of the sea. Moreover, 3,000 years is but a fleeting moment for beings with nearly eternal lifespans. Some demigod dragons can slumber for a millennium in a single rest. A crimson luminescence flickered rapidly within Mylreyth's soul. The intricate array required for casting the spell, long-dormant, was swiftly inscribed within his essence. 2 days later, with a low growl, the spell was successfully inscribed, revealing a magnificent and ornate three-dimensional magical array that began to glow softly within his soul. Chapter 27. The dark supernatural beings that surrender automatically. Within the pristine three-dimensional magical array, threads of crimson runes flowed continuously along the intricate lines. Mylreyth gazed upon the exquisitely crafted magical array before him, filled with hope, for it represented his safeguard for survival. Each leap in life for a supernatural being profoundly amplifies their intellect. Every supernatural entity possesses immense wisdom, particularly those of higher tiers, who are notoriously cunning. Within the dragon's magical legacy, strategies for dealing with such cunning entities often involve retreating when combat is unwinnable. If escape within their realm proves impossible, they seek refuge in another dimension. If that too fails, they rely on the support of their dragon kin. As long as they remain alive, the dragons will only grow stronger, eventually avenging their tribulations. After all, a dragon in active development, combined with the countless survival experiences and nearly limitless knowledge embedded within their legacy, ensures that as long as they endure, they will have the opportunity for retribution. Under normal circumstances, few would dare to provoke a dragon, especially one with a complete legacy of memories. Should one offend such a being, the consensus among all supernatural entities, including deities, is that they will go to any lengths to eliminate the threat, preventing any future vengeance. long-dormant. The blood-red magical sheen enveloped a mithril rod, with a dense array of crimson runes swirling like flowing water around its exterior and interior. Within the depths of the dense forest, a metallic rod of secret silver bore an array of crimson runes, inscribed at a remarkable speed. After a span of over 10 minutes, as the sanguine magical luminescence faded, a rod, both externally and internally adorned with countless crimson runes, materialized before Mylreyth. Subsequently, he meticulously inscribed the death secret upon the remaining 9 rods. 10 rods, radiating a blood-red sheen, floated in the air, their vibrant glow overwhelming the emerald flames of the skeletal dragon, casting the entire cave in a sanguine hue. With a swift motion of his dragon claw, the 10 rods entered the chest cavity of his bony form, one after the other, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. The rods pressed against his spine, gradually enveloped by the liquid-like dragon bones, vanishing from sight. A subtle stirring of Mylreyth's soul ensued. The vast reserves of soul energy he had accumulated over the past 6 months surged forth like a flood, coursing along his spine and cascading into the 10 rods. Instantly activated, the rods began to operate rapidly within his chest. As flashes of crimson light flickered, the entirety of Mylreyth's being was gradually enveloped in this sanguine glow. In that moment, he hesitated not at all, choosing a direction that would lead him deeper into the abyss, further from the realm of light. His passage was silent, the ageless air and dust unaltered. With the aid of the death's secret magic, Mylreyth existed independently of reality. He traversed through earth and stone, leaving no trace behind. Even his presence was absent from the records of the material realm. He moved like a projection imperceptible to the physical world, non-existent and unobservable, eluding scrutiny. Such formidable magic, while immensely taxing, possessed almost no drawbacks. In the subterranean domain of the skeletal dragon, the skeletal mage Feyerc sat beside the throne once occupied by Mylreyth. His master had sent him orders 5 months prior, bestowing upon him dominion over the skeletal dragon's subterranean realm. In half a year, he was to muster an elite army of 10,000 dark creatures to continue the assault upon the surface, seizing more subterranean territory to expand his master's dominion. With the master vanished, the undead army under his command was of little use. The dark creatures in the smaller subterranean domains were restless, eager for a greater share of the precious by Muchon larvae. His master could now dispatch 10 million by Muchon larvae monthly, sufficient to sustain 300,000 individuals. Feyerc had become a coveted prize, a mere pawn in his master's grand design. He sighed deeply as his words faded. A second-tier ogre hero, a second-tier goblin scholar, and a second-tier Taurian hero entered the hall, pledging their loyalty before the skeletal mage. Their faces radiated loyalty as they knelt without hesitation, though any one of them could easily reduce the skeletal mage to mere fragments. The absolute power did not deter their allegiance. They were beholden to him for the by Muchon larvae, the very essence of their kind's growth and the inexhaustible resource they required for their path to the extraordinary. My lord, your loyal subordinates have assembled an elite army of 10,000, ready to expand in all directions and above the territory of His Majesty the skeletal dragon. The second-tier goblin scholar spoke respectfully. Their loyalty was unwavering, profound, and unwaveringly sincere. As rulers of the surrounding mid to large-sized subterranean domains, they initially paid little heed to the skeletal dragon's unification of the nearby territories, contemplating surrender if necessary. After all, the skeletal dragon was a mighty dragon, and upon observing that it did not eradicate the living, they embraced the tradition of dark creatures, surrendering to the dragon to gain the legacy they sought. Their obligation was simple, to fight for the dragon. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Their kin, who had pledged allegiance to the skeletal dragon, returned with news that His Majesty had bestowed a plethora of extraordinary resources upon the dark beings who had allied with him, providing them with abundant provisions. Witnessing such favorable treatment, they hastily aligned themselves with the dragon even before His Majesty's expansion reached them. Yet, to their bewilderment, upon their arrival, the skeletal dragon was nowhere to be found. Within the territory governed by the skeletal dragon, there were merely 22 first-tier dark extraordinary beings and 3 skeletal mages, collectively insufficient to match even one of their strength. Seizing the opportunity to unify their kin through their own might and accruing extraordinary resources, they swiftly aligned with one of the skeletal mages, Feyerc, the current administrator of the skeletal dragon's subterranean realm. As for the skeletal mages who could not directly ally with the skeletal dragon, their predicament was no different. Chapter 28. Power determines all. The skeletal mage Feyerc regarded the 3 second-tier dark beings before him, filled with a sense of helplessness. His Majesty the skeletal dragon's command is to rest for a year before continuing the expansion. Currently, only 8 months have passed, leaving 4 months of recuperation. He stated courteously, "You should continue training your armies in preparation for the war that will come in 4 months. Upon hearing Feyerc's response, the 3 second-tier dark beings exchanged glances. 4 months was not a long time for them, as it would pass in the blink of an eye. Yet, their subordinates, the dark creatures, were indulging in abundant feasts daily, spending their time either eating or reveling in their companions. Under such circumstances, nearly all the females in their ranks were pregnant, as the gestation period for dark beings was notably short, often less than 3 months. With the skeletal dragon having been absent for 6 months, many females were already with child. Within a month, a surge of dark offspring would emerge. Presently, the skeletal dragon's territory was home to over 100,000 dark beings. Beyond the 3 of them, there were 4 additional second-tier entities, corresponding to the 7 dark races under the ancient dragon's command. Among the 100,000 dark beings, the number of females reached 40,000. A single birth could yield over 100,000 offspring. Despite the current sufficiency of food, merely ensuring the dark creatures were satiated rather than overfed would be a prudent strategy. However, this arrangement posed a significant loss for them. Based on their research, they discovered that the members of their kin, who thrived on by Muchon, converted half of the energy generated from their full meals into life energy and soul energy, forming blood pearls and soul pearls. Eating to full capacity only produced the energy equivalent of half a full meal, barely bolstering their physical strength and combat capability. Conversely, consuming half a meal would yield merely a quarter of the energy required. Such a meager energy supply would scarcely maintain their physical condition, let alone grant them the prowess needed for battle. His Majesty the Bone Dragon has explicitly decreed that for every square kilometer of land, a valiant warrior must be provided. Naturally, a formidable being such as an ogre counts as 10 goblin warriors. Currently, they possess an ample supply of elite warriors, ready to embark on battle at a moment's notice. However, if time drags on, the population will double and the rations will dwindle, forcing elite warriors to regress into ordinary fighters. After all, subsisting on a mere 2.5 meals a day, even the mightiest warrior will soon become a mere shadow of their former self. The ogre hero stepped forward and stated, "We certainly do not dare defy His Majesty the Bone Dragon's orders, but the rapid increase in our numbers necessitates more rations. If our supplies are diluted, our current elite warriors will swiftly devolve into mere common soldiers. At that point, fulfilling His Majesty's command will become exceedingly difficult." With that, he bowed his head deeply. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of undead creatures knows that lower-tier undead can connect with their superiors through a mental link, reaching out to higher-tier undead. This psychic connection cannot be severed, even by the barriers between realms. Thus, their current purpose is to enable this skeletal mage to contact His Majesty the Bone Dragon. The flame of souls flickered faintly within the skull of the skeletal mage. He remained oblivious to the concerns of the dark beings and was indifferent to them. Yet, the reality was that he could not contend with any of the second-tier dark beings present. While they may have submitted to His Majesty the Bone Dragon, the potential for lethal conflict due to intense interests loomed large. Becoming a second-tier dark being signifies one is no trivial matter. This assembly of extraordinary beings is indeed formidable. Had I the strength of a third tier, I would undoubtedly reduce them all to skeletons. For now, I must endure, especially in His Majesty's absence. Should they turn against me, the thousands of skeletons left behind by His Majesty and I, along with the 2 other skeletal mages, would not stand a chance against them. After a moment of deep contemplation within his soul, the skeletal mage resolved to relent. His Majesty treats us skeletal mages with a degree of distinction from ordinary dark beings. The small underground territories ruled by regular dark beings receive merely 1,000 larvae of the great white woodworm per square kilometer each year, strictly limiting their population. This is the maximum sustainable capacity of the subterranean environment. In contrast, the skeletal mages are granted a far more generous allocation, 1,000 larvae per square kilometer each month. Ordinary dark beings receive this amount only annually. Hence, the skeletal mages possess 12 times the share of the great white woodworm compared to the ordinary dark beings within the same expanse of underground space. Currently, the territory governed by the skeletal mage spans 10,000 square kilometers. This translates to a monthly allocation of 10 million larvae. Previously, to regulate the population of dark beings and ensure the sustainable development of the Bone Dragon's subterranean realm, he had cultivated only 10 million larvae. Now, however, he possesses an astonishing 50 million larvae. After accounting for losses during cultivation, he could yield at least 40 million adult great white woodworms, equating to an impressive 40 million pounds of meat. This quantity of meat is sufficient to sustain 100,000 dark beings for a year. As for the timber required by such a vast number of great white woodworms, that is a concern he need not fret over. In the expansive 10,000 square kilometers of the Bone Dragon's subterranean domain, even if the underground environment is somewhat barren, there is no doubt that each square kilometer harbors at least 1,000 trees. These stunted trees, despite their scarcity, yield branches and other materials weighing in the hundreds of pounds. Calculating thus, the weight of timber within a square kilometer cannot be less than 100,000 pounds. Across 10,000 square kilometers, this amounts to 1 billion pounds. A single great white woodworm requires approximately 20 pounds of wood to grow from larva to adult, which is precisely enough to nurture 50 million larvae. Under intensive harvesting, this would adequately sustain them for a year. Such an abundance of meat not only ensures that the dark beings are well fed and transformed into elite fighters, but also guarantees adequate supplies for the army's campaign in 4 months' time. I command you to instruct all dark beings under your command that, effective immediately, whether adult or juvenile, they must provide 20 pounds of wood daily to the great white woodworm breeding grounds, no less, and preferably more. The sound of 50 million larvae resonated. The 3 second-tier dark beings simultaneously raised their heads in delight. Chapter 29. The Bone Dragon Avatar Technique. Deep beneath the ocean, over 200 kilometers underground, Mylreyth gazed through his skeletons at the territory he was gradually losing control over, feeling a deep sense of agitation. The sudden emergence of 7 second-tier dark beings was unforeseen. Their arrival disrupted the equilibrium he had established in his domain. The initial trio of skeletal mages, alongside the thousands of elite undead he had retained, were sufficient to suppress all dark beings under his command. Although there were 22 extraordinary dark beings, they were divided into 7 races, averaging around 3 per race. Additionally, he had confined them to various small underground territories, rendering them mutually independent. Coupled with his control over the rations of the undead, he had effectively secured their obedience. Any skeletal mage could easily dominate any dark extraordinary being. However, 6 second-tier dark beings could not possibly be subdued by 3 first-tier skeletal mages. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Any second-tier being could easily eliminate them. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to lose the continuous influx of souls provided by all dark beings within his territory each month. Mylreyth glanced at the 10 silver metal rods, each operating 100 times per hour, and the quickly depleting soul energy he possessed. In a single day, he consumed 100 souls. In a month, 3,000 souls. And in a year, 30,000 souls. Even a demigod would be drained dry. It appeared he must devise a strategy to enhance his control over the territory. He turned his gaze to the inherited memories. At present, he could still inscribe 12 second-tier spells, or 2 third-tier spells along with 2 second-tier spells. The space within his soul for inscribing magic was relatively ample. I require a spell for creating an avatar, to dispatch it to govern my territory and provide a continuous stream of soul energy to my main body. Furthermore, this avatar cannot be weak. It must possess at least second-tier strength to subdue those second-tier dark beings. Crafting an avatar of the same tier is not particularly challenging for him. The legacy memories of dragons contain numerous spells of this nature. If not 1,000, then at least 8,000. It merely depends on whether he can afford the resources. Diving into the depths of the dragon's legacy memories, Mylreyth began his meticulous search. The dragon's legacy memories represent his greatest treasure, capable of supporting his rise and evolution toward a more formidable life form. After more than 20 minutes, he selected the Bone Dragon Avatar Technique and nodded in satisfaction. The Bone Dragon Avatar Technique is a powerful survival technique developed by a demigod undead bone dragon prior to the restoration of its corporeal form. The avatar produced by this technique, low in consumption yet formidable in combat prowess, it possesses the remarkable ability to serve as a vessel for its progenitor. Should the original perish, it can resurrect within the body of its avatar. According to the chronicles passed down through memory, a certain demigod-level bone dragon evaded the pursuit of over 10 deities through this very technique. Despite being vanquished countless times, it remained vivacious and unyielding. Ultimately, upon achieving divinity, it reclaimed its original draconic form and engaged in a vengeful proliferation of its progeny to compensate for the joys denied to it in its skeletal state. This formidable art of duplication has been acquired by numerous dragons. Observing the description and capabilities of this technique, Mylreyth felt an exhilarating thrill. The ancestral dragon's nature resonated profoundly with his own, a shared affinity for survival and gradual development, prioritizing life preservation before relentlessly pursuing one's desires. The Bone Dragon Duplication Technique is also a magic that can evolve. Its tier corresponds to that of its adversary. Even upon ascending to godhood, it retains a significant utility. For months later, within the subterranean realm of the Bone Dragon, amidst the crimson glow of the flowing magma, countless dark creatures, under the guidance of their extraordinary leader, gathered in great numbers towards the dark dwarf fortress. 1 year had elapsed. In accordance with the commands of His Majesty the Bone Dragon, all extraordinary beings were obliged to bring forth a sufficient number of elite soldiers proportionate to the area of their subterranean domains for battle. 22 first-tier dark extraordinary beings governed 34 small underground spaces, varying in size, most measuring several hundred square kilometers, totaling an impressive area of 15,000 square kilometers. This time, they collectively assembled 15,000 elite soldiers. After ensuring their bellies were full, they endured hardship to procure substantial quantities of meat, trading with a medium-sized underground space ruled by dark dwarves for an abundance of armor. However, this armor was merely half-plate, providing protection solely for the chest, leaving the head, back, and lower body exposed. Unfortunately, full-body armor and standard armor were prohibitively expensive, compelling them to settle for the inadequate half-plate. Despite the armor's shortcomings, they at least equipped their soldiers with metal long spears, metal sabers, and metal long swords, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. To acquire these weapons and armor, they sacrificed nearly 30% of their territory's meat, prying it from the mouths of their kin for trade. Nevertheless, they deemed all of this worthwhile. Their soldiers, having been nourished on a diet of meat for a year or several months, were robust and vigorous. Equipped with half-plate armor and metal weapons, they were undeniably elite, capable of easily defeating 5 of their own kind. The 15,000-strong army stood chaotically upon the plains. Though disordered, their combat effectiveness remained high, and their morale was exceedingly elevated. 3 skeletal mages led the bone dragon's remaining 5,000 elite undead and the 15,000 elite dark biological soldiers they had cultivated, totaling an army of 20,000 stationed beyond the castle walls. However, within this 20,000-strong force, despite the presence of 15,000 elite dark biological soldiers, the control over them was not within their grasp. 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings firmly held sway over these 15,000 dark biological soldiers. They could issue commands, yet lacked absolute dominion. Once the army was assembled, the 3 skeletal mages and the 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings ascended the castle walls. Gazing beyond the walls at the boundless 35,000-strong army, their thoughts diverged. The 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings were ecstatically frenzied. Excluding the 5,000 undead, 30,000 of the army consisted of their kin. They had already divided their interests among themselves, each commanding an average of over 4,000 soldiers. Such a formidable assembly, fortified with armor and metal weaponry, was something they could scarcely have mustered previously. This grand army was sufficient to sweep across surrounding subterranean spaces spanning over 100,000 square kilometers. Chapter 30. The Return and the Slaughter. The 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings were filled with unparalleled excitement. Under the ample provisions of food, they had nurtured their forces of dark beings to a staggering 200,000, providing them with extraordinary resources. Their subordinates had assembled their own elite kin, with the military strength skyrocketing to more than tenfold compared to before. They calculated that within 5 years, they would undoubtedly break through to the 3rd tier. And even the legendary status was no longer an unattainable dream. As long as resources were abundant, they could exchange for the 3rd tier and even 4th tier techniques required for their ascension. While the 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings were filled with fervor, the 3 skeletal mages harbored an icy demeanor within. The army directly under their command amounted to 15,000, and leveraging their status as 2nd-tier extraordinary beings, they easily controlled the 22 1st-tier dark extraordinary beings and the armies of their subordinates. The territory entrusted to them by His Majesty the Bone Dragon had now completely lost its grip. It was no longer His Majesty's domain, but had effectively been divided among these 7 individuals. The 3 of them were now mere puppets. As the army prepared for its expedition, a sudden, resounding dragon roar reverberated throughout the subterranean realm. The 15,000 soldiers, under the command of the 22 1st-tier dark extraordinary beings, felt their hearts nearly cease upon hearing that familiar roar. One by one, they fell to their knees like wheat swayed by the wind. Having endured the terrifying slaughter wrought by Mylreyth, they lacked the courage to resist him. Moreover, their daily sustenance was provided by His Majesty the Bone Dragon, and they would never betray their benefactor. Unlike those brought by the 7 second-tier kin, who mistakenly believed that their food was supplied solely by those 7, their loyalty to the ancient dragon was far more profound. The 22 1st-tier dark extraordinary beings knelt without hesitation, casting reverent gazes towards the distance. These past few months had been exceedingly stifling for them. Initially granted significant autonomy by His Majesty the Bone Dragon, their newfound kinship with a 2nd-tier extraordinary being had suddenly imposed restrictions upon them. This greedy 2nd-tier being demanded that 90% of the blood pearls they produced each month be surrendered. This infuriated them to no end. During His Majesty's reign, all the blood pearls within their territory had been theirs, but now their share had plummeted by 90%. They would have revolted long ago had they not feared the 2nd-tier extraordinary beings. Now, with their protector, His Majesty the Bone Dragon, returning, they were certain he would put those 7 second-tier kin in their place. High above, a colossal creature stretching 15 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, engulfed in blazing green flames, emanated an overwhelming dragon might as it soared towards the army at an astonishing speed. The terrifying dragon pressure sent tremors through all the dark beings present. It was a fear deeply etched into their souls, compelling them to submit involuntarily. Upon the castle walls, the 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings stood frozen in shock. According to their calculations, the skeletal dragon should not return, should it? The power amassed by this skeletal dragon has developed at an unprecedented pace, posing a formidable threat not only to the surface's holy see, but also to various underground factions. It is fortunate that they are under the control of the Seven. Each possesses a backing connected to formidable third-tier entities in the vast subterranean realms, even to concealed legends. All extraordinary resources they have amassed have been duly surrendered. It is precisely because of these connections that they brazenly occupy the territory of the skeletal dragon lord. Based on their estimations, a clever second-tier skeletal dragon, under such circumstances, would inevitably flee and conceal itself. After all, the soul pearl belonging to the skeletal dragon is dutifully transmitted monthly through those skeletons, ensuring that the dragon does not incur losses. Could it be that the dragon is unaware? A multitude of powerful beings is currently watching him. The unique breeding method of the special whitewood insect is something many powerful entities ardently desire. At this moment, their minds are in utter disarray, and their bodies are chillingly cold. Indeed, the skeletal dragon cannot contend against their third-tier and even legendary powers. Yet, it may not struggle against them, who wield no extraordinary weapons at all, as mere second-tier beings. Convey my orders. Eliminate all soldiers brought by the second-tier dark extraordinary. Kill. The deafening roar reverberated, rendering the minds of all dark creatures present in a stupor. The 5,000 skeletal undead, upon receiving their master's command, drew their weapons and charged recklessly towards the 15,000 army controlled by the 7 second-tier extraordinary. The 22 dark extraordinary whom Mylreyth had previously subjugated also reacted. Warriors, the Lord has returned. Eliminate those treacherous outsiders. Kill. The first to charge was the first-tier ogre warrior, Mu, wielding a 3-meter-long greatsword, clad in iron armor, cleaving 5 or 6 rebellious dog-headed men in half, or sending them flying. Amidst the bloodshed, the ogre army behind him surged forward without hesitation. In an instant, the 22 dark extraordinary, leading the 15,000 army they governed, clashed with the 15,000 army controlled by the 7 second-tier extraordinary. A horrifying battle erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield. The 7 second-tier extraordinary quickly responded, roaring in fury as they drew their weapons and ascended towards the skeletal dragon in the sky. Among the 15,000 soldiers under their control, the 15 first-tier extraordinary they had brought immediately began commanding their forces to engage in direct combat with the army still loyal to the skeletal dragon lord. 35,000 troops were embroiled in chaotic infighting, each seeking to vanquish the other. The extraordinary beings clashed and fought fiercely. High above, Mylreyth opened his cavernous maw to face the 7 second-tier extraordinary charging towards him. The searing breath of the dragon erupted forth, enveloping the sky for thousands of meters. No, accompanied by 2 anguished cries, 2 relatively weaker second-tier dark extraordinary, caught off guard, were consumed by the relentless dragon flames. Reduced to mere ashes, the remaining 5 second-tier extraordinary exerted every ounce of strength to escape the inferno's grasp. In a state of shock, they realized the skeletal dragon was indeed a dragon, far beyond their capacity to confront, especially armed only with first-tier weapons, which barely scratched the surface of their defenses. Exchanging glances, they fled without hesitation towards the rear. Chapter 31. The cunning extraordinary beings there, a massive rock wall stood, riddled with countless passages leading to the outside. As long as they entered the cave, they could leverage its confines to impede the colossal skeletal dragon's movements, granting them a fighting chance. Observing the 5 second-tier dark extraordinary fleeing towards the rock wall, Mylreyth's enormous dragon wings flapped rapidly. The sound of fierce winds erupted. In an instant, the speed of Mylreyth exceeded that of sound, hurtling towards the 5 second-tier extraordinary. In merely 5 breaths, he reached their front, a cruel smile gracing his visage. Death, the moment you trespassed into my domain without my consent, sealed your fates. The massive skeletal dragon extended its multi-meter-long claws, sweeping through the air with lightning speed. The 5 second-tier extraordinary knew they could not match the skeletal dragon's speed and had to counter first. They swung their weapons towards the dragon's claws, attempting to block while harnessing the powerful recoil to enter the passage within the rock wall as swiftly as possible. The sound of thunderous collisions echoed. A violent shockwave swept through the surroundings. The thousands of dark soldier beings engaged in battle below felt an overwhelming force descending upon them. They could not withstand it. Not even a cry escaped their lips as they were crushed into pulp. The surrounding 2,000 to 3,000 dark soldier beings were directly blown away, collapsing to the ground in agony. Impossible. The 5 second-tier dark extraordinary gazed in horror at their shattered weapons and their own grievously wounded bodies. How could the disparity be so vast? Legends spoke of the dragon clan's might, capable of taking on 10 foes alone. They had thought it merely a myth. Yet, the current situation revealed a far greater reality. Their fate was one of utter annihilation. The green dragon flames engulfed half the sky, illuminating the incredulous faces of the 5 second-tier extraordinary. 5 scorched corpses, their flesh charred and torn, plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto the battlefield. In the final moments, Mylreyth reduced the temperature of his dragon flames, sparing them their corpses. At present, he sought a few second-tier skeletal swordsmen to assist in subduing his territory. In less than a dozen breaths, the 7 second-tier dark extraordinary either turned to ash or became charred remains. The terrifying combat prowess of the skeletal dragon significantly dampened the morale of the army belonging to the 7 dark second-tier extraordinary. One by one, they began to flee, with surrenders becoming increasingly rare. After dispatching the 7 second-tier dark extraordinary, Mylreyth directed his massive dragon head towards the panicked enemies below, who were frantically fleeing and surrendering. With a gentle unfurling of his dragon wings, the vast dragon form soared rapidly downwards. When only 20 meters above the ground, he opened his cavernous maw, exhaling a breath of low-temperature flame. Around 300 to 400 degrees, the green dragon flames enveloped the earth. Wave after wave of dark beings were seared alive, their forms reduced to charred corpses. In the distance, a hidden dark legend observed the indiscriminate slaughter of countless dark beings by the skeletal dragon, his brow furrowed in concern. That skeletal dragon was not the true form of Mylreyth. It was merely a projection. For within that massive skeletal body, he detected no soul, only a blazing soul flame. Too cautious, such is the nature of the dragon clan. It seems I must now play the role of a loyal subject in the future. How splendid it would be if those foolish ancient dragons still existed, casting magic openly rather than sneaking around, making it all too easy to learn. Unlike now, when those dragons conceal their magical practices so thoroughly that even a glimpse is a challenge. The dark legend vanished without a trace. He had tracked that dragon over 100 times using divination magic, yet each time, it eluded him. It is evident that either the skeletal dragon has latched onto the thigh, or this very skeletal dragon has fled to another dimension. Of course, it is also plausible that this skeletal dragon has utilized the precious magic from its inherited memories to conceal itself. After all, the immensely potent soul pearl, when combined with formidable magic, is sufficient to render this skeletal dragon hidden. The dark legend has vanished without a trace. However, on the battlefield, the wrath of Mylreyth has been thoroughly ignited. The unique danger perception of the dragon informs him that an exceedingly powerful entity has been lurking, one that he could not withstand even if 100 of him were combined. The world of the extraordinary is rife with cunning individuals. In the past, he wondered why he remained obediently hidden underground instead of leveraging the vast knowledge within his inherited memories to rise swiftly. For instance, the accumulation of knowledge over just 1 year now surpasses that of the previous century. This is solely due to the abundance of cunning individuals. Living dragons are shielded by numerous dragon gods. Anyone daring to torment dragons in pursuit of the knowledge contained within their inherited memories shall face the wrath of the dragon gods. Even formidable powers must tread carefully. Most ordinary undead skeletal dragons arise from the death of dragons, their souls extinguished, birthed from the remains of their corporeal forms, lacking any inherited memories. Only those dragons who willingly transform themselves into skeletal dragons during their lifetimes, retaining their complete dragon souls, continue to possess inherited memories. Such foolish dragons are rare, appearing only once every 100,000 years. If they can live, why would they choose death? Dragons do not succumb to aging. Those with inherited memories can extend their lifespans through various knowledge, even upon reaching the limits of their existence. As for him, he cannot precisely articulate his situation. He feels that his predecessor, the former owner of his skeletal dragon form, should be his reincarnation. This life seems to have dealt him an unfortunate hand. During his draconic infancy, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death due to various circumstances, leading to a shattered soul. In order to survive, he had to transform into a skeletal dragon, barely clinging to life. After escaping underground, he lived in a daze, only emerging after half a year to gather some provisions. It was only after reaching the second tier that he gradually began to recover his memories, fully awakening to his past life's recollections a few years ago. However, after regaining those memories, he chose to remain cautious. The inherited knowledge contains the experiences of countless dragons. Countless dragons caution their descendants to use the knowledge within their inherited memories judiciously. Particularly, certain knowledge capable of significantly advancing civilizations should be avoided whenever possible. Generally, it is best to indulge in simple pleasures. The chromatic dragons may engage in some light-hearted raids, while the metallic dragons partake in benevolent deeds, relishing their draconic existence. Simply surviving is their optimal choice. As long as they continue to exist, one day they may attain a status comparable to that of deities. Should the day arise when it becomes utterly necessary to employ knowledge that could greatly advance other civilizations, they must ensure to keep themselves hidden. Failing to conceal oneself may result in the knowledge being surreptitiously acquired by certain cunning individuals. Thousands of dragons, while utilizing specific magics, have been secretly studied by these clever entities. Most importantly, after these individuals have stolen such knowledge, they often eliminate the dragons to monopolize the powerful insights. Regrettably, this theft goes unchecked by the dragon gods, as they cannot monitor every dragon. The use of magic from inherited memories is a common occurrence for dragons. Once employed, certain formidable, extraordinary beings can learn from it. Chapter 32. Rooting out the problem. A green dragon flame enveloped the heavens and the earth, the screams of thousands of dark creatures echoing like a frenzied tide. White smoke billowed upward from the charred remains of dark beings, now only half-cooked. Mylreyth furiously unleashed dragon flames, determined to incinerate this group of dark creatures who fed upon him and betrayed him, leaving not a single one alive. After half an hour, the central battlefield lay deserted, a wasteland strewn with corpses. In the distance, amidst the brutal combat and Mylreyth's inadvertent collateral damage, only 10,000 dark creatures remained. Trembling as they retreated, their brief skirmish with the traitors resulted in a mere 1,000 or 2,000 casualties. However, due to some of their warriors being entangled with the betrayers, they too were burned alive. The skeletal dragon lord had claimed more of their warriors than their enemies had. They were filled with dread, yet simultaneously possessed an unparalleled fervor. The evolutionary instincts honed over millions of years informed them that only a tyrant could utterly conquer them, uniting their disparate races to expand outward and continuously achieve glory. For them, doubling their population within a year is entirely feasible. As long as the skeletal dragon lord could provide ample resources through plunder, the loss of dark creatures is a worthy sacrifice. With a massive body measuring 15 meters long, the dragon descended with a thunderous crash upon the earth. The violent shockwave sent hundreds of corpses flying. Faintly, the mournful cries of some exceptionally resilient dark beings could be heard. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Indeed, the ancestors were not mistaken. This group of dark creatures is akin to ungrateful wolves. Only loyalty can be cultivated through slaughter and bloodshed. For over a year, I have provided them sustenance, drink, and extraordinary resources, yet still, a faction of dark beings has betrayed me. Mylreyth seethed with rage. The 22 dark extraordinary beings he once subdued immediately joined him in battle upon his return. Nevertheless, prior to this, they had unhesitatingly aligned themselves with their kind's second-tier extraordinary beings under pressure. To him, this was tantamount to betrayal, although they later returned. Loyalty that is not absolute equates to complete disloyalty. It is evident that these ungrateful beings follow whoever is strong, especially when a powerful kin is present. Clearly, I must rapidly expand my undead army. Intelligent beings are inherently unreliable. The blazing flames of soul fire erupted at the moment Mylreyth's words fell. Countless flames of souls expanded outward like a tsunami from Mylreyth's center, sweeping across the battlefield. Numerous corpses, engulfed in the flames of souls, rapidly withered. The essence of flesh and blood was absorbed at an astonishing rate by their bones. Within mere 10 breaths, the fiery blaze of soul flames enveloped the entire battlefield. At this moment, 20,000 dark creature corpses were in the throes of transformation into undead beings. After 30 breaths, a gust of wind swept through, the blood and flesh essence of countless bodies dissipating into dust. The dense soul flames surged into one skull after another, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The blazing soul fire ignited, and countless skeletons rose one after another from the green sea of flames. 15 first-tier extraordinary beings, guided by 7 second-tier extraordinary beings, were transformed into loyal skeletal swordsmen devoted to Mylreyth. 5 second-tier extraordinary beings, having retained their corpses, also rose from the sea of flames, becoming 2-meter-tall, two-handed skeletal swordsmen. Countless restless souls have arisen amidst a sea of green flames, a scene reminiscent of hell, causing the dark creatures in the distance to retreat further. As the skeletal figures rise, the dense inferno of souls ascends skyward. 20,000 souls, engulfed in emerald flames, manifest high above, emitting piercing wails as they uncontrollably soar towards Mylreyth. Among them, approximately 5,000 souls of dark beings fight for Mylreyth. Amidst their cries, they transform into small orbs, each containing the essence of various dark beings' souls, which are then scattered upon the earth. In contrast, the remaining 15,000 traitors are devoured by Mylreyth, their souls incinerated into the purest form of soul energy, which he then channels to his distant corporeal form. The green sea of soul flames gradually dissipates. At the moment the 5,000 transformed soul orbs vanish, they each rise into the air, swiftly heading towards the small underground spaces where they once lived. Their instincts signal that they may now have the chance for reincarnation. Driven by their will to survive, they eagerly seek rebirth, anticipating a new life. The 5,000 luminous soul orbs streak across the sky, leaving behind beautiful trails akin to shooting stars. Outside the battlefield, over 10,000 dark soldiers gaze at the 5,000 soul orbs soaring like meteors, bewildered yet unconcerned, dismissing it as a new spell from their lord, the Bone Dragon. Issue my command. Annihilate all traitors within the 3 medium underground spaces. Leave not a single one. Observing his soul share swell to 55,000. Mylreyth resolved to seize this opportunity to elevate his rank to the 3rd tier. The small underground spaces under his dominion were primarily occupied by dark beings who had pledged allegiance to him before his departure, thus they were certainly his kin. However, the 3 medium underground spaces were entirely occupied by dark beings brought forth by 7 traitors. He has always adhered to the principle of eradicating enemies down to the roots, sparing none. In the distance, 22 first-tier dark transcendants, upon hearing their lord's orders, were momentarily stunned. Over the past year, they had faithfully followed his commands. Thus, they had strictly implemented his sustainable development strategy, managing to sustain merely 3 of their kin per square kilometer, yielding only 1,000 great white woodworms annually. Their vast 15,000 square kilometers of land could only support 45,000 kin. The situation in the 3 medium underground spaces was starkly different. 3 skeletal mages, under the oppression of 7 second-tier transcendants, were forced to engage in destructive mining operations. Utilizing the tenfold authority of their undead beings, they managed to sustain 10,000 beings per square kilometer, leading to abundant food supplies. Chapter 33. Frenzied Slaughter. The current population of dark beings within the Bone Dragon's territory has surpassed 200,000. The order to eradicate all traitors in the 3 medium underground spaces implies that over 150,000 dark beings face extermination. Such horrifying carnage sends shivers down their spines, rendering their souls paralyzed with fear. Large-scale ethnic cleansing. Even the Radiant Church would typically exercise restraint, preferring to starve their enemies slowly rather than dispatching armies to slaughter them outright. However, with the Bone Dragon's command issued, compliance is their only option. After all, as long as resources remain plentiful, the loss of over 150,000 kin is inconsequential. Given their reproductive rate, they could replenish their numbers within 2 years. And this is merely based on their own fertility. Should they recruit more of their kin from the outside, it would take even less time. Dark beings themselves hold little value. What truly matters are the resources capable of sustaining them. Nearly 20,000 undead soldiers are divided into 3 legions. The first legion comprises 10,000 soldiers, while the second and third each consist of 5,000. They charge forth under the leadership of 5 second-tier skeletal swordsmen and 15 first-tier skeletal swordsmen. The 2 5,000-strong undead legions advance towards the leopard-headed and bull-headed underground spaces, while the formidable 10,000-strong skeletal legion begins to sweep through the entire Bone Dragon's underground territory. The Lord commands, eliminate all traitors. Kin, follow me into battle. First-tier dwarf warrior Muse, leading his well-equipped 300 dark dwarf army, bravely stormed into a goblin tribe, forming a disciplined military formation. They thrust their long spears and unleashed volleys of crossbow bolts, cutting down waves of goblins as if they were mere wheat being harvested. Witnessing the horrifying slaughter before him, first-tier dwarf warrior Muse felt not a shred of compassion. Among the 22 dark transcendants, he stood as the weakest, being the only first-tier warrior of the dwarf clan under the Lord's command. The small underground space he occupied was a mere 300 square kilometers, and the 4 other small underground spaces that had once belonged to their dark dwarf clan were seized by other, stronger dark transcendants. He could do nothing about it. Now, with an opportunity to vent his frustrations, he would not hold back. The dark dwarves ruthlessly slaughtered the goblins. Goblindale, alongside 3 other first-tier goblin warriors of his kin, commanded an army of 2,000 goblins, surrounding the dark dwarf village with great momentum. At Dale's command, the 2,000 elite goblins charged forward like rabid beasts. The low earthen walls crumbled as the 2,000 elite goblins jubilantly invaded the dark dwarf village. With most of their elite forces taken away and caught unprepared, this village of dark dwarves, with a population of merely 500, was overwhelmed by the elite goblins in mere breaths. Fierce battles erupted in every corner of the village. The goblin elites fought without any strategy, charging in chaos, resulting in a melee. Meanwhile, the remaining 500 dark dwarves, though bereft of their elite warriors, still possessed formidable combat prowess. Armed with their iron hammers, they engaged the goblins fiercely. One goblin struck a dark dwarf in the back with a knife, staining him with blood as he fought like a madman. The dark dwarf, who had just smashed a goblin's skull to bits, emitted a muffled grunt as he was struck from behind. In a fit of rage, he retaliated with a hammer strike. The agile goblin elite dodged backward, letting out a furious roar. The dark dwarf, consumed with anger, lamented that had he had time to don his armor, he could have easily taken down 5 goblins, and he would never have found himself in such a perilous situation. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to regroup with his kin despite his injuries. Once they formed a battle array, even facing 10 times the number of goblins, they could emerge victorious. After more than 20 minutes, fewer than 100 of the 500 dwarves remained. Amidst the horrific losses, 90 dark dwarves finally regrouped, forming a battle array, and desperately fought their way through the sea of goblins. For transcendants from the goblin clan, witnessing their overwhelming numerical advantage, were infuriated that they had lost 800 kin without conquering the dark dwarf village. However, they soon sneered. Their kind was abundant. As long as their armor and weapons remained intact, they could recruit 800 new goblins from their territory within 2 days. This conflict would also serve to provide experience and enhance the combat prowess of their underlings. Overall, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Seeing the battle nearing its conclusion, 4 first-tier dog-headed warriors clad in full iron armor charged like the wind towards the dark dwarves on the battlefield, wielding their curved blades with lethal intent. Leading the charge was dog-headed warrior Dyer, who, upon witnessing the fearful gazes of the dark dwarves ahead, was filled with exhilaration. A flash of steel glinted as he unleashed his formidable strength, the razor-sharp curve of his blade slicing effortlessly through the necks of 7 or 8 dark dwarves. Blood gushed forth, staining his body as he plunged into their ranks with murderous intent. The dark dwarves fought valiantly, yet their resistance was futile against the overwhelming advantage in both strength and speed. Their weapons failed to reach the dog-headed warriors, and their movements appeared to the warriors as if they were in slow motion. The dog-headed warriors easily evaded their attacks and struck them down in the openings. Dyer penetrated deep into the dark dwarves' formation, while the other 3 dog-headed warriors, equally unyielding, joined the fray, wreaking havoc among the enemy. Witnessing the valor of their 4 leaders, the throngs of dog-headed elite surged forward with wild cries, overwhelming the dark dwarves. The brutal slaughter, which intensified with the arrival of the 4 first-tier dog-headed warriors, lasted no more than 30 breaths. After this brief yet savage period, all the dark dwarves lay slain upon the ground, their bodies now lifeless. Remove these traitors' corpses to His Majesty Bone Dragon's castle. He requires them, commanded Dyer, bloodied from the brutal battlefield. The horrific carnage spread like wildfire across distant lands, where an endless army of the undead surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing tribe after tribe and village after village of dark creatures. Countless dark beings were often slain before they even realized the danger, their bodies carted away to the rear. Meanwhile, before the castle, Mylreyth ignited his soul fire, continuously transforming the incoming corpses into undead, which he then employed in the cleansing of the traitors. Chapter 34. Breakthrough to Tier 3 time flowed slowly. The number of skeletons under Mylreyth's command escalated, as the souls he consumed multiplied exponentially with each passing moment. On the 8th day, Mylreyth beheld his soul storage, which had reached an astounding total of 150,000 souls, and he was thrilled beyond measure. At last, he had accumulated sufficient souls to break through to Tier 3, 300 kilometers beneath the sea, over 300,000 kilometers from the continent. Mylreyth's towering 15-meter form lay like a fossil within a vast underground cavern, merely a square kilometer in size. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional drip of water landing upon the ancient dragon bones, echoing softly in the stillness. Each hour, A few blood-red glimmers would flicker along the spine of the dragon's skeleton, emanating from 10 secret silver metal rods that concealed Mylreyth's presence. Suddenly, Mylreyth's green soul fire ignited fiercely. The grand conflagration of soul flames spread swiftly from the skull of the dragon skeleton to each of its bones, illuminating the dark cavern that had long been devoid of light. With a mere thought, the 100 secret silver metal rods encircling a 500-meter clearing erupted in brilliant red light, obscuring all information within the vicinity. As he felt the intense consumption of countless soul energies within his essence, Mylreyth felt no remorse. The 100 rods, even when operating once per hour for an entire day, consumed merely 1,000 souls. To him, who possessed 150,000 souls, this was but a minuscule fraction, easily sustainable. Seeing the surrounding land shrouded in the veil of death's secrecy, Mylreyth began his breakthrough with a sense of calm. Boundless soul energy flowed into his soul fire. With the infusion of thousands of soul energies, the green flames erupted into an earth-shattering torch, soaring over 30 meters high. His 15-meter-long dragon body was fully engulfed in the blazing soul fire, and gradually, it began to grow. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 30 days had elapsed. Mylreyth's dragon form grew at a rapid pace of 1 meter every 10 days, now reaching a fearsome 18 meters. Just 2 meters shy of the 20 meters required for a Tier 3 dragon. Time continued its relentless march. The green soul flames still blazed like a torch. Mylreyth lay in quiet slumber, attuned to the growth of his soul and body. After another 20 days, Mylreyth's colossal dragon body finally surpassed the 20-meter mark. His soul transformed into a deeper shade of green. Its strength increased tenfold compared to before. In a direct confrontation, he could easily vanquish 20 of his former self without breaking a sweat. In this world, high-level beings typically possessed energy levels 10 times greater than those of one tier lower, not to mention disparities in quality. Under normal circumstances, a late-stage Tier 2 transcendent could effortlessly slay 100 late-stage Tier 1 transcendent beings. Battling across tiers was nearly impossible. Even the mightiest dragons, expending resources tenfold compared to ordinary transcendent beings, could barely exchange a few blows with early-stage Tier 2 dark creatures. More often than not, dragons faced defeat and fled in disgrace, with death being a likely outcome. The difference of a single tier often represented a chasm between life and death. As Mylreyth felt the tremendous surge of power that exceeded tenfold compared to his former self, he became increasingly troubled. With a larger form and greater strength came a larger target. To conceal his presence, he required even more energy for the more powerful a being. The more information they radiated to the outside world. With a sudden resolution, Mylreyth retrieved another 100 secret silver metal rods from his storage space. The subterranean realm bore striking differences from the surface. On the surface, sunlight was abundant and conditions for plant growth were optimal, giving surface dwellers a significant advantage in food production. 1 square kilometer above ground equated to 10 square kilometers below. However, when it came to mineral resources, the situation was entirely reversed. The underground, due to its proximity to magma and the incessant excavation by dark forces, was rich in resources, leading to lower metal prices. Even precious secret silver was not prohibitively expensive. For instance, near the domain he once ruled, there lay a small secret silver mine, where he had set a multitude of dog-headed skeletons to dig for many years. This small mine had enabled him to amass over 10,000 secret silver metal rods as his magical materials. This knowledge was gleaned from the survival experiences of dragons recorded in the legacy memories. The teachings stated that for a dragon to live long, it must stockpile sufficient extraordinary metals such as secret silver, fine gold, and flame iron, as these metals could prove life-saving. Numerous reusable spells that enhance one's ability to escape can be inscribed upon extraordinary metals, allowing them to function continuously. Of course, this is predicated upon the availability of abundant energy. In his previous life, he had absorbed the survival wisdom of the exceptionally long-lived dragons from the memories passed down through their lineage. Upon discovering a mithril mine, it was only prudent to stockpile some mithril rods as a contingency. The sagacity of his draconic ancestors proved invaluable. Indeed, during his flight, the mithril proved to be of immense assistance. With the inscription of the death concealment spell both internally and externally upon them, he merely needed to supply sufficient energy, utilizing soul energy as the operational power for the death concealment, allowing it to function perpetually. Even demigods would find it difficult to trace his whereabouts. After all, concealing a second-tier entity with 100 souls daily is an extravagant endeavor, akin to throwing money at a problem. A verdant flame of souls enveloped over 100 silver mithril rods. Intricate runes gradually emerged upon the rods under the meticulous engraving of Mylreyth. After several hours, the death concealment spell, which had ascended alongside his own level, rose to a third tier. Its efficacy intensified while its consumption diminished. Even a mere 10 rods sufficed to conceal a third-tier skeletal dragon. However, the cost of such concealment skyrocketed tenfold. The price to hide a third-tier existence from the eyes of legends or demigods was exorbitant. 1,000 souls daily could bankrupt even the weakest of deities. Yet, this is the indispensable price paid by lower-tier beings when contending with those of higher tiers. The dominance of the strong over the weak is invariably comprehensive, spanning strength, intellect, relationships, and magic. They can easily extinguish lower-tier existences. Strength is self-evident. One can simply eliminate the lower-tier being outright. Intellect, too, plays a crucial role. A few clever stratagems, such as diverting attention or corrupting the subordinates of the opponent, can lead to their downfall. Relationships can be manipulated with minimal resources, allowing allies to eliminate adversaries without direct involvement. As for magic, once one reaches the second tier, every mage can employ tracking spells. Many second-tier dark beings make use of them. While they may struggle to master authentic second-tier tracking spells, learning a lower-tier version is well within their capacity, especially with their elevated intellect after breaking into the second tier. Perhaps contending with equals at the second tier poses a challenge. But tracking first-tier extraordinary beings, or mere mortals, is assuredly a simple task. Mylreyth found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why his world was rife with schemers. The 7 second-tier dark beings, through mere information deduction, concluded that he would likely not return to his territory. They brazenly wielded power within his domain, nearly usurping it. They were astute enough to recognize that he had control over the source of the Da by Muchone larvae, and thus refrained from severing his source of soul pearls, ensuring he did not act out of desperation. During their encroachment upon his territory, each donned a facade of loyalty, prostrating themselves before him numerous times, showing no regard for their dignity. Clearly, they were also plotting their own escape route, should he choose to return. Their display of loyalty could easily deceive inexperienced hatchlings or reclusive dragons who had long been detached from the outside world, and as they anticipated, he indeed would not return to his territory. His true form, aside from his past memories, was that of a recluse dragon. As for experience, dragons, much like humans, tend to avoid exerting themselves when possible. Even with an abundance of knowledge within their ancestral memories, if not actively pursued, it is equivalent to nothing. The vast majority of dragons prefer to take the easy route. The diligent ones are exceedingly rare. It can be said that these 7 individuals had considered all aspects thoroughly. By his absence, they reveled in occupying his territory, amassing a wealth of the special Da by Muchone larvae resources, continuously expanding their land and populace, and producing abundant blood pearls, with legends on the horizon. Should he return, based on their intelligence, that skeletal dragon was merely a recluse, with limited survival experience. As long as they feigned loyalty, they could easily navigate through the situation, continuing to serve the skeletal dragon lord, and their future prospects would remain bright. However, what they failed to anticipate was his possession of past memories, coupled with solid survival experience. Driven by a fear of death, he diligently studied the experiences of the long-lived dragons. Under seemingly foolproof conditions, they encountered an unforeseen complication. He remained hidden, yet sent a clone back, and systematically eliminated them all. While this was manageable, the 7 second-tier extraordinary beings were merely pawns in a larger game. Behind them loomed far more formidable entities. During the slaughter of those dark beings, his draconic instincts clearly sensed a terrifying presence capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life lurking in the shadows. His soul flame nearly flickered with fear. He could guarantee that had he delayed his emergence by 3 months, he would have found at least one legend, cloaked in invisibility, covertly observing him. During his spellcasting, that entity might have stolen his magic. This time frame would not exceed a year. Given the learning capabilities of legends, mastering a second-tier extraction magic array typically requires less than a month. Even without specialized instructional materials, merely observing others cast spells could suffice in under a year. Often much less. Once mastering his magic, Mylreyth's life would be forfeit. Within the ancestral memories of dragons, thousands have met their demise in this manner. And these thousands are merely from his current dimension. Other realms' draconic legacies contain countless such examples. The prevalence of schemers is overwhelming. Why must they be so foolish? Setting aside other considerations, they could at least grant him a decade. After 10 years, given his pace of development, he could undoubtedly ascend to legend, and possessed the means to safeguard himself. Yet, not only was there no decade granted, but even half a year had not passed before they emerged. Had he not fled swiftly, it would have been nearly certain that he would not survive the subsequent year. He harbored deep suspicions that they had intentionally revealed themselves to expedite his development, possibly with the aim of collaboration, the price of which might be those blood pearls. What Mylreyth was unaware of was that his suspicions were indeed correct. Long before the war against the traitors commenced, a dark gnome legend had effortlessly infiltrated the ranks of Mylreyth's goblin tribe. During the ensuing conflict, he fought valiantly, sustaining numerous injuries, slaying several gnolls and a troll, and his military accomplishments soared within the goblin community. In the castle of the Dark Dwarves, Mylreyth surveyed the casualty reports and military achievement data submitted by various tribes, calmly stating, "From now on, each Centurion officer shall receive 100 blood pearls monthly. Each Decurion officer shall receive 10 blood pearls monthly. When recording military achievements, let us use the skeletal swordsman as the standard. I have inscribed a lie detection magic array within the skulls of the skeletal swordsman. Any who dare to claim military honors fraudulently shall be executed. 10 military achievements equate to the rank of Shifuzhang, while 100 confer the status of Beifazang. O great sovereign, your wisdom is unparalleled." The 3 skeletal mages serve with unwavering loyalty. Subsequently, they swiftly set forth with 15 skeletal swordsmen into the outside world. Upon the open plains beyond the castle, after the ravages of war, only 6,000 dark creatures remained, orderly arranged according to their respective races. The 15 skeletal swordsmen advanced silently, beginning to bestow military honors. With each query, blood gradually stained the earth. Half of the dark creatures, bewildered and oblivious, were summarily executed. They remained unaware that their fraudulent claims had been uncovered by the lie detection array. The skeletal swordsmen paid no heed to their plight. According to the rules, those who falsely reported military achievements met their demise, and they felt no obligation to warn these dark beings. The Bone Dragon Sovereign treated them exceedingly well. 1/10 of the souls they consumed retained energy to aid their growth. They yearned to eliminate all dark creatures, thus had no incentive to offer any warnings. Amidst the terrifying slaughter, only 3,000 trembling dark creatures remained, bewildered yet elevated in rank. At the very least, they had all attained the status of Shifuzhang, while those who had slain the most were promoted to Beifazang. As for the Qianfazang, they became the 22 dark, transcendent beings of each tribe, each receiving 1,000 blood pearls monthly. From this point forward, they were expelled from the ranks of the Lord by Mylreyth. After being betrayed, Mylreyth decided to limit their authority and opted for the undead to manage them in a most mechanical manner. After all, he now commanded a legion of over 160,000 undead, sufficient to maintain order. Chapter 36. The rapid growth of dark creatures within a 600 square kilometer subterranean domain inhabited by the goblin race. 1,200 fully armed skeletal undead fervently wielded their hoes. Excavating a trench, dust swirled as subterranean water flowed gently. A small underground river began to be diverted into this trench. The skeletons employed a phased excavation approach, initially unifying their efforts at the forefront. Thanks to their sheer numbers, they could complete 1 kilometer of trench within half a day. After channeling the underground water into the trench, they dug auxiliary channels to direct water sources to surrounding lands, irrigating the trees. According to Mylreyth's design, this trench would bisect the entire 600 square kilometer subterranean space from south to north. Its primary function was irrigation, while its secondary purpose was to segregate the dark creatures, effectively dividing the territory into 2 halves. The goblins on the eastern side of the trench were driven to the west to prevent them from damaging the growth of trees on the eastern land. Any goblin who disobeyed orders would be ruthlessly slain by the skeletal undead. In the central stone-based breeding ground for large white woodworms, numerous skeletons crushed vast quantities of wood into sawdust, subsequently depositing it into the stone cavities for extensive breeding of the large white woodworms. Goblins, pulling wooden sleds laden with wood, queued to exchange for the large white woodworms they required. One goblin dutifully surrendered 33 pounds of wood, a skeletal figure. Observing the 30 pounds of stone weights pressed against the 33 pounds of wood, retrieved a large white woodworm from its pouch and handed it to the goblin. The goblin excitedly accepted the woodworm. It then produced another 33 pounds of wood. The skeleton, without uttering a word, transferred the previous 30 pounds of wood to the back, placed the new 33 pounds on the scale, and once again handed a large white woodworm to the goblin. The goblin returned with yet another 33 pounds of wood. Thus, after a day's toil, a goblin who had acquired 3 large white woodworms joyfully returned home. 1 kilometer away, within a burrow, a female goblin, accompanied by 3 goblin offspring, anxiously peered outside, awaiting the return of their husband or father. Illuminated by the glow of molten lava, the subterranean realm was perpetually bathed in daylight. Here, dark creatures were oblivious to the passage of time, only falling asleep when instinct dictated. After 20 minutes, a male goblin arrived at his burrow with 3 large white woodworms. He presented the woodworms to his partner, and the family joyfully feasted. The male goblin and female goblin each consumed 1, while the 3 offspring required only 3 tails each to feel satiated. After their meal, the male goblin remarked that word from above indicated they were no longer under the jurisdiction of the clan leader, but merely needed to heed the commands of the skeletal undead. Every 2 months, they would relocate to the opposite side of the subterranean space. He was somewhat perplexed by the situation, only aware that life had become easier. Previously, the vast majority of the wood he collected had to be surrendered to the superior goblins above. Now, however, he could exchange as much wood as he gathered for meat. The prospect of a life filled with abundant meat brought him immense happiness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this blissful existence was soon to come to an end. After Mylreyth ascended to the 3rd tier, his daily requirement for soul energy soared to 1,000. However, due to the need to eliminate traitors, more than 15,000 of the original 200,000 dark creatures in his territory had been slain. Even after nearly 2 months, the current number of dark creatures still did not exceed 70,000. To ensure a steady supply of soul energy, Mylreyth relaxed the criteria for dark creatures wishing to join his ranks. Any dark creature that entered his territory was considered to have allied with him, able to exchange sufficient quantities of wood for large white woodworms from his skeletal minions. News of the opportunity to feast on meat spread throughout the subterranean world. Countless starving dark creatures, prompted by former members of their tribe, rushed towards the domain of the bone dragon, undeterred by the horrific slaughter of tens of thousands perpetrated by Mylreyth. 3 days later, over 500 newly allied goblins were ushered into this subterranean realm. They frantically felled enough trees and swiftly rushed to exchange with the skeletal undead. After losing over 100 for their disregard of rules, the remaining 400 goblins experienced their first feast of meat. After satisfying their hunger, they became even more frantic. Unimpeded by the skeletal bands, they recklessly harvested vast quantities of wood on the western side of the trench. Dark creatures, accustomed to near-constant hunger, developed hoarding habits akin to hamsters. The sounds of tree felling resonated incessantly. However, only 5 days later, another 800 goblins were introduced into this subterranean space. At this moment, the population of goblins within this geographical domain surged to 3,000. Despite the initial loss of over 300 due to their disregard for the rules, nearly 1,000 newcomers remained. The indigenous residents were incensed at the influx of outsiders, for these raucous interlopers continued to fell trees unabated. If this relentless harvest persisted, how would they sustain themselves? Intense conflicts erupted between the 2 factions over the precious wood resources. You outsiders have no right to fell trees in our subterranean domain. While we could manage to consume 30 pounds a day, your 200 pounds will surely lead to your demise. A robust D-gene, accompanied by 300 adult D-gene, encircled a mere 100 or so foreign D-gene, expressing their wrath. The foreign D-gene, upon witnessing the menacing approach of the 300 local D-gene, trembled in fear. However, persuading them to cease their woodcutting endeavors was an impossibility, as they equated food with life itself. To demand they stop procuring more sustenance was tantamount to demanding their very existence. The skeletons of His Majesty the Bone Dragon had not intervened with us. So by what right do you presume to stop us? To satiate our hunger, we shall never yield. A tall foreign D-gene brandished a hefty wooden club, roaring in anger. The local D-gene, incensed by the insolence of the outsiders, charged forth with fervor. The foreign D-gene, steeling themselves, clashed head-on. A fierce battle ensued. With blows exchanged and teeth bared, each side fighting for their survival. After more than 20 minutes, the 100 or so foreign D-gene lay defeated on the ground. Their insufficient numbers rendered them incapable of overcoming their adversaries. Following a resounding thrashing of the foreign D-gene, the local D-gene, triumphant, returned to their homes. Yet, the foreign D-gene were not disheartened. They began to reach out to more outsiders to unite their forces. Although their number was nearly 1,000, all of them were adults, as none had entered in their juvenile state, and those who might have were perished from hunger on the way. In contrast, while the locals numbered 2,000, more than half comprised of younglings. Only about 1,000 among them were true adults. Who fears whom? Chapter 37. A reluctant state, a fragile balance. 5 days later, both factions clashed once more. This time, The local Djinn emerged victorious again. Though they too numbered around 1,000 adults, they had been well fed for several months, looking robust and healthy. Conversely, the newcomers were gaunt and emaciated, having just arrived. Under these circumstances, the local Djinn easily triumphed over 2 foreign Djinn, thus securing another victory. With the absence of a Djinn lord to impose order, this small underground domain belonging to the Djinn descended into chaos. The Djinn were embroiled in daily skirmishes, perceiving each other as mortal enemies in their quest for wood. Nevertheless, the tasks of wood exchange managed by the skeletons and the afforestation efforts across the canal remained relatively orderly. Apart from the turmoil within the Djinn territory, other regions of Mylreyth, including 3 medium-sized underground spaces, were also in disarray, with locals and outsiders continuously clashing. Within the newly constructed Rockwall Palace, Mylreyth surveyed the statistics compiled by 3 skeleton mages and 15 skeleton swordsmen regarding the dark creatures that had joined his domain over the past 2 months. His spirits lifted. In the underground world, the number of famished dark creatures was staggering, since he had eliminated that group of traitors. The past 2 months had seen an influx of over 70,000 dark creatures into his territory. Now, the total number of dark creatures under his command had reached an astounding 140,000. Each dark creature could provide him with a soul pearl monthly. The energy of 30 soul pearls equated to 1 soul. Thus, he was acquiring approximately 4,600 souls each month. Despite this substantial income, which could excite even demigods, it was still far from sufficient for him. His daily consumption had soared to 1,000 souls. 4,600 souls would only sustain him for 4 days. 10 days prior, after his ascension, he had still possessed a reserve of 50,000 souls. Without it, he wouldn't have lasted to this point. War was inevitable. Though that group of traitors deserved their fate, their territory was quite prosperous, and the dark creatures within it would undoubtedly satisfy him. Mylreyth silently calculated. He had eliminated 7 second-tier dark transcendents. In the underground world, only spaces exceeding 10,000 square kilometers could sustain second-tier dark transcendents. Thus, 7 second-tier dark transcendents implied 7 mid to large underground spaces of over 10,000 square kilometers each, housing no fewer than 70,000 dark creatures. Adding to this were the mid-sized underground spaces of less than 10,000 square kilometers and small underground spaces of less than 1,000 square kilometers, together amounting to approximately 200,000 square kilometers. With the 3,000 square kilometers he currently owned, this totaled 230,000 square kilometers. Under free-range conditions, using the large white wood worms for nurturing, 1 square kilometer could sustain 3 dark creatures, resulting in nearly 700,000 dark creatures. Now, he was reforming his domain. The skeletal minions would commence afforestation, dividing each underground space with canals. A 2-month cycle would ensue, with the skeletons responsible for planting timber in one half of the underground space, prohibiting dark creatures from entering to allow stable growth, while the dark creatures would harvest wood from the other half for sustenance and soul pearl provision. In this scenario, 1 square kilometer of land could sustain 5 dark creatures, amounting to 115,000 dark creatures across 230,000 square kilometers. Each month, this would yield 115,000 soul pearls, translating to approximately 38,000 souls per month. Even with his current daily consumption of 1,000 souls, this would suffice. Reality compelled him to expand. Was this also part of the scheme by those old schemers? Mylreyth felt a shiver run down his spine. The income from the trader's lands, when totaled, seemed precisely enough to maintain his concealment array. Could such coincidence exist in this world? He was skeptical, yet he had no alternative. A day later, a vast army of 150,000 undead, led by 15 first-tier skeleton swordsmen, spread across the land. 22 dark, transcendent centurions commanded their respective 1,000-strong legions, totaling 22,000 dark creatures. 17,000 troops assembled in the underground world, a feat unattainable even in underground spaces exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. Only ultra-large underground spaces of over 100,000 square kilometers could amass such armies in a short time. Mylreyth's ability to gather such a force stemmed from 2 factors. The undead required no sustenance and could wield weapons at will, and the ample food within his domain alleviated logistical concerns for the dark creature army. Standing upon the castle walls, Mylreyth gazed at the boundless army before him. Feeling somewhat out of control, he felt propelled by an unseen force, advancing relentlessly toward a predetermined destiny. He was unaware of the conclusion that awaited him. However, he understood one thing. He was cornered, with only one path ahead: expansion, expansion, and further expansion. As long as he possessed a sufficient number of soul pearls, he would wield ample power. As long as he drew breath, there would come a day when he could seize control of his destiny, rather than being swept along as he was now amidst the vast army. Mylreyth remained oblivious. Among the ranks of the centurions from 7 races, each harbored a legend. Secretly concealed, they were equally distressed, having been driven to desperation by the damned Holy See, nearly facing annihilation. After retreating into the subterranean realm, they found themselves in dire straits, impoverished to the point of despair. The barren underworld scarcely sustained beings of their extraordinary caliber. In a mere few decades, their powers dwindled by half. If this continued, they would inevitably fall from legend. Fortunately, the divine had not forsaken them. A colossal dragon, having transformed itself into a skeletal form, initiated extensive development. It even unveiled knowledge of extracting life energy, which could furnish them with an abundance of extraordinary resources, allowing them to maintain their strength. Alas, the skeletal dragon was fleet of foot, having barely emerged for less than half a year before vanishing. Sending only avatars to govern its territory, they were unable to glean that arcane knowledge. This left them in a state of vexation, lamenting why they had not arrived sooner. Had the dragon delayed its departure by even 2 months, they might have made it in time. Were they able to monopolize that profound knowledge, they could have potentially unified the entire underworld, vanquishing the Holy See above. However, the opportunity for clandestine learning was lost. They could only align themselves with this emerging force. By progressing gradually, they could still reap considerable benefits. In truth, they had contemplated diminishing the skeletal dragon's income, thereby rendering it incapable of maintaining the concealment array. Subsequently, they aimed to use tracking magic to locate the dragon and surreptitiously acquire knowledge. Yet, upon careful deliberation, they concluded that such a venture would yield more costs than benefits. The dragon clan possessed an abundance of ancestral knowledge, and that dragon had already secured its initial fortune. This first fortune was sufficient to facilitate its escape to another realm. Although the risk remained formidable, any realm inhabited by life would strike hard against a being like the skeletal dragon, leading to a high mortality rate. At least it was preferable to the fate of the 7 legends, where survival was nearly impossible. With a 10% chance of survival versus a 90% certainty of demise, any rational being would choose to flee, hoping for a better outcome. Given the dragon's cautious nature, it would undoubtedly depart before its soul gem resources dwindled to a level insufficient to sustain its concealment array, rather than depleting its last remnants. The deductions of the 7 dark legends were not misplaced. Mylreyth was indeed vigilant over his soul reserves. At that moment, he possessed over 40,000 souls. Should his count drop below 20,000, he would not hesitate to flee. He would seek the necromantic teleportation array within his ancestral memories and utilize 20,000 souls to transport himself directly into the realm of the undead. In truth, his time to escape was already ticking down. He currently expended 1,000 souls daily to obscure his whereabouts. With over 40,000 souls, subtracting 20,000 left him with just over 20 days. Within that span, if his monthly soul gem income could not offset the daily 1,000 soul expenditure for concealment, he would be forced to escape. It was not cowardice. Rather, the world was rife with treachery. To survive, he had to tread cautiously. A single misstep could lead him to a countdown of merely a year, surviving less than that. He wished to live, thus he prepared for the worst. The intricate power struggles between Mylreyth and the 7 dark legends were unbeknownst to the vast legions of undead and dark creatures above. They remained entirely unaware that their fates were as marionettes on a chessboard, utterly beyond their control. Should Mylreyth depart, all undead creatures would be mercilessly exterminated by the enraged dark legends, reducing them to mere bones scattered across the land. The dark beings, once Mylreyth had left, would find themselves devoid of a source of sustenance, plunging into extreme hunger. The skeletal dragon's territory, spanning 30,000 square kilometers, could normally sustain around 30,000 dark beings. Yet now, the dark creatures within the skeletal territory soared to a staggering 140,000. This meant that only through mutual slaughter could they attain survival. 11,000 dark beings would need to perish before the remaining could barely endure, yielding a survival rate of nearly 20%. A truly harrowing prospect. Mylreyth found himself ensnared. Having lost his dominion over the surface, while the 7 dark legends, stripped of abundant resources, experienced a relentless decline in power. The undead within the skeletal territory were equally trapped. All dark beings within the skeletal domain found themselves helpless. They lived in a state of constant vigilance, striving to maintain an exceedingly fragile equilibrium. Chapter 38, Frantic Expansion. The grand legions of undead and dark beings coalesced into 5 massive armies, led by 5 second-tier skeletal swordsmen. As they surged forth from the skeletal dragon's subterranean domain, their blades were aimed directly at the vast subterranean expanse once ruled by the 7 second-tier dark extraordinary beings. Encompassing over 10,000 square kilometers, along with all surrounding subterranean realms. The armies stretched infinitely, bolstered by numerous dark beings who had pledged allegiance to the skeletal territory, thus ensuring clear objectives for each legion. Moreover, the guidance of the 7 races legends remained covertly at play as they marched forth. The relentless legions of undead and dark beings relentlessly overran one medium and small subterranean realm after another. Ordinary medium and small subterranean spaces. Facing an overwhelming force of over 30,000 second-tier skeletal swordsmen, offered no resistance. One after another, small and medium subterranean realms fell, their dark inhabitants either slain or subjugated. In a mere 10 days, over 100 subterranean realms were claimed, encompassing a land area of 100,000 square kilometers. After 10 days of conquest, the colossal army finally entered several medium to large subterranean realms, each exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. The various legions, having absorbed the dark beings from the conquered subterranean spaces, expanded their ranks to 40,000. Within a medium-large subterranean realm inhabited by goblins, spanning 20,000 square kilometers. Countless goblins trembled in fear at the sight of the innumerable undead and dark beings pouring forth through the passage. They were engulfed in confusion. Had not their former leader already submitted to the skeletal territory? Why, then, were these legions of undead still attacking them? Confusion aside, the pressing question remained. Should they resist? Their gazes turned to the 2 foremost goblin warriors. Fear not, my kin. This battle is destined for victory. We have sent a plea for aid to the larger subterranean realms above. If we can endure for 10 days, the 3rd-tier goblin lord will arrive with reinforcements. Obey my command, and fight. The 2 warriors, now enraged, recognized that while the skeletal army spared ordinary dark beings who surrendered and adhered to the rules, they showed no mercy to the extraordinary beings among their ranks. They had already witnessed 2 companions fall, slaughtered upon surrendering. Resistance was their only option. Flight would lead to certain death. The resources of the subterranean world are exceedingly scarce, often allowing merely a single ordinary dark creature to subsist on a square kilometer of land. For first-tier extraordinary beings like them, thousands of square kilometers are indispensable for sustenance. Without their territory, they lose their source of resources, and their power rapidly diminishes. They are compelled to fight with all their might. Upon hearing of reinforcements, tens of thousands of dog-headed beings erupted in jubilant cheers, brandishing their rudimentary wooden spears and howling in excitement. Sensing the morale was high, 2 dog-headed warriors gestured forward with their hands. The multitude of dog-headed beings surged ahead with reckless abandon, while the 2 warriors themselves silently retreated behind the army, shielding their comrades. The 3,000-strong army of the undead and around 10,000 dark creatures gazed incredulously at the tens of thousands of dog-headed beings charging toward them. Were the adversaries truly fools? For to one, did they not possess the advantage? Without further ado, a 2nd-tier skeleton swordsman stood at the forefront, flanked by 3 1st-tier skeleton swordsmen and 5 1st-tier dark beings. The 2nd-tier skeleton swordsman unsheathed his long sword and pointed forward. In an instant, the 3 1st-tier skeleton swordsmen, 5 1st-tier dark beings, and the formidable army of 40,000 surged forward with a thunderous roar. The 2 colossal torrents collided violently, akin to a deluge meeting another. Swords clashed, and flesh was torn asunder. The extraordinary beings from the Bone Dragon's territory slaughtered mercilessly, with 2 or 3 dog-headed beings perishing at their hands every second. A veritable massacre. In a mere 20 minutes, the 40,000-strong army from the Bone Dragon's domain had decisively routed the 10,000 dog-headed beings, pursuing and annihilating them with fervor. The undead reveled in their triumph. With each dog-headed being slain, they absorbed the opponent's soul, gaining a tenth of a soul to enhance their own power. The remaining 9/10 of the soul would, of course, be relayed to their master, strengthening their overlord further. In the wake of the brutal carnage, the ground was strewn with the corpses of dog-headed beings. The 2 1st-tier dog-headed warriors, witnessing the defeat of their army, fled in disarray. However, the moment they emerged, they were targeted by the 2nd-tier skeleton swordsmen. In the forest, the 2 dog-headed warriors fled in a panic, covering 100 meters in mere 2 seconds. At a speed of 50 meters per second, the surrounding trees retreated at an astonishing pace. As they ran, a sense of uncertainty about their future engulfed them. Their territory had been conquered, and they would no longer have a source of resources. Maintaining their extraordinary status in this barren underground without sufficient resources was utterly impossible. After losing their territory, they would revert to ordinary dog-headed beings within 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, due to their extended lifespans, they could perish from old age the moment their life levels dropped. First-tier extraordinary beings typically live for around 200 years. Yet each of them had already lived for over a century. The prospect of merely 2 to 3 more years was profoundly disheartening. Just as they fled frantically, a towering figure appeared before them, a 2-meter-tall second-tier skeleton swordsman wielding a bone sword. Faced with this formidable opponent, the two dog-headed warriors were momentarily stunned. But their expressions quickly transformed into fierce determination. They resolved to fight to the bitter end. Drawing their curved dog-headed swords, they charged forward with reckless abandon. In an instant, their speed surged to 100 meters per second, creating a path through the air. The surrounding foliage was swept aside. The skeleton swordsman wasted no time. Unsheathing his long sword within a fraction of a second, his leg bones bending slightly. A thunderous crack resounded as the skeleton swordsman accelerated to supersonic speed. Two beams of pure power slicing through the air. Dozens of trees fell to the ground. The skeleton swordsman stood silently behind the two dog-headed warriors, retracting his sword. The two warriors, powerless, clutched their throats as crimson blood gushed forth, staining the dark soil beneath them. Chapter 39. A surge in soul reserves. The second-tier skeleton swordsman strode up to the two dog-headed warriors, opening his skeletal maw wide. With a forceful inhalation, the flames of their souls ignited fiercely. The souls of the two dog-headed warriors flickered into visibility under the glow of the soul flames. They writhed in desperation, attempting to escape the clutches of the terrifying second-tier skeleton swordsman. Yet, as the deceased, they stood no chance against the formidable skeleton. Drawing nearer to the second-tier skeleton swordsman, they were ultimately engulfed by the flames of the soul fire within his mind. After consuming the two first-tier souls, the second-tier skeleton swordsman silently digested them. The soul fire within his skull blazed intensely, consuming the souls of the two dog-headed warriors. Amidst their anguished cries, pure soul energy gradually flowed into the second-tier skeleton swordsman. He absorbed 1/10 of the souls himself, while the remaining 9/10 were transmitted to Mylreyth through his connection with his master. Minutes later, feeling a subtle increase in strength, the soul fire of the second-tier skeleton swordsman flickered with vitality. He felt capable of slaying another 100 dog-headed warriors. Grasping the corpses of the two warriors, the skeleton swordsman made his way back to the army. Having thoroughly defeated the rulers of this subterranean realm, the dog-headed beings, the once mighty army of 40,000 had dwindled to 28,000 undead and 9,000 dark creatures, who began to sweep through the underground with unrelenting ferocity. Mylreyth ordered the skeleton swordsman to show no mercy to any enemies displaying signs of resistance. In such circumstances, the remaining dark creatures within this subterranean realm faced dire consequences. The last of the 10,000 dog-headed pups were hunted down and brutally slaughtered. Blood stained vast expanses of earth. The horrific carnage, relayed by fleeing dog-headed pups, struck fear into the hearts of countless dog-headed beings within the surrounding subterranean realms. They trembled in terror, hastily surrendering, fearing that if they delayed, their entire subterranean domain would be wiped out. Following the decisive battle, the second-tier skeleton swordsman divided his army into 10 parts, swiftly sweeping through all neighboring subterranean realms. 5 days later, every nearby subterranean realm had been conquered. Wherever the undead skeletons and dark creatures from the Bone Dragon's territory arrived, the dog-headed tribes within those realms kneeled in submission, often with their chiefs personally coming to the larger subterranean realms to offer allegiance to the undead skeletons. They wished to survive. Moreover, joining the Bone Dragon's forces meant immediate rations of meat for all dog-headed beings, each receiving a pound daily. Such favorable treatment enticed all dog-headed beings irresistibly. They expressed that they had never encountered such a fortunate opportunity, had it not been for the distant location of the Bone Dragon's territory. They would have sought refuge long ago, needing no urging from His Majesty the Bone Dragon. With one hand filled with sustenance and the other wielding the thread of horrific slaughter, all dog-headed beings transformed into obedient followers. Of course, the process was not without its complexities. During the distribution of flesh, a significant portion of the dog-headed beings exhibited a lack of discipline, with nearly 40% being slain in the process. Following this, all the dog-headed individuals learned to cue and adhere to the rules. It was proven that if one strikes hard enough, even the chaotic dog-headed creatures will align themselves in order. In the subterranean realm of the Bone Dragon, Mylreyth gazed upon his soul's rapidly accumulating reserve of 160,000, feeling immensely pleased. The undead skeletons under his command executed his orders flawlessly, annihilating all resistant entities in the underground space. They did not hesitate to strike down any unruly dark creatures. With his army of 150,000 undead and 22,000 dark beings advancing, he amassed over 100,000 souls. After accounting for the 20,000 souls that needed to flee, the remaining 140,000 souls were sufficient to sustain him for 140 days, nearly 5 months. Moreover, the war was far from over, and he anticipated further substantial gains. Upon reviewing the map constructed from his soul, he noted that he now commanded over 10,000 square kilometers of medium to large underground spaces, including 6 bone dragon subterranean domains. When combining these 6 medium to large underground spaces with those below 10,000 square kilometers, his dominion extended to 220,000 square kilometers. Unbeknownst to him, he had miscalculated the territories held by several second-tier transcendent beings. Among 7 second-tier transcendent individuals, some were stronger than others. The weakest among them governed only 10,000 square kilometers of direct territory, while the strongest commanded 30,000 square kilometers, along with an abundance of surrounding medium and small underground spaces. Initially, he had estimated the land around his bone dragon subterranean space to be 30,000 square kilometers, leading him to believe that the total territory of the 7 second-tier transcendent beings was around 200,000 square kilometers. To his surprise, he had only conquered 5 medium to large underground spaces, leaving 2 yet to be claimed. He surmised that upon capturing these remaining territories, his dominion would certainly exceed 300,000 square kilometers. After receiving all the favorable reports from 5 legions, he relayed orders to the 2 second-tier skeletons who had completed their sweep of the medium to large underground spaces, instructing them to advance towards the remaining 2. Mylreyth then commenced his most significant task of the day. He settled into the cave, allowing the flames of his soul to gradually extinguish. Minutes later, in the depths of the distant ocean, countless silver metal rods operated rapidly, casting the entire cave in a crimson hue, concealing all information. Surrounding these rods were numerous stone basins filled with the large white wood worms, covering a land area with a diameter of 100 meters. Mylreyth incessantly poured more blood-red potential-enhancing potions, modified by the soul flesh absorption imprint array, into each stone basin. As the crimson mist swirled, the densely packed large white wood worms began to writhe uncontrollably upon contact with the vapor. The males and females rapidly intertwined, with the males soon becoming exoskeletons while the females laid a plethora of eggs until they exhausted themselves. The eggs would hatch in a mere 20 minutes, consuming the remnants of their parents' exoskeletons in their feeding trough. Gazing at the multitude of large white wood worm larvae before him, Mylreyth felt a sense of fatigue. Sustaining the over 100,000 dark beings within his territory was no small feat each month. He was required to produce vast quantities of large white wood worm larvae for the skeletons possessing teleportation arrays in exchange. Furthermore, he anticipated the need to sustain over 1 million dark creatures in the future, a task that would be exceedingly demanding. Yet, the magic required his personal execution. While he could utilize clones, he feared that they might betray him, developing their own consciousness and stealing his knowledge, which was crucial to his existence. He understood that to control his destiny, he could not afford to disseminate this knowledge. Chapter 40. The development of the territory. He had never placed his trust in any existence other than himself. The undead skeletons, dark beings, and even his kin, the bone dragons, were no exceptions. Even the bone dragon clone, which shared a profound connection with him, was not beyond suspicion. Countless historical examples from his past life had shown that even one's own flesh and blood could betray under the allure of greed. Moreover, he had experienced treachery at the hands of his own clones in his former life. In his memories of the dragon lineage, he recalled that clones, when isolated to a certain extent, could sever their connection with the original. If this disconnection occurred, with the aid of formidable entities, they could potentially develop their own consciousness. Once they achieved this independence, those powerful beings had myriad methods to induce betrayal. Without delving into other matters, mere torture could compel 99 of living beings to confess. A few soul-punishing spells cast upon him could lead him to swiftly admit that the world's destruction was his doing. He was aware of his own vulnerabilities, and he knew his clones would fare no better under torture. He felt a slight shame at his lack of unwavering resolve. Torture, after all, is an agony that directly pierces the soul, and even the overwhelming majority of deities could not withstand it, let alone a mere third-tier bone dragon like him. He was truly walking on thin ice, with powerful entities plotting against him, yearning for the day he could attain genuine freedom. Looking at the millions of large white wood worms, Mylreyth was filled with deep resignation. Ever since that wretched holy sea had disrupted his existence, his life had been a constant oscillation between life and death. Fortunately, his inherited memories from the dragon lineage provided him with invaluable survival experiences and knowledge, enabling his continued existence. Otherwise, he would have likely been reduced to bone dust by the hidden legends. The sheer number of cunning adversaries was overwhelming, bullying this young bone dragon without a shred of honor. Suddenly, an intangible wave of spatial energy swept through the area, causing the stone basins filled with large white woodworm larvae to vanish from sight. Mylreyth used magic to construct a space where time flowed, causing the numerous stone basins within the bone dragon realm to rapidly stack upon one another. With the flickering of slumber spells, all the large white woodworm larvae fell into a deep sleep. Thanks to this state, they could endure for up to 6 months. Provided they were placed in a suitably warm environment, they would soon awaken. Given sufficient wood, they could mature into 1-pound adult large white woodworms within 2 months. Having reached the pinnacle of third-tier power, Mylreyth's strength had grown considerably. The soul flesh absorption imprint array and the woodworm potential enhancement array had increased their effectiveness tenfold compared to their second-tier counterparts. The third-tier soul flesh absorption imprint array drew life and soul energy from the dark creatures more efficiently and with greater purity, resulting in lower energy loss. The third-tier Muchong potential activation array can amplify the potential of Alda by Muchong's tenfold, allowing them to lay eggs that are significantly smaller, transforming from the size of soybeans to that of rice grains, thereby greatly alleviating his workload. Nonetheless, due to the impending surge of dark creatures under his command, he remains far from relaxed. In this cycle, he has merely produced 10 million Da by Muchong larvae. In light of his territory, which is about to expand to 300,000 square kilometers, this number is utterly insignificant. It is crucial to note that 1 square kilometer of land requires 1,000 Da by Muchong larvae. For 300,000 square kilometers, approximately 300 million larvae are necessary. 10 million is but a mere 1/30th of that requirement. In a matter of days, his skeletal subordinates equipped with teleportation arrays will exchange them completely. As his territory expands rapidly, the cultivation of Da by Muchongs on the new land has already been prioritized. A multitude of dark creatures, lured by the prospect of meat, are frantically flocking to his domain. Within half a year, it is likely that the number of dark creatures within his territory will reach 1 million. However, this does not imply that 1 million dark creatures will pledge allegiance to him. Rather, about 400,000 to 500,000 dark creatures are expected to join his ranks. Most of these dark creatures are mature, with very few offspring. Once they enjoy a daily diet of meat, they will reproduce rapidly, typically producing their first brood within 5 months. Given that dark creatures generally have 2 or 3 offspring per litter, the number of larvae will undoubtedly exceed 500,000. When the offspring are accounted for, the total number of dark creatures will certainly surpass 1 million. 1 million dark creatures contributing 1 million soul orbs each month will suffice to sustain his third-tier death secrecy, which consumes 1,000 souls daily. Should the number of dark creatures exceed 1 million, he may also enjoy a certain income, enhancing his life level. After incorporating a new batch of Da by Muchong larvae into the bone dragon space, Mylreyth succumbed to slumber, directing his primary attention toward his avatar. There, he remains occupied, as the sudden increase in subterranean space, large, medium, and small, now totals over 300. There is an urgent need for more skeletons equipped with miniature teleportation arrays to transport Da by Muchong larvae, ensuring the production of meat in various underground spaces. In a cave, the 15-meter-long second-tier bone dragon avatar of Mylreyth ignited its soul flame, which spread throughout its form. The blazing soul flame illuminated the stone palace it inhabited. One towering undead skeleton after another lined up before him, truly a laborious existence. He fixed his gaze upon the skull of the undead skeleton before him, and with a secret silver metal pen, controlled by his mental energy, he gently pierced through the skeleton's hollow eye sockets and into its cranial cavity. Within the skull of the undead skeleton, the secret silver metal pen slowly etched out a series of bony grooves. After more than 20 minutes, an exceedingly rudimentary miniature teleportation array was inscribed within the skull. Chapter 41, The Binding of Interests. Perceiving the exceedingly simplistic miniature teleportation array within the skull of the undead skeleton through his mental energy, Mylreyth felt somewhat embarrassed. For the quality of his engraving was indeed unsightly, leaving him with no pride to bear. He could guarantee that this contraption was quite unstable. Should it be used 100 times, the likelihood of malfunction would not fall below 30%. If it exceeded 150 uses, the failure rate could reach a staggering 50%. Should it surpass 200 uses, it would either explode or the skeleton would be remarkably fortunate. Yet, he could not be blamed for this. He would never inscribe such an inefficient and high-failure miniature teleportation array within his soul, as it would unjustly consume his soul strength. His current engraving was merely a projection of the miniature teleportation array from his inherited memories, which he then replicated within the skull of the undead skeleton. Achieving such an outcome was already commendable. Furthermore, higher-tier arrays that were more stable and efficient were far too costly for him to bear. Extracting 100 grams of secret silver metal powder from his storage space, he exhaled a stream of dragon fire, melting it into a liquid metal state. Under his mental control, the liquid form of the secret silver metal powder flowed through the eye sockets of the undead skeleton into its skull, rapidly filling the grooves of the miniature teleportation array. After another 10 minutes, accompanied by a flash of silver light, the miniature teleportation array within the skeleton was finally completed. The undead skeleton, gazing at the silver-glowing miniature teleportation array within its cranial cavity through the soul fire, knelt on one knee before Mylreyth, expressing profound gratitude and loyalty. Each skeleton inscribing a miniature teleportation array was among the elite of their kind. They would venture into various subterranean spaces to transport by Muchone larvae, while also being responsible for the collection of blood orbs and soul orbs. For every 10 soul orbs they recovered, they would receive one for themselves, merely needing to relay the remaining 9 soul orbs through their connection to their master, Mylreyth. Thus, for these undead skeletons, becoming a miniature teleportation array skeleton was an excellent opportunity, with a steady income of soul orbs each month. Mylreyth gently tapped the shoulder of the skeleton with his dragon claw, expressing his satisfaction. I look forward to the day you ascend to a swordsman skeleton. Everything you possess now is well-deserved. You have slain over 50 foes, sufficient to serve as a manager for a subterranean space of 500 square kilometers. Once the subterranean space you oversee is fully transformed, with 5 dark creatures nurtured per square kilometer, you will manage 2,500 dark creatures. The 2,500 soul orbs they generate each month, of which 1/10, or 250 soul orbs, will belong to you. Mylreyth's words were laden with temptation. 250 soul orbs, equating to 8 souls at 30 soul orbs per soul, represented an extraordinary opportunity. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary undead skeleton consuming over 100 souls would suffice to elevate it to the first tier. Should it consume 1,000 souls, it would be enough to reach the second tier. 8 souls a month translates to over 90 souls a year, and with just a little over a year's time. This particular undead skeleton could ascend to a first-tier skeleton swordsman, gaining slight control over its fate, no longer merely fodder. Upon hearing that the territory under its management would develop to its zenith, providing 250 soul orbs each month, even the emotionless undead skeleton began to tremble violently, a manifestation of its overwhelming excitement. Great Master, I shall clear all obstacles from your path until death. A soldier dies for his true friend. Mylreyth has always understood that there are 2 approaches to dealing with the mindless undead and the sentient undead. The mindless undead can simply be used as cannon fodder without regard for their emotions. However, with sentient undead, such an approach cannot be taken. Intelligence implies desire. And with desire comes the potential for betrayal, necessitating certain benefits to ensure that all sentient undead serve him sincerely. In the system he has established, he has also taken into account the interests of the deceased, rather than greedily consuming all benefits, which would be the folly of a fool. Without remuneration, why would anyone strive for you? If compensation is ample, even correlating the amount of bounty with their military achievements, then all beings, whether dead or dark creatures, would become his most loyal warriors, fighting fervently on his behalf. Mylreyth was unaware that certain elements, once released, are exceedingly difficult to retract or suppress. Upon receiving the most precise promise from the sovereign, the skeleton inscribed with a teleportation array immediately proceeded beyond the palace, accompanied by hundreds of skeletons, towards the subterranean realm of 500 square kilometers under his governance. Among the line of skeletons, the second one, lacking much intelligence and bewildered, took a step forward to stand before Mylreyth. unaware that due to his valiant efforts on the battlefield, having slain countless foes, he was about to oversee a medium-sized underground space exceeding 1,000 square kilometers. He remained oblivious to the fact that once this underground domain reached its zenith, it would sustain 5,000 dark creatures, granting him a monthly income no less than 500 soul orbs, enabling his ascension to the first rank within a year. Within a decade, reaching the second rank would be effortlessly attainable. If he were once merely an inconspicuous, ordinary undead, he now stood as a bona fide second-rank skeletal swordsman in reserve. Among the hundreds of skeletons in line, he was a standout among the 16,000. With over 20 possessing their own intellect, in the throes of warfare, they utilized their wits, diligently fighting to achieve over 10 military exploits, thus securing the opportunity to become teleportation array skeletons. Gazing ahead at all that lay before them and the promising future, their loyalty surged to new heights, fueled by the amalgamation of glory and gain. Such a wise sovereign, who even dispensed soul orbs monthly, was a rarity they might never encounter again in 100 lifetimes. One by one, the teleportation array skeletons emerged from the palace, each accompanied by hundreds of skeletons, tirelessly heading to various small and medium-sized underground spaces to guard them. As they arrived, the dark creatures inhabiting these subterranean realms became exhilarated, joyously welcoming their providers of sustenance. Upon reaching their designated underground spaces, the teleportation array skeletons promptly organized hundreds of skeletons to excavate tunnels, initiating the cultivation of large white woodworms. A multitude of dark creatures swiftly took to felling trees to stockpile provisions for the large white woodworms. The development of the bone dragon territory rapidly fell into a productive rhythm. Chapter 42, Absolute Loyalty. Within the 2,000 square kilometers of medium to large underground space ruled by the dark dwarves, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the land. Enormous boulders cascaded down from the rocky walls, merely 2 to 3 meters from the ground, crashing heavily onto the earth. One cavern after another appeared before the laboring dark dwarves, and with the emergence of dozens of caves, an uncontainable horde of undead and countless dark creatures surged forth. By royal decree, slaying an enemy would earn one the status of a soldier, garnering a blood orb each month. Dispatching 10 enemies would elevate one to centurion, with 10 blood orbs monthly, and slaying 100 would yield 100 blood orbs each month. Kill. The dense throng of dark creature centurions bellowed furiously at their subordinates. Among the vast sea of undead, a stirring message circulated ceaselessly. Slaying an enemy would bestow one with a soul orb each month, while killing 100 would grant 100 soul orbs. The top 100 in military merit would ascend to become overseers of various small and medium-sized underground spaces, entitled to 1/10 of the soul orbs produced monthly within their domains. This frenzied information spread rapidly among the undead, causing their soul flames to tremble violently. Among 1,000 undead, only a few possessed a semblance of intelligence, and upon hearing this news, they instinctively surged forward. The instinct of life warned them not to stand too far ahead in battle. Yet now, the instinct of intelligence urged them that to grow stronger, they must fight valiantly. Within the realm of the undead exists a theorem. Ordinary undead beings exhibit unwavering loyalty to their superiors, with 99,999 out of 100,000 being absolutely faithful. First-rank undead beings remain loyal to their superiors, with 99 out of 100 being absolutely loyal. Second-rank undead beings are comparatively loyal, with 70 out of 100 being absolutely faithful. Third-rank undead beings possess limited loyalty, with 10 out of 100 being absolutely loyal. Fourth-rank undead beings exhibit extremely limited loyalty, with merely 1 in 100 potentially being absolutely faithful. Fifth-rank demigod-level undead beings show no loyalty to their superiors, only adhering to their own interests. Curious scholars have long pondered the phenomenon of absolute loyalty among lower-tier undead and the stark disloyalty among the upper echelon. After over a millennium of investigation, they concluded that the reason for the unwavering loyalty among lower-tier undead and the absolute disloyalty among the upper tiers is that the loyal undead perished among the ranks of the upper-tier undead. The explanation is simple. In the world of the undead, the nearly absolutely loyal lower-tier undead, upon receiving orders from their superiors, charge forward recklessly, undeterred by life or death, with scarcely 100 surviving. Conversely, a rare few of the relatively disloyal undead, seeking to preserve their own lives, instinctively shield their fellow undead, thus enhancing their survival rates. After the battle, they would absorb the soul flames of other undead, increasing their chances of elevating their life levels far beyond those of the ordinarily absolutely loyal undead. The higher up the hierarchy, the more one finds these self-preserving undead, leading to the conclusion that those who ultimately become powerful are often the disloyal undead, who prioritize their own interests. As the loyal undead perished, the disloyal undead thrived, explaining the absence of absolute loyalty among the upper-tier undead. The ultimate conclusion is that the rules of warfare in the world of the undead involve incessantly eliminating all loyal undead, thereby sifting out more disloyal undead to emerge as the strong. This selection mechanism has perpetually left the world of the undead under the heel of other realms. There was once a deity of the undead who sought to transform this reality. He diligently nurtured the most loyal of undead while striking hard against the less loyal. In just 2 millennia, he cultivated over a dozen absolutely loyal undead deities. With these steadfast allies, he effortlessly seized control of the entire realm of the undead, becoming its sovereign. Thousands of worlds fell under his assault, drawn into the realm of the undead. During that era, the undead world reached unprecedented heights of power, boasting hundreds of deities, thousands of demigods, and countless loyal subjects, while disloyal undead were often eliminated at lower ranks, deprived of the opportunity to ascend. The shadow of the undead calamity loomed over countless worlds. However, the undead sovereign, having grown exceedingly powerful and consumed too many worlds, incurred the wrath of thousands of deities. Ultimately, the sovereign of the undead, who brought the entire realm of the undead to its zenith, was besieged by a multitude of formidable divine powers and ultimately fell. The deities, demigods, and a multitude of powerful beings who remained absolutely loyal to the sovereign of the undead perished in the course of the conflict. The realm of the undead was shattered into countless fragments, drifting through the void. The demise of the sovereign and the death of his loyal undead resulted in a transformation of the survival rules among the undead, shifting to a state of absolute loyalty among the lower ranks and absolute disloyalty among the upper echelons. The once formidable undead beings found it increasingly difficult to unite and were devoid of loyalty, becoming a scattered mass. On the battlefield, an endless expanse of undead consumed the land. Thousands of dark dwarves fell beneath the blades of the frenzied undead and dark creatures, their bodies becoming mere corpses. These corpses were collected, and their souls devoured by the undead. The most loyal and intelligent among the undead charged fiercely into battle, seeking to gain more military merit for themselves. By sheer happenstance, Mylreyth achieved an extraordinarily unique accomplishment through valiant combat. His most loyal undead gained access to more resources due to their military feats, becoming even more powerful. Furthermore, as over 99% of the ordinary undead were characterized by absolute loyalty, the strongest among his ranks were similarly comprised of over 99% who were wholly devoted to him. Those undead who had gained wisdom but lacked absolute loyalty lost their greatest advantage, shielding the absolutely loyal undead in front of them, and subsequently consuming more undead or the soul fires and souls of living beings after the battle, growing rapidly. Devoid of special advantages, they remained as the most ordinary of undead, unable to influence the overwhelming majority of the undead, who were characterized by absolute loyalty. Under such circumstances, the undead under Mylreyth possessed over 99% absolute loyalty among ordinary undead, among the first, second, third, fourth, fifth ranks, and even deities. Over 99% held absolute loyalty to him, as this trait was inherent in more than 99% of the original ordinary undead. The dark dwarf tribes within the subterranean spaces were utterly powerless against the sudden onslaught of the undead and dark creatures, struggling to muster 4,000 troops. They were ruthlessly defeated by a host of extraordinary undead and dark beings. Blood stained the earth. In just 3 days, over 10,000 dark dwarves were slaughtered, reduced to lifeless bodies upon the ground. After seizing this mid-sized subterranean space of 20,000 square kilometers, this vast army began to expand into surrounding mid-sized and small subterranean spaces. Resistance among the dark dwarves in the adjacent mid-sized and small subterranean spaces was exceedingly rare. Following the arrival of fellow dark dwarves to negotiate their surrender, they swiftly capitulated, accepting the dominion of the bone dragon. This subterranean space also marked the last mid-sized subterranean area to be occupied by the bone dragon in Mylreyth's campaign to eradicate and seize the land of the rebels. At this moment, Mylreyth controlled 8 mid-sized subterranean spaces exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. There were over 40 mid-sized subterranean spaces exceeding 1,000 square kilometers, and the count of small subterranean spaces approached 400. The total area amounted to 310,000 square kilometers. establishing him as a formidable power in the underground world. Chapter 43. The skeletons of singular purpose within the subterranean space of the Bone Dragon, a 10-meter-wide trench, filled with water from an underground dark river, divided the entire realm in half. The water surged, and small channels branched off the main trench, directing the water supply to various arid lands. Countless undead tirelessly snapped branches from trees, planting them alongside the small channels. The subterranean world boasted a plethora of tree species, with over 10 types capable of being propagated through cuttings. The skeletal undead merely needed to break off branches, inserting them into the soil, allowing them to grow into new trees with a commendable survival rate, akin to the willows of Mylreyth's past life. Mylreyth selected these trees and divided his tree-planting skeletons into 15 groups, instructing each to remember a specific tree type that could be propagated by mere insertion of branches into the ground. These 15 distinct groups of tree-planting skeletons were chaotically dispersed throughout his territory, each planting their designated trees. Although the subterranean world was barren, typically 100 square meters of land sufficed to sustain a single tree. 1 square kilometer, equating to 1 million square meters, could nurture approximately 10,000 trees. With 10,000 trees, Mylreyth's expectations were modest. The trees needed only to yield 10 pounds of wood annually. 10 pounds of wood from 10,000 trees would amount to 100,000 pounds of timber each year. Such a substantial quantity of wood, given the requirement of 20 pounds to rear a single adult giant white woodworm, would suffice to nurture 5,000 of these worms. Of course, due to the skeleton's ineptitude in trench excavation and the dark creature's habitual tree felling for firewood, sustaining 5,000 giant white woodworms was unfeasible. However, raising 3,000 of them posed no significant challenge. 3,000 giant white woodworms equated to 3,000 pounds of meat, effortlessly supporting 5 dark creatures. Cautious and meticulous, Mylreyth calculated each step with precision to ensure the stability of his dominion and secure a consistent resource supply. At this moment in the subterranean space of the Bone Dragon, on the eastern side of the trench, countless skeletons were continuously breaking branches from the suitable trees and inserting them into the soil moistened by the underground river. On the western side of the trench, a multitude of dark creatures busied themselves among the low trees, carefully cutting branches without damaging the trunks. Should any dark creature dare to harm the tree trunks and be spotted by the undead, they would be swiftly eliminated. In the area west of the trench, over 5,000 undead roamed incessantly. Mylreyth had implanted a directive to eradicate all dark creatures that dared to cut the tree trunks. Ordinary undead were rather dim-witted, often capable of comprehending and executing only a single command, as overly complex orders eluded their understanding. This presented a conundrum for Mylreyth. Reluctantly, he resorted to overwhelming numbers of undead to compensate. Each wave of undead would receive a single directive to execute a singular task. For instance, the undead responsible for tree planting were divided into 15 types, with each type assigned to plant a specific tree, ensuring they operated in a singular focus. Supervision of the dark creatures followed the same principle. There were skeletons assigned to eliminate non-compliant dark creatures in line, as well as those designated to protect the trees from being felled. In essence, he endeavored to ensure that all skeletons executed only one command to guarantee the stable implementation of his orders. Despite the cumbersome nature of this operation, Mylreyth managed to maintain a precarious stability in his domain. Within the ever-expanding and imposing palace, an endless sea of dark creature corpses was continuously transported into the palace by numerous skeletal undead. Green flames of the undead, under the control of Mylreyth, filled both the interior and exterior of the palace. Countless corpses of dark creatures seldom linger within the palace for more than 5 minutes. Their flesh and blood quickly turn to ash, their essence consumed by the bones, resurrected as skeletal warriors endowed with a modicum of combat prowess. The war has drawn to a close. This time, Mylreyth has reaped immense rewards, with the total number of dark creatures that perished during the conflict, alongside those eliminated for their insubordination, reaching an astonishing 200,000. Such horrific slaughter, minus the 10% apportioned to the skeletons, which amounts to 20,000 souls, has bestowed upon him a staggering 180,000 souls in storage, sufficient to sustain him for 180 days. Currently, his soul reserves have swelled to approximately 200,000, allowing him to remain unconcerned about soul depletion for over half a year. Moreover, the catastrophic loss of 200,000 implies the existence of 200,000 corpses of dark creatures, which in turn signifies a formidable army of the undead. The number of skeletons at his command will multiply significantly. With 250,000 skeletons and an additional 100,000 dark creature corpses yet to be resurrected. Should he revive all the dark creatures, the number of his skeletons could soar to an astounding 350,000. Ensuring that every square kilometer of his 31,000 square kilometer territory is guarded by a skeletal sentinel. His dominion will be transformed into an impregnable fortress, where his will and regulations shall be executed with utmost rigor. As Mylreyth gazes upon the countless flames of souls blazing within his grand palace, his heart swells with elation. In recent days, good news has followed in rapid succession. His territory has expanded to 31,000 square kilometers, with the total number of subterranean spaces exceeding 400. Such vast lands connect to the outside world through innumerable pathways. Tempted by the promise of plentiful sustenance, dark creatures flock to his banner in droves daily. Within half a year, the number of dark creatures under his command, bolstered by those who have pledged allegiance and the natural proliferation of dark beings, will undoubtedly exceed 1 million. Furthermore, his reserve of souls surpasses 6 months, indicating he need not risk life and limb to escape to another world. He can remain in this realm and develop rapidly, unless absolutely necessary. He has no desire to venture into other worlds. In any world where righteous deities exist, undead beings are met with severe retribution, as they harbor an insatiable thirst for slaughter against the living. Once they reach a certain scale, they can indiscriminately massacre hundreds of thousands. A bone dragon like him, given sufficient souls to consume, can unleash a calamity of the undead within a year, devouring millions of lives. It is well known that the power of deities derives from the faith of their followers. A large-scale calamity of the undead equates to a continual erosion of the assets belonging to the gods. Any normal deity would strike back fiercely against a being capable of invoking such a catastrophe. Chapter 44. Rewarding merits upon entering the realm of the undead. His situation did not improve significantly. It is widely recognized that every powerful being desires a steed, and among steeds, dragons are undoubtedly the pinnacle. As a member of the bone dragon lineage, he is considered an exceptional mount. He certainly does not wish to be enslaved by a slave mark, losing his freedom and preferring death instead. To venture into another world safely, attaining the 4th-tier legendary status is essential. Only by achieving legend can one possess adequate self-preservation capabilities to survive in other worlds. Without reaching legendary status, the consequences are often dire. According to the records in his inherited memories, a 3rd-tier bone dragon like him has a mere 30% chance of survival when venturing into other worlds, often facing a 7-to-3 fatality ratio. To become more powerful and potentially break through to legendary status, the odds are even slimmer. Resources are finite in every world. Thus, upon arriving in a new realm, he must seize resources from other powerful beings. However, doing so inevitably leads to war. Local strongmen, having established themselves, typically have numerous allies, mentors, and ancestors backing them. Surviving amidst such overwhelming odds while trying to grow stronger is akin to chasing a dream. Even within his current world, ordinary dragons require the protection of their progenitors during their formative stages, lest their survival rate drop below 10%. Even after advancing to the 3rd tier, they remain under the veiled protection of legendary and demigod dragons, which significantly enhances their chances of survival against legendary threats from other races. For a dragon from an external world, such fortuitous circumstances are non-existent. As a 3rd-tier being, one typically contends not against 3rd-tier opponents, but rather legendary or even demigod foes summoned to the fray. Fair competition is simply unfeasible. With a sigh of relief, Mylreyth redoubled his efforts. Outside, the bodies of dark transcendent beings were transported into his main hall. Flesh turned to ash as the flames of souls were ignited. One by one, 1st-tier skeletal swordsmen rose from the palace floor, gripping swords with one hand, standing at attention on either side of the grand hall. These corpses belonged to dark transcendent beings who had been annihilated during the conflict, previously loyal to the 7 2nd-tier dark transcendent traitors. He had always been merciless towards these betrayers. A month later, 208 1st-tier skeletal swordsmen stood in perfect unison before him. The flames of their soul fires blazed brightly within their skulls, a testament to their unwavering loyalty to their sovereign. 5 2nd-tier skeletal swordsmen occupied the front row, leading all the 1st-tier skeletal swordsmen, their hearts brimming with excitement. The time for their sovereign to reward their merits had arrived. The contributions of the ordinary skeletons had long been acknowledged, leaving only the accolades of the 5 2nd-tier skeletal swordsmen and 15 1st-tier skeletal swordsmen from the battlefield unbestowed. I, Mylreyth, am a bone dragon known for my impartiality in rewards and punishments. Within this war, your contributions have been significant, capturing all the subterranean spaces of the traitors. I shall now formally bestow upon you your titles. Mylreyth's gaze fell upon the second-tier skeletal swordsman on the far right. This particular skeletal warrior, with robust bones and a formidable skeletal structure resembling a suit of bone armor, donned additional iron armor, rendering him a terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. Despite facing thousands of dark soldiers, he could single-handedly annihilate them all. He is the mightiest skeletal swordsman under his command. As the sovereign's gaze turned toward him, the second-tier skeletal swordsman stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Mylreyth in a gesture of loyalty. I hereby name you Luoda. You shall be my most potent blade, cleaving through all enemies that stand before me. As your lord and sovereign, I shall bestow upon you the glory and rewards you rightfully deserve after your triumphs. The mid-sized subterranean space measuring 35,000 square kilometers in the east will be entrusted to your governance. This mid-sized subterranean space, along with the 60 surrounding subterranean spaces, shall also come under your command. I trust that you will not disappoint my expectations nor tarnish the honor that adorns you. The second-tier skeletal swordsman Luoda bowed his head deeply, striking his chest with his right hand, filled with overwhelming excitement, proclaiming, Sovereign, your swordsman shall forever charge boldly at the forefront on your behalf. As a powerful second-tier transcendent being, he possesses wisdom that far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. In a vast subterranean expanse of 35,000 square kilometers, in accordance with the developmental blueprint laid out by His Majesty the Bone Dragon, it is projected that each square kilometer can sustain 5 dark creatures. This results in a staggering total of 175,000 dark creatures. As per His Majesty's decree, 1/10 of the revenue is allocated to the skeletal overseers, with each of these 175,000 dark beings contributing a soul pearl monthly. His share amounts to 17,500 soul pearls. Given that 30 soul pearls constitute 1 soul, this translates to 583 souls monthly, culminating in over 6,000 souls annually. For a second-tier skeletal swordsman like himself, merely 10,000 souls are required to ascend to the 3rd tier. Thus, under the sovereign's benevolence, he can achieve this elevation in a mere 2 years. Even the legendary threshold of 100,000 souls would only necessitate 20 years at most. Such a brief span is but a fleeting moment for an undead skeleton, virtually immortal. The pathway to legend has now been unveiled before him. This gift is something he might never encounter again in 1,000 lifetimes. The sovereign's grace and favor are beyond his capacity to repay, except through his own demise. All the extraordinary skeletons present were taken aback, including the first-tier skeletal swordsman. The prospects of nearing legendary status ignited their spirits, under the dominion of their sovereign. As long as they strive valiantly and earn sufficient military merit, the paths to the 2nd tier, 3rd tier, or even legendary status shall be open to them. Their innate wisdom fuels an insatiable thirst for war, a fervent desire to pledge their loyalty to the sovereign. Observing the fiercely burning flames of souls within the skulls of his extraordinary skeletons, Mylreyth felt a profound satisfaction. He believed that with great rewards come brave souls. The path to legend lay before him. He found it hard to believe that this group of skeletons would betray him, even if they harbored thoughts of treachery. Their adversaries could never offer rewards as bountiful as his. Wise undead beings would weigh the costs and benefits, when the enemy cannot match his rewards. It is inconceivable for a sagacious undead to turn traitor unless their wits were entirely deranged. It is exceedingly difficult for intelligent beings to betray their own interests. Even if they verbally agree to defect, they would surely act in contradiction, ultimately continuing to serve him. In the chronicles of his past life and the myriad experiences of dragons embedded in his inherited memories, it is evident that a colossal empire is seldom obliterated by external threats. In most cases, an empire's demise originates from internal strife. When the interests within an empire fail to satisfy the needs of all its classes, it either resorts to external warfare or succumbs to intense internal conflict. As a sovereign, one may be tyrannical, indulgent, or capricious, yet one must never neglect the distribution of benefits. By ensuring equitable distribution, one cultivates loyalty among the ranks, galvanizing all to unite closely around the sovereign and exert their utmost efforts in alignment with his will. Even if one were to assert that the sun rises in the west, the ministers would obediently amend the east to west and vice versa, affirming the sovereign's assertions. His current actions revolve around establishing a framework for the distribution of benefits. For all to gain more, they must continuously expand outward, acquiring additional territories to aid his growth. Other modes of profit distribution are non-existent. Even if they were, he would sever them. His approach exemplifies extremity. While he vaguely senses that this course may lead to future complications, such as losing control, he is confident that by that time, he will have become a legend, possessing sufficient power to flee. As long as he can preserve his own life, everything else is expendable, even a vast empire. As long as he remains alive, he can reconstruct an empire of unparalleled magnitude. The collapse of the old empire in his absence is inevitable, for he holds the foundational knowledge of the empire's existence, the production of soul pearls and blood pearls. Another second-tier skeletal swordsman stepped forward. This particular swordsman was somewhat slender, yet his bones exhibited a resilience far superior to that of ordinary second-tier skeletal swordsmen, granting him greater speed and explosive power, an adept duelist. I name you Mylreyth. You shall guard the northern expanse of my territory, a large subterranean space of 20,000 square kilometers, and command the 50 surrounding subterranean realms. Mylreyth knelt deeply, pledging his loyalty to his sovereign without uttering a word, choosing instead to demonstrate his fidelity through action. On the battlefield, he consistently charged at the forefront. Regrettably, during this war, the sovereign had only assigned him the task of assaulting a single large subterranean realm, while Feyrlode fortuitously received the assignment of 2, rendering him unable to compete. Yet he firmly believed that in the next conflict, he would not be outmatched by Feyrlode. Mylreyth obediently stepped back, and another second-tier skeletal swordsman approached amidst the envious gazes of his fellow swordsmen. He was designated as Mylreyth, tasked with guarding the western flank of the Bone Dragon's domain, overseeing a subterranean space of 25,000 square kilometers, along with 50 adjacent realms. The other 2 second-tier skeletal swordsmen were swiftly rewarded by Mylreyth, each assigned to defend the southern and upper territories, granted governance over no less than 15,000 square kilometers of subterranean space, and command over 50 surrounding realms. As for the 15 commendable first-tier skeletal swordsmen, he allocated to each no less than 3,000 square kilometers of medium-sized subterranean space, enabling them to ascend to the second tier within a few years. A month later, within a medium-sized subterranean space in the south, 3,000 chief gnolls, led by Dale, were tirelessly re-educating the influx of gnolls who had defected from other regions. Wooden sticks incessantly struck the bony frames of the emaciated gnolls. Listen carefully. Upon entering the domain of His Majesty the Bone Dragon, you must adhere to the rules. Failure to do so means death. I'm merely giving you a beating now. But once inside, those skeletons will execute you without hesitation for your disobedience. I refuse to let my kin suffer in vain and be slaughtered. When cutting wood, you may only chop branches. Any attempts to fell trunks will be met with death. When bartering wood for flesh, line up properly, line up properly, line up properly. I repeat thrice. Those who disregard this will be executed by the skeletons. Chief Gnoll Dale, in exasperation, pleaded earnestly. He was on the brink of madness. For the newly arrived gnolls were far more foolish than dogs. Even after having been informed of the rules beforehand, a multitude still chose to defy them, resulting in their needless demise at the hands of the skeletons. With the Bone Dragon's territory now so vast and a severe shortage of population, he could ill afford such losses. Thus, under the command of Lord Mylreyth, he undertook the task of re-educating these gnolls. Prior to entering the territory, they would receive a beating to instill discipline and reduce fatalities. Under his corrective measures, the death rate of disobedient gnolls plummeted from 40% to a mere 10%, a remarkable improvement. 2,000 gnolls, beaten and gasping for breath, fervently nodded their heads, signaling their intent to obey. Seeing that these individuals had been subdued, he felt a sense of accomplishment. 3,000 Captain Dale, a dog-headed creature, commanded one of his centurions to lead them to a medium-sized subterranean realm. After a day of travel, they arrived at a vast underground expanse measuring 1,000 square kilometers. Upon reaching their new habitat, they promptly commenced the felling of trees in preparation for a meat exchange. Having just endured a recent beating, they obediently restricted their efforts to gathering branches. This limitation was undoubtedly influenced by the fact that their axes had been confiscated prior to their arrival, rendering them incapable of cutting down the sturdy trunks and forcing them to resort to breaking branches instead. Captain Dale had learned from experience that ordinary, weak dog-headed creatures could not break the main trunks of trees. Without their weapons, they were powerless against the trees, having no choice but to comply and gather branches to avoid the wrath of the skeletal guardians protecting the woods. It was important to note that each square kilometer of land was patrolled by a skeletal wraith. Occasionally, these undead sentinels would converge with others, forming a net-like search party. Any dark creature attempting to fell a tree trunk would find escape impossible after the first attempt, and certainly futile after the second. Most critically, during the monthly collection of soul crystals and blood orbs, a truth-seeking skeleton would stand by to inquire if they had indeed chopped down any tree trunks. If found lying, the offender would be executed immediately. Thus, even the most cunning dark beings could only fell tree trunks for a month before facing their doom. Chapter 46. Soaring income. Upon their arrival in the territory of the skeletal dragon, the dog-headed creatures, after successfully collecting enough timber, hurried to the heart of this underground realm. Here, a multitude of stone caverns were neatly arranged, where hundreds of skeletons used stone hammers to reduce vast quantities of wood into sawdust. Other skeletons diligently poured the sawdust into the caverns, within which countless plump white woodworms wriggled incessantly, devouring the wood particles that fell through the cavern openings. The sight of these oily, writhing creatures could easily disturb those suffering from trypophobia. However, for the perpetually famished denizens of the underground darkness, these succulent white woodworms were irresistibly tantalizing, causing drool to pool at their feet. Rich in fats and proteins, such delicacies represented an unparalleled temptation for any starving dark creature, sufficient to drive them to madness. In the white woodworm breeding grounds, 10 skeletons stood before 10 scales, while dozens of dog-headed creatures patiently queued, dragging over 30 pounds of wood with wooden sledges, hoping to exchange the timber for white woodworms to satiate their hunger. Behind the 10 scales, a skeletal overseer, responsible for managing this subterranean space, gazed at the spatial transformation blueprint sent by his master, his soul fire flickering in confusion. As a skeleton fiercely loyal to his master, he had fought valiantly on the front lines during the war, exchanging injuries for injuries, and had slain 12 goblins and 3 dog-headed creatures. Due to his significant contributions, he was ranked among the top 400 military merit skeletons within the territory, earning him the position of manager for this underground space. Although he was thrilled, his limited intellect as an ordinary skeleton constrained him to handling only singular tasks at a time. The spatial transformation blueprint sent by his master was beyond his comprehension, leaving him in a state of daze for several days. Time swiftly passed. A month later, a throng of 2,000 dog-headed creatures surged into the heart of the subterranean space, forming an orderly line, awaiting their turn. The previously dormant skeletal overseer finally rebooted. The collection of soul orbs and soul fire was now his foremost priority. Striding to the front of the line, he pressed down on the chest of the foremost dog-headed creature. With a gleam of crimson light, a blood orb and a soul orb slowly flowed from the creature's chest. The skeletal overseer opened his mouth to consume the soul orb, absorbing the soul energy contained within into his soul fire. 90% of this energy was transmitted to his master, while the remaining 10% was retained for himself. One after another, the dog-headed creatures stepped forward, and the skeletal overseer devoured an increasing number of soul orbs. 100, 200, 300, 400. The blood orbs were stored in a bag beside him, destined to be submitted to the skeletal lord overseeing the larger subterranean realm of over 10,000 square kilometers, who would distribute them to deserving dark beings. A day later, having consumed 2,000 soul orbs, the skeletal overseer felt a surge of vitality in his soul fire. Although he had transmitted 1,800 of those orbs to his loyal skeletal dragon master, he had retained 200 for himself. According to the conversion rate of 30 soul orbs equating to 1 soul, 200 orbs equated to over 6 souls. Such an accumulation of souls was sufficient to significantly enhance his soul fire, making it more powerful. Previously limited to handling singular tasks, he was now capable of managing 3 tasks simultaneously. This was merely the fruit of his month's earnings, and the future promised even greater rewards. In a 1,000 square kilometer subterranean expanse, as designed by Mylreyth, a population of 5 dark beings could be sustained per square kilometer, allowing for the sustenance of 5,000 creatures. Currently, he managed only about 2,000 dark beings, far from reaching the peak. Once the population reached its limit, he would earn 500 soul orbs monthly. Converted into souls, that would amount to 16 souls. Within a year, he could amass 100 souls, elevating himself to the rank of a first-tier skeletal swordsman. The now somewhat astute skeletal overseer, having collected the month's blood orbs and soul orbs, immediately began orchestrating tasks for his skeletal subordinates. 500 skeletons were assigned to dig ditches, gradually developing the geographical space under his jurisdiction. Though their efficiency remained subpar due to his limited intellect, tasks of greater complexity were beyond his capacity to manage. In the skeletal dragon's subterranean realm, Mylreyth reveled in the overwhelming tide of soul energy surging towards him from all directions, akin to a tsunami, filling his heart with immense joy. To date, the number of dark beings under his command had officially surpassed 340,000. He had underestimated the allure of daily meat consumption for all dark beings. Over the past month, countless dark creatures had joined his territory in droves. In just this month alone, he had amassed 300,000 soul orbs, translating to around 10,000 souls. Such a wealth of assets was sufficient to sustain him for 10 days. Although his current income still did not cover the terrifying expenses incurred while concealing his information, the trend had begun to improve. Such significant results within a month were promising. In a few months, he would undoubtedly turn a profit and enjoy a substantial influx of soul energy. Having reviewed this month's earnings, Mylreyth picked up another report. He had not been idle during this month. Aside from cultivating his land, he had also tirelessly gathered intelligence from the outside world. The information regarding the underground realm was abundant, as countless dark beings had pledged allegiance to him, and he had essentially pieced together the majority of the medium-sized subterranean spaces within 1,000,000 square kilometers. He paid little mind to the distinctions between small, medium, and large underground spaces. They are merely a group of first- and second-tier dark extraordinary beings. Upon reaching the third tier, he could effortlessly eliminate them all without concern. His greater worry lies with the 4 expansive subterranean realms. These vast underground spaces typically exceed 100,000 square kilometers, encompassing countless medium and small underground spaces beneath them. Even within the underground world, they represent formidable powers. Often, these areas harbor third-tier extraordinary entities, serving as crucial sanctuaries for various races, making them challenging to conquer. Moreover, they are frequently shielded by super-large underground spaces exceeding 1,000,000 square kilometers. To seize control of such territories, one must possess legendary strength. Otherwise, it is a futile endeavor. Should he successfully capture them today, tomorrow, the legendary forces backing them could swiftly arrive, obliterating his very essence. Chapter 47. Population surge. These 4 locations are off-limits. Although it is highly likely that dark legends protect them, as they too require a continuous supply of blood pearls to augment their power, this remains merely a possibility. I am unaware of their deeper machinations. Thus, caution is paramount. My primary focus should now be directed towards the expanse above my domain. Observing the parchment before him, filled with intelligence gathered by 3 skeletal mages and various dark extraordinary beings, he felt an overwhelming headache. The province of Kur, belonging to the Light Church, had inexplicably gone mad, relentlessly expanding underground without regard for casualties. Currently, within a 50-kilometer radius from the surface to the depths, over 200 underground spaces had fallen, covering an area exceeding 100,000 square kilometers. More than 100,000 dark creatures had been slain by the Light Church, while thousands of human militiamen frantically cultivated the land that spans beyond 100,000 square kilometers. The subterranean spaces differ vastly from the surface. They are excavated by various races, serving as their sanctuaries, characterized by vast plains devoid of mountains. By simply clearing away the trees and rocks above, they could swiftly transform these areas into arable land. Among the 100,000 square kilometers of subterranean space, at least 90,000 square kilometers are cultivable. When converted to mu, this amounts to over 100 million mu of land. Even if 100 mu can sustain a single person, it is sufficient to support a population of 1 million. Humans differ from those dark creatures. Their agricultural skills are nearly perfected, regardless of the yield. It will never diminish to the point where 100 mu cannot sustain a single soul. If the Light Church manages to cultivate that 100,000 square kilometers of land, with sufficient logistics, they could soon deploy hundreds of thousands of soldiers. How could the Light Church advance so swiftly? In just a few years, they have occupied all land within a 50-kilometer radius from the surface to the depths. At this rate, in less than 5 years, the Light Church would be at his doorstep. Yet now, he finds himself powerless, having recently undergone a phase of expansion. His dark creatures have yet to fully occupy their living space, and his stored soul energy is alarmingly insufficient to contend with the Light Church. Even if it were merely one province among the 106 under the Light Church's dominion. Setting down the parchment, Mylreyth resolved to let the taller beings take the brunt of the assault, as he was currently ill-equipped to withstand it. According to records from his inherited memories, each ruler of the Light Church's provinces, namely the bishops, is at least a 4th-tier legend. Should he foolishly charge in, he would swiftly be met with a devastating blow from a legendary bishop of light, leaving him unaware of his impending demise. He must wait 3 more years until he accumulates sufficient soul energy, or perhaps even breaks through to legend. to have the qualifications to rival the powers of the Light Church in that province. After reviewing the intelligence from various regions, Mylreyth turned his attention to the development of his territory. Time flew swiftly by. 2 months later, the population of the Bone Dragon territory under Mylreyth's rule had surged to 500,000. Among them, 300,000 were adult dark creatures that had pledged their allegiance, with the number of young ones being exceedingly scarce. After indulging in a life of abundant sustenance, they began to multiply at an astonishing rate. Currently, there are already 100,000 female dark creatures on the verge of giving birth. Half a month later, over 200,000 dark creature offspring had been born, their cries resonating throughout the subterranean spaces of the Bone Dragon territory. At this moment, the number of dark creatures under Mylreyth's command officially surpassed 800,000. The influx of over 200,000 newborn dark creatures, combined with the several thousand dark beings that had allied with him in the past half-month, had added approximately 300,000 more dark creatures to his ranks. The terrifying growth of the dark creature population took both Mylreyth and all other extraordinary beings within the Bone Dragon territory, excluding the dark dwarfs, by surprise. Within a splendid palace adorned with countless crystal chandeliers, Mylreyth surveyed the statistics compiled by his subordinates, feeling an unwavering sense of security. 800,000 dark creatures could yield him 800,000 soul pearls each month. After distributing 10% to the skeletal managers, his monthly income stands at 720,000 soul pearls. When converted to souls, this amounts to 24,000 souls, sufficient to sustain him for 24 days. With an average month consisting of approximately 30 days, his current monthly deficit is merely 6,000 souls. In less than 2 months, he would turn a profit. Great Bone Dragon Lord, the growth rate of our dark creatures is astonishingly rapid, due to their daily satisfaction from abundant food. The survival rate of dark creature offspring can reach 80% on average. Within a year, our population can double. According to my calculations, in just 1 year, the number of dark creatures under your command will exceed 2 million, far surpassing the limit of dark creatures your territory can sustain. I suggest we impose restrictions on the reproductive rate of these dark beings, proposed the loyal skeletal mage Phaeris. In the Grand Hall, the soul flames of all extraordinary skeletons flickered faintly. Limiting the reproductive rate of the dark creatures is indeed a specialty of their undead lineage. Simply culling the excess dark creatures would suffice. In doing so, they would procure millions of souls annually, allowing them to ascend in rank with astonishing speed. As Mylreyth reclined upon his throne, he swiftly grasped the implications embedded in Phaeris' words, using slaughter to control the number of dark creatures. He could not deny that he was deeply tempted. With only 31,000 square kilometers of land at his disposal, sustaining 5 dark creatures per square kilometer would ultimately cap his capacity at 1,500,000 dark beings. Given that these dark creatures could double their numbers within a year due to their daily satisfaction, once the population peaks, he would face an annual surplus of 1,500,000 excess individuals. By eliminating these surplus beings, he could instantly amass the soul reserves needed to ascend to legend. However, despite his temptation, he had not yet succumbed to the folly of indiscriminate slaughter to achieve his desired soul count. Such horrific ethnic cleansing would be intolerable to any race. These dark races are not to be trifled with. Their survival until now implies the backing of deities, demigods, and countless legends. Casualties during normal warfare, aimed at subduing a portion of them for intimidation, remain within acceptable bounds and would not provoke the wrath of the divine entities behind them. Chapter 48. The unwavering loyalty is ultimately disloyalty, however, in the face of senseless slaughter, particularly the annihilation of the dark creatures under his command. It becomes imperative to engage in a profound discourse with the deities and demigods behind those races to elucidate the essence of power and the importance of order. The previous massacres inflicted upon his dark subjects, such as systematic executions and indiscriminate tree felling, were ultimately intended for the greater good of these creatures. Without orderly queuing, there can be no established norms. Without norms, the proper distribution and cultivation of the Da by Muchong cannot be ensured. The primary purpose of queuing is to facilitate the surrender of the wood collected by the dark creatures. If they disregard the rules and rush chaotically, the collection of wood becomes utterly unmanageable. In the absence of wood, the Da by Muchong would perish from starvation. Consequently, if the Da by Muchong were to die, the dark creatures that rely on them for sustenance would inevitably face the same fate. The practice of systematic slaughter serves to instill obedience among the dark creatures. For those who fall victim to the slaughter, it is undoubtedly a grave misfortune. Yet for the collective of dark beings, It is a significant boon, as it ensures that all surviving dark creatures can have their fill and reproduce swiftly. The necessity of tree felling is self-evident. Wood is sourced from trees, and while dark creatures are forbidden from cutting down trunks, they are permitted to prune branches. This regulation is designed to safeguard the trees and guarantee a sufficient food supply for the Da by Muchong. It also serves the overall benefit of the dark creatures, ensuring their sustenance. In essence, it is for their own good. The sacrifice of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of dark beings is made for the survival of over 1 million. Should this situation be discovered by the demigods or deities of various races, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing in their eyes, perhaps even earning him accolades. It is precisely for this reason that he unabashedly enforces these regulations, allowing his skeletal minions to act with ruthless efficiency, shaking off his momentary stirrings of emotion. Mylreyth declared, every sentient being that has persevered until now possesses their own deity. Engaging in widespread slaughter of his dark subjects is tantamount to courting death. Let us not speak of it further. All of you, consider alternative strategies. As an undead, he harbors little affection for his dark creatures, regardless of their willingness to fight for him. The reason for this detachment lies in the limited loyalty exhibited by these beings. Should a legendary figure or demigod emerge from their ranks, they would swiftly demonstrate the meaning of betrayal in a heartbeat. The moment they lay eyes on a fellow race's champion or demigod, they would instantly turn against him. Dark creatures are inherently drawn to the powerful. They ally themselves with the strongest. When faced with a mightier being or an even more formidable dragon, they could betray him in mere moments. When those 7th-tier extraordinary beings arrived, his dark subjects promptly betrayed him, leaving him dumbfounded. Had he provided them with a life of daily feasting and ample sustenance, did they not appreciate it? In contrast, among humans, there would invariably be a few individuals who are utterly loyal and willing to sacrifice themselves for him. This group of dark creatures falls short even compared to humans, which is not surprising given the prefix dark that precedes their kind. In comparison, the undead fare much better. As long as one does not promote the foolish, raising those with low loyalty, the undead generally do not betray him. Even when faced with entities far superior to themselves, they would wield their blades in his defense. The absolute loyalty of low-ranking undead exceeds 99%, far surpassing that of the dark creatures. Unwavering loyalty that is not absolute is, in essence, absolute disloyalty. Thus, from the very beginning, he has regarded the undead as his kin, while the dark creatures outside serve merely as cannon fodder and sustenance. As the sovereign sought counsel regarding strategies, over 200 extraordinary undead lowered their heads, their blazing souls immersed in contemplation. As extraordinary beings, their intellect is significantly heightened, surpassing that of ordinary sentient beings tenfold. The intent of His Majesty is clear. He desires the additional 100,000 souls generated each year, but is hindered by the backing of those dark creatures from carrying out a massacre. Slaughter can only be sanctioned if it is for their benefit. A massacre that serves their detriment would provoke a heavy-handed response from their deities, leading to certain death. Over 200 extraordinary undead pondered deeply, yet could not conceive a viable solution. The premise of slaughter being for the benefit of these dark creatures proved to be an arduous conundrum. After some time, the opulent palace remained enveloped in silence. The extraordinary undead had yet to devise a satisfactory strategy, as it lay beyond their comprehension. After another stretch of time, one of the skeletal mages, Mage Bay or C, stepped forward. Great Sovereign, perhaps we need not be overly concerned with this matter. Your territory is finite, capable of sustaining but 155,000 dark creatures. Those dark beings can double their population within a year. The surplus will inevitably encroach upon the existing population, given their nature. When their land can no longer support more of their kin, they will undoubtedly wage war. Since you do not expand outward, they will be compelled to fight amongst themselves. At that point, we shall merely collect the corpses. Perhaps we might even hone a cadre of elite dark creature armies in the process. You need not bear such burdens. Mage Bay or C's suggestion ignited excitement among the assembled undead skeletons. Indeed, as Mage Bay or C articulated, they need not concern themselves with that faction of dark races. When food runs short, they will inevitably turn on each other, and at that juncture, they shall merely gather the fallen. As long as they maintain order within their territory, the sovereign's interests and income shall remain unharmed. It is quite possible that they could cultivate elite dark creature cannon fodder from the conflicts, thus expanding their territory further. Excellent. Excellent. Bay or C, your suggestion is commendable. We need not concern ourselves too much. We shall simply collect the corpses. Mylreyth expressed his enthusiasm. He had not anticipated that among his ranks lay such a brilliant strategist. This line of thought was indeed reflective of a superior military advisor. Precisely the kind of talent he required. Now, you should understand what to do. Mylreyth addressed all the undead present. All the extraordinary undead simultaneously crossed their arms and bowed. We shall heed the sovereign's command and strictly adhere to the established rules. Any who transgress these rules shall be met with death. Mylreyth nodded in satisfaction. This assembly of extraordinary skeletons comprehended his intent, to observe the internecine conflicts of the dark creatures without interference, abstaining from involvement. Merely serving as guardians of the rules he had instituted, allowing the dark creatures to engage in mutual slaughter. At times, when a problem is identified, it is often quite simple to devise a solution. Conversely, when an issue is recognized yet deliberately left unresolved, it can serve certain ulterior motives. This is a tactic frequently employed by many politicians, intentionally neglecting to resolve certain issues to achieve their own ends. Chapter 49. The law of survival of the fittest. Time flows swiftly. 2 months have elapsed. At this juncture, the territory of the Bone Dragon has officially surpassed a population of 1 million, reaching an impressive total of 115,000. Such a vast population has caused the income from the soul orbs in Mylreyth's possession to soar, while the management skeletons under his command also experience a significant increase in their earnings. Several ordinary undead, with the aid of abundant soul orbs, have ascended to become swordsman skeletons. The other valiant skeletons under his command have experienced a growth in power, with each individual contributing a soul pearl monthly. However, the vast population of over 1 million dark beings has attracted the attention of other entities within the subterranean world, in the realm where Mylreyth exists. There are 2 primary sources of magical energy. One is derived from the world S while absorbing external void energy, which is then digested and transformed into magical power. The other source is the surplus soul energy emitted by living beings during their existence, as well as the soul energy generated from their souls dissipating upon death, which accumulates in nature to form magic. The magical power derived from void energy has gradually diminished over eons, monopolized by the gods, residing solely in the heavens and inaccessible to mortals. In the present age, the magical energy of all extraordinary beings primarily stems from the accumulation of soul energy from living beings. Thus, in this era, life, especially intelligent beings with abundant soul energy, represents the most significant source of extraordinary resources. Importantly, the magical energy produced by intelligent life forms tends to gravitate towards their own kind, fostering growth among their kin. In contrast, they exhibit extreme aversion to outsiders, save for the rulers they once dominated in life. The existence of millions of intelligent beings ensures a steady supply sufficient for a legend, thereby preserving their strength. Even within the subterranean world, this constitutes a considerable resource, enough to incite fierce battles among dozens of third-tier powerhouses vying for extraordinary resources to ascend to legendary status. Deep within the vast magma of the earth lies the Mylreyth territory, concealing 7 legends among the 7 races. They sense an incessant influx of magical energy converging from all directions. Sitting at a round table, they collectively exhale in relief. Their power has finally ceased its drastic decline, bolstered by the incoming magical energy and the monthly supply of 1,000 blood pearls due to their positions as centurions. The legendary Dark Dwarf remarks that the resources are still insufficient, despite exerting all efforts and sacrificing his dignity. He has only managed to rally over 100,000 Dark Dwarves from his kin. This meager population falls far short of the 1 million mark. He proposes that they should encourage the Bone Dragon to expand outward, given the current growth rate of their kin. It will not take a year for the population supported by the Bone Dragon's territory to reach its limit. After hiding in the subterranean world for decades, he finally glimpses the possibility of advancement, even to the demigod level. Each demigod requires the sustenance of millions to break through, while ascending to the pinnacle of godhood necessitates a minimum population of 100 million. Although they cannot yet envision reaching divine heights, the hope of becoming demigods has emerged before them. The Bone Dragon is remarkably capable, able to sustain 5 individuals per square kilometer of land. With 31,000 square kilometers, it can support 1,550,000 inhabitants. Granting it 200 million square kilometers would suffice to sustain 10 million individuals, along with a substantial number of extraordinary beings. At this moment, beneath the province of Kuur of the Holy See, excluding the vast subterranean space belonging to the Second Elven Empire within the magma, the total land area of all subterranean spaces exceeds 400,000 square kilometers. nearly equivalent to 2 demigod capacities, an achievement they had once deemed unimaginable. With the bone dragon's rate of expansion, this glorious milestone will be achieved in less than 20 years, especially with the assistance of the 7 of them, making it not overly challenging. The legendary Knoll adds that he has overheard the bone dragon conversing with its undead subordinates. They do not intend to expand in the coming years, but rather allow the various clans under their command to engage in mutual slaughter to harvest more souls. It will not be an easy task to compel the bone dragon to comply. The 7 Dark Legends have been closely monitoring the bone dragon's avatar and its undead minions. Undead beings have always been the great adversaries of life, driven by an insatiable thirst for destruction, rendering them untrustworthy. Their suspicions have proven correct. The balance between the dark beings and the undead ruled by the bone dragon is exceedingly fragile, not unified, and could turn hostile at any moment. The legendary Minotaur suggests intimidating the bone dragon into submission. However, the legendary gnome mage shakes his head, addressing all the dark legends present. He believes they should allow the bone dragon to proceed as it wishes, letting their kin engage in the struggle for dominance and conflict. This will conveniently allow them to identify and cultivate talents among their respective races amid the chaos of war. After all, they must not forget that survival of the fittest is the principle governing their existence as dark beings, a rule established by the dark gods. The continuous indulgence in excess has already disrupted their survival rule, necessitating correction. Many wonder why dark beings lack civilization and persist in a savage existence in the wild. Do their gods or demigods not intervene? With divine or demigod power, they could completely alter the habits of their races to foster civilization. In truth, the reason lies in the fact that, within the extraordinary world, individual prowess surpasses all. Civilization is important, yet not paramount. A prodigy is worth more than 100,000 mediocrities. In the natural world, the survival rate of dark beings' offspring is exceedingly low, often only 1 in 5 survives. This means that through natural selection, typically only the strongest and most gifted among 5 offspring endures. Over generations, this results in a robust talent pool. From the observations of the legendary gnome, the survival rate of young in the bone dragon's territory is an impressive 80%, effectively undermining the survival of the fittest principle that dark beings adhere to. The newly born dark beings exhibit a significant decline in talent. To put it in modern terms, domesticated tigers often lack the strength of their wild counterparts that have undergone the rigors of natural selection. Statistical analysis reveals a decline of approximately 27%, which leaves him astounded. The potential of beings is inherently limited, often predetermined in the womb. Those capable of breaking through to legendary status or even demigod strength are invariably prodigious offspring. Those lacking talent, no matter how abundant the resources, struggle to ascend. Conversely, prodigious offspring can achieve breakthrough to legendary or demigod levels even with a fraction of the resources that mere mediocrities would require, potentially exhibiting even greater combat prowess. If the human race evolves through the rules born of civilization, then dark beings cultivate their talent through extreme survival of the fittest, ensuring the survival of their race. They have all experienced this firsthand. Given ample resources, their talents could propel them swiftly to the pinnacle of demigod status, a feat that might not even be matched by 1 in 10 million among humans. In summary, each has its strengths and weaknesses, which is why these dark beings have survived until now, resisting annihilation at the hands of the civilized worlds of dwarves, elves, and humans. The words of the legendary gnome mage cast a hush over the assembly. The other 6 dark legends displayed signs of discontent. What concern is the talent of their race to them? They are currently in dire straits, lacking the magical power necessary to sustain their very existence. When they possessed the capability, they did not hesitate to exert half of their strength for the advancement of their race. However, at this moment, they are preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little room to consider the welfare of their kin. The silence among the 6 dark legends prompted a deep sigh from the gnome legendary mage. Ultimately, they are not of the same lineage, having been divided into 7 races. Their union was merely a result of the benefits bestowed by the bone dragon. In times past, they would have been loath to engage in conflict. Once, when they roamed the surface, each of them ruled over land exceeding 1,000,000 square kilometers, commanding populations in the millions. Territorial disputes were commonplace. Were it not for the Holy See, they would likely be locked in fierce combat at this very moment. Do not be beguiled by fleeting gains. It is imperative to recognize that the source of your strength lies within your kin. The prowess of your race equates to your own power. The decline in the innate abilities of our 7 races must be addressed. If necessary, we can discreetly gather some souls. allowing them to dissipate naturally and accumulate as magical energy to help restore our strength. However, such actions may provoke the animosity of that bone dragon, potentially leading to greater losses in the future. The eyes of the 6 dark legends simultaneously lit up. Indeed, they could also collect the souls of their kin, allowing them to disperse and generate magical power that they could absorb. In doing so, the issues regarding their kin's innate abilities would be resolved, and they would gain additional magical energy to reclaim their strength. As for inciting the wrath of the bone dragon, without the present, how can there be a future? Upon reaching a consensus, the 7 dark legends resolved to plunge all dark creatures back into the brutal struggle for survival, thereby enhancing their race's innate abilities and ensuring their normal development. Little did the dark creatures within the territory of Mylreyth realize that their prosperous days would soon come to an end. The bone dragon lord who ruled over them, along with the true powers lurking behind them, the dark legends, decided to thrust them into the most merciless competition for survival, each seeking their own interests. The trials they would soon face stemmed from the rules set forth by the dark deities. They were utterly powerless to resist. Even Mylreyth and the dark legends could not thwart the sweeping tide orchestrated by the dark gods. In the expansive, subterranean realm of the eastern dark dwarfs, covering over 300,000 square kilometers and home to more than 300,000 inhabitants, 3 third-tier dark dwarf nobles held sway. Beyond the large expanse they governed, they commanded 11 mid-sized subterranean spaces, each exceeding 10,000 square kilometers, over 60 medium-sized subterranean spaces, and more than 500 small subterranean spaces. Cumulatively, their domain exceeded 600,000 square kilometers, with a population of 600,000 dark dwarfs, marking them as a formidable power within the underground world. Behind them lay the protection of an enormous subterranean space exceeding 1 million square kilometers, under the watchful eyes of the legendary figures of the dark dwarfs. Even their demigods would periodically survey this crucial subterranean domain. It is worth noting that a population in the millions is sufficient to sustain a single demigod. Thus, the 600,000 dark dwarves represent an invaluable resource that even a demigod cannot overlook. In recent years, this large subterranean enclave of dark dwarves has dispatched numerous soldiers to the upper subterranean regions to engage in warfare against the Holy See. Their forces suffered devastating defeats, with losses exceeding 10,000. The expansion of the Holy See left them in a precarious predicament. The previously untroubled expansion of the Bone Dragon's territory was of little concern to them, as it encompassed only 310,000 square kilometers, to be divided among the 7 races. On average, each race lost merely over 40,000 square kilometers, a trivial matter for a race holding over 600,000 square kilometers. Moreover, the land that the Bone Dragon occupied was still inhabited by their dark dwarfs, merely accompanied by a few skeletons. In contrast to the ever-encroaching Holy See, the threat appeared negligible. Yet, with the Bone Dragon's population surging, they could no longer afford to ignore it. Over 1 million inhabitants is an astonishing figure, capable of sustaining a legendary figure. This large dark dwarf subterranean space, combined with the surrounding dark dwarven populations, barely totals 600,000. This burgeoning population is double their own. They could not possibly overlook such an entity. Fortunately, as the Bone Dragon's territory expanded, many dark dwarves from their domain, unable to survive, sought refuge there. The intelligence from their adversaries was nearly transparent. The lifestyle of consuming flesh daily, along with blood beads and soul beads, indicated that the number of dark creatures slaughtered by the Bone Dragon exceeded 200,000, suggesting that the Bone Dragon had likely ascended to the 3rd tier. Their texts record that a mere 100,000 souls are sufficient for a breakthrough to the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier Bone Dragon could contend with 10 of the same rank. They are utterly incapable of resisting. Even uniting with 3 other large subterranean spaces would be a daunting task. However, they cannot remain idle. Thus, they have reported this intelligence upward. In a matter of days, their race's legendary figure would arrive to teach that Bone Dragon the importance of having backing in this realm. Half a month later, 3 third-tier dark dwarf nobles knelt on one knee upon the obsidian floor. The palace, illuminated by crystal chandeliers, radiated brightness and grandeur. From the throne high above, a figure clad in black iron armor materialized silently. Upon witnessing the arrival of their race's legendary figure, the 3 dark dwarf nobles simultaneously knelt. "Your Majesty, we have thoroughly investigated the intelligence regarding the Bone Dragon's territory. According to our findings, within less than half a year, the number of dark creatures in the Bone Dragon's domain will surge to over 150,000. Among them, our kin, the dark dwarfs, should number over 20,000. Upon relaying their intelligence, the three dark dwarf nobles bowed their heads, awaiting the directives of their legendary figure. The dark dwarf legend placed his hand upon the armrest of the throne, his index finger lightly tapping, his brow furrowing in thought. Not far from the land he ruled, 7 dark legends had emerged, figures he had encountered long ago. These 7 dark legends had fled underground after their defeat on the surface. Upon arriving in the depths, they found no surplus land to allocate to them, forced instead to fend for themselves. This so-called self-development was, in essence, a sentence to wait for death. The underground world offered no spare subterranean spaces. Consequently, these 7 individuals had been driven to a corner, left with no retreat. The bone dragon represented their sole hope for survival. Should he extinguish that hope, they would undoubtedly fight desperately. He had no desire to offend them. 7 against 1 was an uneven match. Even defeating 2 would require the consideration of their diminished magical resources and combat capabilities. Yet the prospect of over 150,000 inhabitants stirred his ambition. The situation is indeed captivating, yet one must ponder how to engage in it. The interests of that skeletal dragon are immutable. Any disturbance would lead to immediate flight and total collapse. Extracting benefits from those 7 individuals is exceedingly challenging. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted towards the 3 dark, dwarven nobles beneath the throne, specifically to the vast expanse of over 600,000 square kilometers of land they govern. On the side of the skeletal dragon, 1 square kilometer can sustain 5 individuals, whereas under the control of these 3 dark, dwarven nobles, only a single individual can survive per square kilometer. He need not engage in extensive endeavors. Simply allowing the skeletal dragon to expand and engulf the territories of these 3 dark dwarven nobles would naturally grant him over 600,000 square kilometers of land and a burgeoning population of 3 million. The fluctuations of life and death among these 3 million souls would significantly enhance his magical prowess by more than a quarter. You 3, devise a way to ally yourselves with the skeletal dragon, he commanded. At his words, the 3 third-tier dark dwarven nobles were momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, we are prepared to fight to the death. Why do you suggest surrender? They held the advantage, possessing a legendary backing, with a demigod looming behind them. The skeletal dragon was merely a third-tier creature. Without the intervention of a demigod, their legendary sovereign could effortlessly dispatch it with a single strike. What rationale exists for the powerful to submit to the weak? Your Majesty, you jest. You are stronger than the skeletal dragon and should be the one to command our allegiance, they protested, panic rising within them. Aligning with the skeletal dragon was far from an auspicious choice. The creature was known for its insatiable bloodlust. Failure to queue properly could result in death. All rights within their territories would fall into the hands of the skeletal minions. Should they choose to ally, they would soon find themselves stripped of their nobility. Moreover, to maintain their extraordinary status, they required a population of at least 300,000. Half of the magical energy generated by this populace belonged to them, while the remainder was claimed by their legendary sovereign. Joining the skeletal dragon would render them incapable of governing such a population, depriving them of sufficient magical energy to uphold their status, and they would inevitably succumb to the ravages of aging. The 3 third-tier dark dwarven nobles' council elicited impatience from the dark dwarven legend. He too was in dire need of magical energy. From the 13 million square kilometers of subterranean territory he ruled, half of the magical energy produced by the dark dwarf's life cycle needed to be allocated to these third-tier nobles to ensure stability. He could only retain 1/10 of the remaining magical energy for himself, with the majority required to appease the demigods above him. His predicament was dire, otherwise he would not have felt such urgency regarding the over 1 million populace. He ardently desired to ascend to the mid-legendary tier, yet the number of souls under his command was insufficient. With only 13 million square kilometers of land supporting approximately 13 million souls, he could only draw upon around 1,300,000 for his magical energy. The balance did not belong to him. To reach the mid-legendary tier, he required a minimum of 2 million souls for sustenance, leaving him short by 700,000. Normally, acquiring that number would necessitate an additional 7 million souls. Now, the skeletal dragon offered him a glimmer of hope. 1 square kilometer sustaining 5 individuals was quintuple the current population density on his lands. If he could transform all 13 million square kilometers of his territory to this standard, not only would he easily surpass the requirements for the mid-legendary tier, but he would also effortlessly fulfill the 5 million required for the late legendary tier. The attempts of these 3 to obstruct his grand design were tantamount to courting death. Should you fail to ally with the skeletal dragon within a year, prepare for your demise, he declared, and with that, the dark dwarven legend vanished without a trace. He was indifferent to the thoughts of the dark nobles below. Failure to accomplish the task would result in their execution. He had plenty of second-tier dark dwarven heroes eager to ascend to third-tier nobility. The chilling words of the dark dwarven legend left the three nobles trembling and paralyzed on the ground. With dangers looming before and behind them, they faced a grim fate. Failing the task meant they would not survive the year. Succeeding would strip them of their lands and the necessary populace, leading to a rapid degradation to second-tier heroes, resulting in a slow death from old age. In their world, first-tier extraordinary beings required merely the magical energy generated by the death and decay of flora, fauna, and insects over 1,000 square kilometers to ascend. This is why only mid-sized subterranean spaces of over 1,000 square kilometers could produce first-tier extraordinary beings. Second-tier extraordinary beings needed over 10,000 square kilometers of land to draw upon the magical energy from similar sources. Third-tier nobles faced a different challenge. The vastness of over 100,000 square kilometers rendered the magical energy too sparse, and the natural energies generated by these creatures could not spontaneously coalesce nearby. To absorb this energy, they were forced to relocate periodically, often resulting in a net loss of energy consumed versus gained. In such circumstances, third-tier beings and those beyond could only ascend through the magical energy generated by their kin, as this energy would naturally converge due to shared lineage, eliminating the need for extensive travel and energy depletion. Time swiftly passed, and after another 6 months, the influx of newly integrated dark beings, along with the natural proliferation of existing dark creatures, led to a surge in the population of the skeletal dragon's domain, reaching a staggering 161,000. This immense populace provided a wealth of resources. Each month, they could supply Mylreyth and his legion of undead with 161,000 soul gems, equating to over 53,000 souls, given that 30 soul gems constituted 1 soul. Such substantial income alleviated Mylreyth's concerns regarding the daily consumption of 1,000 souls necessary for maintaining his operations in the realm of death. Now, he required only around 30,000 souls monthly to ensure his safety, leaving him with a surplus of over 23,000 souls. This burgeoning reservoir of souls saw Mylreyth's monthly stockpile escalating continuously. At this point, thoughts of fleeing had entirely vanished from his mind. This newfound prosperity was an experience he had never before relished. The tumultuous life of fleeing for survival had been decisively cast aside. In his opulent palace, Mylreyth, now a third-tier skeletal dragon avatar, lounged leisurely upon the throne, reveling in the vast reservoir of soul energy that flowed toward him. Your Majesty, all the managing skeletons have adhered strictly to your commands. Presently, every square kilometer of land yields only the necessary amount of debemu insects to sustain 5 individuals. Tens of thousands of dark creatures, despite exchanging wood, have been unable to procure the desired debemu insects. Their hunger has compelled them into action. Hunger can drive sentient beings to the brink of madness, compelling them to do anything to satiate their cravings. Those devoid of such primal instincts have long since vanished into the annals of history. Within the resplendent palace, all the extraordinary skeletons were enraptured by the splendid news. Their souls aflame with fervor, they were aware that a grand feast, destined for their undead kin, was imminent. Mylreyth, momentarily roused from the delightful sensation of his burgeoning treasury, gazed upon the excited undead skeletons within the palace, his heart brimming with perplexity. He mused silently, it should not be so. According to the ancestral memories of the ancient dragons, such a congregation of dark beings would invariably attract the attention of numerous dark legends, and even demigods would likely cast their gaze upon the scene. Logically, these entities would not passively allow their kin to suffer significant losses, and would surely devise a means to address the issue. 6 months had elapsed, and with the wisdom of legends, even a plan should have materialized by now. Something felt amiss. He had never underestimated any extraordinary beings of this realm. The elevation of an extraordinary being's life level signifies a comprehensive enhancement of both physical form and intellect. The wisdom of legendary entities surpasses that of ordinary sentient beings by a factor of 10,000. It is illogical for them not to conceive a solution. The only conceivable explanation was that the current circumstances aligned with their desires. Despite this unsettling intuition, lured by the promise of hundreds of thousands, even over 1 million souls, Mylreyth chose to ignore it. He swiftly commanded, lead 100 undead each to monitor those dark beings. Should they engage in battle, immediately gather their souls for me. You may retain 50% of the spoils. The undead under his command were still too feeble, the strongest among them merely 5 second-tier undead. In the grander scheme of the various races, they were but slightly advanced fodder. He needed these fiercely loyal undead to aid him in becoming ever more formidable, granting him access to greater resources. Over 200 extraordinary skeletons knelt simultaneously, their excitement palpable as they declared, "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to your commands." Subsequently, they swiftly departed the palace, accompanied by waves of undead legions, venturing into the subterranean realms. In the mid-sized subterranean domain of the ogres, an endless throng of ogres congregated in the heart of this extensive underground expanse. Months, even a year, of indulging in a meat-rich diet had rendered them robust, their forms brimming with muscle and fat. Towering at 3 meters, each could consume 10 kilograms of meat in a single day, surpassing even 10 goblins in their appetite. Their imposing physiques generated soul energy and life energy tenfold that of ordinary goblins. Thus, in Mylreyth's calculations, one ogre equated to 10 souls. The joys of daily feasting had rendered the ogres jubilant. However, this month had cast a shadow of unease upon them. Many ogres found themselves unable to exchange sufficient meat for their wooden currency. "Lord Philolo, why are we unable to procure enough giant white wood worms from you?" asked the 3,000 ogre captains, with a hint of dissatisfaction. "If wood is the issue, we can negotiate. 40 kilograms of wood for 1 kilogram of meat would suffice." In the rear of the giant white wood worm breeding ground, abundant reserves remained, yet why were they not permitted to exchange for their kin? This month, only 17,500 ogres managed to obtain 300 kilograms of giant white wood worms as rations, while thousands more were barred from exchange altogether. Were they meant to starve? The ogres who had failed to secure their rations cast accusing and aggrieved glances towards the skeleton lord. Within Mylreyth's dominion, a large subterranean space exceeding 10,000 square kilometers typically required a second-tier undead skeleton for its guardianship. Second-tier skeleton swordsman Philolo was assigned to safeguard the eastern territories, overseeing the ogres within a subterranean expanse of 35,000 square kilometers. This mid-sized underground domain, along with 60 surrounding spaces, fell under his jurisdiction, marking him as a figure of considerable authority. The vast territory he governed could sustain a populace of 175,000 souls, yet the limit for ogres, given their unique stature, was capped at 17,500. Each month, he garnered a portion of the soul gems produced by these ogres, amounting to 1,750 gems, with 30 gems equating to 1 soul. His monthly income translated to 58 souls, equivalent to 580 souls of ordinary beings. Such an abundance of soul energy assured his ascendance in the realm of the extraordinary, propelling him swiftly towards the 3rd tier. Given a decade, he could very well breach the legendary threshold, for in a year, he would amass nearly 7,000 souls. And the requisite number for a breakthrough was approximately 100,000 souls. As a prospective legendary undead skeleton, he attracted the attention of many entities, particularly regarding the vast resources he garnered monthly. Second-tier skeleton swordsman Philolo, observing the myriad of aggrieved gazes from the assembled ogres, felt no flicker of empathy. He coldly articulated, "The area I govern spans only 35,000 square kilometers. According to His Majesty's calculations, this can sustain no more than 17,500 ogres. Therefore, each month, I can only dispense provisions for this exact number. This is for your benefit. Should we deviate from this course, the breeding of giant white wood worms will collapse, leading to the inevitable starvation of all ogres." Rarely did Philolo offer such a detailed explanation. His mood improved significantly with the prospect of the 50% soul distribution from His Majesty, and he was willing to clarify matters for the ogres, as their sustenance was pivotal for his own ascendance to the 3rd-tier swordsman skeleton or even a legendary swordsman skeleton. Philolo's clarifications left the gathered ogres bewildered. Their large, cumbersome forms struggled to comprehend such complexities. However, the 3,000 ogre captains, who had already surpassed the 1st tier and accumulated salaries exceeding 1,000 blood gems monthly, understood fully. Among them, the 3,000 ogre captain had advanced to the mid-tier of 1st-tier ogre warriors. As extraordinary beings, their intellect had increased tenfold, allowing them to grasp the essence of the skeleton Lord Philolo's words. The reality was that the subterranean space they inhabited could only sustain a finite number of inhabitants. Once the threshold was reached, no more could be accommodated. 17,500 ogres represented the utmost capacity of their subterranean domain. Beyond this, no solutions could be found. To force the issue would only lead to environmental degradation and collective starvation. Return and summon all soldiers and officers. We must devise a solution. Acknowledging their impudence, The first-tier ogre's warrior, Mylreyth, deeply apologized to the skeleton lord before leading a formidable throng of ogres back to the city they had constructed for themselves. Within the rudimentary stone walls of their settlement, over 18,000 ogres swiftly gathered. The 800 survivors who had originally distinguished themselves in battle also rallied quickly upon receiving word. After 7 days, the densely packed ogres sat restlessly on the ground, the atmosphere rife with anxiety. Approximately 1,000 ogres had not received their rations for the month, and their agitation reached a fever pitch. For ogres, it is an accepted truth that while life may be sacrificed, their flesh must not be squandered. During these 7 days, they had pleaded with other ogres to exchange wood for meat, yet none consented. Reluctantly, they resorted to theft. However, the other ogres were not idle. For food, they fought fiercely. After managing to procure a meager quantity of meat, they had survived on leaves and roots, barely clinging to life. Discussions ensued. With voices raised about their predicament, thousands of kin were without sustenance, and this was merely the situation in their subterranean realm. With over 60 neighboring underground spaces inhabited by their kind, it was certain that the number of ogres without food was even greater. They could not idly watch their kin perish from hunger. Mylreyth pounded the stone table before him. Present were over 310 captains, more than 300 captains, and 3,000 captains, all wearing expressions of deep concern. In the earlier conflict, although their tribe had only a little over 1,000 warriors, the surviving 800 had, in the heat of battle, bested more than 10 foes each, thus attaining the status of officers. The Bone Dragon, recognizing their valor, treated them exceptionally well, granting them blood pearls commensurate with their achievements. For each enemy slain, a soldier earned a blood pearl monthly. Though a single blood pearl may not elevate one to the extraordinary, it certainly enhanced their strength. After all, a blood pearl is a creature of darkness, its life energy, derived from consuming a pound of meat daily for a month, is of exceptionally high density. 10 captains, 100 captains, and 1,000 captains were similarly rewarded, with 10 captains receiving around 10 blood pearls monthly, 100 captains 100, and 1,000 captains 1,000. Such generous treatment was unprecedented for them, and their gratitude towards the Bone Dragon was profound. With the abundant supply of blood pearls, they grew not only stronger but also sharper in intellect. Yet, save for the 1,000 captains, the others remained incapable of reaching extraordinary levels, possessing intellect akin to that of ordinary human serfs, rendering them unable to tackle complex matters. The ogres pondered deeply, striving to ignite their intellect. After a considerable time, 1,000 captain proposed, "Why not adhere to tradition? We could select 1,000 of the weaker among us and cast them out to fend for themselves." This suggestion aligned with the ancient customs of dark races. Whenever populations swelled, tribal leaders would expel their weaker kin to ensure the genetic stability of their kind and allow those cast out to carve out new territories for survival. This traditional method of managing surplus population was sanctioned even by the dark gods. The proposal from the first-tier ogre's warrior garnered overwhelming support from the assembly. Employing tradition to address the surplus posed no risk of divine retribution. As the proposal gained traction, the military ogres rallied in affirmation. However, the external ogres were taken aback. It is well known that fairness is a rare commodity in the world, and among dark beings, the military ogres had grown stronger and smarter due to their achievements. Their elevated status placed them above other ogres, rendering them indisputably superior. Moreover, the majority of the military ogres had partners, often more than one, producing offspring in large numbers. Particularly among the male ogres, it was common to have 3 or 4 mates, and for 10 and 100 captains, having 7, 8, or even more was not unusual. Consequently, at least a third of the ogre's population was sired by them. To suggest that the weak be expelled was sheer folly. The military ogres would undoubtedly retain their partners and offspring, while those without influence would be cast aside to struggle for survival. Instinct warned countless ogres of the grim fate awaiting those without backing. This instinct and foreboding were ingrained in their kind after countless years of survival and genetic evolution. History had shown them that such scenarios were all too common, instilling a shared awareness among all ogres. True to their instincts, the military ogres convened and swiftly began to expel others. In the territory governed by Mylreyth, comprising 311,000 square kilometers, the ogres claimed approximately 50,000 square kilometers, capable of sustaining a population of 250,000, with each ogre representing 10 shares of the population. Thus, they could support around 25,000 ogres, with over 800 military ogres and their officers having an average of 4 partners each. That amounted to 3,400 partners. If each partner bore roughly 2 offspring, This resulted in 6,800 new ogres. The total population of military ogres was over 800, with their partners numbering 3,400 and their offspring totaling 6,800. Altogether, this constituted over 11,000, nearly half of the 25,000 population capacity. Currently, the surplus of ogres stood at about 2,000. The overall population of ogres reached 27,000. Subtracting the over 11,000 military ogres and their associated kin, the number of ogres without backing exceeded 15,000. In their territory, with 25,000 shares, the ogres thrived on a diet of meat, capable of doubling their population within a year. Monthly, they bore approximately 2,500 offspring. This meant that, barring unforeseen deaths and natural aging, they had to expel 2,000 ogres monthly to maintain the normal functioning of their subterranean realm. Consequently, the non-affiliated ogres, totaling just over 15,000, faced an inevitable expulsion of 2,000 each month. Within a year, they would essentially be eradicated. At the exit of the medium to large-sized ogre's subterranean realm, around 1,000 ogres, under the coercion of over 800 military ogres and an additional 10,000 associated ogres, were relentlessly pushed toward the exit of their underground space. "Hurry and leave. You have been abandoned by the leader. Go fend for yourselves," exclaimed a military ogre, brandishing a whip and striking one of the ogres with a fierce resolve. Food is limited. The choice between feeding one's partner and offspring or sharing with outsiders is clear. One would naturally choose to nourish their own kin. Other ogres should keep their distance. "I will not leave. I am a subject of His Majesty the Bone Dragon. By what right do you expel us?" A rather astute ogre suddenly roared. The approximately 1,000 ogres being driven out, realizing they were on the brink of losing their daily meat supply, began to shout and curse in a frenzy. Vowing not to depart, the conflict between the two factions intensified. Suddenly, one of the ousted ogres struck a blow to the head of another, trying to drive him away, eliciting a scream of pain. A military ogre, witnessing his companion being assaulted, was instantly consumed with rage. He charged forward, knocking the rebellious ogre to the ground with a powerful punch, then mercilessly lashed out with a whip. Amidst the anguished cries, chaos erupted on the scene. In a moment of desperation, another ousted ogre drew his stone axe and struck down the ogre that was attempting to expel him. Blood stained the earth, and the unresponsive ogre lay lifeless, its brain matter splattered. The stench of blood spread wildly. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the battlefield, only to be followed by a surge of madness. The approximately 1,000 ogres facing expulsion resolved to fight to the death. Within the normal confines of ogre territory, a subterranean expanse of 35,000 square kilometers could only sustain around 3,500 ogres. These ogres typically lived in a state of near starvation, appearing gaunt and emaciated. Due to the scarcity of food, their reproductive rate was exceedingly low. It took 6 to 7 years for their population to double. Consequently, the excess population was easily managed. The surplus of 3,500 ogres, spread over 6 or 7 years, resulted in a mere 500 additional ogres each year. Dispersing 500 ogres over the course of a year, they could easily expel them, fearing little resistance. After all, prior to being ousted, they had already been starved into frailty, incapable of mounting a defense. Moreover, with their numbers only in the dozens, they posed little threat. However, the present situation was different. Among the 1,000 ousted ogres, around 500 were adults. Each of these fully grown ogres had feasted on meat for several months, consuming 10 pounds daily, and were robust and formidable opponents. The distinction between having the strength to resist and lacking it produced starkly different outcomes. The ogres, determined to fight for their daily 10 pounds of meat, let out thunderous roars that echoed through the sky. The morale of the approximately 1,000 ogres surged. They feared not for their lives in pursuit of sustenance. In an instant, stone axes and heavy clubs were raised, violently swung at their kin attempting to expel them. The military ogres, unwilling to back down, also drew their weapons and engaged in fierce combat. A brutal melee erupted, with each side striking blows against the other, resulting in a chaotic clash. Within moments, over 100 ogres fell in battle. Chapter 55. Exchange of interests. Half an hour later, the ousted ogres, overwhelmed by the frenzied assault of the military ogres and their families, were ultimately expelled. Their numbers were insufficient, consisting of only 1,000, while the military ogres numbered 10,000 and included 3 extraordinary beings. After the loss of over 300 ogres in combat, they had no choice but to retreat. Blood soaked the ground, and the corpses of more than 300 ogres piled high. Once all the ogres had departed, the skeletal lord ruling the expansive subterranean territory approached the battlefield, accompanied by over 100 undead. His soul fire surged with excitement upon witnessing the abundance of souls before him. The bodies of over 300 ogres signified the presence of their souls. Given the larger size of ogres, each soul equated to that of 10 ordinary souls, totaling over 3,000 souls. The ruler had decreed that half of the souls collected from the battlefield would belong to the undead overseers. Thus, he effectively acquired over 1,500 souls. With such a monthly influx of souls, the attainment of a third-tier status was not far off. Even achieving legendary status would not take long. The green flames of soul fire blazed fiercely, illuminating the myriad of ogre souls that rapidly materialized in the air. As the second-tier skeletal swordsman, Feyreluo opened his maw wide. An invisible force enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The countless ogre souls swiftly converged toward him. The chilling wails of the ogres echoed endlessly. All the ogre souls struggled desperately, seeking to distance themselves from this terrifying undead being. However, their weakness was no match for the power of the second-tier skeletal swordsman. They were utterly incapable of resistance. One by one, the ogre souls were consumed by Feyreluo, subsequently incinerated into pure soul energy by the boiling flames, which he absorbed. Of course, Feyreluo did not forget to offer half of the souls to his master, Mylreyth. As he relentlessly absorbed the souls of the ogres to strengthen himself, he simultaneously provided his master with more soul energy. Unbeknownst to him, within the silent void, 40% of the soul energy he absorbed was guided away by an unseen force. The portion belonging to the bone dragon ruler, Mylreyth, remained intact. However, only 10% of the soul energy was rightfully his as the second-tier swordsman. The invisible legendary ogre, feeling the immense influx of soul energy into his body, bore a look of delight. Each early-stage legendary being required a staggering 100,000 souls annually to maintain their extraordinary status. This does not imply that every early-stage legend must kill 100,000 sentient beings each year. In truth, the natural cycle of life and death among millions of sentient beings, along with the soul energy they disperse in their daily lives, easily compensated for the need of 100,000 souls. Sentient beings are invaluable, even without offering their souls. The faith they generate and the soul energy they emit in their daily lives are immensely valuable. They form the core of divine and extraordinary resources. Yet, 300 ogre souls only yielded a mere 140 souls for me, with only 40% of that amount going to me. Even accounting for the ogre's superior soul strength compared to ordinary creatures, it equated to only 1,400 souls, which was far from sufficient. The only consolation was that this feast had not yet concluded. The additional 2,000 ogres would either perish or be lost among the other subterranean ogres. With 2,000 ogres dying each month, that amounted to 24,000 souls per year. The total soul energy from their demise would equate to that of 24,000 ordinary sentient beings. Even if I only received 40%, I could still obtain over 90,000 units of soul energy. In addition to the presence of over 60 subterranean spaces teeming with 25,000 ogres, along with the continuous ebb and flow of soul energy from their life, death, and daily activities, I find sufficient sustenance to maintain my life level. As I quietly calculate in my mind, the grin upon the face of the ogre legend broadens. Indeed, arriving in the territory of the bone dragon has proven fortuitous. The ample supply of meat sustains these dark races significantly, not only yielding a copious number of soul orbs and blood orbs, but also allowing all dark creatures to double their numbers each year. The resources generated are overwhelming. Once the dark creatures reach the capacity of various subterranean spaces, they can only meet their demise. No boundless subterranean realm can accommodate millions of dark beings. Observing that my annual income suffices to sustain my life level, the ogre legend feels no urgency. He casually dispatches over 60 avatars to guard the ogre clan within all subterranean spaces under the dominion of the bone dragon. He will not encroach upon the interests belonging to the bone dragon. However, those feeble skeletal managers have no right to possess such vast resources capable of sustaining a legend. Their weakness is the original sin. These skeletal overseers lack the qualifications to wield such resources, and thus he settles for a mere 40%. Retaining a mere 10% is already a concession he affords to the bone dragon. He believes this is only natural. The benefits generated from the vast lands ruled by the bone dragon are immense, enough to incite fierce competition among legends. Were it not for himself and 6 other dark legends guarding the territory, other dark legends, and even the elf, human, and dwarf legends that have fled underground, would undoubtedly covet it. Fortunately, the dark legends possess the intellect befitting their status, refraining from slaying the egg-laying bone dragon. Yet, the intentions of the elf, human, and dwarf legends remain uncertain. Faced with the rapidly expanding dark forces, there exists a 90% likelihood that they would utterly devastate the territory of the bone dragon. In a sense, he and the other 6 dark legends serve as the protectors of the dominion ruled by the bone dragon. Without their presence, the current territory of the bone dragon would not exist, nor would such an abundant supply of extraordinary resources be available. The 40% of souls he claims is undoubtedly his rightful share. He believes the bone dragon will comprehend their situation, for it is a remarkably intelligent creature, not a naive hatchling or a reclusive dragon lacking experience. The exchange of benefits is a standard transaction among these extraordinary beings. Chapter 56. The enormous consumption deep within the distant ocean's abyss. Mylreyth senses the immense soul energy flowing into his being through the connections established with the skeletal minions under his command, filling him with exhilaration. As the month begins, the over 160,000 dark creatures under his command engage in frenzied internal conflicts to satiate their hunger. The expelled dark creatures resist fiercely, willing to wage war with swords in hand to reclaim their daily meat-laden existence. After being ousted, they refuse to abandon their carnivorous lifestyle. They find themselves unable to contend with the mid-sized subterranean spaces guarded by their kin's extraordinary beings. Surely, they can prevail against those smaller, unprotected subterranean spaces inhabited by their kin. Although these mid-sized and small spaces also have kin guarding them, none have reached the rank of centurion, and all remain below the threshold of extraordinary beings. As long as they have not transcended to that level, they remain capable of fighting. If 10 fail, then 20 will suffice. If 20 fail, 30 will overwhelm the opponent through sheer numbers. Amidst this chaotic situation, the mid-sized subterranean spaces, defined as those exceeding 10,000 square kilometers, remain relatively stable under the suppression of extraordinary beings from various races. In contrast, the other mid-sized and small subterranean spaces lacking dark extraordinary guardians are in utter disarray. The expelled dark creatures unite, conquering one small or mid-sized subterranean space after another, relying on the plundered meat to fill their bellies. Once they accumulate enough sustenance, they promptly flee, hiding within the labyrinthine passages of the underworld. In prior assaults, they learned that if they lingered after conquering a subterranean space, it would not be long before Centurion-level kin would come seeking vengeance. Thus, they must strike and swiftly relocate. Currently, the dark races within his territory are embroiled in frequent civil strife, resulting in significant casualties daily. To date, 11,000 dark beings have perished, providing him with over 50,000 souls, greatly enriching his treasury. Let the battles rage on. Amidst the endless warfare, I shall forge formidable armies of dark races. My reserves of souls will thrive. He selectively disregards the 40% of souls originally designated for the managing skeletons. This is merely the compensation owed to the dark legends secretly safeguarding his territory. The world is indeed pragmatic, or rather, all worlds are starkly realistic. The weak find it arduous to possess wealth that exceeds their strength. Ignorance may be bliss, but upon discovery, the weak swiftly lose their riches. His skeletal minions are exceedingly weak. Even the strongest among them barely reaches the second tier. In contrast to the dark legends lurking in the shadows, they are vastly inferior. Yet they possess resources exceeding those of ordinary dark legends. To carry gold into the bustling market is an act of folly. To survive is mere fortune. Allowing them a mere 10% is already a concession from the dark legends out of respect for him. Furthermore, that 10% is not insignificant. Take, for instance, the second-tier swordsman skeleton, Faer Luo Da, who, from the 1,000 ogres expelled from his territory, can acquire at least 100 ogre souls. One ogre soul equates to 10 ordinary souls, amounting to 1,000 ordinary souls. A mere 1,000 ordinary souls suffices for the ordinary skeletons to elevate to the second tier. In a month, that translates to 1,000 ordinary souls, and over a year, it amounts to 12,000 souls. An ordinary second-tier skeleton, with 12,000 souls, is well positioned to ascend to the third tier. Such an immense reservoir of resources, were it not for their presence within his dominion, they would be unable to retain it externally. After all, sustaining a legend requires only 100,000 souls annually. 12,000 souls is a resource typically reserved for a standard third-tier powerhouse. The second tier simply does not merit it. My own annual consumption is not insignificant. Due to the need to remain awake and manage the territory, I cannot afford to enter a deep slumber to reduce energy expenditure. As a third-tier bone dragon, my consumption is tenfold that of an ordinary third tier, requiring a staggering 100,000 souls each year. Additionally, I possess a third-tier bone dragon avatar, adding another 100,000. The operation of 100 mithril rods consumes 1,000 souls daily, totaling 36,500 souls annually. My annual consumption thus reaches an astounding 56,500 souls. Such an immense drain would even move demigods to pity. The undead race, aside from during battles, spends the majority of their time in slumber. Through sleep, they significantly reduce their energy consumption. Third-tier undead can diminish their energy expenditure tenfold through slumber. In this world I inhabit, the natural magic can sustain only second-tier powerhouses at best. After a tenfold reduction, even a third-tier undead can survive through slumber. However, if they remain awake daily like sentient beings, their consumption becomes comparable to that of ordinary intelligent life. For third-tier and higher intelligent beings, a third-tier entity requires approximately 10,000 souls annually, while a fourth-tier entity demands a staggering 100,000. The consumption of demigods, whose lifespans are nearly eternal, is legendary, reaching hundreds of times more. To sustain their divine flames, they require 10 million souls each year. Due to this excessive demand, demigod-level beings of various races are predominantly in a state of slumber, reducing their consumption tenfold, thus maintaining their life levels. The greater the strength of a life form, the higher the energy expenditure. Even the mighty dragons, despite their colossal size and combat prowess being tenfold that of their tier, face a similar tenfold consumption. Consequently, the dragon race spends the vast majority of their time in slumber, with their waking moments limited to merely a year within a decade. Their immense demand arises from the necessity for both themselves and their avatars to remain awake to manage territorial affairs. Not to mention, providing sufficient Dabai Muchong larvae for all the sentient beings in their domain consumes considerable time. The arrangement of various matters also demands significant time. Furthermore, they must vigilantly guard against the schemes of dark legends to ensure their safety, making slumber even more unattainable. Chapter 57. Terrifying income. Fortunately, their income is also substantial. The land within their territory can sustain 1,550,000 sentient beings, yielding 155,000 soul pearls each month. 30 soul pearls equate to 1 soul, amounting to over 51,000 souls. Over the course of a year, the yield from soul pearls can reach an astonishing 620,000. Presently, each year, approximately 150,000 dark creatures emerge within his domain. However, these additional dark beings are mostly unsustainable. The deaths from their internal conflicts contribute half of the income, resulting in a yield of 75,000 souls. When combined, his total income amounts to 137,000 souls. After deducting his annual consumption of 56,500 souls, his net gain is approximately 80,000 souls. Upon calculation, Mylreyth was astonished to discover his newfound wealth. With the acquisition of over 80,000 souls annually, in addition to his stored souls, he is poised to break into the legendary tier. However, even if he could ascend, he would not, as he would only elevate his extraordinary level to the peak of the third tier. This is because once he transcends into the legendary realm, his base consumption would skyrocket from 100,000 souls to 1,000,000 souls per year. In a state of wakefulness, he simply cannot endure such immense consumption, unless he enters a state of slumber. Yet at this moment, he is utterly incapable of doing so. The dark legends are ever watchful, and even legendary demigods would be tempted by his substantial income. A moment's inattention could lead to his demise. He must remain vigilant to navigate the unseen perils. Mylreyth silently surveyed his territory. 7 dark legends are also keenly attuned to their own interests, permitting no entity to encroach upon them. From the perspective of the demigods, dark beings occasionally cast their gazes upon him. The annual demise of over 100 million souls generates sufficient magical energy to assist a demigod-level entity in maintaining their life level during slumber. The bone dragon territory ruled by Mylreyth, although seemingly only increasing the sustenance of each square kilometer from 1 to 5 inhabitants, merely a 5-fold enhancement, actually supports 5 times the population feasting to their fill. In a normal state, dark creatures in subterranean spaces can barely consume roots, tree bark, insects, and a meager amount of beast meat, leaving them just 2 or 3 parts full. In terms of energy, a well-fed inhabitant in Mylreyth's territory equates to 10 dark creatures who can barely manage a meager sustenance. Regular dark beings consume 1 pound of meat daily. 1 ounce of meat undoubtedly surpasses the nutritional value derived from the 2 or 3 ounces of tree bark, roots, leaves, and insects that other dark beings consume. Thus, the food resources produced by Mylreyth's bone dragon territory are 50 times greater than those of other territories. The 31,000 square kilometers of land can sustain the equivalent of 15 million square kilometers of dark beings in subterranean spaces. It is well acknowledged that energy cannot vanish. It merely transitions from one form to another. The 150,000 dark beings in Mylreyth's territory consume resources at tenfold the rate of ordinary dark beings. The resources expended within them do not diminish the generation of soul energy simply due to their smaller numbers. This is a testament to the legacy of the dragon race. Of course, the contributions of the skeletal undead are also considerable. Without the skeleton's efforts in planting trees, safeguarding them, excavating ditches, nurturing Dabai Muchong, and maintaining order, this model would falter. The reason is simple: dark creatures are chaotic. Without order to maintain, they would descend into chaos in an instant. When breeding Dabai Muchong, without skeletons to oversee, they would devour all the larvae without regard for the future. As for tree felling, they would chop without planting, leading to the rapid extinction of trees within a few years. The excavation of ditches is hardly worth considering. In fact, to ensure the normal growth of trees within his territory, thereby allowing the Dabai Muchong to be well fed, Mylreyth has dispatched over 10,000 weak dog-headed skeletons as dung-collecting skeletons. Their primary daily task is to gather dung and distribute it at the roots of each tree, fertilizing them. To develop his territory, he has truly exerted himself, employing every possible strategy. Such extensive efforts have culminated in the flourishing Bone Dragon territory. A month later, in the southern region of the Bone Dragon territory, within a passage leading to a small subterranean space, over 3,000 goblins, armed with stone weapons, fervently observed the entrance and exit of this small subterranean space. The arrival of a new month signifies the expulsion of another 130,000 dark creatures from various subterranean spaces, in a state of plentiful meat. The rapid reproductive rate of dark creatures enables them to double their numbers within a year. After expelling all excess dark creatures last month, the internal count of 155,000 dark beings within the Bone Dragon territory has produced another 130,000. Naturally, to maintain balance across various subterranean spaces, these additional 130,000 dark beings must be expelled. Thus, another 130,000 dark creatures were ousted from the subterranean spaces, reluctant to face starvation. The expelled dark beings swiftly banded together to secure adequate food for survival, forming various groups of varying sizes. The 3,000 goblins are a coalition born of hunger, eyeing the 300 square kilometers of the preceding subterranean space. Every month, the skeletal minions of the sovereign gather to distribute sufficient rations for 1,500 goblins, ensuring a month's supply of meat. In their fervor for sustenance, they charge forth, spurred by the furious roar of the mightiest among them. The air reverberates with the cries of the famished goblins, each brandishing their weapons, chanting for bloodshed. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, 3,000 goblins surge forward with reckless abandon. At the entrance of the subterranean expanse, 500 goblins stand vigilant day and night. Upon hearing the anguished cries of their starving kin, they quickly assemble, grasping iron spears, long swords, and shields acquired from the dark dwarves, resolved to defend their precious rations. The two factions of goblins, both fighting for survival, collide in a thunderous clash within mere breaths. Stone meets iron as shouts and wails intertwine, neither side willing to yield. While they may falter in battles for their kin, when it comes to safeguarding their own meat, each goblin transforms into a warrior. They comprehend a crucial truth. In defeat, the loss of meat equates to a death sentence. Chapter 58. The decision of the goblin clan. The brutal skirmish endures for 2 hours. The desperate 3,000 goblins suffer grievously, with 800 fallen. Yet they refuse to retreat. The 500 defenders, despite their advantage in weaponry, manage to dispatch 800 of their kin. Yet their own ranks dwindle to less than 300, rendering them increasingly vulnerable. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, a particularly robust goblin seizes the opportunity, cleaving the head of the defender's leader, a distinguished goblin warrior. Blood drenches his form as he raises the severed head, unleashing a primal roar of vengeance. Once a part of this subterranean realm, he finds himself unjustly exiled by that very warrior, who sacrificed him to preserve his own family. In the days that followed, his rage festered, culminating in this moment of retribution as he reclaims his rightful share of meat. With their morale shattered by the death of their leader, the remaining 200 defenders flee in terror, completely routed. The surviving goblins, emboldened by their newfound strength, pursue with fervor, racing into the depths of the subterranean domain. They massacre every goblin in sight, perceiving them as enemies associated with the fallen warriors. Their merciless onslaught spares neither the young nor the old. Their sole command is death. Within this 300 square kilometer subterranean realm, 300 skeletal sentinels observe the carnage with detached calm. They await the conclusion of the fray to collect the fallen bodies, presenting them to the overseer skeleton to absorb their souls. Subsequently, they return to their duties, planting trees, patrolling, and ensuring the growth of the white woodworms while preventing the encroachment of dark creatures. Some skeletal guardians laboriously dig channels to divert water from the subterranean rivers, nourishing the flora within this realm. Thus, the skeletal guardians have become the providers of flesh for all dark creatures, nurturing them from the shadows. Following their conquest of this territory, the robust goblin, now a leader among over 2,000 of his kind, hastens to gather the provisions hoarded by the defeated goblins. With 2,200 goblins in tow, he swiftly departs the subterranean space. He dares not linger. The fallen warriors are shielded by their extraordinary kin. Remaining would spell certain death, thus he retreats after securing ample food. In the northern expanse of the Mylreyth territory, governed by the second-tier swordsman skeleton, Mylreyth lies a vast subterranean domain of goblins spanning 20,000 square kilometers. Goblin Captain Mo, beleaguered by the arrival of yet another group of pleading goblins, finds his head throbbing with vexation. His clan thrives within the territory of the Bone Dragon, their combined subterranean domains encompassing a staggering 60,000 square kilometers, housing a population of 300,000. This immense populace consumes meat daily, thriving on ample provisions. With their remarkable reproductive capabilities, the goblins produce an additional 25,000 each month. To maintain stability across their subterranean realms, he and the distinguished warriors are compelled to expel 25,000 goblins monthly. Such a mass exodus brings forth innumerable troubles. The expelled goblins do not passively await starvation. They unite into factions, relentlessly assaulting the smaller and medium-sized subterranean spaces of their clan. Currently, nearly a quarter of their subterranean territories have succumbed to invasion. His distinguished warriors, suffering heavy losses, now hesitate to guard the smaller domains, opting instead for the relative safety of the larger spaces. The smaller territories are on the brink of chaos. Frustration mounts as he laments. If only he had garnered more accolades in the last conflict. With 10,000 accolades, he could secure a monthly stipend of blood pearls, sufficient to elevate him to the second tier, enabling him to vanquish these traitors with ease. The first-tier goblin warrior, Mo, is incensed. Yet a resolution must be reached. His esteemed warriors cannot be allowed to perish in droves. Without ascending to extraordinary status, even with the supply of blood pearls enhancing their strength, they remain outmatched, capable only of facing 30 at a time. Those above the first tier can evade capture, while ordinary warriors, upon defeat, often meet their end beneath the weight of overwhelming numbers. Now, among his ranks of over 2,000 distinguished warriors, more than 100 have already perished. This is merely the second month. The toll of casualties will only escalate. In 2 years, his esteemed warriors may all be lost. Such a fate is unbearable. Most critically, the Bone Dragon bestows blood pearls solely upon the distinguished warriors. The loss of each warrior signifies a diminishment of their blood pearl share, a devastating loss of extraordinary resources that impacts their clan profoundly. After careful contemplation, first-tier goblin warrior Mo resolves to abandon the defense of the smaller subterranean spaces. He will consolidate all distinguished warriors within the medium and large subterranean domains, concentrating their strength to mitigate casualties. With determination, he promptly issues orders to implement this strategy. After receiving the command from their chieftain, over 2,800 military merit-oriented Daijing rejoiced and swiftly departed from the small underground spaces they were guarding. Accompanied by their partners and offspring, they rapidly converged in various medium-sized underground spaces, including those overseen by the first-tier Daijing warrior Mor. Chapter 59, The Undead Catastrophe. The small underground spaces were abandoned by them. However, after their departure, these forsaken small underground spaces were not left desolate. The Daijing who remained in these spaces quickly elected their leader and fervently prepared for battle. Upon receiving the news, the expelled Daijing were invigorated, swiftly uniting to seize one small underground space after another. Both sides engaged fiercely, unwilling to be ousted. At this moment, strength and combat prowess dictated who would claim these small underground spaces. Some exceptionally gifted Daijing found opportunities to rise amidst the chaos. Mor's decision essentially reflected the consensus of all dark races, excluding the dark dwarves, within the entire Bone Dragon underground realm. There were simply too many small underground spaces. while the number of extraordinary beings from various races was insufficient to guard them all. Without extraordinary guardians, those dark creatures that had been expelled, upon uniting, possessed ample strength to breach one small underground space after another. The military merit-oriented dark creatures, in a bid to conserve their strength and avoid being exhausted by the continuous influx of their kin, could only retreat to medium-sized underground spaces and above, banding together for defense. Thus, the order within the entire Bone Dragon territory began to shift rapidly. The medium-sized and large underground spaces remained under the control of the military merit-oriented dark creatures, maintaining a semblance of order, albeit with intermittent warfare. Conversely, the small underground spaces transformed entirely into a ruthless struggle for survival, with the strong preying upon the weak. Various dark creature factions vied for dominance. The strong feasted while the weak perished. After about half a month, Mylreyth observed the increase of over 120,000 skeletal undead under his command, feeling quite pleased. Each month, after the demise of surplus dark creatures, their souls were extracted, and their bodies were not wasted. Instead, they were collected and transformed into individual skeletal undead. Within 2 months, he amassed an additional 250,000 skeletons, significantly bolstering the ranks of his undead army. However, with the increase in skeletal undead, he faced a slight dilemma. Ordinary skeletal undead did not consume much magical power daily, yet there was still some consumption. According to his calculations, the magical power generated by the life cycle of flora, fauna, insects, bacteria, and beasts within a square kilometer of underground space would suffice to sustain one skeletal undead. Unfortunately, the underground world proved far too barren, unable to compare with the surface. On the surface, the life cycle within a square kilometer could easily sustain 10 skeletal undead. Presently, with an increase of over 120,000 skeletal undead each month, the 31,000 square kilometers of land under his dominion could evidently not support such a number. At most, it could sustain 310,000 skeletal undead. Any additional skeletal undead, unable to draw magical power from the natural world, would quickly weaken and become mere skeletal frames. He contemplated 2 solutions. The first was to induce the surplus skeletal undead into a state of slumber. This way, they would require only 1/10 of the usual magical power to survive. His 31,000 square kilometers of land could sustain 310,000 skeletons. The second option was to direct them to wander to the surface. Upon entering new spaces, they would absorb new magical power. Should they venture into various underground spaces, they could also survive. The first option was clearly impractical. His dominion of 31,000 square kilometers required vast numbers of skeletons for the cultivation of trees, the breeding of dawangmu insects, the excavation of ditches, the protection of trees, the collection of fertilizers, the gathering of corpses, and the management of order among dark creatures. Each task required a significant number of skeletons to operate. 1 skeletal undead per square kilometer was already the limit. For the management of 31,000 square kilometers, he needed 310,000 skeletons. There was simply no way to allow them to slumber. The magical power generated by nature across 31,000 square kilometers would nearly be consumed by these 310,000 skeletal undead, leaving no surplus. Hence, the additional 120,000 skeletal undead each month, even if they were to slumber, would not have enough magical power to survive. It seemed he could only send them to the surface or in all directions to seek sustenance. He sighed deeply, realizing that while dark creatures sought life, so too did his undead. As for resurrecting those corpses, he had never entertained such thoughts. Having more skeletal undead under his command was ultimately advantageous. Not to mention, even if they wandered in various directions, bringing him a bit of intelligence was a positive outcome. If they could eliminate a few creatures, it would also provide him with considerable soul energy. After all, the cost of reviving them was minimal. A single ordinary skeleton required merely the energy equivalent of 1 soul gem, although the cumulative cost of over 120,000 skeletons was still substantial. The benefits they brought were undoubtedly worthwhile. Within the Bone Dragon underground realm, an endless expanse filled with over 120,000 skeletal undead blanketed the ground. They were the undead revived by Mylreyth over the past half-month. The magical power generated by nature within the Bone Dragon territory was now insufficient to sustain them. Consequently, they could only seek survival on their own. Mylreyth had low expectations of them. It sufficed if they could relay some intelligence before their demise. Accompanied by Mylreyth's orders, the skeletal army of over 120,000 surged forth into the various passages of the Bone Dragon territory. Mylreyth commanded them to ascend, continuing upwards. to annihilate all humans aligned with the Radiant Church, and to eliminate any dark creatures daring to attack them, forbidding the emission of undead auras and the destruction of land. The boundless skeletal army flowed into the passages, meandering slowly upwards through the bone dragon territory. Their pace was slow but persistent. For Mylreyth, the Radiant Church remained his formidable adversary. Through months of intelligence gathering, he had learned that the Radiant Church was launching a full-scale assault underground. Determined to cast light upon the subterranean realm, this was the worst news for him. The Radiant Church was exceedingly exclusionary. Non-believers of the light were typically eradicated entirely. When it came to the undead, they aimed for total annihilation, leaving no trace. A being like him, capable of instigating an undead catastrophe, would be hunted down at all costs. Chapter 60, Advancing to the Surface. Furthermore, the Radiant Church was equally harsh towards humanity. Those who did not believe in the light were usually targets for elimination. According to the records in his ancestral memories, the number of humans slain by dark races was not even half of those exterminated by the Radiant Church. At certain moments, for the Radiant Church, eliminating heretics among humans took precedence over dark races. This extreme ideology instilled fear in everyone. He was in urgent need of more intelligence regarding the Radiant Church. Endless legions of skeletal wraiths, traversing rock-hewn corridors, reaching heights of 5 meters and widths of 10, slowly make their way toward the surface. Along the journey, they scatter through various passages, chasing the magic that lingers in the air. In this realm, where life flourishes abundantly, magical energy is bountiful. The undead thrive on this magic, which is essentially the accumulated energy of souls. Thus, the undead become the relentless adversaries of all living beings. They will extinguish every life they encounter, devouring more souls to sustain their existence. In places where the undead roam, life ceases to exist. Even the tiniest bacteria succumb to the taint of their presence, their souls consumed by the undead. In the wake of the undead calamity, not a blade of grass remains. Yet, the lands ruled by Mylreyth maintain their vitality because he commands all undead to restrain their malevolent aura and forbids them from indiscriminately harvesting life, ensuring the stable functioning of his domain. Otherwise, the pervasive aura of hundreds of thousands of undead would render an area of 311,000 square kilometers a desolate wasteland. Over 100,000 undead ascend, surging from a small subterranean space above the territory of the bone dragon, an unfathomable multitude pouring forth from a single passage, numbering in the thousands. Within this confined subterranean realm, numerous catfolk dwell. Hundreds of catfolk, confronted by the overwhelming tide of undead, are paralyzed by fear. They dare not resist, swiftly retreating to their tribes to arm themselves with primitive stone weapons and take position atop their village walls. The notion of venturing out for a skirmish is utterly dismissed among them. The boundless skeletal wraiths traverse through forests and along pathways, absorbing the natural magic around them to sustain their existence. It is evident that this small subterranean expanse of mere hundreds of square kilometers is insufficient to support the thousands of skeletal beings, consequently leaving behind several hundred. The remaining thousands, having absorbed adequate magic, thunderously resumed their journey toward the surface, ignoring the catfolk within this subterranean enclave. Their sovereign has decreed that the dark entities shall not assail them, allowing the catfolk to remain undisturbed. Those skeletal beings that linger engage in their traditional tasks of digging ditches, planting trees, and prohibiting the catfolk from felling timber. Before long, a skeletal overseer of the teleportation array will arrive in this subterranean space, fully incorporating it into the domain of the bone dragon. To ensure the safety of the underlying territory, particularly that of their sovereign, they will not disclose to the indigenous inhabitants that they have become subjects of the bone dragon. Instead, they will transform this subterranean space according to the developmental model of their domain, fortifying it against the incursions of the Radiant Church above. Within the catfolk tribe, a particularly astute member stands upon the ramparts, observing the skeletal beings engaged in peculiar tasks within the forest, her feline visage contorted in dismay. This horde of skeletal wraiths, emerging from the unknown, is not only vast in number but also fearsome in appearance, wielding shields, bone swords, bone daggers, and bone spears, exuding an intimidating presence. Given their combat prowess, the catfolk understand that even in one-on-one confrontations, they stand little chance. Despite the majority of the skeletal horde having departed, those that remain could easily decimate their ranks. After all, among the catfolk, half are mere children, devoid of any combat capabilities. Only about half of the adult catfolk can wield weapons. Numerically, the skeletal wraiths outnumber them 2 to 1, making resistance futile. As the tribe's leader, she finds herself at a loss. They cannot fight, nor can they flee. O divine cat god, grant wisdom to your feline children. The tribe's food reserves dwindled dangerously, and without foraging for sustenance, be it hunting or collecting roots and insects, many of the catfolk face starvation. Their kind, whether above ground or below, is a small race. At their zenith, they barely numbered 100 million, barely birthing a deity of feeble divine power. In the present, their kin on the surface have been entirely supplanted by the Radiant Church. Below ground, due to insufficient accumulation, their total population barely exceeds 10 million, barely sustaining a demigod. Their deity, deprived of worship, has long succumbed to slumber, having issued no divine decrees for decades. They remain helpless in their diminutive state. In truth, the distribution of subterranean spaces follows a pattern. The closer to the surface, the fewer the spaces and resources, the nearer to the molten depths. The more numerous and resource-rich the subterranean realms become. The supermassive subterranean spaces, stretching over millions of square kilometers in the deepest molten depths, abound with resources that rival those above, shielded by layers of magma. These serve as the ancestral strongholds of various races, with legendary guardians ever watchful. In times of peril, demigods may awaken to defend their kin's heritage. When necessary, deities may even manifest their avatars to battle fiercely. For the gods of these races, the territories above can be relinquished, but the supermassive subterranean spaces within the molten depths are irreplaceable. They are the most crucial, stable, and secure sources of faith. The catfolk, unfortunately, find themselves in dire straits due to their inherent weakness, lacking any supermassive subterranean spaces of their own. Their most formidable underground domains are merely large spaces. Thus, their subterranean territory lies relatively close to the surface. 3 days later, the catfolk tribe could no longer endure their plight. The barren subterranean realm offered scant sustenance. With 3 days of foraging yielding little, their granaries were half empty. Reluctantly, a dozen catfolk were dispatched. To their astonishment, they discovered that the skeletal wraiths posed no threat. They were preoccupied with their own tasks, planting trees, digging ditches, and excavating rock, seemingly oblivious to any danger. Realizing the skeletal beings bore no ill intent, they swiftly returned to their tribe to report their findings. The clever catfolk, upon receiving this precise intelligence, sighed in relief. Acknowledging the absence of danger from the skeletal wraiths and driven by hunger, she promptly organized her kin to scour the nearby forests for food. Leaves, bark, roots, grasses, insects, and the occasional rabbit, these constituted their sustenance. The catfolk are carnivorous, and the vibrant surface forests teem with various creatures, making even a simple hunt sufficient to sustain the tribe. However, in the depths, resources are severely lacking. Through prolonged evolution, the less efficient catfolk have been largely eliminated, leaving only those with exceptional digestive capabilities. They can consume bark, roots, grasses, and insects without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, their prosperous days were soon to arrive. Chapter 61. The Frustrated Transcendence. 5 days later, within the subterranean realm of the cat-headed people, a military achievement wraith, inscribed with a miniature teleportation array, emerged from a cavern. He ranked among the top 500 military wraiths in the Bone Dragon territory. Previously, there had been merely over 400 subterranean spaces in the Bone Dragon domain. And by the time it was his turn, there were no subterranean spaces left for him to manage. Although he felt disappointment, he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Fortunately, the sovereign did not treat him unfairly. Despite the absence of a managerial skeleton for him, he still received 9 military achievements and 9 soul orbs each month. With these 9 soul orbs, his strength experienced significant growth, becoming akin to that of 2 former selves. His wisdom also saw an enhancement. At the very center of the subterranean space of the cat-headed people, hundreds of caverns had already been excavated. Numerous skeletons silently awaited their overseer. The moment the teleportation array skeleton arrived, they parted to form a path. The teleportation array skeleton advanced forward, standing before the orderly array of caverns, observing the neatly distributed 100 caverns before him. The miniature teleportation array within the skull of the skeleton began to operate at a rapid pace. The magical energy from the surrounding space swiftly converged under the allure of the miniature teleportation array. Before long, accompanied by the intense flickering of the miniature teleportation array, a multitude of large white woodworm larvae cascaded down from the sky like a flood. After 10 breaths, the miniature teleportation array ceased its operation. This did not mean that the entirety of the larvae required for a year in this subterranean space had been transported. Rather, the magical energy within this subterranean realm was limited. To avoid jeopardizing the survival of all the skeletons, it could only operate for 10 breaths. Such was the grim reality. Ever since the gods monopolized the magical energy siphoned from the void to support their divine realms, this world has been rife with a scarcity of magical energy. The natural world lacked even the magical energy necessary to sustain the continuous operation of a miniature teleportation array. Even the most powerful of legends could not act freely. The reason was simple. The insufficiency of magical energy in nature meant that every action taken by a legend consumed their own reserves. A single day of action could deplete an entire year's worth of magical energy. In such circumstances, legendary beings seldom intervened directly. They acted as deterrents akin to nuclear weapons, only engaging when confronted by opposing legends. On the surface, the pinnacle of combat power in normal warfare typically reached only the 3rd tier. Due to the flourishing life on the surface, the magical energy in the natural world was sufficient to sustain battles among 3rd tier beings. However, in the subterranean realm, where life was comparatively barren, the magical energy available was only 1/10 of that on the surface, sufficient only to sustain battles among 2nd tier beings. A 3rd tier being expending their power even once could deplete their entire magical reserves within half a day, rendering them powerless. Thus, under the constraints of magical energy, mortal armies remained the main force on the battlefield. With their overwhelming numbers, often amounting to tens of thousands, they could effortlessly exhaust the magical energy of transcendence, rendering them incapable of further combat, only to slay them afterwards. Throughout nearly a millennium, numerous legends had perished due to direct confrontations against mortal armies, having exhausted their magical energy only to be slain by opposing legends. There were even instances where a legend, depleted of magical energy, was slain by a 3rd tier being. In this world, during an age of magical scarcity, mortal armies continued to be the decisive force in warfare, capable of determining the fates of various races. The arrival of the teleportation array skeleton set this small subterranean space on the right path. Countless large white woodworm larvae were transported and placed within stony caverns to be nourished with wood shavings. As for the issue of magical energy for the miniature teleportation array, it was not a significant concern. Under the command of the managerial skeleton, 100 wraith skeletons would slumber for 10 days, allowing nature to store a bit more magical energy for the following month's use. Each month, the teleportation array skeleton would only transport enough larvae for the designated population of the subterranean space, providing sustenance for a month. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The magical energy in nature was too scant, and the additional magical energy stored in a month was merely sufficient to transport larvae for the designated population once they reached maturity. There simply was not enough magical energy for more. Having more skeletons slumber to conserve magical energy was also unfeasible. Without sufficient skeletons to perform labor, who would nurture the woodworms, plant and protect the trees, excavate the ditches, maintain order, or gather fertilizer. Having 100 skeletons slumber for 10 days was already the limit. 73 kilometers beneath the surface, within a subterranean expanse of 3,000 square kilometers, 5,000 light knights marched forth with the precision of cold machinery, emerging in unison from dozens of caverns, clad in finely crafted full iron armor and armed with knightly longswords, shields, heavy crossbows, and lances. They were indeed armed to the teeth. With their substantial number of 5,000, they could deplete the magical energy of even 3rd tier transcendents and encircle them for the kill, provided the 3rd tier opponents did not flee. However, should the adversaries choose to escape, they would be unable to intercept them. Nevertheless, this was ample proof of their formidable combat prowess. The native inhabitants of the 3,000 square kilometers of subterranean space, over 1,000 centaurs, found themselves in utter disarray upon facing the advancing 5,000 armored light knights. Though the centaurs were all cavalry and possessed formidable combat abilities, their weaponry was woefully inadequate, primarily consisting of stone implements that could hardly breach the iron armor of their foes. In contrast, a single volley from the heavy crossbowmen of the Light Church could inflict devastating losses upon them. Engaging directly with the forces of the Light Church was tantamount to certain defeat for them. Amidst the chaos, the over 1,000 centaurs began to retreat step by step, as the 5,000 Light Church forces pressed forward relentlessly. Half a day later, the centaurs found themselves with no path of retreat. Behind them lay their tribe, where their entire food supply was stored. Should their provisions be seized, they would not need the Light Church to slay them. They would perish from starvation. For their kin, for sustenance, they resolved to confront the Light Church head-on. A first-tier centaur warrior brandished his iron spear, raising a fierce battle cry. Hearing the encouragement from their chieftain, over 1,000 centaurs roared in unison, raising their stone spears, vowing to defend their homeland. The first-tier centaur warrior leveled his spear directly at the advancing forces of the Light Church. Following their chieftain, the 1,000 centaurs aligned their spears. In this tragic atmosphere, the earth trembled under the sound of iron hooves. Led by the first-tier centaur warrior, over 1,000 centaurs charged forward like a tempest towards the armies of the Light Church. Chapter 62. The Armies of the Light Church. At the heart of the Light Church army, atop a movable platform towering 5 meters high, a third-tier Light Knight surveyed the approaching throng of over 1,000 centaurs with a cold smirk. Barbarians are indeed barbarians, who would charge light cavalry against a heavy infantry formation. They displayed a complete lack of military understanding. This was nothing short of courting death. Since you seek your demise, I shall grant it to you. With that, he promptly issued his orders. The vast formation of 5,000 Light Church Knights began to shift under the command of the third-tier Knight. 1,000 heavy crossbowmen stepped forward, their already drawn crossbows angled skyward. The knights at the front, holding shields and long swords, knelt upon one knee. In their rear, a cadre of radiant knights, each wielding a 3-meter-long lance, knelt on one knee while resting their lances upon the shoulders of their comrades ahead, tilting them skyward. Behind them, 3 ranks of crossbowmen aimed their bolts at the charging centaurs. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. At the command of the third-tier Radiant Knight, 1,000 crossbowmen simultaneously pulled the triggers of their heavy crossbows. A resounding thrum of taut bowstrings echoed through the air. 1,000 heavy bolts arced through the sky, descending fiercely upon the centaur ranks. One by one, the bolts effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the centaurs. Some fortunate bolts, after slaying one centaur, even penetrated further, striking another centaur behind it. The first volley resulted in devastating losses for the centaur horde, with over 100 of them falling upon the battlefield, their anguished cries resounding incessantly. Crucially, the sheer number of centaurs felled in front diminished the charging speed of their forces. At that moment, the 3 ranks of Radiant Knight crossbowmen began to unleash their might. With the 2 front ranks of knights kneeling, they could shoot directly, maximizing the lethality of their crossbows. The first rank stood and pulled the triggers of their crossbows before swiftly crouching to reload. The second rank, upon seeing the first kneel, immediately followed suit, firing their bolts and then crouching to reload. The third rank, after the second had knelt, quickly discharged their bolts before crouching down to prepare their weapons. Once the third rank was down, the first rose again, firing their bolts. The 3 ranks of Radiant Knight crossbowmen maintained a relentless cycle of shooting, crouching, reloading, and standing, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Under the terrifying barrage, the centaur army before the Radiant Church fell like wheat before the scythe. Even their valiant leader, a first-tier centaur warrior, could not turn the tide, leading 100 elite centaurs valiantly into the fray, only to be met with futility. The Radiant Church's forces boasted a greater number of extraordinary beings, with 1 first-tier Radiant Knight commanding every 100 soldiers. 5 first-tier Radiant Knights, armed with extraordinary longbows, simultaneously targeted the centaur leader. 5 brilliant arrows sliced through the air, and the first-tier centaur warrior, caught unawares, was slain just 10 meters from the front lines. He collapsed, disbelief etched upon his face. How could this be? How could the forces of the Radiant Church be so formidable? Why could his kin not even approach? Despair flooded his heart. The centaurs, of course, also wielded bows and arrows, but they possessed only rudimentary light bows and stone-tipped arrows, utterly incapable of breaching iron armor. Time spent shooting on the charge merely exposed them to further volleys before the melee began. Thus, even if he made the most prudent decision to order his kin to charge recklessly, it could not avert their impending defeat. Nor could they inflict significant casualties upon the Radiant Church. The opposition offered no opportunity to close the distance. Among the 5,000 forces of the Radiant Church, 3,000 were ranged. The despicable extraordinary beings of the Radiant Church each wielded an extraordinary bow, overwhelming the centaur leader with a 5-to-1 ambush. The first-tier centaur warrior fell lifeless upon the battlefield, his eyes wide open in death. Behind him, countless centaurs fell as if harvested, their morale shattered. The remaining 700 centaurs fled in panic. Within the span of just over 100 breaths, their tribes suffered grievously, with over 800 of their kin, including their leader, slain. Only 700 remained, and should the conflict continue, their tribe faced complete annihilation. The third-tier Radiant Knight, observing the retreating centaurs, paid them no heed. The barren environment of the underworld left little hope for survival. What did it matter if they fled? Without sustenance, those centaurs would succumb to starvation within days, rendering their pursuit unnecessary. Forward, burn all the resources of the centaur tribe. What do they consume? Roots, bark, leaves, and insects. Captured. These would be of no use to us. If the Radiant Church's campaign against the underworld had any grievances, the poverty of the indigenous tribes would rank as the foremost complaint. The seized food consisted solely of roots, bark, leaves, and insects, items that even serfs would not eat. At most mixing them into dark bread, which was at least half made of rye. In other words, the human serfs enjoyed a far superior diet compared to these indigenous tribes. The elite Radiant Knights would certainly not partake in such fare. White bread was their rightful sustenance. Flames soared high as they consumed the centaur tribe, thick smoke visible even from 10 kilometers away. At another entrance to this 3,000 square kilometer underworld, legions of the undead surged forth from several caverns, drawn by the scent of life. In the eyes of the undead, this medium-sized underworld space was dazzling, particularly within the 100 kilometers from the surface, where such spaces were exceedingly rare. Thus, the 20,000 skeletons dispatched by Mylreyth were irresistibly drawn to it. Upon entering this underworld, the Radiant Knight scouts tasked with reconnaissance were swiftly detected by countless undead. The dense aura of light blinded the soul flames of numerous skeletal beings. Under the command of their master, this bloodthirsty horde was forced into the role of farmers, having never engaged in slaughtering sentient life since their inception. They could hardly believe their eyes. At last, they beheld a target ripe for their wrath, humans belonging to the Radiant Church, designated as their prime quarry. Chapter 63. The First Confrontation with the Radiant Church. The boundless legions of the undead blanketed the ground. The undead revived by Mylreyth were distinct from those typically summoned by ordinary necromancers. Each undead he resurrected absorbed the essence from its own corpse. With the concentrated essence of an entire body, their bones became exceptionally hard, and through the flames of their souls, they fashioned a myriad of bone weaponry, bone swords, bone knives, bone shields, and bone spears, fully equipped for battle. Resurrected, they retained half of their strength from life. The relentless undead fought with a ferocity that rivaled their living days. 20,000 undead, even when faced with an equal number of dark creatures, could hold their ground and had a significant chance of overwhelming them. Such a multitude of undead would give even a third-tier warrior pause, for while they could slaughter the undead like a whirlwind, their magical power was limited. Especially in the subterranean world, where the magical essence is scarce, only second-tier extraordinary beings can sustain combat. A third-tier extraordinary being can exhaust their magical energy within half a day, rendering them incapable of further battle. Even with the presence of magic stones, recovery would take at least a day to regain their combat strength. Clearly, half a day's time is insufficient for a third-tier extraordinary being to eliminate the entirety of 20,000 undead. The vast and boundless expanse of 20,000 undead is strikingly conspicuous. The cavalry of the Holy See, unless entirely blind, are generally aware of the advancing legion of 20,000 undead. They hasten to relay this intelligence to their main forces. A third-tier light knight, observing the reports from 4 or 5 cavalrymen, furrows his brow deeply. 20,000 undead, all fully armed, pose a significant challenge. The undead are not akin to ordinary sentient beings. Their bows and crossbows inflict minimal damage upon their kind. Most arrows will merely traverse the gaps between the bones of the undead. Even if a shot lands, the majority of arrows would at best shatter a bone, having little impact. Unless an arrow strikes the head directly, extinguishing the soul's flame, an undead can continue to fight even with its limbs severed. Convey my orders to switch to heavy weaponry. Prepare to engage the undead army, the third-tier light knight decisively commands. The 5,000 light knights swiftly replace their spears and crossbows with knightly swords, hammers, and other heavy armaments. Behind them, more than 10,000 militia from the Holy See are summoned. Facing centaurs, such light cavalry is evidently unsuitable. A mere charge from over 1,000 centaurs could easily shatter a poorly trained militia of 10,000. This is the absolute dominance of cavalry over a disorganized mob. However, against the slow and less impactful undead, the militia can indeed be utilized. The third-tier light knights' forces rapidly swell. 1,000 militia are rallied, each armed with rudimentary spears, standing in front of the 5,000 elite light knights. Meanwhile, the most elite 5,000 knights serve as a supervisory force, ensuring that the militia does not flee. The 20,000 undead army is undoubtedly extraordinary. Logically, sustaining such a vast army of undead would necessitate an underground expanse of at least 20,000 square kilometers. Behind them lurks at least one second-tier undead mage, and I would not be surprised if a third-tier mage is present. Caution is paramount. Let the militia probe first. The third-tier light knight is astute. He understands that at all times and in all places, one must confront every enemy with full force to ensure survival and secure successive victories. In the face of the sudden emergence of 20,000 undead, he cannot afford to deploy his elite troops recklessly into battle. 5,000 elite forces could indeed crush the 20,000 undead, suffering minimal losses. However, the sheer number of the undead is sufficient to deplete the stamina of his army, potentially exhausting the magical energy within the extraordinary beings as well. If the opposing undead army not only consists of these 20,000, but also conceals an additional 70 to 80,000, perhaps even a third-tier undead mage, then he and his troops would become lambs to the slaughter, even if he could escape using his third-tier extraordinary powers. The loss of these 5,000 elite soldiers would certainly lead to his dismissal by the archbishop, stripping him of his territory. He cannot afford to lose his domain, for it is the very foundation of his advancement. Although the magical concentration on the surface is relatively favorable, the vitality-rich lands can only support one third-tier being to advance to the early stages of third-tier while ensuring they do not regress. Beyond that, there is little that can be done to elevate them to higher tiers. These third-tier extraordinary beings must rely on the magical energy generated from the life cycles of their subjects to facilitate their progress. He cannot lose his territory, for it is his lifeblood. Every piece of land above ground has an owner, and the magical energy produced from every piece of land also belongs to someone. Without land, there is no magical energy. Without magical energy, he cannot maintain even his first-tier status, let alone his third-tier standing. In a few years, he would succumb to the ravages of age. Thus, he remains ever vigilant. Those who were careless have long since perished. 15,000 soldiers of the Holy See thunderously advance. The 20,000 undead surge forward with unbridled enthusiasm, racing ahead. Two colossal tides draw near at an astonishing pace across the barren grasslands. As the two armies close in, they halt 1,000 meters apart. A wisp of awareness from Mylreyth flows through the connection to each skeleton, observing his inaugural battle against the Holy See. Under his command, the vast legion of undead begins to form ranks. Countless weak, yet numerous skeletons of dog-headed men, goblins, and gremlins swiftly take the forefront. The more formidable skeletons, such as minotaurs, ogres, dark dwarfs, and leopard-headed beings, position themselves towards the rear of the army. As he issues the command to attack through the soul flames of all the skeletons, the legion surges forward, faced with the advancing tide of 20,000 undead. The 10,000 logistics militia of the Holy See are left pale and panicked. They are merely tasked with transporting supplies. How have they suddenly been conscripted to confront the terrifying undead army? Yet the harsh reality is that there is no escape for them. Behind them, 4,000 elite soldiers of the Holy See stand with heavy weaponry, a stern watch over them. The 1,000 warhorses they managed to transport are now ridden by 1,000 knights of the Holy See, flanking them on both sides. Under the watchful eyes of the 5,000 elite knights, they find themselves with no avenue for retreat. Chapter 64. The Art of War. The 20,000 undead charge forward, stirring up clouds of dust across the grasslands. The dense array of soul flames, akin to constellations in the night sky, casts a green hue over the world. The dim glow of magma, under the illumination of the verdant soul flames, fades into insignificance. With a thunderous crash, the foremost undead skeletons collide violently into the ranks of the Holy See's militia. Bone swords swing, bone spears thrust, and bone knives slash, plunging the battlefield into a brutal melee in an instant. Confronted by the relentless onslaught of the countless undead skeletons, the 10,000 logistics militia, under the watchful supervision of the 5,000 elite Holy See soldiers, are compelled to fight with all their might. They thrust their spears desperately. However, due to their lack of training, most of their strikes merely pass through the skeleton's bones, inflicting minimal damage. Only a few among them manage to strike the skulls of the skeletons, extinguishing the soul's flames. In a mere round of assault, the logistics militia suffers hundreds of casualties. The first 2 to 3 ranks of militia are entirely cut down within mere breaths. As the onrushing skeletons wreak havoc, blood stains the earth, further tainting the multitude of skeletons. Faced with the horrifying casualties, the morale of the 10,000 logistical militia, akin to snowflakes in an avalanche, plummeted. The grand army swiftly retreated. In the midst of war, countless souls of the deceased absorbed the essence of life that lingered after death. The flames of the undead spirit grew ever stronger. The charge of the undead army accelerated. The retreat of the militia of the Holy Light Church also exhibited a remarkable increase. It appeared that the forces of the Holy Light Church were not as formidable as presumed. One could hardly fathom how the dark creatures of the past were defeated. My 2,000 undead suffered fewer than 200 casualties in a single charge, and yet had nearly shattered the morale of the logistical militia of the Holy Light Church. Mylreyth observed the battlefield, witnessing the continuous victories of his undead army. His heart surged with excitement. Clearly, he had overestimated the strength of the Holy Light Church's forces. His 2,000 undead were more than capable of easily vanquishing the 10,000 militia. They also exerted considerable pressure on elite troops. In this moment, the advantage lay with me. To secure victory, he immediately commanded the advancing skeletons to converge towards this 3,000 square kilometer subterranean space. He was determined to expand his gains and drive the Holy Light Church back to the surface. He could not believe that his 100,000 undead could not force the Holy Light Church's army back. After all, based on his intelligence, the Holy Light Church on the surface occupied a province of 1 million square kilometers, requiring only 50,000 elite troops to launch an assault underground. Moreover, out of these 50,000 elite forces, 40,000 were resting on the surface, leaving merely 10,000 actively engaged on the front lines. This indicated that the 5,000 elite troops of the Holy Light Church he currently observed were indeed the main force of the army above. Unbeknownst to Mylreyth, directly above him, the 4th-tier legendary bishop of Air province was a terrifying religious fanatic. In a bid to seize more subterranean territory with utmost speed, the enemy had mobilized 100,000 troops to advance underground, all delving deep into the forefront and engaging fiercely in combat. The 5,000 elite troops he faced were merely a fraction of the enemy's elite forces. The vast and boundless undead army rapidly gathered towards this subterranean realm. On the front lines, the 3rd-tier knights of the Holy Light Church observed their logistics militia retreating in disarray, yet not a flicker of concern for defeat crossed their faces. The logistical militia consisted of untrained rabble. Even with 100,000 of them, he held absolute confidence in his 5,000 heavily armored elite knights to dismantle them utterly. The combat prowess of the 2,000 undead lay well within the tolerance of his 5,000 elite troops. Relay my orders. The army shall spread out to the sides, leaving a passageway in the center for the logistical militia to escape. As the command of the 3rd-tier knight was issued, the 4,000 troops stationed behind the logistical militia rumbled apart into 2 segments, marching towards either side. The logistical militia, having been shattered by the undead army, upon seeing the escape route open behind them, dared not continue fighting and promptly turned to flee in a frantic retreat. The undead army, upon encountering the fleeing logistical militia, pursued relentlessly, fervently hunting them down. However, in this chase, the initially cohesive undead army became somewhat dispersed. Just as the undead surged into the gap between the 2 elite forces of the Holy Light Church, the densely packed cavalry clad in heavy armor, wielding formidable weapons, thunderously advanced from both sides. Each knight demonstrated exceptional combat skills and immense strength. Selected from the millions of Air province, they formed 100,000 elite troops. Each stood at no less than 6 feet tall, boasting a weight of over 400 pounds. Their towering stature and formidable power granted them a measure of resistance even against the extraordinary. Conversely, the majority of the undead under Mylreyth's command were comprised of goblins, gremlins, and small skeletons, their heights barely reaching 4 feet. The more formidable ogre skeletons, minotaur skeletons, dwarven skeletons, and leopard-headed skeletons were few in number, constituting only 30% of his army. Most critically, their strength was merely half of what it had been in life. The bone weapons they wielded lacked sufficient sharpness, with inadequate strength and subpar equipment. Aside from a few hundred ogre skeletons capable of breaching armor, the rest struggled to penetrate the armor of the elite forces of the Holy Light Church. The 4,000 knights of the Holy Light Church advanced in a well-ordered formation, wielding their heavy weapons. With each swing, they struck true, shattering the skulls of countless skeletons ablaze with soul fire. Heads flew, and the densely packed skeletons of the undead fell in droves. 1,000 knights mounted on steeds, upon witnessing the thinning ranks of the undead, coalesced into a formidable cavalry formation and thunderously advanced. The sound of hooves resonated across the land as they swung their heavy weapons, crushing the skulls of the undead with the momentum of their steeds. Simultaneously, they continuously divided the undead forces, enabling the infantry behind them to face only a minimal number of skeletons, employing the strategy of overwhelming the few, thereby minimizing casualties. The art of war is deceptively simple: sturdier armor, greater strength, enhanced mobility, combined with the principle of many against the few. Under the command of the 3rd-tier knights, all enemies faced by the knights were systematically eliminated through superior armor, strength, mobility, and numerical advantage. Observing the rapid downfall of his skeletons beneath the assault of the 5,000 knights, Mylreyth was left bewildered. He had fought few battles, and those he had faced were against the dark creatures, mere rabble. Now, confronted with the swift and elegant art of warfare, he felt powerless to articulate it plainly. He was utterly confounded. Fortunately, his formidable extraordinary wisdom reminded him that this could not continue. The scattered skeletons were utterly incapable of resisting the division wrought by the 1,000 mounted knights. They needed to consolidate and gather together to possess any chance of fighting back. Under his command, the densely packed undead ceased their pursuit of the logistical militia, instead rapidly converging. The keen third-tier knight quickly discerned this shift. Under his command, 50 first-tier knights promptly relinquished their command to their lieutenants and charged into the ranks of their 1,000 cavalry. Subsequently, guided by their leadership, the 1,000 cavalry split into 10 smaller contingents. Each contingent was spearheaded by 5 first-tier knights, serving as the vanguard for their charge. In their frenzied assault, they swiftly broke through the recently gathered ranks of the undead and began to annihilate them. Wherever the undead had begun to coalesce, there the knights charged forth. In an instant, the undead army under Mylreyth became even more fragmented. In response, the composed Mylreyth immediately commanded his forward undead forces to attack the Holy Light Church's army at all costs. The army of the undead retreated rapidly, disregarding everything in their path. He was compelled to abandon a portion of the undead to facilitate the regrouping of the remainder. After more than an hour, the battlefield was strewn with skeletal remains, with over 13,000 undead perishing in the conflict. The undead forces that retreated to regroup did not exceed 7,000. It was evident that the undead army had suffered a defeat in this battle. The forces of the Holy Light Church incurred the loss of 2,000 militia and 300 light knights, while vanquishing over 13,000 undead, achieving a decisive victory. Following their triumph, the Third Order Light Knight did not halt his advance. Under his command, the remaining 900 light knights continuously roamed the battlefield, occasionally releasing arrows to strike at the ranks of the undead, extinguishing some of their soul flames. Meanwhile, the 3,700 elite infantry of the Holy Light Church swiftly pressed forward upon his orders. The remaining 8,000 logistical militia also regrouped and advanced under the guidance of the cavalry. The fewer than 7,000 undead forces hastily retreated, while the army of the Holy Light Church pursued relentlessly. By the time the dwindling undead forces reached the exit of the 3,000 square kilometer subterranean passage, their numbers had dwindled to less than 5,000. The vast horde of undead surged into the passage, vanishing from sight. Over 4,000 light knights stood resolutely on the open ground outside the exit and showed no inclination to pursue into the passage. The Third Order Light Knight, wary of potential traps within, refrained from continuing the chase. He reported to the esteemed bishop that they had encountered an army of 20,000 undead. I have led 5,000 elite troops to decisively defeat this undead force, suffering only a few hundred casualties. To ensure our control over the new subterranean space, I request additional logistical support and reinforcements. The Third Order Light Knight informed the Second Order Light Priest beside him. The Light Priest nodded and immediately transmitted the situation back to the surface through magical communication. 20,000 undead is a considerable number. To eradicate such a vast horde on the front lines would typically require the sacrifice of 1,000 elite lives. However, under the masterful command of their 5,000 captains, they sustained fewer than 400 casualties while securing victory. Importantly, these 400 casualties were not fatalities. The heavily armored light knights, due to their protective gear, experienced more injuries than deaths. Among those casualties, at least 200 light knights, after recuperation, would be able to rejoin the ranks. The actual losses were less than 200. As for the 2,000 logistical militia casualties, they were dismissed by the Third Order Light Knight and the Second Order Light Priest. The Holy Light Church had an abundance of personnel. There was no shortage of inexperienced logistical militia. For instance, in the province of Kaur, with a population of 10 million, there were at least 2.5 million able-bodied men. It is worth noting that the annual birth rate in this population exceeds 400,000. The 2,000 casualties were merely a drop in the ocean, insignificant compared to the population growth in Kaur. As long as the elite light knights sustained minimal losses, the higher-ups would not be overly concerned. Mylreyth, frustrated by the defeat, had never before experienced such a significant setback. Was it merely the loss of 15,000 undead? To him, it was inconsequential. If 20,000 undead could not secure this subterranean space, then he could muster 50,000, 100,000, or even 300,000. Every month, he could produce 130,000 undead, sufficient to overwhelm the forces of the Holy Light Church. Mylreyth, feeling humiliated, refused to accept this reality. He immediately sought out the battle strategies of his formidable dragon ancestors from his inherited memories, determined to learn and improve. This conflict was indeed a failure of grand proportions. He had lured the enemy deep, only to be flanked and subsequently encircled by cavalry. The loss of 15,000 undead had resulted in a mere 2,000 casualties among the Light Church forces. This was truly a substantial loss. Most importantly, the elite 5,000 Light Knights had sustained minimal damage, with the majority of fatalities occurring among the logistical militia. Inherited memories indicated that logistical militia held little importance for the various human factions, serving merely as fodder. Given the rapid reproduction rate of humans, they would soon replenish their numbers. More undead continued to gather in an unceasing tide. The Third Order Light Knight was not naive. Upon encountering the formidable 20,000 undead, he promptly dispatched numerous scouts to probe deeper into the subterranean realm. The results were disheartening. Tens of thousands of skeletal undead were rapidly converging on his position, with numbers surpassing 60,000. Faced with the encroaching tide of 60,000 undead, the pressure on him was immense. He sent a steady stream of requests for reinforcements back to the surface. Chapter 66. The armies of 100,000 in the Holy Cathedral of Kura Province. The legendary bishop of the Holy Light Church, Liaobwade, perused the messages relayed from the front lines, his brow furrowing. 20,000 undead, with at least 60,000 more advancing relentlessly. This indicated the likely presence of a legendary undead among them in the subterranean realm. Nearly 100,000 undead suggested that a necromancer had consumed such a vast number of souls. Such a quantity of souls could empower an undead being to transcend to legend. Thus, it could be inferred that the undead forces had dispatched at least 80,000 to the front lines. According to reason, several thousand undead would remain to guard their stronghold. The total of 100,000 undead was no small matter. It was truly a headache, but the undead must be eradicated. Convey my orders. Let the 5th, 6th, and 7th legions converge with the 4th legion, gathering 2,000 Light Knights to annihilate all undead. Find that necromancer and reduce him to ash with holy fire. Beside him, a Third Order Light priest crossed his arms and stated, "Bishop, your will shall be executed." 7 or 8 magical communications were sent underground. Upon receiving the bishop's orders, the rapidly expanding 5th, 6th, and 7th legions promptly converged towards the 4th legion. 10 days later, within the 3,000 square kilometers of the Centaur subterranean realm, the armies assembled. 20,000 Light Knights gathered, their golden armor shimmering with countless rays of light under the illumination of lava. Within the camp, 3rd Order Light Knight commanders sat, each wearing a frown. The 7th Legion commander inquired, "How is the railway construction progressing? Can the logistics sustain the supply?" He did not regard the 60,000 undead as a significant threat. In this age of magical scarcity, undead creatures were no longer as formidable as they once were. As long as the undead did not breach the surface to consume endless souls, the meager magical energy in the subterranean realm would suffice to sustain only a limited number of undead. This subterranean space was merely 3,000 square kilometers in size. In an environment where undead were active, the naturally generated magical energy could only support 3,000 undead. Even with a tenfold reduction in consumption during their slumber, it could barely sustain 30,000. According to his strategy, as long as they established a fortress for defensive operations and held out for a month, at least 30,000 of the 60,000 undead would starve themselves to death. Of course, this plan required abundant logistical support for the 20,000 troops. Otherwise, the undead would not starve, but they would. Logistical support in the subterranean world was notoriously challenging to supply. The railway construction had already reached 20 kilometers underground. The bishop has specifically arranged for a railway to be laid towards us, expected to arrive within 6 months, as stated by the leader of the 4th Legion. The Holy Sea of Light has unified all lands illuminated by the sun for over 50 years. During this time, they have relentlessly slaughtered all non-human races and human heretics. While cleansing their territory, the population of humans under their dominion has surged dramatically, expanding from 500 million over 50 years ago to 1 billion in the present era. And this growth continues unabated. Wider canals, more dams, and an increasing number of fields have been diligently cultivated by the Holy Sea of Light. In terms of technology, they have made significant advancements. The production of steel in steel mills has consistently increased, leading to the development of more refined weaponry. Some gunpowder-driven flintlock rifles have begun to be equipped in certain armies. To use the terminology from other dimensions, The spark of the Industrial Revolution has been ignited by the Light Sovereign, poised to spread throughout the world. This era belongs to humanity. It is the Age of Light. The Light Sovereign casts its radiance upon the entire human race, bestowing upon them boundless light and glory. Leopold, the bishop of the province of Kaur, is the most fervent fanatic of the light. In the early stages of the war, upon realizing the logistical challenges of transport, he immediately ordered steel tracks to be laid underground. To this end, Bishop Leopold sought substantial financial support from the Pope. In response to Leopold's fervent will to fight for the light, the Pope provided millions of gold coins to support him. With this considerable sum, the laying of the tracks proceeded smoothly and continuously extended underground to sustain their war efforts. However, waiting for 6 months has deepened the frowns of the 4 legion commanders on site. The daily consumption of supplies for the assembly of 20,000 elite troops of the Holy See is immense, enough to form a mountain. Even with 200,000 logistical militia tirelessly transporting supplies, it still appears insufficient. Currently, their soldiers can barely eat enough to maintain half their strength, which significantly diminishes their combat effectiveness. Should the army of the undead amass in greater numbers, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. No one knows how many undead lurk underground. 2 days later, over 80,000 undead surged once again into this subterranean realm. To ensure victory in battle, Mylreyth, unaware of his identity as a bone dragon, seized control of the subterranean spaces of various dark races, gathering more than 10,000 dark race conscripts to join his campaign. With this force, he truly marshaled an army of 100,000, determined to claim this underground territory, an endless expanse of undead. Along with the gathered forces of over 10,000 dark races, advanced en masse. Among them were 3,000 centaurs, serving as cavalry to protect the army's flanks. To arm these 3,000 centaurs, Mylreyth requisitioned 3,000 sets of iron armor and 3,000 knightly lances from his contingent of 200,000 dark dwarves, thus enhancing their combat capabilities. Had it not been for the transportation of this armor and weaponry, assembling his army would not have taken more than 10 days. The 3,000 centaurs, clad in fine iron armor and wielding gleaming knightly lances, galloped freely across the land. Among them were also over 700 indigenous inhabitants of this subterranean space. Mylreyth easily recruited them by providing each centaur with 100 pounds of meat. The vast army of 100,000 spread across the land as far as the eye could see. The 2,000 elite troops of the Holy See were utterly bewildered in the face of this overwhelming force. Intelligence had reported only over 60,000 undead. How had 100,000 suddenly emerged, including more than 10,000 dark creatures? Furthermore, why were the 3,000 centaurs adorned in exquisite armor and wielding fine lances? Where had they acquired such splendid equipment? Despite their many questions, the 4 commanders of the Holy Knights clearly understood that they were in deep trouble. Chapter 67. The Great War. The assembly of 100,000 troops engaged in direct combat with the Holy See represents an unprecedented large-scale war within the subterranean world of Kaur. Even on the battlefields between the Holy See and various factions of the underground world, this conflict ranks among the most significant. This is primarily due to the logistical challenges both the Holy See and the subterranean factions face in transporting supplies. Utilizing magic, whether through teleportation circles or spatial rings, requires vast amounts of magical energy. For the extraordinary beings of various races, this is a losing proposition, and they are generally unwilling to bear the costs. Moreover, once an army reaches a size of 10,000, the daily supply requirements become monumental. A legendary figure's annual income is barely sufficient to sustain the consumption of 10,000 troops for a year. The terrifying consumption of magical energy is beyond the means of any faction to sustain. Thus, in light of these logistical constraints, most conflicts between the Holy See and the subterranean factions involve fewer than 10,000 combatants. A war involving over 100,000 troops is indisputably a large-scale conflict that demands high logistical support, even from Mylreyth. Ensuring that his 80,000 undead and over 10,000 dark creatures meet their magical and food needs has required considerable investment. To allow his 85,000 undead to continue functioning and fighting in an environment lacking magical energy, he infused each one with the energy of a soul gem. For 85,000 undead, that amounts to 85,000 soul gems, equating to over 2,800 souls. Additionally, to provide sufficient sustenance for more than 10,000 dark creatures, he expended 1,000 souls as energy for the operation of his miniature teleportation array for skeletons. In total, the consumption of souls for this 100,000 army has reached an astounding 12,800 souls, an extraordinary expenditure. It is important to note that this figure only represents 1 month's consumption. If the war does not conclude within a month, he will need to continue providing such a quantity of souls. Should the conflict persist for a year, the souls expended would be enough to sustain a legendary being. Despite the immense costs, Mylreyth remains resolute. The Holy See is advancing too swiftly into the subterranean depths. In a moment of inattention, they have encroached 73 kilometers underground, seizing nearly 200,000 square kilometers of subterranean territory. The Bone Dragon territory he governs is only 230 kilometers from the surface. This is merely the Holy See's achievement within less than 3 years. If they continue to wage war for 5 or 6 more years, they may very well reach his doorstep. This war is one he cannot avoid. The first-tier Centaur warrior, Mylreyth, leads 1,500 Centaur soldiers, armed with knightly lances, thundering alongside the main force on the left flank. His brother, also a first-tier Centaur warrior, commands another 1,500 Centaur soldiers, protecting the right flank of the army. Half a month ago, the 2,000 square kilometers of underground territory he governed fell to the forces of the undead. Fortunately, this undead faction did not eradicate them, but chose to conquer them through food. As the formidable forces of the Guangming Jiaoding advanced steadily, they proactively dispatched an army of 100,000 to counter the onslaught. The local indigenous populace was, of course, conscripted into the fray. What exhilarated him most was the promise that every participating dark creature would receive no less than a pound of meat daily. Cavalry such as theirs were allotted 10 pounds of meat each day, allowing them to feast to their heart's content. With ample logistical support, he was able to maximize the mobilization of his tribe's military strength, striving with all his might to repel the invasion of the Guangming Jiaoding. The outcome of this war remained uncertain. According to the Centaur who had escaped from the deeper subterranean realms, the forces of the Guangming Jiaoding were extraordinarily powerful. Equipped with long-range weaponry, they could often annihilate one dark race tribe after another without suffering any casualties. He hoped that this conflict would inflict significant pain upon the Guangming Jiaoding. Otherwise, just over 10 kilometers further, the subterranean space where his tribe resided would become the front line of battle. Anxiety gripped his heart, yet he had no choice but to engage in combat. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated through the very earth. On the opposing horizon, 16,000 heavily armored infantry of the Guangming Jiaoding, wielding a variety of heavy weaponry, marched forward in an orderly formation, resembling an iron wall, advancing with a resounding clamor. On either flank, 4,000 Guangming Jiaoding knights, clad in golden armor and brandishing lances, followed closely in the wake of the main force, swiftly pushing ahead. The combined might of 100,000 undead and dark creatures was rapidly approaching the 2,000 elite Guangming knights on the battlefield. From the outset, there was no hesitation, as both sides engaged in a fierce and direct clash. For third-tier Guangming knights initially intended to establish a wall at the edge of this subterranean space they had occupied, planning to engage in a war of attrition against the undead forces, hoping to exhaust them to death. However, circumstances changed. The undead approached with alarming speed and overwhelming numbers. Mere days were insufficient for them to construct a wall. Rather than engage in chaotic melee combat within an unfortified position, it was more prudent to array their troops on the plains and confront the undead forces head-on. He relayed his command to advance, to crush this wicked horde of undead, and to demonstrate the glory of light. The commander of the 4th Legion of the Ku-Air province of the Guangming Jiaoding, as the overall commander of this conflict, gritted his teeth and issued the order. 16,000 heavily armored Guangming knights, upon receiving the command, advanced without a moment's hesitation. The Iron Torrent, imbued with the terrifying momentum to crush all, moved forward slowly yet inexorably, resembling a wall. The synchronized sound of their footsteps resonated deeply, shaking the very souls of every being on the battlefield. Among the ranks of the Dark Army, apart from 3,000 Centaur cavalry, the remaining 12,000 dark creatures, armed with rudimentary weapons, trembled in fear at the sight of the Guangming Jiaoding's forces. Mylreyth had no doubt that were it not for the overwhelming numbers of his undead army blocking the retreat of these hapless dark creatures, many would have already fled. A mere 20,000 troops believed they could defeat his 100,000. Such delusions. Did they truly think he was the naive newcomer he had been over 10 days ago? He had learned from the battle experiences of hundreds of formidable dragon ancestors. Coupled with the strategies of the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war, he would certainly force them to flee in terror and beg for mercy. In the thick of battle, under his command, the densely packed ranks of the undead army began to swiftly reorganize. 2,000 3-meter-tall giant undead, resurrected from the ogre race, wielding heavy crossbows measuring 1.5 meters in length, took their positions in the 20th row of the undead army, shielded by the forces surrounding them. The taut strings of the massive crossbows pointed skyward, aimed directly at the advancing Guangming Jiaoding army. According to the battle experiences of his dragon ancestors, heavy crossbows were undoubtedly the best choice for dealing with these heavily armored foes. The 2,000 ogre skeletons under his command retained half of their former strength, each possessing a might of 500 pounds. Paired with the 500-pound draw weight of the crossbows, they were capable of penetrating heavy armor from 100 meters away, making them the cornerstone of his war strategy. The singular task of his entire undead army in this conflict was to ensure the safety of these 2,000 ogre skeletons, allowing them to unleash their full potential. To safeguard the stamina of these ogre skeletons, he had endowed each with a soul. Additionally, 4,000 minotaur skeletons were tasked with transporting a plethora of heavy crossbow bolts, enabling the ogres to unleash a torrent of firepower. Truth be told, this was the first time he felt that the 200,000 dark dwarves in his territory were exceedingly useful. As long as they were well fed, they could swiftly provide him with any weaponry or equipment he desired. The dark dwarves had never let him down in terms of armaments. Bolstered by newfound confidence, Mylreyth mused that this time, regardless of the circumstances, 100,000 against 20,000 would yield an undeniable advantage for him. Under Mylreyth's absolute confidence, the 100,000 troops under his command continued to advance slowly yet resolutely. The two massive armies collided with a thunderous impact. At the forefront, the Guangming Knights, wielding heavy weapons, skillfully severed the heads of the 1.34 meter tall dog-headed, goblin, and gremlin skeletons with ease. These skeletons, having possessed only a strength of 50 to 60 pounds in life, had lost half of their power upon becoming skeletons, leaving them with merely 20-odd pounds of force. Such meager strength, combined with the inadequacy of their bone weaponry, could hardly penetrate the defenses of the heavily armored Guangming Knights. They could only futilely leave scratches upon the steel armor of the Guangming Knights. In just a matter of breaths, the 16,000 Guangming Knights effortlessly slaughtered 5,000 of the goblin, dog-headed, and gremlin skeletons, a veritable massacre. The casualties among the Guangming Knights barely reached 100. The horrifying casualty ratio testified to the overwhelming strength of these Guangming Knights. As the Guangming Knights pressed forward, Mylreyth noted that they had encroached deeply into the firing range of his ogre skeleton crossbowmen. He promptly issued the command to fire. In the central front of the undead army, the 2,000 ogre skeleton crossbowmen abruptly pulled the triggers of their heavy crossbows, accompanied by the powerful sounds of taut bowstrings. The 1.5 meter long, iron crossbow bolts, comparable to small spears, whizzed through the air. They struck forcefully into the ranks of the Guangming Knights. A chorus of anguished screams erupted as over 200 Guangming Knights, taken completely by surprise, were impaled by the heavy bolts. Their heavy armor offered no protection against the penetrating power of the bolts. A substantial number of Guangming Knights fell, creating a massive breach in their formation. Seizing the opportunity, countless skeletons surged into the gap, engaging in chaotic melee with the Guangming Knights. The 2,000 ogre skeleton crossbowmen quickly readied their heavy crossbows for another volley. 20 seconds later, with another resounding twang of bowstrings, over 200 more Guangming Knights were mercilessly shot down. The devastating casualties drew the attention of 4 third-tier light knights within the army of the Radiant Church. They gazed with grim faces upon the 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen, who were relentlessly slaughtering their soldiers. They had not anticipated such exquisite equipment from the undead army. The heavy crossbows could only be crafted by the finest artisans among the dwarves, elves, and their own human kin, capable of easily penetrating heavy armor. This could not continue. The commander of the 7th Legion declared, "I entrust all our extraordinary warriors to you. Lead them and our cavalry into the ranks of the undead army at once. We must annihilate those 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen, or we shall surely lose this war." The commander of the 4th Legion spoke to the 7th Legion commander, who nodded silently. Among the 20,000 troops of the Radiant Church, 200 first-tier light knights and 22nd-tier light knights quickly gathered under the command of their deputy. They mounted their steeds and swiftly merged with their cavalry, led by the 3rd-tier light knight commander of the 7th Legion. Along with 22nd-tier and 200 first-tier light knights, 4,000 cavalry of the Radiant Church rapidly converged on the battlefield, transforming into an unstoppable torrent of cavalry that surged towards the side of the undead army like a scythe cutting through wheat. Mylreyth, witnessing the cavalry of the Radiant Church on the move, became anxious. His infantry clearly held the upper hand, pressing against the opposing light church infantry. Every 20 seconds, The 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen under his command inflicted losses of over 200 soldiers upon the Radiant Church forces. In just 80 seconds, he had already dispatched 1,000 light knights. The front line of the Radiant Church's formation was being pushed back step by step. He could not allow these cavalry to threaten the main force of his army, the 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen. Under his command, 3,000 centaur cavalry gathered, bravely charging towards the 4,000 cavalry of the Radiant Church. They sought not to defeat the 4,000 light knights, but merely to delay them for 10 minutes. 10 minutes would suffice for the 2,000 ogre skeletons to unleash 30 volleys, utterly decimating the main force of the Radiant Church. The battlefield situation was changing rapidly. The densely packed undead advanced swiftly. The light knights' infantry struggled to resist. Every 20 seconds, a barrage of heavy crossbow bolts rained down from the sky, taking wave after wave of their comrades. Their morale was quickly collapsing. Chapter 69. The hope of victory on the right side of the front line. 4,000 cavalry of light knights, led by 200 first-tier light knights, 22nd-tier light knights, and 1 third-tier light knight, charged forward with fervor. The 3,000 centaur cavalry braced themselves for a head-on clash. A thunderous roar echoed as over 4,000 light knights, under the guidance of numerous extraordinary warriors, sliced into the ranks of the 3,000 centaur cavalry like a knife through butter. Gleaming blades of golden light flashed, and the centaurs fell like wheat before the scythe. In merely 3 minutes of confrontation, the centaur army suffered over half of their numbers, with the remaining 1,500 fleeing in panic. No longer daring to face the cavalry of the Radiant Church head-on, the third-tier light knight commander of the 7th Legion, undeterred by the retreat of the 1,500 centaurs, understood deeply that if they could eliminate the heavy crossbowmen of the undead army, they could claim victory in this war. Without neutralizing these heavy crossbowmen, their defeat was inevitable. The immediate priority was to spearhead into the heart of the undead army with their extraordinary warriors and eradicate the 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen. Over 200 extraordinary light knights charged forward with 4,000 cavalry like an iron torrent, crushing the ranks of the undead. The dense mass of undead skeletons had no means of resistance against their onslaught. The 200 extraordinary light knights at the forefront exhibited overwhelming combat prowess. Each swing of their extraordinary weapons effortlessly dispatched dozens, even hundreds, of undead foes. Advance and eliminate them, Mylreyth commanded, his urgency palpable as he observed the cavalry of the Radiant Church making their way through his undead ranks. At his command, countless formidable minotaurs, dark dwarves, and leopard-headed skeletons surged towards the cavalry of the Radiant Church, determined to halt their charge. However, their strength was but a whisper against the might of the extraordinary warriors. Barely stronger than insects, the third-tier light knight commander of the 7th Legion, upon penetrating the undead ranks, no longer concerned himself with the expenditure of his magical energy. Each swing of his sword unleashed blades of light spanning hundreds of meters, turning hundreds of undead to ash in an instant. Behind him, 22nd-tier light knights wielded their shining long swords, their 10-meter golden blades swiftly cleaving through the air, routinely exterminating dozens of undead. The 200 first-tier light knights were equally tenacious. Though they could not unleash golden blades, their shining longswords carved arcs through the air. Each first-tier light knight could sever 7 to 8 undead heads every second. The ordinary light knights behind them wreaked havoc as well, leveraging the momentum of their cavalry charge to crush undead beneath their steeds. As the cavalry of the Radiant Church approached within 800 meters of the 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen, Mylreyth grew frantic. Under his orders, the 2,000 crossbowmen simultaneously turned their weapons, aiming them at the cavalry of the Radiant Church. The deafening roar of their heavy crossbows filled the air. 2,000 bolts shot forth. Amidst the cries of anguish, over 10 first-tier light knights were struck down from their mounts, and hundreds of ordinary light knights fell lifeless to the ground, trampled into the mud by their comrades. The death of over 10 first-tier light knights enraged the third-tier light knight commander of the 7th Legion to the point of fury. "Die!" he roared, unleashing a golden sword strike that cleaved through the air for 500 meters. Over 400 ogre skeletons were instantaneously reduced to a cloud of bone fragments. The terrifying golden blade carved a chasm 500 meters long and dozens of meters deep into the earth. A powerful shockwave dispersed countless undead. Seizing the moment, the densely packed light knights charged forward, their golden blades slicing through the air, rapidly shredding the multitude of ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen into pieces. When the tide of cavalry surged through, barely a fraction of the 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen remained. The cavalry of the Radiant Church pierced through the entire formation of the undead army. The battlefield lay in ruins. The undead suffered catastrophic losses. Yet the forces of the Radiant Church were not unscathed either. Before the 2,000 ogre skeleton heavy crossbowmen were annihilated, they had already unleashed 30 volleys, killing over 6,000 light knight infantry. Moreover, due to the chaos they wrought, approximately 1,000 additional light knight infantry fell in the ensuing melee with the undead. On the front lines of the battlefield, the forces of the Guangming Jiaotian have suffered the loss of over 7,000 Guangming knights and infantrymen. Their cavalry charges have also incurred significant losses, resulting in the demise of several hundred riders. Up to this point, the Guangming Jiaotian has lost a total of 8,000 elite warriors, truly a grievous blow. In stark contrast, the losses among the undead are even more devastating. On the front lines, 30,000 undead have perished amidst the chaos of war. The charges of the Guangming knights, mounted upon their steeds, and the unrestrained slaughter by the extraordinary beings have led to the deaths of an additional 40,000 undead. This includes the core forces of the undead army, the 2,000 ogre skeleton crossbowmen. At this moment, the casualties of the undead army have surpassed 70,000, leaving them with a mere 10,000 remaining. The forces of the dark creatures have proven ineffectual on the battlefield. 3,000 centaurs were effortlessly crushed by the cavalry of the Guangming Jiaotian. The remaining 12,000 dark creatures were nearly shattered under the onslaught of 1,000 Guangming knights. Infuriatingly, the Guangming Jiaotian's army, disregarding the principles of martial ethics, has gathered such a multitude of extraordinary beings. However, after this wave of charges, the magical power of these extraordinary beings should have been nearly depleted. I am eager to witness how you will navigate the subterranean world without sufficient reserves of magical energy. Such rare large-scale warfare, involving over 100,000 participants, has long attracted countless factions from the subterranean realm. Based on his observations, no fewer than 10 third-tier dark nobles and over 100 second-tier dark heroes are concealed within the nearby subterranean passages. The memories of countless dragons ingrained in his mind indicate that dark legends are likely observing in secret as well. Transmit my orders, retreat immediately, commanded the commander of the 4th Legion of the Guangming Jiaotian, Kal Province, with utmost urgency. Under his directive, the remaining 12,000 troops of the Guangming Jiaotian began a rapid retreat. Although they had established a clear advantage on the front lines, logically they should not have retreated but rather annihilated all the undead. Yet, they chose to withdraw. In a contrary manner, the heavily wounded undead army, having lost more than half their forces, began to pursue vigorously, as if they were the ones holding the upper hand. Yet, the reality was that among the Guangming Jiaotian forces, 200 first-tier Guangming knights, 22nd-tier Guangming knights, and 1/3-tier Guangming knight had nearly exhausted 80% of their magical energy. Countless hidden dark extraordinary beings no longer concealed themselves. They converged from all directions, akin to a pack of hyenas that have caught sight of a wounded lion, filled with anticipation and hatred. In their prime, the extraordinary beings of the Guangming Jiaotian boasted formidable extraordinary armor and weapons, capable of combating 3 dark extraordinary beings of the same tier. With 200 first-tier Guangming knights, 22nd-tier Guangming knights, and 4 third-tier Guangming knights, their amassed strength, bolstered by faith and superior equipment, was sufficient to confront thousands of dark extraordinary beings directly. Hence, previously, all dark extraordinary beings had merely observed this large-scale conflict from the sidelines, hoping to seize an opportunity for gain without any intention of participating. However, the situation has changed. Now, among the Guangming Jiaotian forces, apart from 3 third-tier Guangming knights, the remaining extraordinary beings have expended 80% of their magical energy and are unable to continue fighting. The other soldiers of the Guangming Jiaotian have also exhausted most of their physical strength due to the war, leading to a drastic decline in their combat efficacy. When the extraordinary beings of the Guangming Jiaotian were in their prime, they were certainly cautious, fearing that a vigorous engagement might lead to their demise on the battlefield. Even if they survived, they would have depleted a significant portion of their magical energy, resulting in a clear loss. However, when the extraordinary beings of the Guangming Jiaotian find themselves in a state of insufficient magical energy, with their combat strength reduced to a mere fraction, they are compelled to strike back fiercely. Not to mention, acquiring a set of extraordinary armor or a remarkable weapon could yield substantial rewards, potentially enhancing their capabilities 2- or 3-fold. Such temptation is enough to stir the hearts of any dark extraordinary being. Chapter 70. The heavily damaged Guangming Jiaotian, around 100 second-tier dark extraordinary beings, under the leadership of 10 third-tier dark nobles, surged like the wind across the barren plains. Armed with various weapons, they gazed greedily at the retreating army of the Guangming Jiaoyan. Yet, they still refrained from launching a direct assault against the Guangming Jiaoyan forces. Although the Guangming Jiaoyan's 2,000 troops have suffered grievous losses, with 8,000 soldiers slain and the remaining forces utterly exhausted and demoralized, the nearly 50% casualties have placed their morale on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, for these dark extraordinary beings, it is prudent to conserve whatever magical energy they can. On the barren plains, over 1,000 meters away from the Guangming Jiaoyan's forces, the severely diminished undead army, now numbering just over 13,000, pressed on in pursuit. In this conflict, Mylreyth brought forth 85,000 undead soldiers and approximately 15,000 dark creatures. Following the decisive battle, over 70,000 undead lay dead, transformed into mere bones scattered across the ground. The 15,000 dark creatures also suffered 5,000 casualties under the assault of the Guangming Jiaoyan's army. The remaining 10,000 dark creatures were shattered and scattered in disarray on the battlefield. Mylreyth had no time to regroup them. He could only command the remaining 13,000 undead to continue their advance. An hour later, the weary elite force of 12,000 from the Guangming Jiaoyan retreated to the outskirts of their encampment, with no further avenues of retreat available. Their camp was not particularly well constructed. In the sparsely wooded subterranean world, this space dominated by centaurs consisted largely of barren plains, lacking sufficient timber. They had only dug a trench outside the camp and piled up a makeshift wall 1 meter high atop it. Such a rudimentary encampment held little value against the undead. Both heavily damaged armies stood a mere 1,000 meters apart, locked in silence. Among the Guangming Jiaoyan forces, the extraordinary beings who had previously engaged in combat clutched their magical stones tightly, desperately attempting to restore their expended magical energy. However, an hour is a fleeting span, and they managed to recover only about 30% of their internal magical energy, far from their peak state, but significantly improved compared to before, making them battle-ready. Their earlier retreat was intended to buy time for the extraordinary beings to replenish their magical energy. Transmit my orders, form ranks to face the enemy. All extraordinary beings, gather at the center of the formation, prepare to confront all dark extraordinary beings. Following the command of the 4th Legion commander of the Guangming Jiaoyan, 201st Tier Guangming Knights, 22nd Tier Guangming Knights, and 3rd Tier Guangming Knights assembled tightly at the heart of the army. Meanwhile, the 12,000 ordinary Guangming Knights gritted their teeth and thundered forward towards the undead army. During this time, all extraordinary beings of the Guangming Jiaoyan exerted themselves to restore their magical energy using the magical stones. The two massive armies collided once more with a resounding crash. The densely packed undead fell one after another. Without the ogre skeleton crossbowmen, they found it exceedingly difficult to breach the armor of the Guangming Knights, inflicting sufficient damage upon them. In less than 10 minutes, the 13,000 undead had already lost more than half their numbers, dwindling to under 6,000. Across the plains, over 100 second-tier dark heroes and 10 third-tier dark nobles, witnessing the impending annihilation of the undead army and the swift replenishment of the Guangming Jiaoyan's extraordinary beings, could no longer contain themselves. They swiftly converged, with 10 dark nobles leading the charge, surging towards the army of the Guangming Jiaoyan. A torrent of extraordinary attacks enveloped half the sky. In an instant, thousands of Guangming Jiaoyan soldiers were reduced to shattered corpses, their blood staining the earth crimson. They charged rapidly towards the heart of the Guangming Jiaoyan forces. The army of the Guangming Jiaoyan, exhausted and with many extraordinary beings refraining from combat, offered little resistance, futilely utilizing their bodies to drain the dark extraordinary's magic. In merely 20 breaths, over 100 second-tier dark heroes and 10 third-tier dark nobles reached the very center of the Guangming Jiaoyan army. A brutal battle of extraordinary beings erupted instantly. Swords gleaming with golden radiance sliced through the sky, while various magical techniques and combat skills surged forward with fervor. Both sides, in a moment of frenzy, became bloodthirsty, vowing to annihilate each other. The terrifying battle of extraordinary beings spread across a radius of several thousand meters, with the densely packed Guangming Jiaoyan army suffering catastrophic losses under the onslaught of extraordinary shockwaves, leading to a complete collapse. The undead army seized this opportunity, ruthlessly advancing. Even if they were to be killed by the residual waves of power, they sought to drag down as many elite knights of the Guangming Jiaoyan as possible. The scene descended into chaos, yet Mylreyth observed with keen interest. In this war, victory ultimately belonged to me. Although my undead army suffered near total annihilation, a victory is still a victory. Within half a month, my new wave of 100,000 troops will return to this subterranean realm, completely occupying all surrounding underground spaces. Mylreyth was filled with exhilaration. However, the countless extraordinary beings of the Guangming Jiaoding engaged in the battle were cursing in frustration. The most unfortunate were the 201st-tier Guangming Knights, who had expended most of their magic, with only 30% of their power remaining. Their combat effectiveness was reduced to a mere 20% of their peak. Their bodies felt heavier, and their techniques faltered due to a lack of magic, having already drained much of their energy in prior battles. A myriad of factors combined to render them extraordinarily weak. As over 100 second-tier dark heroes charged in, the first wave of attacks claimed more than 30 of them. In the ensuing conflict, they fought valiantly, forming formations to hold back one second-tier dark hero after another. Yet, after just over 10 minutes of full exertion, their magic was entirely depleted. Without magic, they were barely stronger than ordinary people in the eyes of second-tier dark heroes. Half an hour later, the encampment of the Guangming Jiaoding army was utterly destroyed, reduced to ruins, with deep ravines spanning hundreds of meters scattered across the land. In this battle, dark extraordinary beings achieved a resounding victory. The 201st-tier Guangming Knights, having exhausted most of their magic, were easily annihilated. The 22nd-tier Guangming Knights, also diminished by their magic, could not match their previous combat prowess. After fighting for over 20 minutes, they too depleted their magic and were overwhelmed by the numerous second-tier dark heroes. Ultimately, the commander of the 7th Legion of the Guangming Jiaoding in the Lair province, having exhausted 80% of his magic on the battlefield and unable to recover, was besieged and killed by 4 third-tier dark nobles. Only 3 third-tier Guangming Knights, relying on their intact magic reserves, managed to escape with great difficulty. This war was a catastrophic defeat for the Guangming Jiaoding. Chapter 71. 80,000 Guangming Knights. Half a day later, within the Guangming Cathedral on the surface, Bishop Leopold of the Lair province received the news of the frontline army's defeat, struggling to believe it. How could this be possible? This was an elite force of 20,000 Guangming Knights, 201st-tier Knights, 22nd-tier Knights, and 4 formidable 3rd-tier Knights. Such a powerful assembly could easily deplete the magic of any dark legend they faced head-on. In fact, there was even the possibility of slaying a dark legend if it persisted after exhausting most of its magic. To think such a formidable army could be defeated was unfathomable. He meticulously examined the reports from the 3 surviving 3rd-tier Guangming Knights, his expression darkening. 100,000 undead soldiers, 2,000 ogre skeleton crossbowmen, along with around 100 second-tier dark heroes and 10 third-tier dark nobles. The scale of this battle ranked among the top 6 in the subterranean world's current battlefields. In reality, his 2,000 Guangming Knights could have easily shattered the 100,000 undead, sustaining casualties of no more than 5,000, even if the extraordinary beings refrained from engaging. However, the emergence of the 2,000 ogre skeleton crossbowmen completely altered the dynamics of the battlefield. In this battle, the Guangming Knights killed by ordinary skeletons numbered just over 1,000. The remaining 6,000 casualties were almost entirely inflicted by the 2,000 ogre skeleton crossbowmen. An astounding 8,000 casualties shattered the morale and stamina of the remaining 12,000 Guangming Knights, reducing their combat effectiveness to a mere fraction. Enduring a 4% casualty rate was already their limit. Ultimately, as morale hit rock bottom, the remaining 12,000 Guangming Knights were crushed by a wave of dark, extraordinary forces, losing 2,000 to 3,000, rendering them ineffective on the battlefield. This led to the deaths of over 200 extraordinary Guangming Knights. Reconstructing the entire battlefield scenario, Bishop Leopold of the Lair province was driven to fury. Under the radiance of the Guangming, how could there be so many unforeseen events? Regardless of the circumstances, this bishop would never relent. The undead must be eradicated. Under the luminescence of light, there could be no such filth existing. Is it merely the loss of 20,000 troops? If 20,000 is insufficient, then let it be 50,000. If 50,000 is inadequate, then let it be 100,000. Relay my orders. The 8 legions responsible for the offensives across the east, south, west, and central fronts must all assemble, leaving the front line to ordinary troops and militia. Let them charge into the northern subterranean battlefield and obliterate that undead legend. I desire to reduce that undead legend to ashes with holy flames. Leopold's furious roar echoed wildly within the Guangming Cathedral. This marked his first defeat, and it was a disgrace for the entire Guangming Jiaoding. Other bishops from different provinces celebrated victories, albeit minor, yet they had not tasted defeat. His loss was intolerable. In just 1 month, a formidable force of 80,000 Guangming knights converged from various subterranean battlefields into the northern region of the Ku'er province, directly above the territory of Mylreyth, the Bone Dragon. On the battlefield of the Ku'er province, 100,000 elite Guangming knights were divided into 5 segments, attacking the depths together from the east, south, west, north, and central regions. The 2,000 Guangming knights lost to Mylreyth, and the dark extraordinary beings represented only 1/5 of the total strength of the Guangming jousting forces in the Ku'er province. The 80,000 Guangming knights, clad in golden armor and adorned with resplendent helmets, shone with countless golden rays under the sun. At the entrance to the subterranean world, on the southern side of a rocky mountain, a 6-meter-high, 10-meter-wide rocky path was embedded with a railway leading deep into the earth. With a commanding call from Lyobode, 80,000 bright knights marched robustly into the cavern, heading towards the subterranean realm. Accompanying their advance, a series of carriages, devoid of locomotives and equipped only with braking mechanisms, trailed behind the army along the railway. These carriages were laden with substantial supplies, responsible for sustaining the logistical needs of the troops. In truth, the existence of the railway rendered the transportation of goods from the surface to the depths remarkably straightforward, as the entire descent was downhill. As long as the braking systems were adequately maintained, the carriages could glide downwards solely under the force of gravity, rendering the need for draft animals obsolete. Mylreyth was unaware that the defeat on the northern subterranean front had prompted the legendary Bishop Lyobode of Ku'er province to intensify his investment in this front, with 80,000 bright knights hurrying to their destination. However, engaging in battle was no simple task. While 80,000 bright knights were indeed a formidable force, the logistical demands they imposed were equally overwhelming. In areas devoid of railways, the army could hardly advance. To ensure a sufficient supply of oxygen, it was impossible to dispatch too many logistical militia to the front lines. The oxygen within the subterranean passages traversed by the 80,000 bright knights would be nearly depleted. Consequently, the logistical militia, which numbered 800,000, tenfold that of the bright knights, would find it impossible to pass through without suffocating. Under such circumstances, the assistance of the railway was essential to ensure the sustenance of the 80,000 bright knights. Although Lyobode felt frustration, his legendary intellect remained intact. Rather than forcing his troops to the front lines, he dispatched them in 4 directions, along the 4 pathways of the subterranean world, with the railway as the focal point, diligently preparing for battle in all surrounding spaces. The presence of 100,000 undead soldiers made it clear to him that a formidable force resided in the northern underground of Ku'er province. This force, amidst a scarcity of magical energy, could still provide ample power for the 100,000 undead and commanded a multitude of dark creatures to fight on their behalf. Moreover, they possessed a robust weaponry production base. After all, the mere existence of 2,000 heavy crossbows was beyond the capacity of an ordinary faction to produce. With formidable production capabilities for weaponry, abundant reserves of magical energy, and an uncountable number of undead and dark creatures, this was not a power that could be eradicated in the short term. A prolonged conflict was inevitable. Thus, the forging of the railway was indispensable. Furthermore, the protection of the already completed railway required enhancement. All subterranean spaces surrounding the railway needed to be occupied to effectively seal off all passages nearby. As long as the frontline soldiers were provided with ample logistical support, he was confident that the population of over 10 million in Ku'er province could overwhelm the undead force. Chapter 72. The elite undead army deep beneath the distant ocean. Mylreyth's busily crafted special white wood larvae while reflecting on the war from a month prior. That conflict had been the most brutal he had ever experienced. His army of 100,000 had dwindled to just over 10,000. The majority were dark creatures that had survived the rout, with merely a couple of thousand being undead. It could be said that his forces had been nearly annihilated. As nearly all capable undead had perished, the surviving dark creatures were of little use. He pondered how such a multitude of dark races had been driven to despair by the bright church on the surface, losing all their territory. Realizing that it was due to their own ineptitude, on the battlefield, 1,000 bright knight infantry could charge and shatter 12,000 dark creatures, with bright knights suffering fewer than 50 casualties. This sight nearly drove him to despair. The bright church's army of bright knights was extraordinarily capable, even in chaotic conditions. His undead could only manage a 20-to-1 casualty ratio. In an organized formation, a 30-to-1 ratio would not surprise him. This could not continue. He needed a far more potent army, rather than merely a horde that consumed his soul orbs. it became evident that untrained or weak rabble were ineffective on the battlefield. They fell short even as cannon fodder, merely depleting his resources. Only elite troops could seize enough territory for him. In the subterranean expanse of the Bone Dragon, the magma river illuminated the land, providing the last vestiges of warmth and light. Mylreyth, in the form of a 20-meter-long bone dragon, strode into his increasingly grand palace. Countless dark dwarf skeletons tirelessly wielded their pickaxes, constructing his palace ever more magnificently. The floors of the grand hall were adorned with a profusion of gold, diamonds, and gemstones. Mylreyth paid little heed to such treasures. Compared to them, he cherished the round soul orbs more, for they signified a greater potential for power. Presently, the strength of the undead under his command was far too feeble to contend with the bright knights of the Bright Church. His resurrection magic for the undead required new attributes. Gazing at the three-dimensional magical array shimmering with the essence of souls within him, he began to explore the memories of dragon heritage, encountering countless spells capable of resurrecting the undead flashing before his eyes. After an hour, Mylreyth, satisfied, nodded at the enhanced resurrection magic in the heritage memories, the undead fusion resurrection spell. This spell was remarkable, capable of fusing and resurrecting 10 corpses of the same race to create a more powerful undead. According to the records in the heritage memory, the corpses of 10 gnolls would suffice to resurrect a gnoll skeleton elite standing at a height of 1 meter 80 and possessing a strength of 200 pounds. The sole drawback was that this elite gnoll skeleton required a far greater expenditure of magical energy during resurrection, consuming 30 times that of an ordinary gnoll skeleton, equivalent to 1 soul. Yet this was merely the beginning. To sustain a gnoll skeleton elite in a vigorous state of combat, a monthly soul expenditure was necessary. Mylreyth felt somewhat overwhelmed. This was excessively costly. The 30-fold magical energy required for resurrection did not concern him too much. Merely 1 soul. He could afford that. However, the subsequent monthly consumption of 1 soul posed a significant challenge. The dominion he ruled, the territory of the Bone Dragon, encompassed only 31,000 square kilometers, with a capacity to sustain 155,000 dark creatures. This 155,000 could yield him 155,000 soul orbs monthly, 30 orbs equating to 1 soul, which amounted to approximately 51,600 souls annually. Currently, due to the doubling of dark creatures each year, the surplus would perish in battle to sustain their existence, yielding another 155,000 souls for him. Yet, this was merely income. Consumption had yet to be accounted for. The 155,000 souls lost to war needed to be shared with the Dark Legends, leaving him with only 77,500 annually. Even so, the consumption tally was not finished. He and his avatars, totaling 2 third-tier beings, due to their draconic forms, consumed 10 times the energy of ordinary third-tier beings, requiring a staggering 200,000 souls each year. To conceal his true form from more formidable entities, he needed to expend 1,000 souls daily, equating to 36,500 souls each year. When all expenditures were summed, the total reached 55,500. After accounting for such immense consumption, his annual net income amounted to merely over 800,000. The annual net income soaring over 800,000 souls appears to be substantial. However, it is scarcely sufficient to sustain a considerable number of skeletal elites. Each skeletal elite consumes 1 soul per month, totaling 12 souls annually. Thus, even with an income of over 800,000 souls, he could barely support 70,000 undead elites at most. This meager army of 70,000 would, at best, be capable of engaging in a direct confrontation with the same number of Radiant Knights from the Radiant Church, and only in the absence of the extraordinary individuals among those knights. Should the extraordinary members of the Radiant Church be included, the 70,000 undead elites could only hope to contend with 30,000 Radiant Knights, an outcome that would indeed require an extraordinary stroke of luck. It is evident that such a vast expenditure is beyond his capacity to bear and is not economically viable. Given these resources, he could instead create several third-tier undead bone dragon avatars, which would suffice to annihilate the 70,000-strong army of the Radiant Church. He would not engage in a losing venture. Yet, reality posed a conundrum for Mylreyth. For all the necromantic spells contained within the legacy memories demanded magical energy in direct proportion to the combat prowess of the undead. The amount invested dictated the combat strength acquired, and there existed no necromantic spells that offered a strong combat capability for a lesser investment. Otherwise, one might consider nurturing those dark creatures. Their consumption is lower, and at least in this age of magical scarcity, they are more resource efficient than the undead. The most significant expense would merely be some flesh. He suddenly realized that training intelligent life forms into elite armies to wage war could be the most efficient mode of warfare in this era. Undead, in this age of magical scarcity, are indeed not as formidable as they once were in times of abundant magic. In an era rich in magic, once he resurrected the undead, he would not have to concern himself with their ongoing magical consumption. The initial investment would suffice, and thereafter, they would autonomously draw magic from the air to sustain themselves and engage in battle. Ultimately, Mylreyth resolved to allocate 120,000 souls to resurrect some elite undead, establishing them as the primary force in warfare. He felt a flicker of joy upon recalling that undead can significantly reduce their magical consumption by entering a state of slumber. In such circumstances, he could allow his elite undead to rest during peacetime and awaken them for battle. Thus, his undead army would be adequate to confront the forces of the Radiant Church. With 120,000 souls, 60,000 would be used to resurrect 60,000 elite undead, while the remaining 60,000 souls would provide sustenance enough for them to endure 10 months upon reaching the front lines. Chapter 73. A surge in military power in a world shrouded by the green flames of souls. Over 10,000 corpses of gnolls lay piled high, blanketing the land. The green flames of souls illuminated the countless bodies, creating a scene as terrifying as hell itself. Any ordinary intelligent being encountering such a horrific tableau would instinctively feel discomfort and dread. These corpses of gnolls were those who perished in internal strife during the new month. Mylreyth showed no concern for the internecine conflicts among the various dark races under his command. Even if he wished to intervene, he could not. The reproductive rate of dark creatures is astonishingly rapid. When they are well fed with meat daily, their population can double within a year. This alarming growth rate presents no viable solutions unless most of the dark creatures are culled. However, undertaking such actions would surely offend the dark deities. The legacy memories of the dragon clan impart countless experiences, warning him that if he harbored such thoughts in the morning, by noon they would be set into motion. And by afternoon, the news would reach the ears of the dark gods. By nightfall, his dragon skull might very well become a broth ingredient in the cauldron of certain dark deities. The harsh realities and his own interests culminated in this absurd scene within his territory. Each month, among the 155,000 dark creatures under his command, 1/12 of the newly born dark beings would perish in fierce internal conflicts. The strong survive, the weak perish. The souls of these fallen dark beings would become new extraordinary resources to be collected and consumed by him, his undead, and the dark legends. Such is the reality. Difficult to alter. Even the hoped-for reincarnation, as envisioned by ordinary intelligent beings, ultimately relies on powerful entities to facilitate it. In the natural world, upon death, a soul emerges from the body and gradually dissipates in nature, with no chance of reincarnation. Of course, Mylreyth is merciful. For the dark beings who die in his service, he does not consume their souls, but grants them another opportunity for rebirth. As for those who perish without competing against other dark creatures, he takes little interest. In his view, they offer him little in terms of contribution. They neither fight for him nor cultivate the land, yet they consume his resources, contributing minimally. In certain exceptional circumstances, they might even betray him, such as when a more powerful dragon or kin appears. It suffices to treat them according to the natural order. 10,000 gnoll corpses, under the scorching of the flames of souls, floated high in the air. Mylreyth, casting 1,000 souls into his flames, transformed a 1,000-meter radius of land into a sea of soul flames towering 10 meters high. The 10,000 gnoll corpses hovered in the sky, dividing into 1,000 groups, each consisting of 10 corpses closely aligned. As the soul flames raged, the essence within their flesh surged toward their bones, rendering them increasingly robust. In less than 2 minutes, the multitude of gnoll corpses was reduced to scattered gnoll bones. The necromantic fusion resurrection technique within the sea of soul flames. Mylreyth commanded his 20-meter-long bone dragon avatar to emit a gentle growl. In an instant, countless larger gnoll bones began to absorb the surrounding bones of other gnolls with the aid of the soul flames. The sea of soul flames surged, as 1,000 robust gnoll bones voraciously consumed the remaining 9,000 gnoll bones, their stature increasing and their skeletal strength rapidly intensifying. An hour later, the over 10,000 diminutive gnoll bones, each around 1 meter 3 in height, vanished without a trace. In their stead, 1,000 robust gnoll bones, now towering at 1 meter 8, emerged. At the moment of completion, these 1,000 stout gnoll skulls shimmered 30 times brighter with soul fire than ordinary gnoll skeletons. Each ignited in succession, Countless elite gnoll skeletons writhed in the sky, roaring and celebrating their rebirth. As the ocean of soul flames dissipated, 1,000 elite gnoll skeletons descended to the earth, swiftly rising to their feet. Their bones were exceedingly thick, forming a complete set of bone armor across their chests and backs, with their limbs boasting a robustness comparable to that of a human arm, capable of explosive strength reaching 200 pounds. As they landed, a throng of dark dwarf skeletons clad in heavy black steel armor gathered before each elite gnoll. They deftly adorned the elite canines with piece after piece of armor. In just over 20 minutes, 1,000 warriors clad in black steel full plate, wielding iron axes, hammers, and great swords, emerged before Mylreyth, a terrifying torrent of iron. Beneath the thickened steel helmets, the flames of their souls burned fiercely. Green light seeped through the crevices of their visors, creating an eerie spectacle reminiscent of countless steel monstrosities radiating a horrifying emerald glow, standing resolutely upon the earth. This 1,000-strong elite of canines could easily vanquish 30,000 dark creatures in a head-on clash, even against second-tier transcendent beings, as long as the opponent did not flee. They could exhaust their magical energy and then encircle and eliminate them. With 100,000 such elite undead, even if confronted by 2 dark legends, I would dare to engage them directly, confident in my ability to outlast both. Mylreyth gazed with satisfaction upon the canine skeletal elite before him. While he felt a pang for the considerable soul expenditure, he could not help but feel a profound sense of contentment. After surveying the 1,000 canine elites, he resumed his rapid magical revival of the remaining undead elite. Half a month later, 12,000 undead elites stood upon the earth. For this, Mylreyth expended a total of 24,000 souls, 12,000 for their revival, and another 12,000 for their sustenance over the month. Without succumbing to slumber, each one required the consumption of 1 soul per month, with each undead elite needing 12 souls annually. Among these forces, Mylreyth was particularly pleased with the 2,000 ogre skeletal heavy crossbowmen. He employed ordinary resurrection magic for the ogre skeletons, believing them sufficiently formidable with a strength of 500 pounds. Naturally, the powerful ogre skeletons required a greater expenditure during revival, approximately 1 soul each time. From the moment of their creation, they were true elite undead. However, they did possess certain shortcomings, such as sluggishness and insufficient explosive power. In combat, their sluggishness could lead to them being overwhelmed and having their skulls shattered, extinguishing the fire of their souls. In contrast, the ordinary undead elite lacked these flaws. They were extraordinarily swift and possessed great explosive power, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a paladin in combat. Chapter 74. The attempt of the dark dwarven legend. The 12,000 undead elites, clad in pitch-black steel armor, stood resolutely upon the earth. Hidden within the domain of the bone dragon were 7 dark legends, who gazed upon such a formidable army, nearly drooling with desire. In this age of magical scarcity, these legends suffered greatly. Nature could barely sustain them. They relied solely on the magical energy derived from the dissolution of their fellow souls to maintain their power. Due to an acute lack of magical energy, they lived in constant deprivation, meticulously counting every bit of energy needed to sustain their forms. Under normal circumstances, an elite army of around 50,000 would be enough to bankrupt them. To eliminate an elite force of around 10,000, they would need to spend their entire annual income. It is essential to note that this annual income does not account for their regular expenditures. If they earned 100,000 souls in a year, all of those souls would need to be accounted for. After deducting their usual expenses, they would require at least 10 years to accumulate enough magical energy to extinguish 10,000 elites. A century of accumulated magical energy would be necessary to confront 100,000 elites head-on. The constraints of their environment were immense. Thus, they would never act unless absolutely necessary. The 12,000 undead elites, clad in full steel armor, thundered towards the exit of the Bone Dragon's subterranean domain. They were headed to the front lines to engage in battle against the Holy See, guarding Mylreyth's Bone Dragon territory. The last conflict with the Holy See had transpired over 2 months ago. In that time, Mylreyth had amassed an additional 120,000 undead, relentlessly assaulting the surface and seizing countless subterranean spaces. The Holy See had previously advanced to 73 kilometers underground, but had now been pushed back to 30 kilometers. At this moment, the number of subterranean spaces under his command had exceeded 550, with the land area swelling to 400,000 square kilometers. His countless skeletons were diligently working to rapidly transform the newly acquired 90,000 square kilometers of land above the Bone Dragon territory to nurture more dark creatures. However, due to the brevity of the conflict, even a quarter of this area had yet to be developed, resulting in a relatively small number of dark creatures with limited impact. The front lines still required the undead to hold their ground. After addressing the matters at the front, Mylreyth assessed his treasury and discovered he had become relatively impoverished. War was a voracious beast, devouring thousands of his soul reserves at a time. His monthly income was merely a few thousand souls, totaling around 800,000 annually. When all expenses were accounted for, he found his current soul reserves dwindled to a mere 210,000. In the short term, he would be unable to engage in large-scale warfare with the Holy See. If he continued, bankruptcy would be imminent. Consequently, he ordered the undead forces at the front to shift from an offensive to a defensive posture, fortifying cities, constructing trenches, digging pits, and transporting war machinery crafted by the Dark Dwarfs. He employed every method available to impede the advance of the Holy See's forces, all without expending any souls. Whatever could be accomplished through human labor was utilized to avoid the excessive consumption of magical energy inherent in teleportation arrays and storage equipment. In this realm, souls equated to magical energy, and magical energy equated to souls. Compared to the consumption of magical energy, human labor was decidedly more economical and required far less expenditure. In the eastern part of the Bone Dragon territory, within the expansive subterranean realm of the Dark Dwarfs, a legendary Dark Dwarf sat upon his throne, deep in thought. 3 newly ascended Dark Dwarf nobles stood obediently within the Grand Hall. As for the previous 3 Dark Dwarf nobles in this vast 32,000 square kilometer realm, they had long since met their demise at the hands of the Dark Dwarf legend. Initially, the legend had commanded them to pledge fealty to the Bone Dragon territory within half a month. Failure to comply would result in death. Clearly, the 3 Dark Dwarf nobles had not fulfilled the task, and thus, they perished. If the Bone Dragon could successfully cultivate, why could I not? It was indeed perplexing. The Bone Dragon's cultivation of the lumber-eating white wood worms was not particularly challenging to understand. The extraction of life energy and soul energy was the true complexity. The knowledge regarding these worms was readily available in the extensive library of the super-large subterranean space within their clan. I have utilized this knowledge over the past few months, yet the results have been less than satisfactory. He felt a headache coming on. As a legend, his wisdom surpassed that of mortals 1,000-fold, and the Dark Dwarf clan possessed a wealth of knowledge. Yet, his outcomes had not lived up to expectations. He engineered the enormous Dabai Mucho, which could produce 1 pound of meat from 20 pounds of wood. In this vast subterranean realm of Dark Dwarfs, spanning 320,000 square kilometers, a comfortable existence was briefly enjoyed. Trees were felled, Dabai Muchong were nourished, and an abundance of meat was harvested. However, the Dark Dwarves under his command were solely focused on cutting down trees, neglecting the crucial task of planting. When asked to cultivate new trees, they expressed discontent and feigned compliance. Despite executing 1,000 Dark Dwarves, he was still unable to motivate them to engage in work. They preferred to shirk their responsibilities at every opportunity. Assigning them the task of raising Dabai Muchong only led to rampant corruption, with them secretly consuming the immature creatures on a daily basis. What truly left him feeling powerless was the realization that, after factoring in various elements into his calculations for the future, the colossal subterranean domain would collapse within 2 years. All the trees would be felled, making it impossible to sustain the Dabai Muchong, leading the majority of Dark Dwarves residing within to face imminent death. What could be the cause? I merely replicated the developmental model of the Bone Dragon. There should be no reason for failure. If only I had normal dwarves at my command, obedient and industrious, with few flaws beyond their penchant for alcohol. Alas, the dwarves I command are not normal dwarves, but Dark Dwarves. Why not engage in farming and cultivate wheat? A single square kilometer of land could support 10 individuals. Why expend such effort on the Dabai Mucho? The Dark Dwarf clan differs vastly from ordinary dwarves. Their evolutionary trajectory emphasizes rapid reproduction and growth rather than the enhancement of intellect and longevity. Ordinary Dark Dwarves can bear offspring every 6 months, and young Dark Dwarves mature within a year, akin to certain low reproductive dark creatures. However, this comes at a cost. Ordinary Dark Dwarves possess exceedingly low intelligence, chaotic thoughts, and a mere lifespan of 20 years. Aside from a modicum of talent in metallurgy, they are nearly indistinguishable from ordinary dark creatures. Chapter 75. The instinct of life in the world where Mylreyth resides. Elves, humans, and dwarves each possess their own high, low, and standard versions of their races. High-version races have low fertility rates, but often possess formidable magical talents. Thriving in a magic-rich era, and claiming more living space for their kin, such as the Jinhuang Renzu, Maoyang Dwarf, and Jin Jingling. Standard version races have moderate reproductive rates and average talents, managing to survive in times of scarce magic and suitable environments, such as ordinary humans, ordinary dwarves, and ordinary elves. Low version races reproduce rapidly but possess low talents, struggling to survive in harsh environments devoid of magic, such as barbaric humans, dark dwarves, and dark elves. In ancient times, the goblin race evolved from a clan of elves seeking survival. This adaptation was necessitated by catastrophic events that rendered the world desolate. Only the most resilient and adaptable life forms could endure. This elven clan was compelled to adapt in order to survive. In the face of calamity, life will exert every effort to carve out a path to survival. The result is a myriad of races, with even humans, dwarves, and elves being no exception. The dark dwarf legend, seated upon his throne, was consumed by frustration. His intellect, 1,000 times greater than that of ordinary sentient beings, raced at an incredible pace. Yet, he faced one failure after another. Ultimately, he came to a realization. Alas, my efforts are in vain. Everything I am currently undertaking has occurred countless times within the records of my clan's library. Cultivating the subterranean world is feasible, yet it is unviable for our dark race. We have exchanged profound reproductive speed, growth rate, and environmental adaptability for wisdom and longevity. Agriculture is a pursuit that only highly intelligent beings can successfully cultivate. Unless we retrace our steps, we are doomed to tread a singular path into darkness. The reason the bone dragon succeeded is that it was never the dark creatures engaging in agriculture, but rather the undead under the bone dragon's command. Unless I can also resurrect countless undead, such conditions are unattainable. However, the undead require magic to sustain them. Each undead in the subterranean realm necessitates 1 square kilometer of natural magic for sustenance. This alone is a demand our dark dwarf clan cannot accept. He felt helpless. His intellect, 1,000 times superior to that of ordinary individuals, had already provided him with the answers, yet he still yearned to explore further. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. The natural magic is the lifeblood of all first and second-tier extraordinary beings under his command. Should all the natural magic be utilized to sustain the undead and engage them in agriculture, all first and second-tier dark dwarf extraordinary beings would revert to being mere ordinary dark dwarves or perish from old age. Without these extraordinary dark dwarves, how could he defend his vast subterranean territory of over 10 million square kilometers? Other races' extraordinary beings would not hesitate to seize this rich territory, which forms the foundation of his dominion. Unless he acquired high-level magic capable of extracting the life and soul energy from ordinary dark beings. Replacing magic with soul or blood orbs to sustain more extraordinary beings, he would remain trapped. Yet, the reality is that he lacks such high-level magic. And within the expansive subterranean realm of his clan, none exists. Even for weaker deities, such knowledge is hard to come by. Most importantly, he lacks the means to control a multitude of undead. The undead are inherently exclusionary, as are all races. Unless he transforms into a lich or some other type of undead, he could never hope to command the tens or even hundreds of thousands of undead to manage his territory. Ultimately, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of emulating the bone dragon's governance of its realm. Nevertheless, this experience planted a seed of change within him. Mylreyth was unaware that in less than 3 years of his development, clever dark legends began to adopt his model and took action. This was merely the beginning for the learners among the Dark Dwarf clan. In truth, the 7 races under his command, alongside other dark races, began to emulate him upon witnessing his successful example. Although they have not yet succeeded, they have accumulated a wealth of experience, lacking only the decisive knowledge. It can be said that had Mylreyth not been elusive, monopolizing the knowledge of extracting soul and blood orbs, a terrifying revolution would have swiftly unfolded across the world. Propelled by the dissemination of this knowledge, decisively impacting the course of development. Deep within the distant ocean's depths, thousands of secret silver metal rods enveloped Mylreyth's skeletal form, erasing all traces of his presence in the world. Suspended in the air, Mylreyth felt a surge of danger within his soul. Over several months, to ensure his safety, he had tirelessly forged more secret silver metal rods, inscribing them with the secrets of death. These secrets of death were learned from the legacy of a powerful skeletal deity who had transitioned from death to life, passed down through the annals of memory. It possesses an entire concealed ascension system, ranging from mortal to divine levels. Although formidable, the consumption required is proportional to its effects. However, for the current Mylreyth, it is insufficient. As the territories under his command flourish and yield increasingly extraordinary resources, his sense of security diminishes, plummeting at every moment, rendering him unable to sleep, constantly feeling as though there are those who wish to harm him. The myriad experiences of colossal dragons within his inherited memories affirm that his apprehension is not unfounded. Indeed, numerous entities seek to bring him harm. Such exalted knowledge is irresistibly alluring. Even deities would covet it fervently. Were it not for the limitation that deities cannot descend to the mortal realm, only able to dispatch demigod avatars, a multitude of gods would undoubtedly rush to seek him out. Amidst this overwhelming decline in his sense of security, Mylreyth becomes ensnared in a whirlwind of activity. He fervently traverses through the depths of his inherited memories, searching for those exceedingly potent legacies capable of concealing his very being. 3 days later, Mylreyth gazes upon a towering legacy within his memories, resplendent like the stars and radiant as the sun, his soul's dragon eyes widening in astonishment. The legacy of the mighty dragon's divine power awaits.